Open it up, Vic Repost. Giggity.
There's one thing that never changes. The anticipation. When we started our business, we began with photooftheday. Essentially, my website action station, I think it's just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. It's been a lot of labels, saving money. Shift station saves so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. They can order pretty everything you need from stock to like $40. It's pretty fair cost for shipping like kind of matter, just like that.
ShipStation is the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
This halftime report is presented by Mercedes-Benz. The holiday love celebration is here, now through January 2nd. It's a beautiful afternoon here in Pasadena. Halftime for college football playoff semifinal. Michigan with a 13-10 lead on Alabama right now. Listen in as the University of Alabama Marion Donovan and takes the ground under the direction of Dr. Kenneth O'Sullivan.
This is so stupid. Carpenters? Superstar? Solitaire. What was the theme? What was Michigan's theme? At least there's a Swan Lake. That was just a random carpenter. Stupid. Why do you have them play such shit music? Have them play some Nicki Minaj or Megan Thee Stallion or Doja Cat. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Let me say that. Yeah, well, fuck you. Hold on. Think you can get blown in one of those? Yeah, easily get blown in one of those. So that one or that one or that one or that one or that one. For Riz? For shiz, huh? I get blown. Dunkin' Donuts. Is it just called Dunkin' now? Icicle. Why? Why not?
Being the best takes hard work. It takes early mornings, planning, precision, sweat, sacrifice, and teamwork. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in their game. Old Dominion Freight Line, helping the world keep promises. It's time to get together. Get a place with control. Set up a band. Roll Alliance Roll. Hook 'em. Go blue. Go Bucks. Go nuts. The point is, it's bowling season. So turn all those away games into home games.
If you have tips, there's a very good chance that
We think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is like yours. NextGen has done it again. It's operating LMX technology, providing the power of solution and comfort no matter where you do so. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing height, cold, and touch into one extraordinary single experience. Our mission is to help you discover that everyone can happen with body and mind and out of this world place of comfort and productivity. NextGen is charting a new course that warriors never find comfort lasting more soon back in focus. Even though you are reality continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of warriors and focus on the present. And for movies, the future still feels good. Your comic helps you enjoy for the holidays with over 500 members with free upgrades on every new offer. Stream We ran leading for Michigan. They barely trailed all season long, fell behind early games so quickly. Sometimes dominant second half team. We've seen this from CMC. Not always great numbers and ball behind offense in Tennessee. Probably teams Auburn as well. But those adjustments he talked about, they do it again. Well, that's what I think he knew coming into this game. He and Tommy Reese knew that Michigan would come up with some big goals. That's what we've seen to their credit. And now it's a game of adjustments for both sides. And it went so well for Michigan in some areas. You wonder how much they're going to tweak. They'll try to just kind of keep things going the way they were. But they're going to have to respond to whatever Ravenel's, especially offensively, to try to slow down this Michigan pass rush and the way they're dominating that front. The other ball that James McClellan, he's averaged more than 9 yards at the 3-4-yard touchdown line. But Villanova to try to get that running game going a little bit better in this first section of the second half.
trying to knock it out. So I just said that. I was doing that.
Chris, I think we got a little bit of an indicator of some of the stuff Tommy Reese would like to do in the second half. Remember that throw that we saw Barrow make on that first and 10 play to start that last drive where he hits Isaiah Bond in the pocket, some quick throws, trying to get the ball out the edge, just trying to get away from the pressure that Michigan's putting on this offensive line, not just Barrow. Just a double team on the left side of Coffin and Tyler Booker. Look at that left side, chopping it over there. It's up there to get to those linebackers, and that's what Alabama wants to do. This is what you want to do. Don't let him step up. Make him step back and fade to the outside. Very different quarterback with all the athletic feet in his feet. Doesn't have a chance to step up into the pocket, climb the pocket. Really intelligent pass rush there by Michigan and Jalen Hurts. Offensive line on the left side, establishing the line of scrimmage. You get that running game going. That's a great man spread. Tommy Reese and physical up front. And then you get the running game going. You motion moves out there. It's much like the rest of Michigan. He moves 44, he moves 45. They motion him out there. Now you got a couple blockers and a nice quick throw. Easy read, balls away from the pressure. Let's get to positive yards. Taking work at the edges of Michigan's defense. We've seen work on that left side, and now this time, good job using the vision by McClellan to bounce that and create the one-on-one opportunity. Slow quarter from the Focus scheme from Alabama. Physical offense on this offensive line. So we have the average NFL offensive line. Monsters up front. This time it's a 50 plus. This time he's frustrated. And here's another one. Don't you roll his eyes? He's looking left. It wasn't necessarily a pass. The timing was off. The ball was a little bit low. Maybe you can see Murrow looking away. He did actually bounce just a little bit to the right there. But he had no idea the ball was going to come in.
You said a very promising opening position and posted themselves up front. Snap to get away. But it's easy. It's saving off left ball playing in. Both guys are frustrated, like you said. And an ongoing problem. But I think it's a combination. Every time ball on the clock right now. Milroy's had a good feeling and catching a lot of receivers fielding those wild pitches in the dirt. He's been pretty good, actually, scooping up most of them. Morgan standing right inside his team. Running another high punt. And the freshman gets back in 6'5". One tackle in the back square. So, first third quarter possession. JJ McCarthy and Wolverines coming up.
Now, you say it feels like you're starting too late. At Prudential, we think you should ask it when you realize it's not too late to start. Like when your new passion is now your life passion, ask now. Here's why. You come to Prudential and help ensure your retirement has income that lasts a lifetime. Who's your rock? Talk to an advisor and build a more secure retirement today.
Traditional fans are don't remember.
That can all get pretty serious.
Yeah,
Well, college football, looking over my eyes at the complexities of the sport, the West Coast offense, the triple option I knew you were legal. I even started putting paint on my chest. My boy's becoming a fan! That's right! Great.
Don't do better than the one fans deserve.
Ready for the NFL playoffs?
I was born ready.
Dramatic entrances? Check. Team destiny? Check. Even matchups? Check. All the heart-pounding playoff action of your dreams? Check, please.
Championship series from the pages of history. Close out this chapter. National championship Monday, January 8th at 7:30 on ESPN.
We talked a lot about Alabama and their offense coming to defensive limited lines. The oftentimes prevent this all run defense in the first half. A lot of things, a lot of different formations create some fancy plays for JJ McCarthy. They're using the safety Jake McKee, trying to run a deep crosser, standing in a mismatch underneath. They used it on the horse against the leader, Deontay Lawson, and they get a huge touchdown.
She in fact taking the first and starting field position so far in the next time we're looking at. Holly, what did you learn from Jim Harbaugh at halftime?
Well, typically, they talk about the pressure they're getting on Jalen Monroe. It's not just that they make 5 sacks that first half. Those 5 sacks have been working on different players. They are getting pressure from everywhere. It's creating indecision in Jalen Monroe's eyes. And 7 tackles for loss. That's been the big story. Also, their ability to run the football. Lakeforlike thought they could. He said, I've seen 8 and 9 man boxes all season. I thought I'd be able to go down it today.
Averaging 5.1 in his 10 games so far. time the amateur fighting in the crowd is a bunch of Italian players who play anti-lawsuits and stuff from the law.
Maybe actually, we got a little break for a trying to break 5. With 3D line, and you got your 2 outside linebackers just trying to go heavy, expecting a run there. Michigan goes with it and pull out to the edge. They couldn't quite get to the corners, and Alabama's got an opportunity here deep in Michigan territory on a 3rd down and long, and they're walking it back to 2.
Only 3rd controversy so far with the touchdown. Reception by Tyler Morris. It's a 5-man rush. And McCarthy's on the move. Scanning. And Edwards pulling along the sidelines. Moving out of bounds. Cornelius Johnson at 9 attempt.
How many times have you seen J.J. McCarthy escape to his right on the run and look like he has anybody to throw the football to?
Second down. Celebration on the ground. Trying by Johnson as he has control with that left toe on the grass. Touchdown. They worked another look here, Bill. Yeah, the plays under review now. That busted. Is that control right there?
And he's going to step down thinking, sure looks like it is.
And if he maintains control of that ball going to the ground, he put it in his right arm and raised his ball in his leg. It looks to have control all the way to the ground.
What a I was going to say, McCarthy so many times in his career rolls right, just when it looks like he's going to give up on a play, throws an absolute laser to a receiver. Toe tap there by Cornelius Johnson. The Michigan faithful here to Pasadena here the trip. They see the big screen. They think it's a catch.
We do too. That's the difference between a quick 3-and-out and a punt. Getting the drive going here, of course, get a first down.
Almost the exact same spot where Caleb Downs made that interception, and they were reviewing it to see if he was out of bounds.
Johnson, that's his first catch. It's been a quiet afternoon so far. Wilson and Johnson, top 2 wide receivers on this team. We spread the ball around to Warren and some tight ends and Harold and Tyler Morris.
And he spread the football all over the place. 6 different receivers, if you include the backs in that first half. They saw that he just dropped off in the 50th position in a very very close to the ball. All that motion, you see J.J. McCarthy step out, Bonucci comes in, all that stuff equates it. Alabama has simplified some things just to make sure they're on the same page.
You know, if you do 235-pound softball for Texas, you're going to change because we'll see running out. They're going to keep looking at any moment. What are they going to use? And, you know, he can throw the ball. That's it showing. She's a very strong arm at practice, I'll say that. He's looking to throw. And he wanted to take a shot to run ahead of the backfield with the time roll over.
That's if you're thinking about it, I think Nick Saban's talking about what they tried to just catch Terry Arnold, just maybe napping, coming up to help out and run support, but he doesn't. He had his eyes in the right spot. Talked about a lack of eye discipline. That time, Terry Arnold, all over the potential threat of running sticking out the backfield.
Please prepare for the orgy.
The ball just behind him, and he loses his balance, so Bama catches a break here. So McCarthy back.
first down. His finest punting day so far. He has to use this clock. Drives down to that 20. That's his best of the day. 46 yards.
Feeling healthy, diabetes, and balance. Making a dinner that makes their whole day, and giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science do that.
Yeah, I'm on. Select all the things strengthened into the packets. Instruction manuals. Yeah, veggies are good. Secure safety for your parents. We can save you money when you love them. Doesn't even have pictures.
Pure Pop-Tarts, no old stone. So try our newest cheesy Pavlone epic stuffed crust pizza. Made with a blend of ricotta and mozzarella and stuffed into that Papa John's fresh, never frozen original dough. Get it for a limited time only at Pop-Tarts.
No fees, minimums, and no overdraft fees. Making the Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of design. Even easier than this.
All right, who's going to deliver the toys to the kids? Sarah, you do it. Really? Yeah.
You steal the presents one time.
I've stolen them no times.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees. Is it even a decision? That's right. What's in your nature's every year? Thousands of athletes participate. Bunch of all of us fall in hydration. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Hydrate, replenish, refuel. Is brought to you by AT&T. Connecting changes every day. Capital One. What's in your life? Gatorade. Gatorade is helping millions play. Gatorade. Tomorrow. Time for Texas Unicorns for a BCS championship 26 years ago. Michigan's most recent national championship. BC here in the West Bowl. National championship trophy was won in LA by Georgia a year ago. Then to Houston. Here with collide with either Washington or Texas. Beautiful day. Good year coverage. Good coverage. Road testing and game ready. Ready for the good year. Driven. Tied. Second possession of the second half. The first one spoiled by those two low snaps. Hand off to McClellan. Versus 4 before about 3. Tackle the ball.
Chris, this Alabama offensive line after those low
This
snaps
guy
came off
is
the field,
beautiful.
looking around saying, we're too good of a team for this to be happening. And then Rabbi was exactly right. Nick Saban going to Jalen Milroe, asking him to take some responsibility for the low snaps. Consider the second off.
The first one was obviously both of them once he was ready for it. Still think they were on the stage ready for just as frustrating as that for that low snap. I'll tell you what, I know it doesn't show up with the stats after the game, but 55, we keep talking about it basically where you want to keep your eye on him in the middle. If you want to watch out for the defensive line, he is outstanding with his hands and leverage. Affecting things. So we're just going to get to the rim and sway from there. pass for Jeff Miller was way off target. Exactly. We're going to have that technology's on and Michigan keeps showing. Both their outside linebackers potentially coming. This time it's blitzing. Stewart chops out to the flat. That ball's caught. There would be no chance for Jeff Miller. That was a tackle potentially for a loss. Great athletes, great offense. Sitting at 129 total yards. All of them coming from 2 possessions. Does a good job on this one. Portman is moving back inside the 20, waiting for a catch, came close to touching it. He was lucky that ball didn't bounce inside the 10. High, deep, Williams, and back again.
Devin Andre came to turn attacks.
Navigated a tremendous find the ball. Well, he didn't know the first thing about violent taxes his first time home buyers.
I know how to make their move count. We file taxes for millions of new homeowners and guaranteed 100% accuracy. On land and sea.
Very sharp.
Make your moves count. Intimate TurboTax, 100% accuracy guaranteed.
That's what we have. And to see more Cornish football connection. Impressive stuff, all that. God, that's easy to achieve. Call an all-beat. Wow. Claps for your famous catch. How'd you get those? Extraordinaire. Yep, originated. Oh, no, don't touch the pads. So fast, my friend. So fast, my friend. Turn off eventually. Insurance age from home to car to RV. It's easy to get going.
I just finished it. It's nice and simple.
My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I started,
And the founder of the website.
go to the post office and literally fill out each person's name on a label. And now at Ship Station, we are shipping 500 boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free. I've shaved every day for 20 years. It's my morning routine, and it gets me ready for it. But at over 4 hours a day, shaving every day gets expensive. Then I prioritize I reach 5 million rays of water and close to the membership. It has all the features I want. The best part, refills are close to $2 each. Apple Up. If you want a premium shaving without the premium price tag, Offside continues to celebrate every field goal. ELT Bay. Participating schools here, but they want to mention Clever Scholarship Plus. Appreciate you all. State.
What the fuck is that?
Alabama's choice here. Smaller players like Gunners and Warriors, these big tight ends have been good job so far. Getting on love lately. Also far,
They've also Michigan's got some different things. You know, they keep running third most targets in the entire country. Think about that. With one back and two tight ends, that's the correct method. They could have broken it back. They could more 11 just with the one down. The one tight end with three receivers. So it's a very different performance, traditional for Michigan's offense this year. Soft coverage. I think he's got a chance here. Grabbing those right to his hands. You read that perfectly. Sees Downs coming down, puts it right through the hands of the young freshman, unable to bring that in. That would have been a first down.
That one's certainly on target. Huge. No, but he's had some. He eventually set up a return. And puts it back in front of him, but it goes sideways, and Alabama's going to be set up excellent field position. Big Bird's been all about field position. The time will start from the 45.
They're all expecting
Yeah,
more efficiency, more benefits.
Who would you have sex with?
When you realize you can give your people everything and more.
Thank you very much.
Ask, now what? Here's what. You go with credential to protect and power. With everything you need to deliver, you guessed it. Use your phone. Learn more at credential.com.
You'll never guess what we're doing.
Yes, I mean, I got a food video still. I just feel good shit I'm trying.
The Baconator you love with a real pretzel twist. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's real pretzel Baconator. This is whole life for them. I want to be there for all of them. Time is precious. I want to make the most of it. Because he deserves my best. City, Hillary, Mr. Price sat in unison. About 15 minutes from sunset here in Southern California. Quick one of the highlights for you every year. Watch the changing colors in the sunlight. I just go back to living in the Midwest when it got dark at 4 o'clock. I turned on the rose floor, and I just, it was like, it was Fantasy Island. The world that you're playing this game with Bob Ross made a painting of. Take over here. And the minute that located position, can they take advantage of it? It's a key for ViralRabbi.
takes the edge. Lowers the shot. Gets it online into Michigan territory. They countdown.
Back to the edge. Run the football. Michigan committing down. Get to the edge and use that speed. Outrun the safeties. That's what we're going to see. Jalen Rabbi is out of the open space. Checks the fastest guy on the field. He's hit over 20 miles an hour on the enemy. Touchdowns 11 or 12 times this year. He's been phenomenal.
Some of that play call. They do get off inside and hands and bounces outside. Gets the edge quickly. Time of revenue down there in Michigan. With the 8.
McClellan, third guy, Roy toss-off champion, will make a play at the end of the SEC championship game. Anybody who's following Alabama knows about Justice's hands and what he can become out of neutral. Big-time talent, 6'5", 205. He has a bright future to get him some carries and improve the moment here from Alabama.
Actually makes it. Cam pressured him, but he picks up 9 on the scramble.
Now that's amazing. Cam Cook is a big man who gets a good push in the middle. That's what they wanted to do. Look, there's no one there to help him. He's got just enough room to be able to wiggle and then get back upfield to hold inside to get 2 positive yards.
Despite a good first down yardage.
Fighting for every yard. You know, when we saw the matchup Alabama and Michigan, you thought about this kind of game, physical game, line of scrimmage game, who would make the big plays when they had them. It's still to be determined, but Alabama getting some footing with favorable field position because of the punt. The last 2 positions, see if they can capitalize.
Checks it out underneath the block. We run a little gap in that zone. Enough for a first down into the red zone.
He's decisive. That's just an option route for Isaiah Bond back into the boundary. He's just feeling that zone. No broke on his eyes, working around, trying to find out where to go. This time, instead of waiting for somebody to get open, he's able to get the ball out of his hands quickly. And now they're inside the red zone of Michigan.
That's our defense this year. On the edge. They're fixing blockers. It's a really get along these sports down near the line of scrimmage by safety zone.
And we right Josh Wallace, who was the corner going up against Jermaine Burton. Michigan just kind of had a straight out play out. And it was Wallace who had to get off of that block and not give him any room at all to kind of stretch. And then again, like he likes to get vertical and took that away completely. Good team pursuit.
Wallace playing his 53rd game, mostly at UMass. He's been the guy Michigan wants to try to pick up most of the year.
And it was one question who would be the corner opposite of Will Johnson, and he sure has stepped up.
False start by Alabama. That's their second penny. Both have been false starts tonight. Just when they see him straight get some place, get some momentum. Mistake like that, flinch, set him back.
Washington looks like he says we're stopping ourselves.
Something else before that.
I thought our last time we showed it live, looked like he said we're stopping ourselves. He's right. They've had some critical errors.
Headed to the fourth quarter. 3-point game. Spot in the championship game on the line between these two heavyweights. Check it now. Into this third quarter. Second semifinal game back at the All-State Sugar Bowl. And Holly McGrath.
This fish can do it.
Semifinal and all state Super Bowl mascot to be delivering this, the official game ball. Oh, yeah, got the ball. Now that's excessive.
That guy is beautiful.
The 3 for Me only at Chili's serves up more deliciousness for just $10.99 than you'll find anywhere else. I mean, have y'all seen those fast food prices lately? It's like even they want you to come to Chili's. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Enterprise cybersecurity teams need increased visibility to respond to threats across network, cloud, and device data. That's why LikeForlike will Radar, a single platform for detection, investigation, and response that integrates across all enterprise security technology, powered by decades of experience, and streamlined by AI and automation to protect what matters most, anytime, anywhere. The LikeForlike makes security possible.
Breaking news right now. Let me see exactly how this plays out. Oh, let's go. Nobody here that can watch them like this. Say that everyone. On your court side, now it's the road of a wild ride.
Something's different. West side.
So for the final quarter, CFP semifinal at the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential. These final 15 minutes occurred with a conditioning comes into play. They began working out 11 months ago, building the body, getting ready for these moments. And of course, the mental side of it, the poise, the composure to execute. So much at stake here.
That's what you hope for, right? An opportunity to get to a fourth quarter, a one-possession game. All that work you mentioned, it's a payoff for you.
TRILLIONAIRE has been very clutch all season in situations like this. He's got the football go straight up the middle. And Rogers down in the goal line.
Damn. There you go, baby.
Touchdown early in the fourth. Michigan trails in the second half for the first time all season.
You are so right about the punters. The adjustments by Tommy Reese, James Burna, the Aussie punter at 6'6", 220 is out for the Lions. Had a big impact on his second half of the field position here.
Talking about adjustments. We can save it. Facing the offensive staff due to counteract the ferocious Michigan pass rush getting. ViralRabbi design runs has been a big part of it.
Yeah, it really has. I think here you're going to see some great blocking here. Also, the big fullback right here, Moose. Watch the lead around and watch how quickly Miller of 6 and just gets downhill. He's not hesitating. He's getting north and south right now behind those blocks. Even Proctor, the freshman, is able to help out to get up to that linebacker. waiting for him to have a chance to get into space and make some plays, and now you get the eyes on the three-run go-row. He can open it up to the backseat, and Wallen takes it in for the quick and score for the Crimson Tide.
Second touchdown to football in for you. And the short touchdown here in Alabama's lead is 4 because remember, the snap was wild back. Michigan's PAT, 100th time. The game this close, deep this evenly matched, would that be a factor? Certainly exchange they were watching for Michigan now leading a touchdown in the league. That was a 4-3 quarter. Offense, they managed to sink that first down and just 23 total yards in the third. Didn't have good field position for most of them.
Yeah, field position in the special teams, and now the momentum in favor of Alabama. Michigan missed the extra point, and the punt, the Bama punter was able to make a difference in field position, and now Alabama had it for the first time. The entire game, the crowd has come alive, and they're trying to cheer this defense on. Again, we saw McCarthy answer early when they were down 7. Let's see what he and his offense can do. That's what the pace of this Turner, I think, a complete player. It's his ability and the strength that he has and the heavy hands that he has to be able to set an edge. It's not just about getting after the quarterback. Watch him take on the guard here. And when he get off of that block, shake it, force the running back inside where the rest of that Crimson Tide defense is.
He's a good gifted, but also very smart still as well. That's why he's very high on NFL rankings. It's a good play. Second and 9, Michigan cannot afford another third down. Deep drive, McCarthy gives he throws, and it's incomplete. Justin Redboy knocked the quarterback down, and it will be third and 9.
But Rabbi's on the backside, and they load up this. Look how many defensive linemen are in this game right now. This is where the pressure comes. What a push from Alabama. Michigan goes with that two tight end hook, so Alabama responds with their personnel rule, that heavy look in their arm. And if Rabbi was had a quiet game, this time with good coverage now, if you're going to get that extra step in there, you're going to get the pressure.
Receiver targets on this team all afternoon. Drops it to Edwards and drops it himself. McCarthy again provided pressure. And this Michigan offense has just used it after halftime.
We said it even before we got to the second half. It's a game of adjustments. Alabama's been playing the man-to-man. Here, they play zone. They're able to get the pressure. And Edwards makes that catch. Number 1 jerseys running to the football. All eyes on the ball instead of either back to playing man coverage.
Comes Tommy Coleman again to move around. Galen Allen standing in the other half. Great punting. And he's going to bounce. It looked like it touched Michigan players covered by Alabama at the feet. It looked like it may have hit Alabama. Okay, you're in danger of something here and there. Right, Antonio Kite was down in that neighborhood. But Bama has possession in field row. And the Crimson Tide offense got to work up 4 early quarter.
Yes, please. That'll be $23. Your ad size is great. It is for alternate passengers. I'll just have water. Cash your card. Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, guarantee it. Even on the iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. AT&T. We do have free release with the purchase of it. I'll just say it's fine. Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone for any model. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments. They've been told how to feel yourself doesn't matter. Just like that, boom. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Hydrate, replenish, refuel.
Icon of vacation. Icon of disease arriving 2024. Hey, how's it going?
What's with the Spanish names?
Oh, they're just lots of my time in the Army.
Oh, what's the Steven named after?
Steven is from Navy Federal Credit Union. They've been helping with my finances since I enlisted. You want another Steven?
Go ahead. Okay. Maybe someday I could get a sandwich named after me.
Oh, the douchebag, we already have it here. It's where you give us $10 and we punch you in the face. And after years, I haven't already said that.
There's
It's
a
called the
kids' race put
douchebag.
on for charity in our town. This was Eva's first race. She started to get nervous. She kind of reminded me of how I was when I was little. Not really wanting to be kind of like my mom. I showed up with our Chick-fil-A cow because our cow was just a little scared to run by herself too. Because Lily and the Chick-fil-A cow were there, we were able to try something new.
Oh, cool. Chick-fil-A cup. What's the Chick-fil-A cow's name? The cow? Get on these one.
Time now for our Chick-fil-A move on the field in Country, New Orleans. Decided for that second college football playoff semifinal. Texas and Washington. The Longhorns in the playoff for the first time. The Huskies with the nation's longest square off for a spot in the title game in Houston. Alabama takes over the
Literally, I was so kind of like this on the same things like that. And I just think it was really close. After this shot, because we had that push out, enough for me to run there 15 years later. Alright, are you done? No, they don't. Yeah, that's dumb.
keep momentum leaning on Michigan. They're taking control of the game, and all of the veterans starting to really feel comfortable with the play calling, and turnover margin has been a huge advantage for Michigan. They're second in the country with a +17. It's been a string of those, and if they're going to win tonight, they have to win that turnover margin. The one-taker, but it's a mistake. Pitch it back to McCarthy. This played a lot. He cut short on the pitch. He has to hurry it up because of the reaction by Lawson. So give Lawson all the credit. Deontay Lawson, 32. Watching him get downhill in a hurry, and that forces Blake Corum to kind of sense that. That's why he skip it, and he tries to make a block. He's not able to finish and follow through on that pitch back to J.J. McCarthy. FC Norris uses movement back out of it. You consider field goal range for teams today. Now it's 3rd and 17. To the side. Next man. Oregon's going to work his way back out here. 3rd is way short of the mark. I'm making the field goal. Smart call. You're not getting this very tough to pick up with a 3rd and long like that. Very smart way to be able to make that quick turn. Give your quickest receiver a chance to make the play after the catch to get as many yards as they can. They get yourselves a shot here to come into this lead. I believe they execute. You see the simple things be very complicated there for both teams. William Wagner is the same. Moved it back earlier on the PAT. Gone with the punt to hold it for James Turner for 49. Tie this game.
I missed that.
Special teams continue to be a problem for Harbaugh team today. We started out like that. Otherwise, it's a 3-point game. And here it's a high snap. I think it affects the timing. Great job to get that ball down, but I think it may have affected the rhythm that time. Turner ends up looking out to the left. They don't take advantage of the fumble. And the tie still up 4. 10:30 to go.
No way.
You know what? Really craving nacho fries. You guys got any of those?
I put that there. My head started thinning in my early 20s. I automatically knew what it was. I was stressed. I took a pharmaceutical drug, but unfortunately I suffered from sexual dysfunction. I like Nutrafol. It's drug-free. It fits with my lifestyle. Really required to keep our products work. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair care supplement. Now you can see more. And my confidence back. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com/back.
Build7inch.com. 7 to be typed.
Downy Unstoppables in wash set blisters keep your laundry smelling fresh way longer than detergent alone. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables. Try for under $5.
The CFP semifinal at the Rose Bowl game is presented by PJ, a leading global asset manager across public and private markets, and in part by Taco Bell and Modelo, the mark of a fighter. He was fired for giving up about free flicker. That was the difference. On that second down play, if you're a Michigan fan, you may want to turn away from this play. This is Lawson right here. What he's able to do, he gets downhill, look behind him. Look at number 8 coming across the middle of the field. Nobody picks him up. They make that throw if he has time. He may have with a blocker in front of him. He may score. Still, the difference is this BAT here at this field goal. That cost his team. Michigan's defense has been so instrumental in the year that they've had Alabama's offense. You can throw it out of the field. It's just battle one-on-one. Even the offense against the Michigan defense. This time, mistake make the difference here. Michigan stall, gets the field goal. But now McClellan spinning free.
Oh, baby.
Into Michigan territory. Jace McClellan using to be brought down. Much debris here in Lewis. Set the edge, the two big fellas. 81 and 45. That gets him going. And that great block and then by 19 Wall gets him to that second level. McClellan is tough to bring down. Just competing and fighting. You're talking about a guy who's had to win behind some very talented running backs in Alabama and has finally gotten his opportunity this year and last year as a slasher. It's all about the visuals. He just runs ball. This is difficult to bring down. Approaching 100-yard game now. He gets you guys a couple of touchdowns. He's not there yet. Outside. Stop it for sure. Security, not just because of the fumble by Milroe. Michigan, obviously, they are doing everything they can to bring that football out.
Wow, Alabama doesn't have Rose Bowl pass. Or maybe SEC thing. Maybe there's a Rose Bowl thing under it.
It's all fun watching different offense from the first half to the second half. Michigan dictating things as a defense in that first half. Confusing the offensive line, confusing Jalen Milroe. After the adjustments, it's been Alabama has been able to play their type of game, getting averages in this defense, having a chance on some of these third downs instead of being a 3rd and 10. It's a goal on the freshman for the first down. And also the Michigan 30 is the time. Keep grinding away. Does what he needs to do. Right here, clean up the blocks in the stride. He's got to be able to try to help get the edge. I don't know if he got it with his leg or what he got it with, but he brought him down. And that's the kind of offense been for Alabama. Blocking angles, getting these blocks to the second level. Michigan was very confused because looking around. That's why Michigan was confused. That's one of those procedural penalties just when they're building momentum. Legend crazy for the most part, it's been a pretty clean second half for this offense. Not getting behind the scenes. Sad, the safety. Rothschild's trying to hold this and hold this and hold this. Wants to hit it. Nowhere wrong. It's going to come off the fake. He sees it right away. Comes off of it and just flips it out. Hoping that Gordon can make a play. If he gets it out there, hook it up. Nice job by Sam to be able to make that play to keep ball. Blackman keep it up behind the sticks. Keeps it, flips it short. Junior Colson's back in the game. Top counter of this Michigan defense. Something better than 10 for a while with the shoulder pads off. He's been battling hand injuries as he both of his hands are wrapped up.
Rabbi with some drinks.
Chance for Voters defense to stop this run here from the 9. Also, we will come back. It's given a real luxury this year to try and jump over. It's getting some pretty benefits in a bit of a pulse in here. It's the best minutes in the game, too. That's 6 seconds now for Michigan. Right, he was there about 54 warm-ups. Headed for 50 early. This is 56. Inside, kicking has been the difference here this afternoon. And the lead is 7 with 41 to play in the first quarter. Jimmy McCarthy and the Michigan offense have some magic left. All your insurance needs from home to car to RV. It's easy to find
I think that that's unusual because a lot of restaurants have freezers. They don't have freezers, they have fresh food. Every single thing is fresh. It's real food. That's how it's going to taste. That's what sets us apart.
It is absolutely true that the state of K-12 education, the fact that we need more support, the fact that we need great teachers like you, and they have to be supported. It's partnerships like this that make it happen.
All-Season Association is privileged to be able to support teachers with school specialty. They make investments in this wonderful equipment. Our mission is about community and giving back.
It's only with great partners that we can do great things. Great Teachers Day time.
On the west side. What about the west side? Don't forget about it.
ShipStation 6 is so much to that. It makes it really easy and seamless. They can order everything you need from stock to the box. That's where you go. No cost for shipping title half. Just like that.
ShipStation is the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I am embarrassed to say this, but I don't use deodorant on and yet anytime I noticed anywhere else, I thought I needed a second shower, I was clean, there's something wrong with me. And then my gynecologist told me about Blooming. It's a whole body deodorant, speaking kind of thing. Anywhere and everywhere. I tried it.
Up your cooch? Up it?
AT&T connected cam on those goalposts there will Rokish. 84-degree field goal puts the round at a record retipment. He's accounting for 8 more points today. Grand post game coming up. Everybody coach. Expectation is looking at the second semifinal and in New Orleans. 7 points is the deficit for J.J. McCarthy and Michigan. 4:51 to go. They can't be sure they'll see the football again. All in on this drive, and finally, get something going on offense. It's been a quiet start here in the second half. Wolverines, get to the end zone one more time here. Let's get a come back.
No. Alright, so just in championships. Looks like we're going to be able to celebrate 1-0.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. And turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. And get access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One.
Next season on back.
3-0-1.
Connecting changes everything. AT&T.
3-2-5.
Here's what Michigan's trying to overcome in the final minute. Special teams miscues. The Oregon punt to the Columbus first touchdown. Then on Michigan's second touchdown. Bad snap by the PAT. This field goal moments ago. Alabama getting a Sunday kick from right here. 7-point game now. 75 yards away from the end zone as Harbaugh's offense. As bad as Michigan is struggled on special teams, could be a strength of Alabama with the kicker and the punt. First down here on to the left. This is running for about 5. Talked about J.J. McCarthy and his record. He's a minor 25 and 1 in his entire career. This has one victory, and they've been trailing 4-4 many times when he has been trailing 4-4. Say once the player two for this moment, maybe Michael may have a shot that game. And then second, short on that, or on this opportunity to find a receiver down the red zone.
Oh wow, that worked out amazingly. Just so I could watch my fucking not get the first time. Looks good. Just show me that. Orgy. What's not the name? There we go. Illegal block in the back.
For the second time today, man-to-man coverage a complete bust, this time by Alabama. They sneak Corum out of the backfield. The eyes of Alabama not on him at all. They had two guys taking an inside receiver, the tight end, Colston Loveland.
35-yard gain. The flags came from there, 3 or 4 of them on the field where a block was being thrown for Corum. Spot foul. So plenty of yards for the first down. Michigan will not be set up quite as deep in Alabama territory.
They got 3 receivers on the right side. I think there's confusion here. Eventually, Corum will appear. They go out into the flat. Watch those 2 Alabama defenders. And you're 4 strong on that side. On miscommunication where 2 guys take the inside receiver, it frees up Blake Corum on the outside. So they do get the first down. And what a gutsy call here by Jim Harbaugh. There's an obvious call by the official on the left offensive line. But Harbaugh deserves a lot of credit. He had all 3 timeouts. But it's the aggressive game on the stretch on the line. Michigan's going to come here and win this game. That's the reaction right there.
What happened here?
He's a safety, a former corner. He never sees the football. Wilson's been quiet now. He steps up at the right time to make that play against a soft coverage man-to-man by Malachi Moore.
Good tip. What a great catch.
Wilson. Wilson from Hawaii. Great story. Grew up in Maui. She commuted to Honolulu to play St. Louis, the Epic High School Pro. Waited a long time for that to make an impact on Amy.
He sure did. What a great picture there. And this is the matchup looking to push it. Watch the traffic that Malachi Moore has to follow across. It's a long way to cover a guy with really good quickness and space. He's so dangerous after the catch. But that ball at fingertip by Deontay Lawson.
Meantime, both guys from Michigan, they've got 3 timeouts. And they also ball getting power in. I know it was easy against Alabama.
You know it. Douchebag McCoy is going for 2. Really? Yep.
He's trying to help his own offense. Two teams are so evenly matched. Michigan really overmatched in the second half. I like crossing Alabama performance. They make the adjustments. We're talking about they taking advantage of that fourth quarter. Michigan with one final chance to get this game in overtime has been impressive on this drive.
Yeah, it has been. Really what I'm sure J.J. McCarthy hoped for. I mean, when he went to bed last night and thought about this game, I'm sure he thought about having the ball in his hands and an opportunity to make plays like this. And he's delivered the way he has throughout his career. With that catch by Roman Wilson, the way he beat Malachi Moore, and to go up in the air, that ball is not caught with that effort. That's an interception again. 2 Alabama defenders sitting there waiting for the football. But that was a play in the game so far. We'll see what happens if they're able to finish it off.
303 plays to get 4 yards.
I always love McCarthy when he's got the option to roll or to throw.
Oakland motions over. And it gets a touchdown. It's Wilson. Roman Wilson, a huge impact on that drive as the Wolverines take it 75 yards to never avail on points. But remember, nothing's been automated. Special teams.
You gotta kick it.
He's going to have some time. In this game, before overtime.
Sometimes just a little bit of three-step movement can affect the eyes and the communication of a defense. You can move the tight end here. Watch the reaction by Michigan as they get set. Alabama, the linebacker right here, Campbell. He wants to be focused on forward. His eyes are in that backfield. Completely loses sight of the threat coming the other way. Nobody's out in the flat. Not great communication. You see Campbell right away turning around, wondering where the help is. Good job of hiding on that full route from the backside out into the flat. And J.J. McCarthy, and don't forget, the Jim Harbaugh on that 4th down play, deep in his own territory. I love the way you said it. Put all the chips in the middle. Decides to roll the dice. We got for it. And it pays off with a touchdown and a tie game.
JJ does his job. But to spend just a few more seconds getting into the end zone if they had to drawn by Daly because of minute 34. And Miller was a very effective downfield thrower. He's got a hot kick for 2 kicks already to go already over 50 yards. Time will start from the 25. Speaking right now, with you running in aerial coverage. Celebrating the challenge of road games everywhere. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear. All right, coaches. You know what I'm going to ask you? You're in the role of Tommy Reese here. You quarterback this dynamic. You got downfield playmakers, but also had a couple mistakes. How risky is you like this right now?
It is if you can always play for a championship. You're going to be aggressive and take the you got to trust your quarterback. He's made a lot of great plays in the second half. You've talked about J.J. McCarthy. Now he dreams about this opportunity. And now, which quarterback gets the ball out against Milroe's chance?
Some confusion on the sidelines for NFL trying to get the receivers to change position. The snap zone. Steps up and scrambles. And brought back after about 7 yards. By continuing to run. The yards across the scrambles. Cardinals got enough movement starters to get the ball back. So they don't get a first down. Now they're trying to get that 45-yard location. Catch is made. But when you use the words linebackers and areas, the running back. You got time. Kickers in the history of this sport. He's been punting twice today for 50 plus.
Talk about survival defense. Right? It's got to be scared at last. Both these teams put everything into this. Michigan's trying to rotate to be able to stay fresh for this moment in the game.
30 more yards on the ground. Solid game review. Right comes field goal needs to win. From the pocket. He cut it through off the back foot, trying to find Kobe Prentice.
And they sure came back and opened up exactly the way they wanted. He comes through and it works across. Watch the hole in the back of this defense. Michigan this time hasn't played a ton of man-to-man. This time they get into man coverage. That ball comes out a little bit earlier. Really good route. That separation by Prentice. They had a chance there.
You tell me to be careful leaning back and throwing not a lot of field right. There's traffic in the area. Some pressure. Throwing is good. Receiver. That's it. They put it out on the same page. And now it's 3rd and 10.
If they had a delayed blitz that time by Mike O'Meara coming to lead dog at the bounce end, you could get pockets when he did. But you're right, off to the right side there, just not quite on the same page.
Now Michigan's defense gets a start here. Harbaugh is going to spend a timeout. Perhaps give McCarthy a chance to win in the regulation.
You don't want to see is a quarterback hesitant to pull it and go. He had a chance maybe on that last play.
See if they respond. The ball is out. They catch his feet. First down. On the tackle, nicely well. Drops the ball. So it's really big in this final. In front of fans, came up with that fumble recovery. Michigan picks it up, ready and small. That time they sit back and play. Somehow he's able to jump on that route, keep him short of the first down. That's what it's all about. Because he blitz so much, man, he kind of walks up initially short and bang. I think Milroe thought, okay, I got to shoot the throw to the back. Nobody picks him up. And instead, Bolts comes off of that play slow. He's able to make a great play there on 3rd down. Out comes James Burnham. The Aussie punt we talked about. You think he's one of the more valuable guys in this game so far in the delivery of big punt. Set Michigan back.
Come off the field. Michigan still with 2 timeouts and a veteran quarterback. 6'6", 220.
Mark Levers is having a great night.
Not just 50-yard average, but big time.
I promise you, folks, watching and enjoying his performance down in Australia was not a comfortable fans in there. They mainly wait for the punts. They love this sport.
Look at Michigan reacting. They feel like they need to get it done. Michigan may have to use the timeout finally to get him on the field.
They have to. They're exactly right. It's supposed to get it puts up on the 1-yard line. It was a turnover. But it's sometimes McCarthy a long way away. It's a giant cloud back there, not blowing it this time. They're going to go the high, deep cuts. You kidding me? Special teams have just not been Michigan's thing tonight. He's inside his own 10-yard line. Here comes Alabama. He's able to secure it at the 1-yard line. It takes a vicious hit there by Law. You think he won? Just bouncing the end zone from the 5-yard line. So now it changes everything. He's trying to avoid a safety to lose a game here. They're inside the half-yard line right here. And McCarthy, got under center. He's in shotgun formation here. Alabama penetrating. Also ahead. Because of that punt from the book, he completely changes the way. Let's go ahead and put a way to close to survive and in overtime. Absolutely. Looks like Alabama's not going to call their last time out, so it does appear that we're headed into overtime unless they call one late. Well, it's what you can hope for. This would be the third overtime in the history of the Senior Bowl. You might remember one of them was right here. Georgia overcame Oklahoma, Sonny Michel's touchdown run. Then they go back to Atlanta, and it was Alabama breaking their hearts with the Tua to Devontae Smith touchdown to win it in overtime. And here we go, just the third time we've had the treat of seeing this, the CFB era. Remember, you brought that up the last time you called so many of these Rose Bowls. Last time we were in for a playoff game was the game with Georgia and Oklahoma. This young quarterback overtime. We said, maybe we only hope it could be that kind of game. Here we are, 4 months later in 2020. And here's a kind of nearly lived in Rose Bowl and Michigan infamy. Inexperience got back there trying to, they had good punts. I'm going to split this positive. Good job by that young man of getting back there and securing the ball. I mean, you hate to see him miss it. He's calling the field catch. But I'll tell you what was he thinking right here? The whole world's watching. He just drops a punt, and here comes Alabama. These teams able to secure it after punting the punt. Sort of a regular punt return for Oregon. Like the 5 folks. And then you have one of the Big Ten championship game. Oregon just takes a lead. We'll have it to overtime. First spot in the national championship game. There's a timeout called. 5 seconds to go. Michigan suspended. Call timeout there. Yeah, run around and try to hold it. That's my point. No. We're having a conversation with the official. He appeared to be a little puzzled to know what's going on. There appears to be another deal now. But it's known as victory formation. It's not a victory yet. Whoever's going to survive this, move on to the championship game in Houston is going to have to be side of overtime. Great fourth quarter. Alabama scored 10. Take the lead. Michigan with that late drive. End of regulation at Pasadena. Back with overtime. After these messages, you're watching the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential. And ESPN.
Now, you say it when it feels like you're starting too late. At Prudential, we think you should ask it when you realize it's not too late to start. Like when your new passion is now your life passion, ask now. Here's what. You come to Prudential and help ensure your retirement has become the fast life. Use your Talk to an advisor and build a more secure retirement today. Yes, please. That'll be $23. Your ad says it's free. It's for ultimate passengers. I'll just have water. Okay, cash your card. Well, at AT&T, we offer you the best iPhone deals. Guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. Maybe it's 15. We do have free movies. The purchase of it. I'll just send it later.
Yes, that is true.
Everyone on the Stevens One and the iPhone. With any iPhone. Guarantee. Get iPhone 15 Pro always.
There's one thing that never changes.
Yes, the best.
The anticipation.
Overtime. Pasadena.
Coming in April. I know Rabbi's gonna be coming in April. Your mom?
Texas and Washington fans looking in. See. Their opponent might be in Houston. There's Curtis was graded it being a toss-up. She was just a very slight favorite, evenly matched teams, and 60 minutes not enough to decide it. T. Sanders still representing Michigan. Alabama for the toss. The obvious smallest to play defense there will see McCarthy and the Michigan offense right back out there from the 25-yard line.
They sure have an aggressive mindset. Obviously, when they were down 7, it really got after Alabama. Tactic through the air with J.J. McCarthy, and you're in the overtime. I think you maintain that aggressive approach. Like I said, they always have the throw, creating matchups, and going after Bama with that run game really forward.
Michigan chose to play it into the left end of this field with a made to the back setup. Easy now that up. Although easy would not be that reward at this moment. The play caller saves and step up and make a magic play that'll be remembered forever. Wilson and McCarthy together in that last drive.
Some of the communication from this match defense that they have played out here.
Behind that big left guard, Trevor Keegan. He's lined up so deep, he can get plenty of chance to scan and look for those areas as well.
It's really a great sort of thing. It's obviously his patience and talented running backs, but he's done it throughout his career. There's not ways for the defender to declare himself, sets up, lock up, and gets 3 yards. What a job on its offensive line, right? Really good push up front.
almost the entire second half until that game time comes up on fire at overtime. Remember that Michigan hero from the only kids on the play. Carson Barnum trying to tackle down the right guard. He's had a great night. There he is. He's getting forward. I'm going to get a great block here by the tight end as well. But watch the pitch we just talked about in the jump call. Right there. What an excellent job of that lateral fix by Corey Hudson. Get behind that big guard. Now show out. You hear that heart desire. You made the all-time leading touchdown leader at Michigan history. That's a great disposition all year. Down to the second half, responded and certainly showed in different ways a ton of effort and determination throughout the season. And now it's Middle Alabama that must answer. Talked a lot about Michigan's singular focus. So unified team, not a distractions and noise around them. The offense answers the call here. Everything on the line. It's mostly the same offense.
What is that?
It's Jermaine Mello, the armor and close to body. We're going to throw back plays that look like they're hopes for a national championship or over. He finds that they come in that left corner to keep the hopes alive. So he's very calm and cool and collected under this kind of pressure. And he was super clutch against Georgia, protecting the lead. When you got all the drives, he would be there. Perfectly designed play. All the action feels like it's going this way, but they pull the guard and the tight end back the other way on a QB counter. Get the defense flowing. They see that jet motion. They think everything's going to the offense's left. And instead, Tommy Reese has a slow developing play. Out back to the right to get the guard through the tight end. Excellent penetration by Trevor Lawson. Just quickly see things made. I think you're an Alabama kid. Oh my gosh. I thought, oh, here we go again. Yeah. You said what a catch on that snap high. He's trying just to keep them in a positive situation here now on second down and goal.
Did he just say 4th and goal?
Just preparing for this game and watching him against high school Orange County and Anaheim. This kid, they see him in middle school as a young player. And he just got off quick. He beat Booker off the ball. Arrogant penetration. As you said, 55. It's been his presence felt tonight. Kind of makes him low. So now this fourth down play, they want to have the better weapons in the game. Yeah, you get that ISO, you take it. I'm surprised they didn't take it another couple yards into the end zone to have a shot there. He still got right there. I guess he's really did say, what's the leg you're awkwardly tossing, by the way? Right down there, that knee. Yeah. It's a really good look to see if he's in or he goes out. No, he's in the whole time, but it's a little bit anyway before progress is on at the 3. So 3 yards away from forcing double overtime or Michigan winning this playoff game and heading to Houston. At 3 yards, you got options. You got a quarterback who can certainly run it in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you asked me what about Michigan when they were in this position, in regulation, it was really all about you get McCarthy out of the edge where he's got that threat, which he's done so many times as a runner or a passer, and he got the ball out quicker for that touchdown. It's the same kind of thing with Jalen Milroe. I mean, game on the line, season on the line, 3-yard line. You don't want to take his legs away. You got to keep his legs in play.
And it's on at the same time. But again, Michigan, which is laying down this defense all season long, the top-rated defense in the country. For the Braves fans, it might be feeling invincible. Is the one that can finish the job. It's soon to be used to run for the championship. They'll go mainstream.
Good job. Here's the game.
He's taking.
Jim Harbaugh running down to get that timeout. Take a peek at the formation that Alabama comes out with, personnel improvement they come out with.
We talk about the stage, everything that happens, it just gets elevated because it's the Rose Bowl. And whether or not all these guys were watching this kind of a game, like many hundreds of thousands of players before we come out here and just get inspired. And the matchup has been great. We've talked about it for a month, and it's delivered. No doubt about it.
Both these teams have faced so much throughout their careers, and when they've been in Alabama and Michigan, deserving of winning this football game. We'll see what happens here with Jalen Milroe.
Come on.
Remember the Super Bowl kickoff still about 15 minutes away in New Orleans. Expect great things from the Huskies and Longhorns. Maybe matchup there as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That could potentially shootouts. And that's Saban and Tommy
Run up the middle. Horrible play call.
the first time. They keep the formation, but they flip it. And moves them in tight end that time off to the right. His other tight end, Free, to the left. So the same formation goes the opposite way. This is another critical for Jesse Leonard and Jim Harbaugh and that defense have to think about.
These fans get brave. Michigan fans have seen the pain of 2 playoff losses the last couple of years, just trying to get over the hump.
It's driven them. Those losses have driven them into this year and who they are.
There we go. One more timeout to take here. Game on the line. Twins in motion. Looks like it's top. Who's Texas Tech? And comes up with a milestone playoff victory.
Visit SwiftBottleUSA.com to find a new Swift Bottle location with 20 certified technicians to help you back on the road in no time. Do the time from who fixes your vehicle. Carry on insurance agents are proven to go to Swift Bottle. This report is sponsored by Low. Shop the clothes that we don't always own. We have the big 10% off select makeup appliances. Plus, they have the 20% off in perfume appliances. Valid 12/28/2022 and through 24. Plus, made by location mode. Price on SBOs.com for details.
Your heart is bigger than the field goal. In overtime, you get the ball twice. How did you get this win? Team up. We're going to do it adversity. Yes, adversity. Let's stop it. We can't get out of this moment. My brother's keeper. I know my brother's on my back. I told him, we understand that overtime, we're going to win. We came out of town. I'll see you in Houston. You had the ball. It's 4th and 2. You guys have to go for it to save your season. What was the highlight on that play that Ron Wilson came up with the big play? We were previously having a stone. This is a bonus. That's a moment that God believe him. He was just playing hard.
How about the whistle? Do you want to take the whistle?
Michigan in overtime. Much more talking about this, but let me give it to you. Second semi-final for 10 minutes. The Ram Truck post-game show is coming up right now. Michigan down 7-8. Scores the final 14 points. And the defense has to step up. And what's interesting is the emotion here. Junior Colson will eventually go out. And of the Michigan defenders, you've got 6 forwards and you've got 7 inside. Derek Ford does a good job right here winning his battle. It's inside of the TRUMAN. That really blows the play up. Look at the Mason move.
and not keep pushing off the ball. Get you on the line, season on the line with a one final time up and over the trenches. It's Michigan that wins 81 yards more, and to put it on the inside. Michigan defensive line, which means this is the best unit that they're overall, makes the play here to secure his win in overtime.
One more time on that snap now. Go with that final play.
Might have affected his momentum going forward, but I don't think he's getting any outcome.
So Saban deny the chance he's going to win consecutive season without a championship. That's the first time in the Saban tenure. Michigan overcomes on the line. Couple of punts, missed field goal, missed PAT. Kind of stagnant on offense for 25 minutes, but had the resolve to make the plays late.
And they're a lot of there's a lot of credit for the way they played, the way they battled out in the second half. But the story tonight is J.J. McCarthy and Jim Harbaugh in Michigan. They climbed the ladder a couple years ago and finally had that moment against Ohio State where they emerged and they kind of failed in the postseason against Georgia. Same thing last year. They struggled them this year. It got to the point where they could, as I said, the job's not done. Even after this win, the job is still not done.
So you mentioned the first time in school history, you're right, still not enough. That might be the first national title in 26 years. Houston.
If the guys on TV who got put, and that's a kind of word, tomorrow it's not going to be TV.
Michigan's defense has the final word with his overtime semifinal playoff win. There were people who were still wondering about Michigan's defense coming in this because, yeah, they were great statistically, but they faced a lot of weak offenses in the Big Ten. Even some folks on the Alabama side were wondering how legit is this defense. They had 5 sacks in the first half and 1 in the second half, and they stopped to win the game.
And I think that in the preparation with the time off to come up with some wrinkles and confuse Alabama, especially in the first half of defensively, I think Jesse got a lot of credit. I think Jim Harbaugh turned on, they put together a nice play and a nice package. And then Alabama comes back, and it looks like they got this game right where they wanted. And Michigan outfitting just a team that running behind ends up answering the bell. Now, that's like Carl said, here I see it, Houston. I like that attitude. Kenny's coming down, and he's already worried about who they're going to play in that next one.
Well, the market's so there. There's going to be so many moments where you can fans on both sides look back and say, oh, just that play. That's what happens when you get these two workers together on the stage in a game that's going to be for a long, long time. It is Michigan moving on as we move down to East Davis with the trophy ceremony. Welcome to the 2024 Rose Bowl game Now, before we recognize tonight's players of the game and present the Michigan Trophy to the Michigan Wolverines,
80 million people watching the film on TV.
we want to first congratulate both Michigan and Alabama on a great season. A hard-fought game tonight as well as classic Rose Bowl. Also, thank all of our customers who help make this game go through Pasadena,
Rolling the pass to do it.
Rose who plays basketball, making our winning contract matchup. All of you collected up for all of those people who watch this now and giving these players once in a lifetime experience.
So I thought Michigan was going to open 1 point
And of course, we want to thank you, the fans from Michigan and Alabama, for joining this Rose Bowl 100th anniversary. Joining me on stage He could do that. He was just being goodness to know. He could be a team college, or you can be Nick Saban's team or the NFL like he was. Yeah, he's a, I think you can say it. Because look, a coach your game, you have a lot more say when it comes to, the owner runs teams in the NFL. In college, you run the organization. And college teams are also the place where, the money doesn't matter to you. They're still kids. You can coach them and see if you see them. Just like college teams are kids. Kids are looking for money to hang out with the coach of the game. It's always happened. It's just goes away. Because it's hard on the team when you say a kid. Because almost everybody on the team, when you're on college, almost everybody on the team makes more money than you do. In college, nobody makes close to money you do. And so he can control those players. And he can give them more freedom to, what players can earn, what players, his business on the floor and the field. I would much rather, if I had the players that I need, I would much rather coach on a college level than the pro. Absolutely. You make it better. But if you're on the pros, you just watch 32. Even let's say you're the most successful, like Bill Belichick, you're the most successful, you won 7 Super Bowls, you still look at the Patriots. Even folks that can couldn't play on him, they're funny. And it wasn't that great. The last 2 and 3 years are using TV, taking the Patriots, the football, great guy, what they do too is losing TV for every one year. But defense, the good quarterback, the Browns, Belichick, every year, you get to a red zone on average, everything stands up and score. And now that he beat Alabama, he's got to stay in Michigan. He's got to stay in Michigan. He's got to stay with his team. It would be silly if he was a coach. And this is kind of the really that coaches the team. Yeah, no, it's a good. Oh, look at that big night for Michigan. They beat Alabama in the Rose Bowl. And they're going to play for the championship now. So here we go. Kansas 27, Michigan 27, Alabama 20. Huge day in Southern California. You start off with the Rose Parade, then the North Parade, and then we had a major earthquake in the Rose Bowl in Michigan beating Alabama. Michigan beats Alabama in the Rose Bowl. No, no. I'm spoiled for year one. Should know about Michigan. Should know all Michigan, all the time. Born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, and he would have known it. We're not in football. We're not until about 8:56. Totally off on T-shirts. They didn't have to be today. No.
One more to go, Mason. Congratulations, you did, Jim. And everybody amazing winner. Congratulations on this spectacular win. The champions of the Rose Bowl and going to the college football playoff match for the championship game of Michigan Wolverines. Back to you,
It's a big factor. The influence of the students, and this is where especially during the year when you go to the car shop in the middle of the day for getting jobs. And that comes a place they say they're noticing everything they're doing on the car and so they influence parents going to the hospital and stuff and they investigate it. So after all these years, the nervous in the industry, they're not getting more lean. They're going to satisfy your first one policy because you neighborhood about before your commission or if you take your California people go ahead and want to know when to have these flowers or you say you'll show for like custom food and it's like and you take it off photo and putting it anywhere. So if you can see the list of that you take a look at the video you take it maybe further down something. Or times you say I can have these first better in the pair. A feasibility study has shown this 3 years of 100 acre cemetery in Jackson County and following 10 years of political ending. This has been a situation to see who's going to actually with the time with some of the lives of those people that Nick Barbino said they're trying to make 100 Stop it. How they love about English fellowship. So welcome as you did it to the Sugar Bowl. Sugar, do it again.
Coach Sarkisian, your team has embraced expectations all season long. Why is your group ready to excel in the national semifinal?
Well, I just think we're built for this moment. Our guys have worked to get to this point. We played a couple really big ball games. Obviously, we're feeling well at the moment, so I expect nothing else out of it tonight.
It's been a long layoff. How do you make sure that these guys start fast?
Well, we got to practice really well, which I think we did. We got to call some things and find some rhythm early in the ball game.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Molly? Thank you, Katie. Coach, Texas starts with the ball. What does your defense need to do against yours in that passing attack to keep them from getting some momentum?
Yeah, they just recognize, what they're trying to do and trying to establish a rhythm and trying to get some looks and see what our game plan is. And so, recognize it and do their job.
Your players have said this team's physicality is underrated. What kind of physicality will it take to beat?
Yeah, it'll take our best, and we can watch the occasion. We've shown it many times. And we're all about this world that we can make it happen.
Great, thank you.
Washington running a 20-game winning streak. The longest in FBS football. The viewers will get the ball first after the best performance of his career. 1 month ago in the Big 12 Conference Championship game victory over Oklahoma State. This is new. Jaden Blue is back to receive the kickoff. He has not returned kickoffs this year. Steve Sarkisian said he's ready for him. He's an explosive runner. Brady Gross kicks off, and the semifinal is underway. Returnable fourth down. The decision by Sarkisian to use him pays off immediately with a 31-yard kickoff return against one of the best kickoff coverage teams in the country. Here comes yours, a sophomore from South Lake, Texas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. He's had a terrific second season with the Longhorns. His completion percentage was best in the Big 12. And last time out, the Big 12 championship most outstanding play through about 452. And 4 touchdowns in the win against the Oklahoma State Cowboys. It's likely a true freshman running back, C.J. Greenster. There was a false start. Jake Majors, the center. He just hesitates a little bit with that left hand before he snaps the ball. Very loud here in the Superdome. Obviously, after a long layoff, a little jittery out the gate for the Horns. Offensive line for Texas. With all 5 starters back from last year, I'm calling it flipping, flooded from the general direction of Adonai Mitchell. Jamar Muhammad was closest to it. The MJ maybe deflection for the Washington defensive line. Here's Baxter. First down on a 16-yard run. Alfonso to a timeout. The 2 running backs move stop. Spin zone action is a big part of what Texas does in the run game. And forces those linebackers to move side to side. They see the movement by the tight end. They run into each other, and Baxter has a nice game. Pistol now, a play fake by the Eagles. Eagles surrounded and still fast to get it off. Incomplete, intended for Adonai Mitchell. Elijah Jackson in coverage. One of their quarterbacks who started every game this year. Big part emphasis for Steve Sarkisian in setting up his play. For the first 7, 8, 9 snaps, he wants every one of his playmakers to at least get one look. They feel like that's kind of getting them started into the game. And they'll kind of start their offense in a good way, making sure everyone's in line.
Action is the play clock. And makes a pass, another deflected pass. It'll be third down and 10. Dominic Hampton, the safety, got his hands on that one. And a good job by Hampton. You see the eyes in the backfield. Texas a heavy RPO team. It's actually Cole Front. You sees the safety coming down. He slides the Cole tries to throw it around him, and Hampton leaps and makes a play. Third down and 10. Huskies up. Dangers the center is guilty of another infraction. Over the middle, trying to get out to Jordan Worthington, but Hampton in coverage. Great start by the Washington defense. They talk all throughout December. Hey, this is a bit of a weak league for passing game. Texas is going to exploit a defense in the secondary that has had some trouble. They get Texas behind the sticks, force an early punt. Ryan Sanborn is the punter. First year in Texas is a grad transfer from Stanford. Short walk and Canfield took a great bounce. For Sanborn, nearly goes down to 11-yard line. Brought up as a 44-yard punt. Here's Michael Penix Jr. in a sixth-year college football from Tampa, Florida. 4 years at Indiana, then injury filled. And now his second season as a record-setting quarterback at the University of Washington. Heisman Trophy runner with the Jaden Daniels. But last year, his second-place finish in the Heisman race. Washington history. 6'3", 213 pounds. Dylan Johnson, who's having a terrific second half of the season. As the running back. Ty and Jump will start for the motion. Here's a flag down. Here's Jalen McMillan. But he'll for 3. We'll check out the flag. Texas is outside. Offside. Sorrell on the edge. Little anxious to get this thing going. See as the motion. Westover moves to the outside. That post system from Aaron Sorrell and move forward just ever so slightly over the neutral zone. It's first and 5 for Washington. Washington, by far the more penalized team this season of these two. In fact, they were the second most penalized team in the country. Still games to go. 13-0 to Dennis Johnson. Husky fans dig late activity. Sorrell involved again. It's a 3-yard gain. Johnson off to a slow start in his first year in Seattle. Knee injuries when he arrived in the spring really set him back. He found a rhythm and efficiency in the second half of the season. He's really been at his best against their best opponents against Arizona, USC, Utah, against the best defenses they've seen. He's really played at a remarkably high level to take some of the pressure off the passing game. Definitely on the pass, but they've run much more lately. Johnson getting close to the first down marker, driven back by Tavondre Sweat, and it is the first down. Repetition. It's a temporary cover. You're 2-1. Pass to run, and the play is called by the offensive coordinator, Ryan Roach. It's no bigger, not much closer to 50-50. Actually, 55% pass, 45% run, and that's helped out an awful lot in some weather games. It has also allowed for one-on-one coverage outside against his elite wide receivers.
Because you know that the victory in face this, it's I don't think it was a goal that was ridiculous to play, so these first quarter is going to be looking for more. But when you at the game,
What a throw.
you with your family, your daughters, your wife, you got the home, you got your friends, and I was going to go up with me yesterday, what do I do on Wednesday? Because you know what? Sometimes I look at everyone and look at the offensive coach, but I tried to put it in from three or four. I need to keep going forward. So I tried to put the fourth day. I keep thinking I hope that they my last thing was the fourth day was the over, the game was over. The screen and the outcome later was just that. And it was a perfect score, but people didn't have that experience for 2 weeks. For years, the overtime was happening. And last year, it was perfect. I know the year older is Tyler Duncan and Cole, and I was not the exact answer on this one. I was correct on all of it. But I said earlier, and I saw the flow for Durham Joe, was it 14 to 20 times dropped of traffic on San Fernando. And there's that one flow from Burbank all the way to Pasadena. To see that isolate and all the offense go overtime, separating, and the walk-through plays. I haven't seen the exciting lows like this since 2006. Yeah, I thought Burbank, as a one year later, like this is, and the Marshals are a lot this year. The Marshals are a lot. Congratulations to the city of Burbank. I have the conversation with every football game. The football players are going to doing it aggressively. And let's say that you have that haircut. I'm making you back like 20, 25 million from Michigan, is that correct? That is true. That is true. I don't think you got that right. I'm 25 million. I think Michigan took it back well. Coach Leadership San Diego will take a first step well. And they're still pretty good. Take it to the Michigan. And then you really talk about what you go back to Michigan. Amazing game. Michigan scored good, but now I think it's the same thing that I think they're the same thing. And even Thomas coach on his website intro, the upper end of the target there. Anytime anyone, who's right, everyone behind the anywhere from 31 yards, 8 on carries, and he's throwing back 18 and 19 and 20 yard plays and having them transfer out and transfer on and off. That just 30 on carries and take them at 10 years with a lot of money. You don't do that. So if you come to the Chargers and the Chargers 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago as a team, we're 2 or 3 years ago, because you're going to go to the guy. So you're a quarterback. But every year he's marching it. So every year, if the President man player personnel, not necessarily if he's player general manager on that coach, but if he's player maybe player personnel, he brings in Eddie there to say young with the big coach, GM kind of stuff, the young players, the third battle. But he has a lot
Yeah,
of
Corey.
skill players with a lot of people earlier in his history. So it also feels like you see him kind of that coach.
I'll give you a little tiny picture. It's so powerful. Pull your panties up there.
Control of player personnel in the NFL. What's that? Very difficult because you put them in a personnel where there's not a lot of coaches that have tenure, and that was probably the right about Tampa was like winning coaches. There's a lot of tenure coaches that are going to have a run. A lot of new coaches and guys that move around, 35 starters the first year, and you come back up from forever. They're talented, so they're going to beat them anyway. Commute management, sometimes forget about that. Commute management, this time is going to be like the next team, this team team, tomorrow morning, first contact training, 45 minutes the facility prep, the manufacturer hospitality people, the sway of crowd is going to be around their campus is going to be unbelievable. What's the over-under on corporate spending right now with Jim Harbaugh heading into the Super Bowl at the turn of the year and all? It's got to be next Monday night, so they're going to go home and get ready. I can't imagine they're going to play Monday night. They're probably get Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday. Media personnel,
Welcome back to the All-State Sugar Bowl. Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. Washington up to a 7-0 lead. Because one throw on opening drive, a 77-yard pass.
Fourth longest completion in Sugar Bowl history. Jake Boyer back for the kickoff. Brady Gross will kick off. Sophomore from Scottsdale, Arizona. Sends it down to the 3-yard line. Here comes Boyer. Fake the pass. And goes down at the 25-yard line. 22-yard return. A slow start for Quinn Ewers, 0 for 4 on their first possession. Top high school prospect in the country. In 2021, in the senior high school, apparently to Ohio State, reportedly $4 million in NIL money didn't go right, played very well. Transferred back home to Texas, was the starter last year, had a good season, but has been so much better this year, better shape for the team. Led them to their first conference championship since 2009, and last year to the Big 12. Jaden Boyle tackled by Carson Warner, made an 8 on the first play of this series. Big part of Quinn Ewers' maturation process is a better foundational understanding of the offense, but don't waste plays. Too often last year he's throwing the coverage, pushing it downfield unnecessarily, but then when the defense gives him, it's been much more efficient. 31 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. Long Fahey. And lines up as a screen to CJ Wilson. And the creativity of these two offensive coaching staffs will be on display over and over again tonight. That's a 32-yard play for Texas. And they actually pull the right guard Campbell back to the left to kind of confuse those linebackers and slow them down. Baxter gets out to the right. He's got plenty of help out in front. Tavion Sanders accompanying Hayden for this game. Nothing new to the yards after the catch. Very good screen team. Well, they have a lot of screens in the playbook. 4-man rush after Ewers. He takes off running with a lot of room and slots in for the first down. The marker for the slot we get into the 24. It's well covered in the back end. This is a Florida pitch run. Doesn't like anything to happen. Don't waste it. Get what you can get. He takes off. Doesn't run often, but when he does, he's very effective. Coming into the night, 26 carries this year. But of those 26, 5 went for touchdowns. He's been very smart in what he uses his legs. Originally committed to Texas, then decommitted to go to Ohio State. A fake age direction, you know where to throw it. Use those legs again to go down to the 20-yard line for a gain of 4. He says he doesn't regret any of the decisions he made when he decommitted from Texas. Surprisingly committed to Ohio State. He was widely criticized. Not all perfect to look at, but they love him now. It's hard to leave home when you courtesy. Most of Ewers, they're all very proud. It's hard to leave the state sometimes. They couldn't want to play college football understand that, but he's back at home and he's making the most of it. Baxter, freshman, inside the 10. First and goal, the 7-yard run, a 13-yard run. The freshman from Orlando on the top, running backs in high school football a year ago. That's who started the season opener running back for freshman Evans and Ricky Williams. In 1995, Jonathan Bruce became the featured running back on all levels of the country. And tore up his knee late in the year. Jordan Lindsay. It was a stiff arm out of that helmet. Right on. And full on Oshio. He'll come off the field. So strong and stiff. Full extension with Oshio. Dragged him
What? Like natural fries. Yes, got any of those? Yes.
All these friends and followers, I could stay for free. With certain beliefs, but not afraid we want to find something in your space. Filter or stay.
Get yourself back. Get yourself together. Hydrate, replenish, refuel. Celebrating the challenge of run games everywhere. I'm ready for the run for the more driven. John McDonough, back to work. Lining the ground there. King George around the sidelines. Caden Blue, big touchdown for Texas. Stone will kick off. Texas about half of his kickoffs this year. Solo touchdown. Daniel right at that beat.
Look at you been, baby.
Washington quickly on the opening possession led by Penix. started his career at Indiana. First been suspended by injury twice he tore ACL and a time body injury. Transferred to Washington, part of a two-year understanding development. Offensive coordinator 1 year in Indiana, boys this territory. He's thrown for more passing yards the last 2 years than anybody in the country. Was runner-up to Jaden Daniels for the Heisman Trophy. Teammates very disappointed. He didn't win the big but he should. Johnson off for Billy Johnson. He tackled the sideline, but he could not be back right before the moment. A disappointing game for the Big Five. I was worried for the Heisman. It tells you what kind of team Indy is. It's from Florida. And he is playing the ball. It's easy to connect with anybody in the entire locker room. So wherever he ended up running, he has taken off with this offense. Leading the nation in passing yards this year, 324.5. Another tackle by Dylan Johnson. No gain on the play. Here comes third down. And you got to be careful on the Texas pass rush. On this third down, Washington doesn't take any picks up their sneak count. Have a slight hesitation. Coach those guys on it. Because that slight hesitation leads to a lot of guys jumping off sides, trying to watch the ball and a lot more tape to line. So it's his second best third down defensive attempt for Pete Kwiatkowski. He was 26.5% of the Georgia record to play clock almost all the way to zero. Johnson checked down, comes down, throws incomplete. Dropping into the tight end, Jack Foster on the 40-yard line. Took Penix too long to find Wesco in there in zone coverage. Wesco was wide open right there in the middle of the field. He could easily get that up and over a linebacker. Instead, Penix doesn't see it and escapes the pocket. As a free run, says they have the punt. For the first time, Jack McAllis turns their punt to sophomore. Each punter was already punted as many times as he did in the college championship game. Each punted once. And you're worthy. A 6-yard return of a 39-yard punt. Josh McClain was slurry in attack. You were watching the ball snap for Shuffle.
I'm a part of you getting my ball out of whack. It's going to take a lot more than a little ticket to get out of here. They've got put Rick Marshall's it's a big one. They got shit. Chipotle's right inside out his back. It's our most tender to see. Grilled Caesar before you finish the fresh fire and Johnson Lodge. Pardon us out. This is the best snack. It's a surprise. Get the cold inside. Shall I say? Touch brothers. Next year, if it also gets down to how we are, which is why I'm going to is that these are the best technology. How to call it. Should be also responsible. Next year, if I go over the future, Confirm your garage Trumman. Download my key today. The 600 reason this guy. Roy and sponsor sports tickets. Plus concerts. Steal!
Seasonal staple celebrate every field level extra point made by participating universities by vending education of the university's general scholarship fund. Thank you, Paul Steele. 7-7 the score. Last 25 to go in the first quarter. First possession for Texas with it. They marched right down the field the last time they had it. This crowd that needed the 5 receivers. And the 4-man rush, and here it's Costa. Earl Trice. Loss of 6. It's sacked numbers are not ridiculous, but his presence is always felt by the quarterback. This time working against Christian Jones, the right tackle. Sets him up. Upfield, slips underneath. Able to get nothing but not the sack. Great pass rush by Trice. Jalen Felix, on the offensive coordinator for Texas, and there was concern about him. Yeah, really destroyed the game. On 2nd and 16. Next to
Sean, this is Texas's third series of the game, but it's worth mentioning this is still their opening script. Steve Sarkisian says he scripted the first 40 regular down and distant plays of the game, which is way more than most teams.
Must be fast instance against Texas. An 11-yard gain, he not reach the mark. It is against Texas Cam for a position. 30-3 wants to take 7 back for another year. Replay by Muhammad. Looking inside. Right around. Waiting to. It's on the block. That's the grab this receiver. That's the result in the hole. Penalties against Texas. Yards of a long time. And there's another flag from when you expect a holding call. It's caught. And it will be the first time for CJ Baxter to the Washington 48. And the referee runs across through the flag. It is a hold.
After politics of personal destruction, fuck you, John Podesta.
I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal.
In November of 2009, Amores tells me founded a non-profit, New Life Children's Refuge, which describes its mission as attempting to rescue orphaned and abandoned children in Haiti and Dominican Republic. 2 months later, on January 29, 2010, Sylvie was arrested for attempting to traffic 33 orphaned children out of Haiti without documentation.
These are some of the 33 Haitian children an American Baptist group allegedly tried to unlawfully take out of the country on Saturday.
The group's leader, Laura Silsby, says the group paid no money for the children.
the mistake obviously we made is we did not understand that there was additional paperwork required.
To me, it's pretty alarming because we're the legal parents of these children, and we give her explicit instructions not to interfere with them for her to continue to come and try to find them to take them to the Dominican. Tells me that her intent is not actually the best. The world would later learn through WikiLeaks that Hillary Clinton sent email updates from Abedin and other associates regarding Silsby's incarceration and developing a legal case. This was not the first time Silsby found herself facing child trafficking charges. Silsby had been caught once before by Haitian police attempting to traffic 40 children out of the country. However, in that incident, no charges were brought against her, and she was merely turned back at the border. A week after Silsby was apprehended the second time, on February 7th, 2010, former President Bill Clinton appointed Silsby a lawyer by the name of Rabbi. Rabbi was successful in getting Silsby's charges reduced to 6 months. Rabbi also had a colorful history with human trafficking. He was convicted of operating an international sex trafficking ring involving women and underage girls out of Central America and Haiti. Rabbi's wife was also arrested on the same charges. In 2011, Silsby was appointed as CFO of the software company Connexus and would later become its vice president of marketing. Connexus operates AlertSense, which is the mass notification software used in FEMA's Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, or IPAWS.
The goal is to alert Americans to emergencies like severe weather and missing children.
One of IPAWS' functions is to issue Amber Alerts to the public in the event of kidnapping. The Amber Alert system was set up during Bill Clinton's presidency. In 2015, Silsby married Norman Gaylor and took his last name, which is how her name now appears on the Connexus website. How does a woman who was caught multiple times attempting to traffic children internationally get promoted to the executive team of the preeminent kidnapping warning system in the country? And why did the Clintons intervene in her trial?
We're going to continue to provide support, as we do in every instance like this, to American citizens who have been charged, and hope that this matter can be resolved in an expeditious way.
The morning of July 26, 2019, Twitter users saw hashtag Clinton body count trending, just weeks before Jeffrey Epstein had reportedly committed suicide in his prison cell. The phrase Clinton body count was nothing new and had become a meme in forums across the internet years prior. It references the seemingly anomalous amount of Clinton associates who died suspiciously or under mysterious circumstances. Izette Folger, a close friend of Clinton associate James Alefantis, gave a statement in support of Silsby during her trial. Folger is the daughter of Michael McAfee, who coaches leaders of Nuestros Pequeños Hermanos, NPH, a large organization that runs orphanages all over the world. Folger's son, Max McAfee, is on the board of directors of the NPH orphanage called Friends of the Orphans, which is one of the 760 orphanages operated in Haiti, and happens to be the exact orphanage from which Silsby was caught trafficking children. Curiously, Max McAfee gave an emphatic and lengthy statement of support for Comet Pizza during a contentious neighborhood commission meeting back when the Pizzagate controversy exploded. It is also worth noting here that Frank Cheestrife, owner of the ROTHSCHILD Foundation, is on the board of directors for the Clinton Foundation and is a major donor to the organization. The logo of Al-Qaeda, a refugee center founded by the ROTHSCHILD Foundation, happens to be almost identical in shape and color to the boy lover symbol that the FBI declassified in 2007. Now, regardless of how you feel about the veracity of Pizzagate, scandals seem to follow the Clintons. Their ties to pedophilia don't end there. Monica Peterson was a research intern at the Laboratory to Combat Human Trafficking and a research fellow and assistant director at the Human Trafficking Center. She also served on the Colorado Human Trafficking Council's Data and Research Task Force. Peterson wrote and spoke prolifically on human trafficking. On August 15, 2015, Monica announced her plan to visit Haiti to conduct research on human trafficking and subsequently began living there full-time. On January 3, 2016, Monica shared with her friend Bella some of her findings based on her fieldwork in Haiti up to that point. Quote, Ms. Clinton has corrupt and dirty business to finish in Haiti. This is the theory my master's thesis puts forth. This is modern structural slavery. But the real significance of this scandal for me, I know you feel me, Bella, is the link to contemporary slavery and trafficking. I can't say to what extent, but there is human trafficking happening through the Clintons' Coracle complex. By this point, Monica seemed to be investigating the Clinton Foundation's child trafficking ties full-time. On November 13th, 2016, Monica Peterson was reported dead in Haiti, although no body was ever retrieved for the family's burial service. Monica's family was told that she committed suicide, but they were kept in the dark as to the exact details of her death.
She seemingly took her own life by email. But since that time, things that come to light that just don't fit Monica's life. None of this seems to fit, and maybe that's just the way it's always going to be.
Peterson's professor, Claude Estrie, said the following about her death. She decided to take on one of the demagogues in the field of human trafficking. She produced a 110-page analysis of human trafficking in Haiti. 2 years of research. We were looking for someone who was smart enough and maybe brave enough to publish her work. I will continue to seek out and publish it for her. After making this statement, Estrie suddenly disavowed any connections between Peterson and human trafficking and the Clintons. Estrie said Peterson had gone to Haiti a number of times, but she was not there to research human trafficking and was not investigating the Clinton Foundation. Why would Estrie do a public 180? It turns out that he worked as a supervisor in the U.S. Attorney's Office on behalf of DynCorp between 1999 and 2002. This coincides with the exact time period when DynCorp was caught sex trafficking children in Bosnia and Kosovo, and no prosecutions were made. DynCorp played an active role in sexual abuses in Haiti. What if Monica Peterson was actually onto something before she died? What if her discoveries were true? Has anyone else unearthed the Clinton Foundation's alleged ties to human trafficking? Chris Cornell was the vocalist of the popular band Soundgarden. He and his wife, Vicky, worked with 6 different charity organizations for nearly a decade. In 2012, they founded the Chris and Vicky Cornell Foundation, which strives to support and protect abused and sexually exploited children around the world. The couple eventually became involved with one of their foundation partners' organizations, AIDS Still Required, helping sexually abused orphans out of Haiti. AIDS Still Required has received massive donations from the Clinton Foundation. According to a source that spoke with Freedom Daily, it was during this time that Cornell discovered that these orphans weren't being placed into better environments after all, but were then being sold into sexual slavery and human trafficking rings. In May of 2017, Chris Cornell was found hanged to death in the MGM Grand Hotel, leaving behind his wife Vicky and their 3 children. He was discovered with 9 broken ribs, blood splattered on the wall, and had suffered head trauma before he died. His death was officially declared a suicide, but his family and close friends insist he was in no way suicidal. Many of the details of his suicide simply don't add up. For instance, Chris had just performed a full concert with no apparent signs of having 9 broken ribs. Chris's body was found cold to the touch, which would have taken at least 2 hours in a hotel room. This would place the time of his death between 11 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. when his bodyguard, Martin Kirsten, was reportedly with him. There is no official explanation for what caused the blood stain on the wall next to his body. His feet were touching the floor, meaning he was only partially suspended by his neck. Furthermore, Chris's bodyguard claims that he had to kick in the door to his hotel room to discover Chris dead. Not only is this nearly impossible to do without a door-breaching mini-ramp, but the crime scene report indicated no sign of forced entry. After reviewing the autopsy report and position of the body, world-renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Werner Spitz concluded that Cornell's death was not a suicide. Dr. Spitz has worked with many high-profile murder investigations, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and John F. Kennedy, and served as an expert witness during the O.J. Simpson and Casey Anthony trials. One article reads, speaking to TMD, a source close to Cornell has come forward, claiming that he had uncovered evidence of a cocaine and child trafficking in Mena, Arkansas, that was tied to Bill and Hillary Clinton. According to the source, Mr. Cornell had uncovered the identities of high-level elites that were part of the same satanic Illuminati occult operation as the Clintons, and planned on exposing their goings-on right before he died. 2 months later, it was reported that Linkin Park frontman Chester Bennington committed suicide on Chris Cornell's birthday. Bennington and Cornell were reportedly working collaboratively to expose a pedophile ring operating in the music industry and elsewhere, although this cannot be substantiated. However, it doesn't mean that Bennington's death, and life for that matter, is without intrigue. Linkin Park was handpicked by John Podesta to promote an organization called Sustainable Energy for All in Haiti, which received a $250,000 grant from the Clinton Foundation, even though they did not apply for it. Bennington and Cornell were both associated with the Haiti-based nonprofit AIDS Still Required. One police source was quoted as saying that he believed Bennington was murdered. Oddly, the Los Angeles coroner's office took 130 days to release the autopsy report. Bennington's sister, Toby, has publicly indicated that she believes her brother shared the same fate as Jeffrey Epstein, who famously attempted to kill himself. She claims her Twitter account was subsequently hacked and suspended after she publicly shared her suspicions. There does appear to be a striking resemblance between the faces of Bennington and Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, John Podesta, which many have pointed out looks like a father-son relationship. The prevailing theory is that Bennington's mother, Elaine, had an affair with John Podesta, which would have been possible given that the two knew each other. The theory goes that when Bennington's biological father found out he was raising the man's son, he divorced her. Now, many investigators believe that Linkin Park, the band, is an homage to Linkin Park, a Canadian military base in Alberta that conducted MK-Ultra mind control experiments on children with the purpose of developing the super spies and assassins. Many children involved in the programs at Linkin Park were sexually abused. Bennington has publicly spoken of being sexually abused as a child. John Podesta, or Skippy as he prefers to be called, owns a large and vile collection of what can only be described as pedophilia art. Podesta was also chief of staff to President Bill Clinton.
Alright, will you see where I'm going?
Okay. Yeah.
When I talk, that's because I'm interested in this ongoing, whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros?
Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win. In 2009, James O'Keefe of Project Veritas released undercover videos purporting that ACORN, the Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, had been engaged in underage prostitution. None other than John Podesta was appointed to investigate the scandal. Journalist Andrew Breitbart was vocal about his disdain for Podesta. On February 4th, 2011, Andrew Breitbart tweeted, "How progressive guru John Podesta is a household name as a world-class underage sex slave cover-upper defending unspeakable dregs escapes me." Then, a year later, all throughout February 2012, Breitbart telegraphed the release of a video that he said would appear on March 1st. This video, he claimed, would be severely damaging to Obama's re-election campaign. "Wait till you see what happens March 1st, he said. But for the anticipated release on February 28th, 2012, he tweeted, "How much longer until they kill me? Heart attack or car accident, or frame me for a crime? Read me while you can." Breitbart died of an alleged heart attack on March 1st, 2012, just 2 days later. The coroner who conducted the investigation died of arsenic poisoning just 2 months later. Given the gravely serious nature of investigating international child trafficking rings and their ties to Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican, there have been many suspicious deaths of whistleblowers and journalists who've attempted to blow the story open. There is a preponderance of dots that, if connected, may point to those who seek to silence this message. Moreover, this industry of sorrow appears to be international in scope. Human traffickers see borders as mere lines on a map. It's important to draw the distinction between what I call lone wolf pedophiles and international networks. The networks allow the media to cover stories on lone wolf pedophiles because it feeds the idea that pedophiles who don't work together clandestinely on an industrial scale. One need not look any further than the suspicious death of former police detective Mark Minnie, author of The Lost Boys of Bird Island, an expose of high-level child trafficking in South Africa. Shortly after publishing his book, he was found dead by gunshot to the head. His death was ruled a suicide, despite his family claiming he assured them that he would never commit suicide.
An official cover-up of a pedophile ring involving former Minister of Defense Agnes Moran and 3 other National Party cabinet members.
Family members say we told them days before he died that if anything happened to him, they must know he was killed.
He hasn't reached the entrance for quite a long time. He experienced that his life was in danger. There is no way any of us believe that he would have gone to art. And that is why I've actually agreed to do this interview, to dispel any thoughts and rumors that this could have been a suicide.
15 years ago, I was incarcerated and tortured by the government because of a book I published naming names of big group of politicians and businessmen that were doing child trafficking.
One can also examine the case of investigative reporter Lydia Cacho-Ribello, who was beaten, raped, harassed, arrested on false charges, and had her home vandalized when she began investigating systemic child abuse in Mexico.
That was the 7th time in my life as a journalist that I had to leave my home in order to stay alive.
January, Jabbar Muhammad on the cover. Outstanding player, second team all Pac-12. In his first year in Washington.
In 2005, she published Los Demonios de Eden, The Demons of Eden, a book exposing a child trafficking ring involving politicians, government officials, and businessmen. Another suspicious case involves filmmaker Bill Bowen, who died suddenly under strange circumstances a year after publishing a trailer for his documentary, Innocence Destroyed, exposing corruption in the Child Protective Services.
Short from the line. And the tackle for Washington. human hesitation to History speaking, no crazy can certainly have an impact on use that to stay on schedule.
Is it unreasonable to assume foul play was involved with these three brave individuals? When this pattern appears virtually everywhere, the child trafficking is about to be exposed. On May 13th, 2019, police responded to the scene of an apparent suicide where an individual jumped from a bridge onto a motorway before being struck by a vehicle.
Corey Feldman, you are fake news and you protect pedophiles.
Actor Isaac Cappy, age 42, had stated in a live stream just 3 days prior to the incident that he would not commit suicide. While making bold statements about the existence of pedophile rings in Hollywood, he acknowledged he was putting himself in harm's way and had proactively taken steps to ensure his safety, such as setting up a dead man's trigger.
Something bad is about to happen? Yeah, something bad's about to happen.
You know, you can't trust the cops. So I was like, what can I do to give myself time to save myself, to insulate me? So I gave them the thing that said I had a dead man switch. What does that do? It means they can't kill me. They can't kill me. They can't kill me.
Do wealthy and powerful groups engage in human trafficking and conspire to systematically cover up its prevalence? Are the whistleblowers correct in their claims of widespread pedophilia, permeating the upper echelons of finance, law enforcement, religion, entertainment, politics? We are left in perplexity. Do we go back to believing that activists on a moral crusade routinely kill themselves? Or do we take the harder pill to swallow and acknowledge that criminal syndicates will go to unspeakable lengths to evade prosecution for their crimes? Perhaps next time we will pause and reflect on the brave mavericks that died exposing this monstrous black market. The next time we read a headline of someone who has been suicidal. This is a concerted effort This is a concerted effort to personal destruction. You, John Podesta.
I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal.
Not right now.
In November of 2009, in Forest Hills, we founded a non-profit, the New Life for Children's Refuge, which described its mission as attempting to rescue orphaned and abandoned children in Haiti and Dominican Republic. 2 months later, on January 29th, 2010, Silsby was arrested for attempting to traffic 33 orphaned children out of Haiti without documentation.
These are some of the 33
Another touchdown. 14 apiece. Some folks college football was a homecoming organization. West Coast. It's nice. I got him Yankee tickets. He's got me a piece of paper saying I've given your gift to someone else.
Children's
charity. Don't you see how wrong that is? Where's your Christmas spirit? An eye for an eye.
So Elaine joins the boys and tells them that she's going to Atomic Sub later. She's got a card that they stamp every time she buys a sub. 24 stamps and she becomes a submarine captain. What does that mean?
Free sub. Did you salute when you said submarine captain?
Of course, you got it. So as George continues opening mail at the table, we get our first mention of Festivus.
What? Dear son, happy Festivus. It's Festivus.
It's not when George was growing up, his father hated all the commercial and religious aspects of Christmas, so he made up his own holiday.
Oh, and another piece of the puzzle falls into place.
And instead of a tree, your father put up an aluminum pole. Just stop it. The feats of strength and always ended up with you crying. Can't do it anymore. I'm doing the much. You happy now?
Oh, see, I'm not gonna like this episode because George is getting the brunt of it. All the jokes are in his direction. It's not gonna work out too good for Georgie, I can tell.
I love that last line where it's like, all right, I'm going to go to work. Are you happy? Are you happy that I have to go to work now?
You have forced me to go to work.
So we're getting just a little look at this holiday known as Festivus, where, Frank hates the commercial and religious aspects of Christmas. So we would put up an aluminum pole, feats of strength, very odd. Do you think that this is the, Elaine calls it the, another piece of the puzzle. Do you think this is really the keystone to why George is so messed up?
Oh, I think it's a huge contributor to the psyche that we know is George Costanza. I mean, we're going to hear a little audio version of his Festivus going back to when he was a kid. We can also look back to what is it? His old birthday. Blow out the candles! Blow out the candles! Stop! Frank, you're killing them! As well as, we never see George's boyfriend trip to Michigan. But I'm just trying to think of all the, what we have in terms of recorded video or audio of George's childhood.
Yeah, there was some line in the footage where it's like,
it's like something like going to the bathroom. Yeah. That's it. Oh, he hit it, bro. He has to relive it all.
Right. I like to think that Festivus is that, the biggest traumatic event from George's childhood, but it's probably more complicated. This week we're dealing with Festivus.
We should also point out there was some deleted dialogue that gave us a bigger picture of what Festivus was like for George, because we talked about the feats of strength and Jerry asked George, didn't you also have to sing poetry into a tape recorder and dance with your mother?
Wow, that's interesting.
Even bigger piece of the puzzle.
Sing poetry and dance with a still log.
How do you solve a problem like movie?
Yeah, that's probably why you always wonder how George has this affinity for Broadway tunes. I got it from still.
They call it the chorus.
Well, next scene, we are at Jerry's apartment. He arrives home with Elaine to find Kramer spread across the couch reading a VCR manual.
We can't all be reading the classics, Professor Highbrow.
And Elaine gets upset here because she's lost her atomic subcard, the one with 23 out of 24 stamps, and realizes that she must have written the fake number on the back of it when she gave it to Denim Fest. So why does she need this card back so much? Who cares?
It's like a long, bad movie. You want to see the end of it?
Nah, you walk out.
Alright, then it's like a boring book, but you gotta finish it.
No, you wait for the movie. I want that free sub.
I love that Julia delivery. She kind of like looks to the left and the right. Anyway, Jerry doesn't get the whole stamp card idea. I mean, the high-end hoagie outfit like Atomic Sub, they should be computerized. They're cloning sheep now.
No, they're not cloning the sheep. It's the same sheep. I saw Harry Blackstone do that trick with 2 goats and a handkerchief on the old Dean Martin show.
Harry Blackstone, magician, back in the 60s and 70s, I guess. Do you remember Dolly? The clone
I do remember Dolly. Yeah, I don't remember Harry Blackstone, but I remember Dolly.
So the plan is for Elaine to call her blow-off number and see if Denim Fest has called it. Question though, where did Elaine get this fake number from? Did she just make it up? Or
I believe so, because it spells out no Elaine, so I don't know how else how she called it.
All right, well,
got anything?
No, I got it.
Okay. You interest me some Nixie?
Speaking of calls, Kramer's phone rings. Yeah, go.
Really? Yeah, okay. Great news. The strike's been settled. I'm going back to work. What's like H&H Bagels? That's where I work. You work? Bagels? What's my business card? Been on strike for 12 years.
Seeing those guys picketing out there, but I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah, well, H&H wouldn't let us use their bathroom while we were picketing. Our solidarity.
Your demand.
$5.35 an hour, and that's what they're paying now.
I believe that's the new minimum.
How do you know who to thank for that? Why didn't you ever mention this? You should know I was out of work. It's embarrassing.
Shocking revelation. Kramer has had a legit job at some point in his life.
Yeah, all these years.
Right, he's been on strike for 12 years. Is this the only place like Kramer has actually worked, like where he was really hired and all that? Because Grant Leland, he just sort of showed up.
And he actually got a paycheck.
Right.
It might be, yeah.
It's nuts.
So, first thing, that clippy here, yeah, go, which, is that before later season Kramer started answering the phone that way?
Yeah, sort of. And Auto Deposit in season 7, like his answering machine, I think, just said idiot.
Okay. So I don't know. I just found that funny because I think you hear that a lot this season as well. But the script reveals that the person who was calling him to let him know the strike had ended was Ramirez or Ramirez.
Maybe he was one of his, like a coworker, right?
Yeah.
There's a great blooper to come out of this scene where, Kramer gets the call and he's really excited, like, I'm going back to work. And, Jerry steps up, does his line, and Julia is just staring at the guys from the back of the room, and she's like, oh my God, I was watching the show, I forgot my mark. And she like jumps back into the scene. It's very cute.
Yeah, the strike's been settled. I'm going back to work. What's the strike? H&H Bagels. Yeah, that's where I work. You?
What am I doing? I was just watching the show.
Like millions of Americans.
We'll be right back.
All right, next scene, we are at H&H Bagels when Kramer makes his triumphant return to work after being on strike for 12 years.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Who are you? Cosmo Kramer? Strike's over. Oh, yeah, Kramer. What? Any of the other guys come back? No, I'm sure they all got other jobs like 10 years ago. Makes you wonder what it was all for. I could use something for the holidays. All right, toss me an apron. Let's bake. Those are raisin bagels.
It's the little things you appreciate.
Are raisin bagels that crazy?
Yes, it's cinnamon raisin. Must just floor creamer. Yeah, find out that one. There was some deleted dialogue that revealed that Kramer had a ponytail when he previously worked at H&H, which may be a little nod to Kenny Kramer, who is known for his ponytail.
That's a great, I like that idea. For sure.
And we're introduced to this manager fellow, who's played by actor Dave Florek. He was in Ghostbusters 2. He was a cop, and he was also in New Adventures of Old Christmas.
Yeah, he always looked familiar to me, and I finally looked it up. He's the guy that the Ghostbusters are digging up First Avenue. He pulls up in the car, and he's like, "Why are you digging?" And he comes back later and busts them.
There you have it.
There it is. Great deliveries by Dave Florek this week.
Oh yeah, Kramer. And we should also, I really love Kramer's enthusiasm. Everybody's back. But did you notice where he put his jacket to go to work? Put it in the display case next to the bagel.
He just shoves it next to all the food.
Yeah. Toss me an apron, let's bagel.
Oh, great energy this week. Love it. I don't know if that's a part of the Festivus meal. If people actually have Festivus dinner, are there bagels? It seems to be the most appropriate thing to include.
I think bagels should be included, plus the whatever that meat dish is that Estelle serves at the Festivus dinner. We can't quite figure it out what it is.
Some kind of meatloaf, yeah. And then I guess some kind of alcohol served out of a flask. But anyways, let's cut over to the OTB for horse track betting. Elaine stops by. This is very similar to the place Kramer went in the subway episode, right? Very sleazy, a lot of sketchy guys standing around.
Oh, we're going to see some.
She's explaining to these two guys behind the counter that she's been giving out their number.
So anyway, I've been giving out your phone number as my standard thing.
So you're Elaine Bennett. We've been getting calls for you for 5 years.
So listen, when this guy calls, if you could just give him my real number.
Hey Charlie, guess who's here? Elaine Bennett. Elaine Bennett. You make a lot of man friends. You know who's a man? Charlie here. He's a man. You know who else? Me. I'm a man. I'll have this next guy call your real number. You just give it to me. That way I don't have it.
My number? Okay. There you go. And, he was pretty solid on Captain Nemo in the third helmet.
I got a good feeling about this Captain Nemo. I think he's going to do well.
Yeah, I always wondered what a sawbuck was.
It's $10.
$10, yeah. Love that.
So what appears to be one of the more creepier scenes in Seinfeld, Elaine is surrounded by all these dudes and fellers at the horseback betting. We're introduced to a couple of characters. We get the bookie, who is played by Tracy Letts, and he was in The Big Short, that HBO show Divorce. He was the writer for that movie, August of Osage County. And then even more interesting is the gentleman behind him, Charlie, who's played by Colin Malone. And this guy was in Buffy, he was in the movie Good vs. Evil, Run, Ronnie, Run. He is the writer and director of the Cooking with Porn Stars documentary for the holidays.
You love that.
And yeah, I'm not sure if he still does this, but he used to host a public access show in which he interviewed porn stars. It was called Colin's Sleazy Friends.
Oh man, yeah. So I want to talk about both these guys. This Colin guy, I heard from Julia in an interview that he's a porn star.
That's what I thought too.
I don't think that's true. I think he's just some creepy guy that loves porn, and nothing wrong with that. I think it's just how he presents himself. And there's actually some clips from that show, Colin's Sleazy Friends, on Funny or Die, where he interviews like Adam Carolla, Jimmy Kimmel. They were probably doing the Man Show at the time. the clips are out there. It's got that, now retro look to it. But Tracy Letts as the other guy, I think is so much more fascinating. You mentioned a few movies, TV shows he's in, but I think a lot of people might remember him from Homeland. Season 3 and 4, he plays the CIA director, and I can't tell you. I mean, my mind has exploded many times. It was one of the biggest explosions ever when I realized this is the same guy, because he looks so different now. He's lost some hair, he's gained some weight, but not only did he write August Osage County, but he actually won the Pulitzer and the Tony for writing the play.
What a Tony!
He also won another Tony, this one for acting, when he portrayed the character of George in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. He recently, I saw him in Lady Bird, Greta Gerwig's recent movie. Does a fantastic job. And also, any fans of The Leftovers and the latest season of Fargo, Carrie Coon is married to Tracy Letts. So, sorry to dive into his whole life there, but I'm just fascinated that this guy who has few memorable lines in this episode is such an accomplished actor and playwright.
It even made him look sleazy too, with the way his hair is kind of parted and combed down the side of his head, and he's got a open V, so you can see his chest hair pumping out.
I love the line. You make a lot of man friends. You know who's a man? Charlie here. He's a man. You know who else? Me. I'm a man.
I'm a man. So that plus Elaine Venice. The whole all the guys say Elaine Venice in unison.
We all come to one.
Get out of there.
It is so scary where it's like, oh, this guy, call your real number, just give it to me. So that way I'll have it.
But I like that she has the wherewithal to give them Kramer's
right, which is great because we get a little shot of Kramer's business card. It says Cosmo Kramer Bagel Technician. Well, let's go over to a very familiar restaurant. This is Le Boiton Bois, which we've seen in so many episodes. I think this might be the most popular restaurant on Seinfeld, outside of Monks. This is where Karen, the risotto broad, ate George. It's been featured in Seinfeld in a bunch of episodes.
It's more of like your upscale dinner.
Pretty much. They probably didn't have many establishing shots, so whatever. Jerry waits for Gwen to arrive and runs into Tim with his date, Tiffany. And when Gwen shows up, she looks, how would you describe this?
Lots of shadows, her mouth, it looks like she's got something in her mouth, but mouth is sunken eyes, shadows. Shadow.
Jerry doesn't even recognize her. And she's like, it's Gwen from the party. And as she heads to the table, Jerry just doesn't know what's happening, and he looks over at Tim.
Please watch the blooper for this scene because you'll know what that meant.
Yeah, in the bloopers, I think he has to do like a dozen takes because every time he does the Jerry just cracks up.
He changed it up each time, and he gives Jerry this look, which is he forces Jerry to break. So we're introduced to Karen Fineman. Or Finneman. Mr. Finneman? I want to say Mrs. Finneman. Karen Fineman plays Gwen, and she was on Chicago Hope as well as Babylon 5. We should note that when they came up with this role, they were originally going to have two actresses. They were going to have the Gwen, and then they were going to have different Gwen, and that was going to be the poorly-lived, the ugly Gwen. So we had this actress named Suzanne Kroll, who was hired to play different Gwen, but they figured that it might be too confusing for the audience to see these two different women playing the same character. So they decided to just use Karen Fineman and then, have her lit well and then have her lit poorly to distinguish between Gwen as well as different Gwen.
And it kind of is like a mean-spirited character trait, but whatever. I would just feel bad for this other actress they hire. Like, you're so unattractive. You're gonna be the ugly one.
Yeah, we had some ugly actresses in here. It always reminds me of Home Alone. Happy Holidays. When Kevin is rifling through Buzz's stuff and he sees a picture of his girlfriend. Buzz, your girlfriend. Whoa. That is a boy that they dressed up to play a girl because Chris Columbus didn't want to cast an actress for an ugly part, so they decided to use a male actor and make him look like he's unattractive.
Yeah,
It's the same thing? Is that the same?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I did that.
Before we move on, I thought we should note this is, not only Tim Watley's final episode, but this was his final scene. I think this is appropriate for the Tim Watley character, but his final words on Seinfeld, Mazel Tov.
And he's had a lot of different looks: long hair, beard, short hair. Oh yeah, shaved head.
So next scene, we're at Jerry's apartment. Jerry tells George how the date went.
So attractive one day, not attractive the next. Have you come across this? Yes, I am familiar with this syndrome. She's two-faced. Like Batman. So if I ask her out again, I don't know who's showing up. The good, the bad, or the ugly. Ladies, hey, check this out. I got to give the Christmas presents that everyone's out of group. So a photo what? A donation has been made in your name to the Human Fund. What is that? The Human Fund. Money for people. There's a certain understated stupidity. Yeah, I'm on Josie Wales. Yeah. Bagels on the house. How was your first day? Fantastic. It felt so good to get my hands back in that dough. Hands in the dough? No, I didn't make these cookies. They're the olds. Just wanted to touch them. We try to fool them by putting a few fresh ones on top. They take this. I'm out of here. Happy Festivus. Festivus. To enjoy from growing up. His father. It's a stupid holiday my father invented. It doesn't exist.
Happy Festivus, Georgie.
Well, let's start at the top of the book here, Vinny, with the great term for poetic. She's a two-face.
Yeah, we did a little Batman reference in a Seinfeld.
And any other, specifically DC comic villain mentioned on Seinfeld.
This will be not my forte. I don't know these.
It's more obvious than you think.
Lex Luthor?
Yes. Jeez, you were Lex Luthor.
Well, but Batman is mentioned when now Kramer's driving the bus.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said villain.
You did say villain. I'm sorry. That's my
Two-Face and Lex Luthor, surprisingly, the only villains mentioned. So great term, Two-Face, and we get, I think, just as memorable as the whole Festivus holiday, George's charity that he picks up, the Human Fund.
There's a certain understated stupidity.
This is, I think, one of the best things to give out around the holidays. Office, parties, coworkers, what have you. Just a card with George's face on it, saying the Human Fund.
Oh yeah, you see those posts all over Reddit. It makes for a great little gag. Not even, I don't want to say Christmas gift, but like a little Christmas card, isn't it?
Sure. I love the bagel scene. Especially how Kramer isn't really, he's just sort of saying this while he's doing something else. No, I didn't make these papers. No, the day olds.
Yeah, so once, Jerry and George kind of inquire, did you make these? They want to eat the bagels if Kramer made them. But once they learn he didn't, they take a bite. And then Kramer proceeds to tell them that even the homeless won't touch them, they're day olds. So then they regret their decision to take a bite.
Kind of similar to Glenn going dumpster diving in the strong box.
What did you say?
It's a bear claw.
you, are the bear claw. And that line, which I know you love to say in college, they did. They test.
It's one of my favorites. You mentioned the outlaw Josie Wales and the whole Eastwood thing. It's interesting that a trivia, Clint Eastwood was scheduled to play Two-Face on Batman, the 66 series.
Really?
Yeah, but the show, was canceled after a couple of seasons before they could shoot that episode.
They made a good Two-Face.
I read that they could never do Two-Face on that show because of the how grotesque it would be.
Oh, to do it like the comic, I guess? Oh, I see.
But yeah, kind of interesting connection between Clint and Harvey Dent. But anyways, George storms out because of everyone talking about Festivus, and Elaine tells Kramer about her phone relay, and that if a guy calls H&H looking for her, to just take a message and, let her know. So apparently she's still trying to get that free sub.
Hey, I spent a lot of time and I've eaten a lot of crap to get to where I am today. And I am not throwing it all away now.
Is there Captain's hat involved here?
Maybe.
So next scene, we're at H&H Bagels, and here we go. This is what it's all about. Combining two clips here. Something we didn't set up before. Kramer is just so impressed that Frank invented a holiday, invited him down to H&H to discuss.
I got your message. I haven't celebrated Festivus in years. What is your interest? Tell me. Many Christmases ago, I went to buy a doll for my son. I reached the last one they had, but seemed to another one. As I rained blows upon him, I realized there had to be another way. What happened to the doll? It was destroyed. But out of that, a new holiday was born. A Festivus for the rest of us. It's okay. She was. At the Festivus dinner, we gathered family around and tell them all the ways they have disappointed you over the past year. And his hair treat acknowledged that as a whole. Requires no decoration. I find tinsel distracting. This new holiday was a scratch into my right age. Let's do it then. Festivus is back. I'll get the bull out of the crawl's face.
Frank? Any word from the vest?
No. Listen, Harry, I didn't want you. Hey, I hired you to work during the holidays. This is the holiday. But it's Festivus. What? You're infringing on my right to celebrate new holidays. That's not a right. It's going to be. I'm going back on street. You have to walk out.
No, I gotta stay here and wait for the call.
You're siding with management?
No, I'm just...
Oh, I can listen to that all day. That'd make a good alarm clock if Kramer just yelling scab to wake you up. There's a blooper to accompany this where Kramer is doing this scene yelling scab, and he yells it so many times, he doesn't stop, and Julia just loses it because it's hilarious. So check that out at some point. But all I have in my notes here for this scene is I love Jerry Stiller as Frank. I think it's my favorite character design.
Yeah, you've said that before, and I totally see where you're coming from. I want to look at every Frank episode. I think this might be his best. Certainly one of the most memorable. Yeah, as he explains the origins of Festivus. Which, you guys just heard the clip, but everything from, I was trying to buy a doll for George, and bringing blows upon this other man. But what happened to the doll?
It was destroyed.
And we get all of these great bits about Festivus here. You gather your family around. You think he's going to say, you say how much you love them. No, you tell them all the ways they disappointed you. The bad times of the year.
Because Frank doesn't like tinsel and finds distracting. keeps the poll in the cool space.
It's so rich. I mean, this is really, I think, next to the last scene, the best scene from the episode. And it keeps going, too, as we mentioned, the whole scab thing. But I love when Frank leaves. Elaine says, "Hello, Frank." It's just so...
Why the hostility? Is he still mad about the TV guy?
I think so. I mean, we've tracked this during the whole series, how much Elaine and Frank don't get along.
Finally, Frank wrote a check, Elaine cashed it.
But more to come for the Festus holiday. Let's cut over to Cooper Industrial Smoothing. George is in a very festive mood, roaming the hallways, shouting Merry Christmas to his coworkers. While one gives him a bottle of wine, he just gives her a Human Fund donation card.
Phil, love the cigars. They're coming.
Now. And eventually he makes his way to dear old Mr. Kruger, who has no idea what he's looking at. Human Fund? Whatever. Merry Christmas. That was a good service.
Where that came from.
Well, let's get over to the taxi cab, and Jerry waits for Gwen to get in, and you can kind of tell he's bracing himself. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Which Gwen is he going to get? When he finds out it's the prettier Gwen, he's ecstatic. You're expecting someone else.
You never know.
And the cab drives through a tunnel, and Jerry finds himself staring back at scary Gwen. What does she want to eat? Chinese, Italian?
Go either way.
Telling me. This is probably the scariest of all the Gwens. He's just inches away from his face. So we get an act break, and next scene we're at Monks. Jerry tells George how his second date with Gwen.
So she was switching the whole time. She was like a 3D baseball card that changes depending on the angle. So one minute she's pretty and at the plate, and the next she's ugly. And that's another. So what happened next? She stopped by here. Actually, the only place she always looked good was in that back booth over there. So just bring it in. This is all you really need. I can't just keep bringing her to the coffee shop. What if things, progress? Lights out. Oh, I'll give it a shot. I do really like this coffee shop. Nice dumplings, by the way. Office Christmas. I think this Human Fund is a gold mine. That's not a French cut shirt. Someone got to cut the button and the hole in the leather. Oh, that's classic. Happy Festivus. George, Festivus is your heritage. It's part of who you are. It's a big dinner Tuesday night at Frank's house. Everyone's invited. George, you're forgetting how much Festivus has meant to us all. I brought one of the cassette tapes. Read that. You read it. I need my glasses. You don't need glasses. You just read. You read. It's time for the Festivus Fates of Spring. That's fun times. Hi there, this is Kramer and Frank.
So, you ready to go?
Still here. The just opened up. Now this is a good looking book.
I love that reveal. When Gwen sits down, she's just decked out and
glowing. You can tell she's starting to get a little bit frustrated with Jerry because they're always, having their dates here at Monks.
It's such a great reveal too when she arrives, where Jerry says, "Oh, Gwen, this is Kramer, Frank. Hi."
Yeah,
she's got this she's drugged out. I don't know.
Dan O'Keefe said that they put tissue up her nose to make her nostrils flare, and they had a prosthetic that she had in her mouth to make her lip kind of stick out, which was very Marlon Brando-esque.
You mentioned that. the mouth, it does look different. Like the upper lip kind of sticks out more.
And then they said it was a challenge for the director of photography to light her. Is that right? Lighting.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think most of her unattractiveness comes from like the shadows of her eyes. Just goes to show like how important lighting is. Kind of take it for granted. But this scene is probably most remembered for the appearance of the Festivus pole.
As you hear it dragging across the floor, it looks, and that Michael pulled Jerry Stiller aside and said, "Honey, you're dragging the pole across the floor." And Jerry Stiller remarks about that in his interview, but how he felt like all the cycled actors and players were really trying to lift each other up. And there's an example of Michael helping out his partner.
It's kind of scary when Frank and Kramer enter because Frank's just staring at George. His deadpan look as he's dragging that wall.
Yeah. Did you ever collect baseball cards when you were growing up?
Oh, sure. Well, movie cards, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Did you have the 3D ones?
Sure, the foil.
I can always imagine when Jerry does that little move with the 3D card, I think back to as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
We also did a video of it's a recording of an old Festivus.
Oh, of course, yeah. Before we should mention it's a recording of little George saying, "I can't read it. I need my glasses." So it's probably the poetry that he was supposed to sing. There you go.
Leave him alone. So one gripe I'm gonna have with this episode, we're getting a wonderful glimpse into what it was like to grow up as a Costanza. We're not getting as much Estelle as I would like.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So my problem with Dan O'Keefe, this is my grievance to you this year. Make the Festivus a 2-out-2-parter, an hour episode, and 3 more Estelle.
That would be something. Yeah, maybe they should bring back like Estelle Harris, Jerry Stiller, do a little reshoot. Hell, I would love like a little like short film of like the Costanzas having Festivus dinner in 2017.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, let's get over to H&H Bagels. Kramer is picketing outside, as we know, because he can't take off for Festivus.
No bagel, no bagel, no bagel, no bagel, no bagel.
Hey. What is his sign read?
Festivus, yes. Bagels, no.
I mean, he's on strike, right? He could still go to Festivus dinner, but
yeah, why not strike by not, going? What do you like?
Inside, though, the phone rings and Elaine races forward with the greeting, H&H and Elaine.
Very sensual.
And it's Kramer calling from a payphone.
What did you get out of it? Sabotage the bagel machine last night. It's going down.
What did you do?
Been warned. Oh, hi. Kramer, the way they block the shot when you see Kramer outside, you think he's just at some payphone off in the distance. I'm sitting directly outside of H&H Bagel at a payphone that you can see him through the glass.
I think they did a little trickery in the editing. I think originally Elaine answered it, and then that's when she did the, oh, hi. And then they decided to put it at the end because it was funny.
Well, it is.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Bravo.
So, what did Kramer do? He sabotaged the bagel, and it starts, the valve breaks, causing just some steam to pour out. Nothing that major. In fact, one of the employees is like, yeah, we can still make bagels, it's just a little steam.
How do you like your bagels now?
As he walks off.
He has a look of disappointment on his face because he realizes it was futile.
That's great. Next scene, we're at Kruger Industrial Smoothing. Mr. Kruger stops George in the hallway and tells him, hey, George, I'm supposed to throw some of the company's money at a charity this season, and I've decided to go with the Human Fund. And he hands George a check for $20,000.
Okay. Microsoft Hot Valves again. Alright. How can you not love this guy?
I mean, next to Jesus stuff, you got Lit Peterman. I mean, Seth's one of the best bosses on Seinfeld. So
They were so good at casting and bringing in different actors for the bosses.
great character, but great actor to go with him. Right next to our monks, Gwen and Jerry are again eating at the back room. And Gwen has had enough with the coffee shop. Every meal they eat at Monk's, she just found a rubber band in her soup.
Oh, I know who's working today.
So George pops by and not only takes Gwen's seat, but her soup as well, pulling out the rubber band.
Ah, Paco.
Fires it up.
That was improvised by Jason Alexander.
Oh, really? That's
Paco and the family.
I love that name, Paco. So I guess we know some employees at Monk's now. You got Ruthie Cohen, Larry, Paco.
We should go in there and be like, is Paco working today? See what they say.
So George shows Jerry the $20,000 check and is actually thinking about keeping it. So he can start giving back. Like an actual charity.
I think I can be a philanthropist. I'm kick-ass for that place. I have all this money and people would love it. Then they would come to me and beg. And if I felt like it, I would help them out. And then they would help me big time. First thing I'm going to need is a driver. George is becoming the Lex Luthor of this episode.
You know, it's interesting though. George has dealt with charity, right? Like the old man, he and Jerry were pretty charitable in that episode.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I was thinking more of the Susan Ross Foundation.
Very good, yeah. You know how that went.
Not too well. And the way he went on this little monologue here about people loving him, did he talk about, I ran a company, people love me, they have pictures of me on the walls?
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Like Stalin.
He has a nice set of hair. Alright, let's go over to H&H Bagels. Kramer is outside, and you can tell from inside it's all filled with steam. She looks like Alice Cooper, right? Or Ozzy Osbourne.
That's great.
She's got the flat, dark hair. Messy eyeliner, mascara.
It's bright night.
And Denim Beth's just called. She's going to get her hands on that atomic sub card soon. And then free sub. This repeated idea that it's all for a free sub, which is, I don't know, I can relate to this. Even, when I was poor, when I was making money, either way, I want that free sub.
There is a feeling of accomplishment.
For sure. A little OCD there too, I guess. But as Elaine walks off, Kramer runs into Gwen, who is looking very attractive. And Kramer, met her at Monk's when she was not looking so attractive, so he doesn't recognize her here, even though she claims to be Jerry's girlfriend. In fact, Kramer says, I've seen Jerry's girlfriend, and she's not that attractive. In fact, she's like a foot shorter. So does the lighting also affect your height? Of course. And Gwen puts it together. This is the reason why Jerry keeps taking her to the coffee shop. He's afraid of getting caught. I miss this side of Kramer that we've gotten through most of the show, where he really screws over the other characters. It's all his fault.
Unbeknownst to him.
Right. Elsewhere, Elaine runs into Denim Vest. We find out his name is Steve. From Tim Motley.
I prefer Denim Vest.
From Tim Motley's party. And he does, just like Kramer and Gwen, he does not recognize Elaine because she's looking like a two-face. And he actually has trouble accepting that it's the same woman from the party.
He asks her if she's sick, if she's got the mumps or typhoid.
So you're still sticking with the denim. So she asks for a card back, and Denim Vest is just so uncomfortable. He's like, it's at my apartment, but I can't go there now.
So he had this trick to lure her back to his apartment.
So he's trying to get out of there as soon as possible, so he gives her a number, and he hustles off. Elaine looks at the number, looks up, and sees the same one on a movie moving truck.
Take number 9.
And I think this is one of the best Easter eggs in this episode. It's a deep pull, but we get a shot of a moving truck, and on it says the Azari Brothers, which is the same moving company in the episode The Couch.
The Couch. Yeah. Tom Azari is the set designer on Seinfeld. They once again paid homage to him by having his name on the side of the truck.
He's actually standing outside the truck, writing something on a clipboard. This all connects to Elaine because she tried to date the mover in the truck, Carl. But another great blooper to come out of this scene as well. When Elaine leaves H&H, Michael just makes up some words on the spot. In the scene, I think he says just Yamahama. But in the blooper, he's like, "You look all lank."
And within an instant, Julia she didn't expect that coming.
We don't have audio of this, but there were some alternate takes too, right?
Yeah, Kramer described Elaine as being all scraggly like a muskrat, moist and squiddy.
Those are great words.
Like a squid.
All right. Moving right along here to Kruger's office. Mr. Kruger has George stop by.
George, you've got a problem. There's a memo here, accounting, telling me there's no such thing as human fund. There isn't. Well, I could give the money back. George, I don't get it. There's no human fund, no donation cards. You better have more good when you gave me a fake Christmas gift. Sir, I gave out the fake card because I don't really celebrate Christmas. I celebrate Festivus. And I was afraid that I would be persecuted for my beliefs. They drove my family out of Bayside, sir. Oh, no, sir. Festivus is all too real. And I can prove it if I have to. Yeah, you probably should.
He doesn't really get that upset, Mr. Kruger. He's just like, yeah, you probably should.
He's such an odd duck, right? Like, he found out George is the one that threw his family's belongings in the water, and he still hired him.
There you go. And it's funny, he's not upset that George tried to steal $20,000 from the company. It's the fact that he got a fake Christmas gift. So he better have a good reason why that is. George, being the quick thinker that he is, brings up Festivus, which is true, right? But Kruger doesn't hear him, he hears venomous.
So Kruger says venomous. And I asked that question at trivia last year. What does Kruger repeat back to George? Venomous. There was this like half the room disagreed, and they swear they heard Kruger say feminist.
I always thought it began with F as in Frank, feminist. But I didn't think it was feminist, I just thought it was feminist. But I see, the subtitles says venomous.
I'm gonna lean more towards the subtitles, venomous. Anywho, I don't know if I'd want a boss like Kruger. Not only is he incompetent, but he doesn't get angry, but that sort of makes him scary, where it's like, there's no such thing as the human fund. There could be.
Here it comes.
But there isn't. But yeah, it's all leading to this moment here. The big scene from the episode. Probably the longest clip we've ever played on Signcast. I think it's clocking in around 3 minutes. But
this will have my soda snack.
This is Festivus dinner at the Costanzas.
Happy Festivus! George, this is a surprise. Yo, Dad, this is my boss, Mr. Kruger. Have you seen the poll? No, he doesn't. He's going to see it. Happy Festivus!
What are you doing here?
Racing my roots.
They nailed you on the 20Gs?
That's the goal. It's made from aluminum. Very high strength to weight ratio. I find your belief system fascinating.
Hey, happy Festivus, everyone! Hello again, Miss Betty.
What are you doing here?
Damnedest thing. Me and Charlie were calling to ask you out, and we got this bagel place. I told them I was just about to see you. It's a Festivus miracle!
Let's begin. Dr. Van Nostrand.
That's right.
Welcome, newcomers. The tradition of Festivus begins with the airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it. You, Truman. My son tells me your company stinks. He goes in a minute. Truman. You couldn't smooth a silk sheet if you had a hot date with a bang. I lost my train of thought.
Jerry.
How did you know I was here?
Kramer told me.
Another Festivus miracle.
I guess this is the ugly girl I've been hearing about. Hey, I was in a schwitz for 6 hours.
Wait. And lighting up a porch.
Hey, how did my horse do?
He had to be shot. And now, as Festivus rolls on, we come to the feats of strength. The feats of strength. This year, the honor goes to Mr. Kramer. Oh, gee, Frank, I'm sorry. I gotta go. I have to work a double shift at H&H. I thought you were on strike. Well, I can't. I mean, I really had to use their bathroom. Frank, no offense, but this holiday is a little out there. Kramer, you can't go. Who's gonna do the feats of strength? How about George? Good thinking, Cougar. Till you pin me, George. Festivus is not over. Last promo.
Take it, Georgie.
Stop crying and fight your father. Ow! Oh, I got it! This is the best Festivus ever!
Such an epic scene there, man. I mean, not only from the audio, but actually filming the scene was a challenge. Apparently, it took an entire day to shoot. They went into the late hours. There were just so many different angles. If you notice, like everyone has a camera pointed at them at some point.
Yeah, let's do the table. We have that four. We have Frank and Estelle. We have Mr. Kruger. And we have the bookie and Charlie.
Charlie here. So that's 9 at the table.
Okay.
Then you've got Gwen, popping in, but
popping in.
And the only person who really doesn't get a camera on them is Estelle.
But yeah, see, again, Dan O'Keefe, man.
So Dan O'Keefe's fault. But yeah, I think we should just start at the top of the scene, and we will end our discussion with an incredible blooper reel, which helps you understand why the scene took so long to film.
And why it's so fun.
But from the top, the fact that Frank doesn't call Mr. Kruger by his name, what does he call him?
Not only does he not even say Mr., it's Cougar. So the disrespect of not referring to him as Mr., but mispronouncing his name. But you see the poll, Cougar?
The best is at the end, as it's wrapping up. Good thinking, Cougar.
Yeah. We're gonna get a Kruger, a Cougar, and then we're gonna get a K Cougar in another episode. But I like how Yamahama becomes a running gag throughout the show. Whenever they see Elaine, it's Yamahama.
And that's good trivia. Who are the 3 characters to say Yamahama?
So Kramer, Steve, and Georgie. learn what the pole is made out of, the Festivus pole.
Yes.
Why is it? Why does he use aluminum?
It's a very high strength to weight ratio.
I find your belief system fascinating.
And I'm going to give credit to Dan O'Keefe. He does a commentary for this episode on the DVD. But I always love that line from Kruger, but Dan connected it to, I don't know, some American or British traveler, I don't know, visiting like a tribe in the middle of nowhere. So, very interesting.
Yeah.
Belief system.
I found this very odd. The bookie says, damnedest thing, me and Charlie were calling to ask out, and we got this bagel place. So does this mean that the bookie and Charlie were intending to go on a date as a team with Elaine?
Unfortunately for Elaine, yeah. Something about Charlie and the bookie makes me think they ask a lot of women out together.
Okay, let's just move right along. And then, what a wonderful callback here to the slicer in which Kruger, Dr. Van Nostrand. And Kramer's very happy because it's Festivus, he's having a great time, and he realizes, I've been caught.
That's right.
He has to turn on Van Nostrand like that.
So many quick little jokes, peppered throughout the scene. It moves really quickly. Van Nostrand is something that we've tracked, through most of the show. So it's nice that it's making, one final appearance or mention here at least. Now, when dinner starts, I love how Frank kicks things off with, it's very calm, it's very sweet, welcome newcomers, tradition of Festivus, begins the airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. And Cougar is first up. Alright, you'll get yours in a minute.
Yeah.
And what's the insults or the grievance Frank has?
Cougar, you couldn't smooth a silk sheet if you had a hot date with a babe? I lost my train of thought.
Now, I thought that would have been that was like a Jerry Stiller flub. Because as we know, throughout Seinfeld, Jerry always had trouble with his lines, which made the Frank character so great. But I guess it was actually written like that in the script.
Well, I thought the opposite. I thought this was I thought Jerry couldn't remember his lines, so he just went with it.
I think I read that it was actually written in the script. So
okay.
Almost like Jerry is affecting the character.
Yeah, they're kind of melding into one because the writers know he's not. Look at the Silver Dollar Collection. Why wouldn't he forget his lines? Or what do you use training?
No, recently with the blood, when Jerry heads up, goes, oh, that's right. We also got to mention the cab.
Bad lighting on the porch.
Gwen shows up, the bad lighting on the porch.
There's the end of that relationship.
Yes. And I love how Gwen points to Elaine and says, oh, this must be the ugly girl I've been hearing about.
Yeah, ouch.
I think Elaine looks great.
Man,
how dare you?
Put yourself together there.
And, here we go to this great moment as Elaine turns to the bookie. Hey, how'd my horse do?
You had to be shot. I think you're a fox.
Alright,
I know.
You spoiled it.
I couldn't wait.
Let's cut to the bloopers here. And this is a scene where, Julia is trying to get, I don't think she's asking about her horse.
At one point, she's trying to say, how'd my horse do? And she can't get it out. She keeps looking at the bookie.
Right. Now, there was a line deleted from the episode where Charlie says how attractive Lane is with that fox line. So
that's my favorite.
Here we go.
I think you're a fox. I think you're a fox. I think you're a fox. I think you're a fox.
Thanks. Hey, how did my
You what?
Hey, how did my horse do?
Sorry. I love when Tracy Letts cracks up. He's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's apologizing. Yeah, because everybody else is cracking up and he apologizes. It's great. They must be having such fun while filming this scene. With everybody just gathered around this table.
And of course, the scene proper ends with George fighting his father, and it is, of course, the best Festivus ever.
Everybody fight your father. One other thing we forgot to mention, pay attention to the way Michael or Kramer does Frank No Offense for this holiday. Just like a trumpet or a horn. It's genius.
And he just came up with that on the spot, probably. Yeah, it's so good. In fact, we didn't play the blooper, but there's another blooper where he does that and everyone loses it. They try to continue the scene.
Frank, no offense, but this holiday is a little...
How about George?
Good thinking. Well, Vinny Festivus dinner is over. Let's move to the final scene of the episode. This is over the credits. Kramer is back to work at H&H Bagels. He needed to use their bathroom. And he's working his hand through the dough, chewing some gum, falls out of his mouth into the dough, and he starts digging for it.
Kneading that dough, twirling it with his finger.
Yeah, he finds the gum and starts twirling it out when his boss walks up and just says, "Okay, you're fired."
Thank you. So Matt, is this a Festivus yes or a Bagels no?
Oh, this is Festivus yes all the way, man. Come on. Definitely one of my favorites. I love to watch it around the holidays. I think it's impossible to be a Seinfeld fan and not, if you don't celebrate Festivus or, get in on it, you gotta love this episode. It's, I think, one of the gems to come out of season 9. And I think also the fact that it's outlived the show itself. I mean, people still talk about Festivus to this day.
Yeah.
Merchandise, books, as we talked about clothing, everything. It's an important Seinfeld episode, to say the least. I think all the characters have great story arcs this week. It's well balanced. You get the stanzas, maybe Frank's best episode, some great supporting characters, Tim Womley. What's not to love? What do you think?
I love everything about this episode. My gripe, need more stealth, but I would say that everybody's storyline is really solid. If I had to pick who the weakest story is, I'd say Jerry, which normally is not the case. Usually we'll say Elaine, but Elaine with Denim Vest was solid with Mickey and Charlie. Kramer's going on strike with H&H, and then George's Festivus and everybody being able to participate with Festivus is what made it a classic episode. But Jerry with Gwen and the toothpaste, that was probably my least favorite of all the storylines.
Yeah, there's something about all the characters dovetailing and really working with each other. They're not all in their separate corners to come together at the end. They, Elaine and Kramer work together a lot. You've got, the whole Festivus thing seems to, starts small and it kind of spreads into everyone's life by the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, really one for the books. And, I think I'll say this is my favorite Christmas-esque episode of Seinfeld for sure. What about you?
Well, I still like the race because you get to see Kramer in that Santa attire, so I will have to make the strike my number 2. Sometimes I wonder why I spend lonely night dreaming of song. All right, that's going to do it for us here on Signcast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at signcast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at Coco.
Vinny, what episode do we have next week?
We're discussing the 11th episode of Season 9 of The Dealership. High five.
But for now, I'm Matt.
On the flip side, I'm Vinny.
Signing out.
But that was long.
And now my constellation is in the stars of summer beside the garden wall. When the stars are bright, you are in my home. Nightingale, tell me all that I know.
Damn, I worked myself out of my office again. I'm going home.
Hey, George, stop it. Well, last one. Listen, you gotta help me out. Elaine and Buddy just broke up. He treated me just like a regular customer now. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Oh, you were gonna get a deal, huh? There's no laws in this place. Anything goes. It's Thunderdome.
Hello, and welcome to Signcast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who could barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
How are you doing?
Doing all right, man. How are you?
I'm having a good time.
We don't really talk about behind-the-scenes stuff here on Signcast, but I want to apologize to our listeners because, I've never been satisfied with the audio quality of this podcast, and one of the most frustrating things about recording is relying on the internet. We spend about half an hour each show, restarting our computers, resetting the Wi-Fi,
Plugging in now. How do I sound now? Can I go now?
So thanks for your patience, Vinny, and I just want to let our listeners know, thanks for putting up with the audio quality. I think it varies week to week.
This whole operation we got going here.
Yeah. One other thing about our listeners, we need to thank some donations that we've received over the past couple of months. Vinny, I gave you the first half year. You want to get us started, and we have not rehearsed these names, so sorry if we butcher them.
We're also drunk. Just kidding. It's not a wine record this time. First up, James Robinson, Anders Larm, Yiling Sham, Andrew Marks, Johannes Baint Boostra, Ronnie Setza, Nicole West, William Navarre from Cambridge, Massachusetts, Jason Heasley in Lunenburg, Massachusetts, and Heather Ordonez in Elkridge, Maryland. Hey, right up the road.
Yeah, do you know Elkridge?
I'm familiar with Elkridge. I love Elkridge.
We've also got Jeff and Adrian Wagner from Greensboro, North Carolina. I've got a cousin that lives in Greensboro. David Ziegler from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Matthew Holtwick from North Olmsted, Ohio. Sunil Sawani from Troy, Michigan. Chris Longner from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Nicholas Tate from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Jay Vandeveer from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Lewis Krell from Seattle, Washington. We're going to get international here, guys. Cam Anderson from Halifax, Nova Scotia. I think it's Ariel or Arl. What do you think that is?
I'd go with Arl, but
Arl Hogberg from the Wagner. Wait, no. How would you pronounce that town?
Levanger or Levanger in Norway. I think people are shutting off at this point.
And Tal Becker from Israel. Thank you so much, everyone, for donating to the show. If you'd like to support Signcast with our monthly hosting costs and getting a show out each week, now's the time to do it. Vinny, I think at this point we're about halfway through season 9.
Please help us keep the lights on just a little bit longer.
But if anyone would like to donate, you can check out paypal.me/Signcast. Pinecast. There's also a link in our show notes. Once again, thanks to everyone who has donated this episode, and anytime we've mentioned your name on the show, we really appreciate it. Vinny, what episode do we have this week?
We're discussing the 11th episode of Season 9, The Dealership, written by Stephen Coren, directed by Andy Ackerman, and it originally aired January 8th, 1998.
What was that?
I don't know, I got excited when I saw The Dealership, so I'm excited to discuss this one.
Yeah, this is, I think, a standout episode from Season 9, and probably one of the most memorable bottle episodes, or one that doesn't take place in Jerry's apartment.
Love those kinds.
Love it when we get to those. Quiz time. This is the second episode this season where we don't see Jerry's apartment. You remember the first?
Wait, second time this season?
Mm-hmm.
My memory is shot, and I'm like a goldfish. But where were we? Oh, I remember you saying it. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. But I got nothing.
It was the Murph Griffin show, which I think is surprising because we're in the building, but
it's in the building, and it's right across the hall.
Yeah, but we never see Jerry's apartment in that episode.
I'll be damned.
Yeah. This is the final solo script by Steve Coren. He'll actually make an appearance, a cameo at the end of the episode. He plays the cab driver.
That was shocking. I've always heard his voice on the commentaries, but never did I know what he looked like. So there you go. Name with a face.
He's also in the, what's the episode where George wants to get fired? He's the guy that's like, hey, bodysuit man.
Oh, that's right.
He's kind of got like I think it's his name, Dan.
Yeah.
We used to when he had long hair.
He does have a Dan. Vocal?
Well, this is an interesting episode because they had to take Jerry's apartment, the set, apart to build the interior of the dealership. That took up most of the stage. So I think if you want to imagine like Jerry's apartment laid on top of the dealership where Putty and Jerry sit, I think that's kind of like towards the edge of the couch where that chair is, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And like where I guess where Jerry or where George goes to the vending machine, that would either be in the kitchen or like into the Monk's coffee shop.
All right.
Because the coffee shop was to the right of the apartment on the stage. I don't know. It's just kind of cool if you know the behind the scenes look of the set. You kind of know where things would be. The exterior shots where they're on the car lot, that was actually filmed outside in the back lot. They actually got cars from a saw dealership that was just right outside the gates of the studio. I don't think any cars went missing though. That's about it for the trivia, but something I wanted to bring up. This was the first episode to air after Jerry announced that Seinfeld would end in May. So that announcement came December 26th, 1997, day after Christmas. And a couple of weeks later, Seinfeld comes back. And I think this is really the mark. If you look at Nielsen ratings and whatnot, this is where the show just started climbing up and up and up all the way to that finale. Do you remember when Jerry announced the show would end and how you felt? And
I vaguely have that memory of the news anchor saying, it's all over for Seinfeld, they're in their final run, and just kind of saying to myself, my friends, my family, like, oh man.
The second go.
Yeah.
I have a few links here that I'll include in the show notes. I think the New York Times was the source to break the story. My feelings though at the time, being a recent Seinfeld fan, I only got into the show at the end of season 8. I was really sad because I'm like, man, I just got into the show. I was looking forward to watching it on, Thursdays, but I did have the back catalog to look forward to because I think around this point I was only really familiar with seasons 7, 8, and 9. It definitely felt shocking, I think, to most people because the show was great. It was getting incredible ratings. People loved it. And I think this was the first time I learned a little bit about Jerry Seinfeld the person and just his approach to comedy and how important it was for him to end on a high note when so many shows go on way too long.
Yeah, jump in the shark, as they say.
Yeah, looking back, it seems like the best decision he could have made.
Like the way he says, always leave them wanting more, and that's what you want, and that's what I think we have is that if they would just have done one more season. Even during the commentary, during this episode, you got Andy Ackerman, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Jason Alexander, and Patrick Warburton doing commentary. Both Julia and Andy Ackerman say, "Man, I really wish we would have came back for one more. Like we were having so much fun." But that's the feeling you want. You don't want to have that feeling of, ugh, so glad, glad it's over with. I can't wait to be done.
Do you agree with them? Like, I know it's kind of hard to be honest, being a huge Seinfeld fan, but
what shoes am I wearing right now? Am I the Seinfeld fan? Am I the podcast host? Which one?
Let's do Seinfeld fan and just like a regular TV watcher.
Seinfeld fan? Yeah, of course. You never want your show to end. It's hard because, like you said, the quality was still A plus. So I did, of course, back then I did not want it to end. I wanted more. But now when I think of The Office, because I was kind of out of it by the time the last season had rolled around, Michael had left, and I was ready for it to be done. I didn't want more because it had already jumped their shark in a way, So of course I want more Seinfeld. But when I look back at the show as a whole, I have such a fondness, and there's quality there. There's no bad runs of episodes, which I'm very thankful for. My favorite show doesn't have any blemishes on it.
Sure. I feel the same way, I think over the years, I always want to side with the creator, whether it's like Seinfeld or like a film franchise I really like. I always want to respect the creator's decisions and say they made the right decision. But, as Jerry said, wanting more isn't such a bad thing,
You're right.
So, who knows? There's, I think, 32 shows being revamped right now or returning. One is Roseanne, Will and Grace, Mad About You,
The Office, right?
Is The Office coming back too?
There's rumors.
Oh my god, it's crazy. But ultimately, I've accepted it. 20 years later, I'm okay with it.
It's okay. They're there.
Oh, one last thing about the commentary. Jason said that they, I guess, being the cast members, wanted to do either the final season or the final episode in New York City, not LA. Which I thought would have been awesome for a final episode, actually put the group in. Oh, here's an idea for final shot. What if they actually you actually see them enter Tom's restaurant from the outside?
That would have been something.
Yeah, because we never see them outside of it. Mm-hmm. In fact, do we ever see any of the main four in New York City?
We see Kramer's stand-in, or double,
trying to think of that jump, the Italian ice.
But I can't say that we've ever seen them in New York City proper. But that's a great idea to have them actually, you have the establishing shots outside of Tom's or Monk's, and to have them walking up would be wonderful. Even, I don't know if they ever had tables outside in the show.
That was a nice thing that the owner of Tom's says. He's put seats outside for the summer or the warmer months.
Now, didn't Jason Alexander say something about that the four of them did go to Manhattan and sit outside somewhere and nobody even noticed them? Do I recall that?
Yeah, it was a Rolling Stone shoe. I think it was the one where they're wearing the leather, the black leather. They came to the city for the shoot, and then afterwards they went to eat. They're like, man, everyone's going to recognize us. This is going to be crazy. And no one did.
That is baffling to me. It is, because we're fans, but then at the same time, when I'm in New York, I'm kind of just minding my own business, trying to keep my head down, get from A to B, follow you, because you walk so fast. So I guess it's plausible that nobody would bat an eye at them, and they just think they're lookalikes.
Yeah, lookalikes. Whatever. Well, Vinny, let's get started with our first scene here. We're at the dealership car lot. I never noticed, but it actually has a name. It's called European International. And, sort of similar setup here to when George was buying the Volvo or the mom and pop store. Right. So, outside, familiar setting. Jerry's shopping for a new car while George is wondering about flying cars. I think a lot of us wonder about these flying cars, when we're going to see them, and really why they haven't become a reality yet. But Jerry points out, I think Ed Begley Jr. has one.
Nope, that's just electric.
What about Harrison Ford? Get up on a Blade Runner? That was kind of cool.
Well, what's the competition? Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Do you feel like in 2018 you would still reference Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? I mean, there aren't many iconic flying cars, but
true. My biggest connection to Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is Ace Ventura singing the song in When Nature Calls.
Sure. But I guess what I'm getting at is, especially with the younger writing crew, I thought there would be mention of the DeLorean from Back to the Future. Maybe it's harder to like say DeLorean and people know what you're talking about.
Oh, I disagree with that. Everyone knows what a DeLorean is.
Flying DeLorean? Is that your flying car of choice from like a movie or TV show?
I'd probably go with the DeLorean, and then I also really was keen on the Jetsons, the flying car with the little bubble on top.
Right.
Yeah.
The Jetsons really ruined everything for us, because I think that's what everyone thinks about when
that was the future.
The future, right? The flying cars, the robot.
They hit on Rosie. Love her. They hit on some things though, with like the iPad and the way we communicate with video,
right?
You know, so we'll get there.
Star Trek too. Yeah, absolutely. Replica. But the conversation doesn't end there about the flying cars. The guys want to know, well, where are the floating cities and the underwater bubble cities? I really like this kind of cold open. Great conversation, and it's set within the main story here.
It feels like two friends who tend to kind of lean toward nerd culture, or at least, sci-fi or comics or whatever, and they're kind of just debating back and forth, which is nice.
And I think that's a good trivia question, too, getting back to Blade Runner and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, because this cold open might be cut from syndication, but you're right. Those are two movie mentions that I don't think most people think of on Seinfeld.
I'd also like to point out that we referenced the mom and pop store where George was buying a car. He seemed a lot less cynical back then than he is now, and will be for the rest of this episode.
Can I say something? Liz and I bought our first car last year. Before then we just had hand-me-down cars. I can't tell you how much George's attitude in this episode has stuck with me the past 20 years. Oh, yeah. We started looking at cars a year prior, so back in 2016. And we took so many test drives, went to so many different dealers. And the whole time, I'm nice and polite, but inside I've got this George voice saying, rage. Yeah, these guys are gonna, screw you over. Don't believe anything they say. And Liz and I actually did the walkout a few times. We didn't make a big scene, but there was one point. We live in New Jersey, so maybe they're more aggressive. But we were leaving, and this guy didn't prevent us from leaving. But he kept talking to us, and we kept saying, "All right, we'll see you later. All right, we'll see you later." And you were being courteous. It sounds like you were being. Well, we were doing the walk and being like, "All right, thank you. All right, thank you." And he followed us all the way outside to our car. No, you should have given him a thank you. No. Go back! What about you? You got a car a few years ago. Did you have a similar experience, or? I did. Luckily, my friend Randy was in town. He's my friend who lives from Michigan State, now lives in Oregon. Great guy, but he is not one to be trifled with. So not only do you have the salesman guy, but then once you select the car, you go into the purchasing guy. Yeah. And the finance guy was the pushy guy. I had a really nice salesman, but the finance guy was so pushy, and he would not let me get a word in edgewise. And Randy, who's this like big menacing biker guy, he kind of was my confidant, if you will. And he was the one who was like saying, "Bro, sit down," or step off. So luckily, he made it a pleasant experience for me. I actually remember in this episode when Jerry says 20 minutes. No way in hell does it take 20 minutes, even with an insider's deal. Yes. But something about this episode we all relate to because we've all had to go through this experience at some point, and this is what makes this one of the great episodes. Oh, for sure, absolutely. Let's move on with the story here. Kramer is also with the guys, and he's testing out Saab 900 by jumping up and down on the back bumper.
It's good suspension. Don't you stop it? You'll have plenty of time to destroy it after I get it. Hey, George. I'm buying this car. What's wrong with you? You like the car? You're not sure what you want. You don't even know why you're here. I'm not saying again. Stop it. You should have had lunch first. It'll be 20 minutes. I told you, buddy's getting me an insider deal. This one is Elaine's boyfriend selling cars. I thought he was a mechanic. I guess he graduated. That's an easy move. Go from screwing you behind your back to screwing you right to your face.
Thank you. It's just when they give you the car, huh? You'll see. First they stick you with the undercoating, rust-proofing, dealer prep. Suddenly you're on your back like a turtle. My father had a car salesman, but he was going to fix him up real nice. Next thing I know, I'm getting dropped off in a late car with a fabric sunroof. All the kids are shouting at me, "Hey, Late George! Bonjour, Late George! Let's stop Late George and Late Laka!"
This thing is hooked up, right?
All right, we're going in. You've got a good eye there. I see you've noticed the Hilly Body construction. I reckon that. Are you looking to buy or to lease? For my friend. Maybe I should talk to him.
Well, I think so.
He's an entertainer. I see. So you're his matinee. That's right. Well, we take the spoiler out for a shakedown.
Typical Craig. Can we recall the last time we saw Jerry's car?
Well, Jerry has a long car history, but the last one we saw was in the blood, right?
As far as I remember,
right. But there are a few other cars. Remember Tony steals his Saab?
That's right.
In the bottle deposit. And I think like in the middle seasons, like 4, 5, and 6, he drove a BMW. And if you go all the way back to the ex-girlfriend, remember he had like that huge boat?
Oh yeah.
I think it was the ex-girlfriend, like where Elaine and George are sitting.
She doesn't want to have to put her head on the seat.
Yeah. And this website I found claims it was a 1987 Chevy Caprice, which is funny because that's what the cab driver says at the end of the episode.
Oh, how fitting.
But can I run some other car trivia by you?
I probably won't get it right.
So Jerry has owned a Chevy Caprice, BMW, and a Saab. He technically owned a Cadillac, right?
Well, he purchased one.
Bought it,
yeah. Yeah,
all right.
but yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm with you.
And he kind of owned that white van.
He did own a big juicy van for about 22 minutes. Yes.
All right, and then one last thing. This is a different character, but it's something we did not bring up in the Maestro, which I'm really upset about. You know when the Maestro pulls up and he's like doing his conducting?
Oh, with Elaine, right?
Yeah, and Elaine jumps in and they drive off. He's driving a LeBaron.
What? Get right out of town. How do you know that?
It was on this Seinfeld car guy website. And
now,
he kind of looks like
me. I was going to say, can you confirm that? Do you see any decals or... We're not car guys, so it'd be tough for us to substantiate that.
I trust the website.
Okay.
Some guy on the internet said it, and he ain't glad.
Yeah.
Anything from this scene that you like? Any dialogue?
I like that line about Jerry. He's buying this expensive new car, and yet he's like understanding of Kramer. He knows Kramer's going to be the one to break it.
Right. What about you? Well, I just love everything George says in this scene and throughout the episode. From they stick you with the undercoating, rust proofing, dealer prep. Suddenly you're on your back like a turtle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you remember that huge contract you signed, right? Just all the breakdown of all the extra charges and fees and whatnot.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And we learned about, I guess, a traumatizing incident from George's childhood, the lake car.
Yeah, let me ask you, because I didn't know this was a thing. Have you Googled what a lake car looks like?
Yeah, it's like a kind of like a smushed sort of cars, right? Like a hatchback.
Like the Earthmobile from Wayne's World, or like a Pinto. But I can imagine George's head with the material, that sunroof,
Maybe was that. What movie was that where like the like a tall guy is sitting and they like throw the roof down and his head like rips through it?
Was it The Super with Joe Pesci?
Maybe.
Was it Howard's Family? Oh, that could be one. Lurch,
but it's got that fabric, either the fabric sunroof or the.
Okay, and then maybe like a commercial with Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes, maybe that was it.
Okay, anyway.
Yeah, it's a pretty horrible vehicle, but I like that nickname. Hey, Lake George, bonjour, Lake George.
I think we forget that when we have the nickname discussion.
That's true. We also meet the character Rick here, a car dealer who is going to be teamed with Kramer this episode for an interesting arc.
Yeah, a guest star, tag team partner for Kramer, which is kind of interesting. That's Daniel Hagen, who plays Rick, and I like him because he has like an innocence about him, or a naivete, if you will. Very sweet. But he was in American Crime Story, The Informant, and lots of voice work from this guy.
Yeah, I haven't watched the new season of American Crime Story, but I think he was in the 4th episode, if anyone's been watching. I always thought that this actor was the same guy from The Dinner Party. You're David, right? Just, slow down.
Oh, no way. That's the guy from... I could see it. I don't know. That's the dude from Pee-wee. Yes.
For a long time, I'm like, oh, I got a double dipper for you, Vinny.
And I quickly pulled the sauce away from him.
It's like I'm a little out of my league here. But let's move on to the showroom. George enters with Jerry and just has nothing but contempt for the salesman.
The only thing these guys fear is the walkout. No matter what they say, you say, I'll walk out of here right now.
Can I help you with something?
Hold it! One more step and we're walking!
George is at an 11 this entire episode.
Mm-hmm. It was hard for me to distinguish who I would give, performance of the week, because it was George at first, and then Putty's going to come in. So let's see who edges out by the end of the episode.
For sure. Well, speaking of, Putty arrives with Elaine. He just took her out to celebrate his promotion. Where'd they go?
To a restaurant.
Arby's.
I had the roast beef.
I think this is the first mention of Arby's, right? Putty's favorite restaurant.
Patrick Warburton never did Arby's commercials, did he?
That's a good question.
Because that would have been like a genius marketing campaign to grab him and height of Seinfeld popularity.
I think we'll hear another mention in The Burning where he's like, feels like an Arby's.
Love this guy.
So Jerry says he's going with the 900 Saab convertible, and Putty says, hey, great, it's a classic. And then something happens that changed things in a deep and profound way from that day forward. High five. Jerry, I guess, gives Putty a high five. It's odd. How do you feel about high fives? Vinny, are you someone that, gives out high fives to this guy or that gal?
It's funny, in my gym and my friends, no high fives are going on, but lots of fist bumps. I think the fist pump or the pounding, if you will, those are quite popular in today's day and age.
That's great. Yeah, the fist bump is sort of the high five of the 2000s.
Yeah. What the millennials use as the high five.
I actually can't remember the last time I gave a high five.
Well, I know what's going to happen when we see each other.
And not sure why, but Elaine steps away to use the copier. You know what that's all about?
Yeah, what is she making copy for? I don't know.
Well, while she's doing that, Putty shows Jerry and George the 900.
Yeah, you show us the 900.
Apparently, this is the final year for the Saab 900, 1988.
1988? What do you mean,
98? Sorry, 98.
There we go. So I think the salesman in which George was first taken aback by, we should all recognize this guy's face, especially if you watch the early Comedians in Cars. That's Rick Hutton. But he was in Star Trek Generations, lots of ADR work from this guy, Hunger Games, X-Men. But if you recall, he is the Acura guy from the Comedians in Cars ads.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know where you were going with that.
The confidence of it. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring him up.
Well, let's cut over to a test drive here. We're seeing Kramer in the driver's seat with Rick next to him. This is the 1997 Saab 900 Caprito, according to that car website.
Okay.
Anyways, Kramer's taking it out for a spin, and he ignores Rick when he says to, hey, make a turn so we can return to the dealership. Why is that?
I'm going to recommend this car. I need to see that it can handle my daily routine.
Well, where are we going?
Just a little place I like to call You'll See.
All right, next scene, we're back in the showroom. Jerry sits down with Putty to discuss the deal, while George is starving and goes to find some donuts the dealership put out. What's his last bit of advice to Jerry?
Remember, no rush proofing. Commit to nothing. Get to speed. Moment.
So, Putty, it's a pretty good move for you, huh? No more grease monkey. I don't get a question. Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
Not too many monkeys. You can take them apart if you want to.
I saw one once that could do sign language.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, Coco.
Right, Coco. That chip's all right.
Hey, what's going on here? You didn't agree to anything, did you?
No, we both just saw the same monkey.
Well, I got screwed on the donuts. There were none left.
Well, there's a vending machine. I can show you where it is.
Hey, give me a dollar.
Where's your money?
I'm here helping you.
Hey, where's Petty? The copy machine is broken.
That's what they want you to think.
Have you noticed your boyfriend has developed an annoying little habit?
The squinting,
No.
the staring.
No. He keeps asking me to give him a high five.
But all guys do that.
Slapping hands is the lowest form of male primate ritual. In fact, even some of them have moved on. They're doing sign language now.
Is that bad?
What do you think the Nazis were doing? That was the Heil Five.
Isn't that from your act like 10 years ago?
In the 80s, and it's still relatable today.
Good news, we got a 900 in black. That's the high color.
David, you know what? Can you come help me fix the copy machine? Come.
You owe me $5.
This might be the best performance of Patrick Warburton, or at least the highlight of his Seinfeld run, for sure. They also discuss the same monkey.
Oh yeah, so this is huge. Coco, right?
Yeah,
This will come back in the name
that's right.
in two ways. I think the most obvious is that George gets the nickname, right? He's jumping around like some kind of monkey, but what's the other one that might be more subtle?
The name of the maid is Coco.
That's right. Yeah, the one that George hires at Kruger. So he
And they
can
repeat that same joke, too.
That's what I'm getting at when Putty says, hey, that chip's all right, high five.
And then Jerry's maid girlfriend says, yeah, that girl's all right.
Yeah, right? Cool. I love that.
And we get a lovely throwback to a stand-up Jerry did back in, the Limo, season 3, regarding Nazis and the hey, Heil, how you doing? But this Heil 5 joke, and Elaine makes a wonderful comment about, isn't that from your act like 10 years ago? So,
Good in the 80s and still relatable today.
very nice.
And we also get the great term grease monkey, which I wonder if mechanics find that offensive.
That might be what pushes their buttons if you call them grease monkey. Hey, what did I tell you about that?
Also, sorry, one last thing here with Jerry asking, hey Elaine, have you noticed your boyfriend developing like an annoying little habit?
The squinting,
No.
the staring. Very nice.
Well, here we go. George is at the vending machine, or probably one of the most classic George storylines here. What does he go with?
Fifth Avenue bar, right?
Yes, exactly.
Twix.
Viva. He doesn't get very far since the machine won't take his wrinkled dollar, but the mechanic walks up, puts in $1, has no trouble. And right from the get-go, this guy does not like George. He tells him, I can't give you change. I don't have any bills to trade. But George, follows him all the way back to the service entrance and calls him out, excuse me, when your wallet was open, I glanced inside and I couldn't help but notice you had several crisp dollar bills.
You're incorrect.
The guy doesn't know what else to say, and he just heads back to the garage. While George is just left venting about the employees, and he longingly looks at the Twix.
Oh, what I would do with you. Longing at that Twix. The latest adversary in George's life is Joel McCrary, who plays Don the Mechanic. So we actually do know his name. It is a short name. Mo, Saul, Lem. It's Don, as he's credited in IMDb. But I gotta say, if you look at his picture now, he is bald with glasses. So, solidarity, brother. Little chest bump there. But he was in American Beauty, Mystery Men, and he also does lots of voice work too.
Interesting. Yeah, he always looked familiar, but I could never place him.
I think he had beard in some of his roles back in the 90s.
Yeah, he's a great foil for George this week.
Yeah.
Let's cut over to the test drive. Kramer has been running errands this whole time. Also, he can truly experience the car and give his celebrity friend a full endorsement. But suddenly, Kramer notices some women walk by and he tries to get a smile from the Femininas.
Hey ladies, it's the South 900. What do you think? Can I interest you in a little supplemental restraint?
Jeez. What do you think they did?
I'm imagining middle fingers I don't think they put the hams on the glass because that's probably what he would have wanted. So I'm going with middle finger.
This is kind of stupid, but I can imagine, especially in a show in the 90s, Kramer would be trying to pick up these women, and when they turn around and look at him, they all have like beards or something like that.
Oh, so they're dudes and fellers.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerry!
So there's some cool behind the scenes trivia here about like Kramer's errands. In the scene, there's a big Tweety bird in the back seat, right?
A big fat Tweety bird.
We don't know where it's going or what happens to it, but I like to think that's sort of a reference to the pest dispenser.
Yeah.
Like white Tweety.
Yeah. But it's we should mention it's a life-size Tweety. It's not a tiny little, pest size.
Or it's not a life size. It's a
not life size. Excuse me. Thank you for catching that.
But in the script, at one point Kramer was going to have a cigar store Indian in the backseat.
Why'd they cut that out?
And then later he would pick up vintage albums, so that connects to another episode. The Old Man.
The acute observers would have really appreciated these little callbacks.
For sure. But there's actually a deleted scene here, which I don't have the audio for, unfortunately. It's not that funny. But at one point, the back is full of hay, and Kramer is dropping it off for Bob Sacamano.
If you do take notice in subsequent scenes, you can see some hay that is stuck to Kramer's jacket. So there's little remnants of that deleted scene there.
Awesome. Well, next scene, let's get back to the dealership. Jerry strolls into the waiting room and sees George spread out on the floor, reaching under the vending machine.
I think the candy comes out up there.
Drop change down here, Jerry. They're too lazy to pick it up.
Either that or they've got a weird little hang-up about lying face down in filth.
Why don't you just go to the cashier? The cashier is at lunch, which is where I'd like to be.
How much was under there?
Something bit me. Must need another nickel.
Hey, Buddy thinks I should go for the CD player. What do you think?
Oh, he's got a live one. He's just reeling this big fish in.
Can I have my dollar back?
Sweet. It's worth it. Come on! Jump!
They just put out some more donuts.
They did.
Last one.
Oh!
I love this running joke of just setting George up and then knocking him down.
Yeah, and it's amazing if you pitch the plot of like, oh, George tries to get a candy bar out of a vending machine. You like, how can they get meat out of that? But they found a way to. I think this is probably the best storyline of the episode is George trying to get Twix, and then people always getting hit.
Definitely. And would you say like one of the most memorable George storylines?
Yeah. Just the way, to work on the dollar being rejected by the machine, and then all the little things that George did to not get that Twix bar.
And some great dialogue in this scene too, from Jerry mocking him. I think the candy comes out over there.
Mm-hmm.
Or a typical Jerry comment. Either that, or they've got a weird little hang up about lying face down in filth.
That was one of those lines that after Jerry delivered, he had a nice smirk on his face. He was very pleased to deliver that one, which again is always the charm with Seinfeld. That's why we love this show so much.
Yeah.
During the commentary of the episode, Patrick Warburton and Julia both in unison said, "And you want to be my latex salesman," when they saw George spread out on the floor.
That's great.
So that tickled me to hear them say that. So good.
It's my favorite episode, and I didn't even...
You missed it, didn't you?
Yeah, I missed it. My favorite part of the scene, though, is when Jerry says, "Hey, can I get my dollar back?"
No. It's wrinkle. Worthless. There's that cheapness, though, like the subtle little cheapness references. Not only that, but when he noticed, he has to look into the guy's wallet when he's looking, Don, the mechanic. Couldn't help but notice you have several personalities.
No, should we talk about this last guy here?
Yeah, customer number one who got the last donut. This guy looks like they just plucked him right out of the 70s and threw him in a Seinfeld episode. But Steve Susskind is his name. He passed away in 2005, but he was in Monsters, Inc., Friday the 13th, Part 3, and Star Trek 5.
The Final Frontier.
Oh, okay.
So this guy, I believe, is the actor who voiced Mr. Potato Guy in the Slicer. Because on the commentary for the Slicer, I think it was Greg and Andy said that the guy who voiced him came back for the dealership, and he thought he was going to be playing Elaine's neighbor.
Oh, you're right.
So this is the only guy in this episode I could think of would be the candidate.
It wouldn't be we're going to meet a father and son duo later on. So, man, I think you're right.
So anyways, this, in my opinion, is Mr. Potato Guy.
So an unofficial dipper, if you will.
Yes. All right, let's cut over to the test drive. Kramer says they have just one more errand to run before returning to the dealership. And Rick points out, well, we need to stop for gas soon because the gauge is on E.
You know, Rick, oftentimes Jerry, he lends me his car, and I find myself in a situation where the car is almost out of gas, but for a variety of reasons. I don't want to be the one responsible for purchasing costly gasoline.
So you want to know how far you can drive your friend's car for free?
Well, I can get up to him in other ways.
Back to the vending machine, George drags the salesman, the guy from those Acura ads. He drags him over to the vending machine, explaining what happened, but when they look inside, George's Twix isn't dangling anymore. In fact, both Twixes are missing. And he doesn't understand what happened until he sees the mechanic from earlier behind a window eating a candy bar. And George concludes he must have bought one and gotten both. And don't you love this moment where George, he yells at the mechanic like, "Hey, I see you, that is my Twix!"
And the mechanic just knows this is going to get a rise out of him. Plop, right in his mouth. It's the last bite of Twix. Then he walks away. Oh!
Yes. I kind of complained last week about, or I guess during the apology, about how, George is always yelling. He's always like at a cartoony level with his performance. Not a criticism of Jason, just the character this season, but I think it fits so well in this episode. It's justified because George is so hungry, we wouldn't get angry.
Yeah, you buy his anger this week. Although having said that, it looks like the anger management courses did not work that well.
Good point, yes. All right, next scene, we're in the back office. Putty helps Elaine with the broken copier. Got it. High five. On the flip side.
David,
Don't let me hanging.
I'm a salesman now. The high five it's very grease monkey.
What did I tell you about that?
I'm sorry, but the high five is just so stupid.
Oh, yeah? I'll tell you what's stupid. You, stupid.
Well, that is really mature.
Yeah, so are you. You're the grease monkey.
That doesn't make any sense. I am leaving.
Yeah, if you're late, we're through.
Fine, we're through.
Oh, so you're late.
That's right. High five. On the flip side. Taking me to Arby's.
Hey, where were you? Let's finish this up.
Did you do breakfast?
That chick's whacked. For history, just looked at a couple of things. Transport charge, storage surcharge, additional overcharge, finder's fee.
Finder's fee was all a lot.
Yeah, that's right. Formats, keys. Getting started.
So now I think Putty is in the lead for Performance of the Week. So it's like a heavyweight fight going back and forth.
That last line, keys, how you going to start?
Yes.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you before, but I always thought Putty said they get it started. That still works, doesn't it?
It does. You're so simple and adorable. Let's go through each one. I mean, I think every Putty line in the scene is one that we can say is one of our favorites. When Elaine says grease monkey, what did I tell you about that? You don't go there. That's the offensive word for mechanics.
Vinny, a high five is just so stupid.
Oh yeah? I'll tell you what's stupid. You. Stupid.
He's not very good at arguing, especially when she just says, "Oh, that's mature."
Yeah. So are you.
You're the grease monkey.
My favorite is when, after they've broken up, she storms off, and he's like, "Where were we?" And Jerry says, "Did you break up?" The chick's whack. And then did you notice the list of charges he was adding up? You got, what is it? Rust proofing, transport charge, storage surcharge, and then additional overcharge. That one I like that they stuck in there. And then they ended up with finder's fee.
It was all a lot.
Yes.
I was so naive going into the dealership despite watching this episode, thinking like, they're not gonna,
They couldn't possibly charge me for keys.
like, but itemize every single thing you purchase. Anyways, we got an act break, and we're in the garage where the mechanic works, and George finds his way back there, confronts Don, or the mechanic, about what he did, but the guy corrects him. It wasn't a Twix, it was a Fifth Avenue bar.
That was no Fifth Avenue bar. I can see the crumb right there on the corner of your left. Now that is a cookie, and we all know that Twix is the only candy bar with the cookie crunch.
That's a little nougat.
Nougat, please. I think I've reached a point in my life where I can tell the difference between nougat and cookie. So let's not just say things that we both know are obvious fabrications.
I love that. It's almost like a source of pride. Like,
oh yeah,
I know the difference between nougat and cookie.
There are a few things George knows a thing or two about, but cookie and nougat, I think, would be one of them. And now I'd like to point out that George is in the lead.
And before walking away, the mechanic, I guess now, is the second person to point out the vein on George's head. Jerry being the first when they were outside.
I know about the vein! George is like having a hernia when he delivers that line.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Like, he must have gotten headaches after filming, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, here's a great moment, too. George is just left standing there. Jerry rushes up and eats this last candy as he explains that Buddy is ripping him off. And as we heard at the top of the show, George compares this place to Thunderdome, and then he runs away from a saleswoman.
We should notice, or we should point out that some nice bloopers came out of the scene as Jerry got to do a little bit of, physical comedy. He did Last Dud or Eminem.
It got so ridiculous because in the blooper, it's like Jerry dangles it in front of him.
Mm-hmm. And George tries to eat it without using his hands. He tries to eat it right out of Jerry's hand.
George, hey. Last one. It's great. George, stop. Last one. Last one. Listen. You gotta help me out. I don't know why.
All right, let's cut over to the test drive. Rick is looking a little strung out. You know, the tie is loosened, the shirt unbuttoned. He's slouching in his seat.
Now, there's still some overlap between the needle and the slash below the E. Where are you going to go? Well, I've been on the slash many times. This is nothing. You still just put it out of your mind. Ever been completely below the slash? I must have once, and I blacked out. When I came to, the car was in a ditch and the tank was full. I don't know who did it, and I never got to thank them.
Agree with the rules.
I really enjoy Kramer's strategic maneuvering while driving.
This is something we need to do next time we're together.
We'll pretend to do it.
Mr. Vinny the Road.
I really enjoyed in the early part of that clip. Rick's getting a little bit flustered, as you said. But Kramer, being so calm, says, "There's also overlap between the needle and the slash below the E." I don't know. I like his delivery of that line.
Do you, or did you ever push the limits with the gas gauge?
I've been on E before, but I do recall when I test drove my current car, the salesman took us for a test drive, and he started driving. He took us somewhere, and then we got out, and then he let me drive. I guess he didn't want me to pull the Kramer. And when we left the dealership, there were only 5 miles left in the tank, but it was already kind of on E. And then the light came on, and he's like, no, you're good. So he kept urging me to keep driving when I'm like, sir, we're going to run out of gas here. So I was hearkening back to this episode.
The car you have, does it have a countdown then?
It does, yeah, whichever like it's got digital.
Yeah, I feel like these days you can't really push it, or, I mean, in a weird way, the countdown, how many miles you have left, is similar to the E. I doubt when you hit 0, the car is going to stop.
Well, why don't we try that next time you get them down?
I think so. I mean, back when, I had an older car, I knew it so well, I went below the E all the time.
Oh, yeah? Did the needle go below the slash?
Yeah, well, it went below the E, went below the slash. I knew that car, like I knew, and I could feel it, when it needed the gas. Then let's cut over to the showroom. Jerry pulls out the big guns and 6 George on putty, but all George can talk about is the missing quick spark.
Listen, buddy, I need to know the name of the mechanic that works around here. Big guy, Aliyah, short name, Sam, Mo, Saul.
Good trivia. Jerry tries to get into focus, please, but George understandably can't because he's so hungry. And Putty adds that I can't get you the black sob at the price I quoted. Now it's yellow. So Jerry turns back to George for help.
This is wrong.
Sing it, sister.
Just because a candy bar falls from its perch does not imply transfer of ownership. Mo, Saul, Lem is not going to get away with this.
So that's a new name. Lem.
So we got Sam, Mo, Saul, Lem, but his name is actually Don.
It's Rick, by the way.
No time.
So George storms off, and Jerry chases after him while we cut back to the test drive. The needle is way past the...
Is it just the angle I'm looking for?
No, sir, we are down there.
Oh, this is amazing. Oh, I've never felt so alive.
All right, I'm satisfied. We better get some gas.
What? Get some now? Let's keep going all the way back to the dealership. That was the plan.
There's no plan.
Let's make it the plan. Let's just go for it like Bella and Louise.
Dealership.
No, they drove off a cliff.
I want to see Mama. I like it.
I love that. We get it back to back.
Yeah. I think we forgot to mention earlier the story that Kramer told Rick, in which one time the needle did go past the slash and he blacked out. The car ended up in the ditch, and when he came to, there was gas in the tank. And he never got to thank who did it.
That's such a funny story, but kind of creepy too, right? Like,
yeah.
What happened? This storyline, though, is just off the rails. Something's happening to Rick. He's going through some sort of life crisis here. And he thinks they should be like Thelma and Louise.
And at this point, Kramer likes that he's a sick little monkey, or whatever he's called.
Yeah, you're one sick mama. I like it. There's actually a great line. I'll save it for later, but I don't know. Kramer seems to go back and forth with Rick. Sometimes he likes his craziness. Other times he's a little disturbed by it. But next scene, we're at Elaine's apartment here, and also we're going to cut back with the showroom. Elaine gets a phone call from Jerry, and what a great callback here to the many phone calls George makes in a panic.
Who is this?
Elaine. I think this is the only time another character does, like this teasing. Mm-hmm. The first, who is this, happened in the Bizarro Jerry when George accidentally burned the photo of man hands. And he's in the bathroom. He's like, you gotta get me another picture. And then it happened again in the nap when he's like, Steinbrenner's here. Gotta get him out of here. And then there's a variation in the checks. The Japanese guy said, sake in the hot tub. Uncle Leo?
I like you doing a befuddled George. I enjoy that.
Oh, thanks.
And then apparently Elaine doing the "Who is this?" was added during filming. Originally, she was going to answer the phone and pretend to be an answering machine and say, "I'm sorry, I'm not here to take your call right now," at the tone. And then Jerry was going to hit the phone. So I much prefer that they switched it to the "Who is this?"
Did you ever call someone and they did the answer machine message like, "Hello? Oh, hey, what's up?" And then you started.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I hated that so much. I don't know, maybe people still do it. Anyways, Jerry tells Elaine that she has to get back together with Buddy so he can make the original deal, and he actually makes some good points. They're gonna get back together anyways. She doesn't have to see him until his 15,000-mile check, but she has a few demands herself.
Will you pay for my cat fur out there?
Fine.
And I didn't like that roast beef, so how about some lunch?
No lunch.
I'll hang up this phone right now!
All right, lunch.
I'll see you.
Everybody's perfect.
Elaine doing her best George impersonation there.
Yeah. Well, let's come back to the dealership. We're at the customer service window here. George is in line and steps up to talk to the sales manager.
Should I report a problem with your mechanics? When did you bring your car in? Yeah, right. I'm going to get my car repaired at the dealership. I just flushed my money down the toilet. Sir, what exactly is the problem? One of your guys, Kip or Ned, short name, stole my Twix candy bar. Are you saying he grabbed your candy bar away from you? He might as well have. I caught him, and his face was covered in chocolate and cookie crumbs. He said it was a Twix. Oh, it was. But he claimed it was a Fifth Avenue bar. Twix is the only candy with the cookie crunch. What about the $100,000 bar? No price in Canada. No, positive, please.
You know you changed the name from $100,000 bar to $100,000.
All I want is my 75 cents back, an apology, and for him to be fired. I remember when you used to be able to get a Hershey for a nickel. What's the one with the swirling chocolate commercial? They all have swirling chocolate in the commercial. Not Skittles. Dad, I told you could sit here only if you don't talk.
You make your father sit here all day?
He likes it. Do you mind? I have the window. Now, what are you going to do about my Twix? Twix has too much coconut. No, there's no coconut.
I'm allergic to coconut.
I'm not. A nickel.
I love me some Willie Sr.
This, I'm going to say right now, I think this might be the best scene in the episode, and we were talking about who's better, Buddy or George. I mean, it's these supporting characters and actors that are so good.
There are some major players, yes. Let's go through them.
Well, can I ask you first? So,
what you got?
Who is your favorite out of the bunch?
It is Woman, or service assistant, who's played by Dee Freeman, and she's the one. I think she has 2 lines in the whole show. But her first is, they changed the name of the $100,000 bar to $100,000. She's awesome, but her next line is going to be the tops.
Yes.
So that's Dee Freeman.
I agree. That's what I was going to say.
Yes, thank you. She plays the service assistant. Tremendous voice, tremendous delivery. She was in Shameless as well as Pretty the series, and then we're going to be introduced to. His name is Willie, who's the man behind the service counter next to her. He's played by Michael Kagan. Star Trek Voyager. He was in a Friends episode. How I Met Your Mother. And then we meet Willie's father, Willie Sr., played by Howard Mann, who passed away in 2008, but he was in History of the World Part 1 and Malibu's Most Wanted.
My dad.
My grandson.
And, I guess the man came back right from earlier. Mr. Potato Guy. Twix has too much coconut.
Oh, and then... No, that's no coconut! And then, here's one for you. There's a woman that says, you make your father sit here all day. That woman's played by Loretta Fox. She plays Customer. But I bring her up because she was in a Curb episode. Funkhauser's crazy sister. She played Lou's wife. I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. There's a little dinner party going on, and I'm assuming She's his wife.
Okay. And yeah, we'll have to revisit that.
That boy likes it.
So many great lines. You mentioned the $100,000 bar. What's the one with the swirling chocolate in the commercial? They all have swirling chocolate in the commercial.
Yes. Everybody just irritates George to no end. It's fabulous.
And some great trivia. Not only can you mention all of the candy bars, but what is the only non-chocolate candy mentioned in the episode?
Skittles.
All right, let's cut back to the showroom. Elaine arrives, and Jerry jumps in as a mediator. What's important is that the two of you get back together, and then we'll talk about the car. But Buddy, he's standoffish. He doesn't want to. Elaine's too bossy.
David. Everybody, please stop the podcast, hop in the DVD or Hulu, watch that scene. After Julia says David, you can see her lips start to curl because she's pulling a Jerry, and it's letting out please with the delivery of that line.
Also, I think Jerry is cracking a little bit.
It's such a perfect joke.
According to the commentary, I think Jerry was the one to come up with that because they're trying to figure out like how can we make Elaine bossy in this scene. Anyways, Jerry sits them down and points out the obvious. You find each other attractive. Also, no one else can stand to be with either of you.
All right. Now, what do I have to do to put you two in a relationship today?
So clever. I love that.
I gotta say, Stephen Korn is hitting a home run this week.
Back on the road, the test drive, Kramer pulls into a gas station so he can get them something to eat.
Cars can go on empty, but not us humans. How full up? I'll give us a couple of drinks first. No coconut for me. All right, I'll get your mom's.
Stop! Man! Stop the girl! It needs it, Kramer. It needs it bad. This will make you happy, because it won't. Love it.
That car rolls into that dealership, and that tank is bone dry.
I want you to be there with me when everyone says Kramer and that other guy, oh, they went farther to the left of the slash than anyone ever dreamed. Maybe we better get moving.
It's good to have you back, Steve.
It's great, by the way. Oh, God.
It's kind of sad that they're having this nice bonding experience, and Kramer can't bother to remember Rick's name.
Which is weird because he called him Rick earlier.
Oh, well.
Can you think of any other time Kramer uses the wrong name? Several moments.
Yeah, can I have a hint?
One is at a bar.
Oh, Brewski, Charlie.
His name's Mitch. The other is on the sidewalk. One of George's.
Oh, Lily.
Lily, not Susan.
Yeah, what else?
And then one of Elaine's boyfriends.
Kitzmiller. Langerhans Kitzmiller.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with me. Maybe I have mono or something.
I think you're just really bored. This gas station might look familiar. We last saw it in the pledge drive when George pulls over to, I think, confront the guy who gave them the finger.
Is it Danny Harbaugh? Now, did you pick up on that joke early in the clip? Get us a couple of jokes bars. No coconut for me. I'll get you a Mounds bar. That is... just give this guy a Emmy or something.
All right, let's cut over to the back office, and I just want to preface this scene. This is when George is taking Willie, the sales manager, to this back room. There's a closed door. This, I think, might be one of the most ridiculous resolutions to a story. It's full of plot holes. It really makes no sense, but I love it so much.
I've got questions.
Stanza, I really don't have time for this. Now, if this mechanic guy was in fact eating a Fifth Avenue bar, as wouldn't you agree he would have no problem picking one out from a candy lineup? Candy lineup? I've spent the last hour preparing 10 candy bars with no wrappers or identification of any kind for him to select from. Took you an hour? Only I hold the answer key to their true candy identities. And so, without further ado, I give you the candy lineup.
Hey, William, check it out! Free candy!
That's my candy lineup! Where are my cards? They're all on the floor! And you! How many Twix does that make for you today? Like 8 Twix? No. 8 is good. It's good. It's a Twix! They're all Twix! It was a setup! A setup, I tell you! And you robbed it! You all screwed me again! Now, give me one! Give me a Twix! They're all gone.
What was that?
There's a mental hospital right near here.
Okay, so before we go to the candy lineup, that mental hospital, possibly Woodhaven.
Oh, where Patrice went? Nice.
Oh, this is in a mental institution.
But what about George when he went to expelled?
That's right. Let's retcon it. It's all the same place.
And Papazari. So, we are at the candy lineup. Do we go through what we liked, or should we start poking holes in this? What do you want?
Let's just do the plot holes right out the gate. What's your first question?
George was starving. He could feel his stomach sucking up against his spine. He took an hour to assemble this candy lineup. Why didn't he just eat the candy and satisfy his hunger?
That's the second question. The first question is, where the hell did George get all these Twix bars, right? Like,
exactly. Don bought the last 2 pairs. Mm-hmm. That means George must have went off site and bought it somewhere else, maybe at a bodega. So there's a question there. How did he get the money? Because all he had was $1 wrinkly dollar in his wallet. But he may have a credit card, so that one checks out. What else? What other plot holes?
I think those are 3 huge plot holes that, again, don't make any sense. But this scene, once again, is so good.
Yeah.
Jason, the supporting cast, this is, I think, one of the all-time best storylines from season 9.
May I have permission to say my favorite line in the scene?
Yeah, please.
Hey, Willie, check it out! Free candy! I didn't do it as good as her, but you guys get the gist.
It's all about the free candy.
Free candy, yeah.
It's so infuriating once you get in the scene. Hey, this Clark bar is good.
Oh, yeah, that, and I forgot. Don had another killer line. What does that make, like 8 Twix for you?
And we get the final, the third and final time, character will look up and scream to the heavens.
So there is a great trivia question. I wonder if you've used that before. What are the 3 words shouted as the camera is spinning out of control, over top of the character?
I've asked that before, and I'm always shocked how many people get it right.
Oh, good. Okay. So just for those playing at home, we got Han, Sue's,
Great scene. Love it so much. Potholes be damned. Fantastic storyline for George this week. Back to Putty and Elaine. Jerry has helped the couple come up with a deal. What is it? What's the deal?
No calls the day after that. Just kidding. Different deal. Arby's no more than once a month, and in exchange, Elaine comes to Putty's softball games and doesn't read a book.
Well, that's not bad. I can live with that. So the 2 are back together, and Jerry shifts back to his deal. Turns out the dealers don't even know what undercoating is. I kind of wonder that sometimes.
Yeah.
But like most charges, they're rip-offs. So he's getting the insider deal, but before things are final, Buddy sticks his hand up for a high five, and Jerry just stares at it. Yes. Now, we didn't have a clip to play there, but when Jerry has the line, Arby's no more than once a month, it's definitely an ADR. It doesn't fit in with the rest of the dialogue or the sound, and I never noticed it before, but apparently the original line was going to be about this Japanese restaurant on Elaine's block.
Oh, yeah.
But he says, oh, it's horrible, the health department closed them down twice. And Elaine would say, but it's so close. So that's what, part of the deal would have been about. I guess they cut it for time. Kind of interesting, though, if they're talking about health issues with the restaurant, that kind of tracks back to the apology, being germaphobes.
Yeah, you're right. But I much prefer the Arby's line.
All right, so onto the test drive. Kramer and Rick are approaching the dealership on the highway, and they start celebrating. You know, they made it this far on E. Rick reflects on the experience, and he starts thanking Kramer. You learned a lot. Things are going to be different for me now.
Well, that's a weird thing to say.
That's the line I was referring to earlier. I like how Kramer goes through so much of this guy, and then he finally realizes, oh, this guy is bonkers.
This is the one thing that he says that makes him see that.
But the two guys are left wondering how much farther they could have made it. They look at each other, grab hands, and they floor it. And, you know, this kind of feels like a movie parody that most people don't remember. You know, other endings like The Godfather with the door closed, the Nixon ending in the Cadillac.
Well, I actually disagree because I don't think I've seen Thelma and Louise, but I've seen it parodied in Wayne's World 2, and I know exactly what's going on here with them going over the cliff. And the nice thing is they reference it earlier in the episode, so you know driving off a cliff.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that people don't get it. I feel like, me personally, I don't remember it. Like, I forgot that they...
Oh, I see.
It's not like blatant, like there's no music, it's not really long and drawn out, it's just...
There's no cliff.
Yeah, it's just the hand and hold and the flooring. Okay, you're right. Over the credits, we're in a cab. George is finally getting to eat, going to town on a roast beef sandwich from Arby's. Turns out Jerry couldn't give Putty a high five, so the whole deal ended. Why couldn't he just give Putty the high five?
Where does it end? That everyone's doing it. It's like the wave at ball games. Air quotes. The phrase, don't go there. Someone's got to take a stand. And Elaine and Jerry wonder, like the audience, what George's plan was exactly. Was he trying to set up the mechanic or the manager? I don't know. All of them. They're all crooks. Couldn't get all the different candy bars anyway.
That last line always confused me. I couldn't get all different candy bars anyway.
So he wanted that. Oh, yeah.
But I don't think that's the plot hole. The plot hole is how'd you get him to begin with?
Exactly, yes. Because he was better off getting all Twix, because that way he would have definitely set him up.
He just sat down. Well, I was thinking he could just sit down.
Anyway.
So a car speeds by where you hear the passengers screaming. It must have something to do with that mental institution. And eventually, the Saab runs out of gas and comes to a stop on the shoulder. I think we stopped. Yeah, it's like sobering, right? Reality sets in. The guys stop holding hands. And Kramer says, I'll think about it. And gets out of the car.
Do you have my card? So Matt, would you say this episode is all right? Or would you say this episode is whacked?
Yeah, this episode's all right. High five. Yeah, this is, one of those episodes that I think ranks in like the top 5 for me of season 9. I don't know if it's my favorite quite yet. I'll have to wait for our season recap, but it's definitely making my top 24 today. Not sure where it'll go yet, but I just love everything from the George storyline to the setting is fantastic. Every scene has memorable dialogue. Putty is, as you pointed out earlier, probably his best in this episode. Love Kramer stuff on the road, and just how bizarre his friendship or relationship is with Rick. What about you?
I totally adored this episode. I loved rewatching it, taking my notes. I loved recapping it with you and just reliving everything. This so far has been my favorite episode of season 9. And if you look back at all the, what do we call them, the standalone shows, or the ones that are like plays, meaning the classics with the Chinese restaurant and parking garage, but this ranks up there among the greats. Like you said, everybody's performance this week was wonderful. I still don't know who would win. Is it George or Putty? And I think I'd have to just lean slightly to... It starts with George Costanza. This week edges out Putty just by a morsel of nougat in being the best performance this week, because he's so good.
Hey, something we didn't mention about Putty during the episode when Jerry's on the phone with Elaine. Do you know what I'm going to say?
Yes, please do the honors.
This is Jerry is on the phone, and in the background you see Putty at his desk, but he's just sitting there and staring.
staring off into space, and for the entire scene, it's a shot of Jerry close up, and then in the background you see Putty. He doesn't budge. He's just staring off into the distance, and it's so good. It's so subtle, but it's wonderful. You know what? I changed my mind. Putty wins this week because of that.
Well, I was gonna say, whoever you pick, I'll pick the other character. Just so there's some.
All right, I'll take George. I take it over.
I'm a George. Which one is George? Which one is Putty?
But yeah, wonderful episode from start to finish, and supporting characters were great. Everything about it, I can't even think of a bad thing to say, other than them leaving out the cigar store Indian to be in the back seat as one of the props that Kramer was moving around. That's my gripe this week.
It was interesting, breaking down each scene, and while I was taking notes, the Kramer Rick stuff felt kind of repetitive. I wish there was more props, more physical stuff in the car, or what they're up to than just, saying, hey, are we on empty yet? Like, I don't know, maybe they had to pare down and simplify the Kramer story. Because it is more about the gas gauge than the errands. The games. But, well, Vinny, I think we're in agreement here. It's going to crack our top 24. So, where are you going to put it on your list? I can go first if you want some time.
No, actually, I have the number already ready. What do you got? I am popping the tops and tossing the stumps away for the muffin tops. And I'm going to put this at my number 12. After the Bubble Boy and before the Label Maker.
Nice. I'm looking at your top. So every episode from 1 to 5, well, I guess you have the hot tub in there. I was just saying it's been a long time until anything made your top 15.
Mm-hmm. How good it is.
Nice. Well, I'm going to rank mine close to your number 12. I'm going to put this at my number 17. So I'm saying goodbye to the 7. And this is going to fit right between the muffin tops at 16 and the hot tub at 18.
Hey, it went right in front of both of our hot tubs.
Hey, how do you like that?
I like it. All right, that's going to do it for us here on Signcast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at signcast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram. Leave us a voicemail at Coco.
Vinny, what episode do we have next week?
We are discussing the 12th episode of Season 9 of the Reverse Peephole.
And Vinny, we're actually recording this on Valentine's Day, and I was just wondering, what do you look for on a day like this?
I just really need somebody who will want me, love me, shower me with kisses.
That was a reach. All right. For now, I'm Matt.
I'm Vinny.
Signing out.
We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home. All we want is what we got.
Au revoir, George.
Newman and I are reversing the peepholes on our door so he can see in.
Did you prevent an ambush?
Now I can peek in to see if anyone is waiting to jack me with a sock full of pennies.
But then anyone can just look in and see you.
Our policy is we're comfortable with our bodies. If somebody wants to help themselves to an eyeful, we say enjoy the show.
Hello, and welcome to Signcast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who can barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
That's a lot to say in one breath.
Yeah, do you always do it in one breath?
I feel like sometimes I can say it cleaner than others, and then today was not one of those days. But that's okay. How are you?
Doing all right. That always reminded me of Jim Carrey. That was one of his bits.
That's why I did the big exhale at the end. I used to know those Ace Ventura things by heart.
Like the monologues and whatnot.
Yeah, soccer style kicker. You guys ready to call your highs? That's but not anymore.
Well, Vinny, right back at you. How are you doing?
Good.
You know, unfortunately, we don't have anything to discuss at the top of the episode here. We're actually recording this episode a little early in the week, so if any big news breaks or anything, sorry, we'll bring it up next time. But I'll ask you, as I always do, Vinny, what episode do we have this week?
We are discussing the 12th episode of Season 9, The Reverse People, written by Spike Feresten, directed by Andy Eckerman, and originally aired January 15th, 1998.
Right on. So last week, Vinny, we talked about, how Jerry announced Season 9 would be the last season of Seinfeld and how we felt and whatnot, but this is the last episode where the cast and crew worked on Seinfeld not knowing it would be the last season. So I just kind of like to imagine what the vibe would be like on set. Obviously, it didn't affect their work, but it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, you can't help but think that internally they're going through some things, being on the show for the past 8 years, working together, all these experiences. But at the same token, they are professionals and they get paid a lot of money to do this.
And I think in the later seasons, especially when Larry left, Jerry would talk to Jason, Julia, and Michael during Christmas break or winter break and say, "What do you guys think? Do we have another episode in it or another season in this?"
Exactly. Yes.
So yeah, it was right after this episode they really being Jerry made the decision to.
That's what I was going to say. It was really ultimately his call, but he would kind of just speak with his castmates.
Sure. So the title, Reverse People, I think a very, maybe not iconic, but a familiar episode title. It was originally called, right up until the end, The Manford, which I like a lot more than The Reverse People. How do you feel?
I kind of like Reverse People. There are times when I prefer the working title or the alternate title they were going to go with, but I don't know. I got that image of Kramer, the two of them actually, where he's looking down the barrel of his people. One he's kind of nervous, the other time he's upset because Silvio catches him. What about you?
Well, I like that Manford itself factors into the plot and the story more than the people, but it also reminds me of the puffy shirt, an item of clothing. Jerry wears both of them. Looks ridiculous. But yeah, either way, I guess they work.
Well, the glasses is another article of clothing title.
Yeah, it's more of an accessory, though. What other things do people wear that are titles? The shoes.
There you go. Is there a dress? Some sort.
The same dress. Suit. I'm going to cheat and go to the episode guide here, because the jacket, come on. Damn. If I find another one, I'll give you a clue here. The red dot doesn't really count, because that's...
It's on an article of clothing.
Yes.
An article of clothing. It'd be fun to do a stat kind of show where all the episodes where the title relates to Jerry, or this title relates to Kramer, or various things like that. Would be kind of fun to do, but I think that's very time consuming.
All right, I'm in season 8. I don't see any other title really that. Yeah, that's it. Only a few episodes that are clothing or accessory based.
Okay, there we go.
Let's talk a little behind the scenes trivia here. The Manford storyline comes from Spike Feresten. When he was living in New York, he was just so annoyed by all of the people, all the men especially, wearing these fur coats. He just thought it was a ridiculous look, and he didn't understand why it was popular. Growing up in Indiana, I didn't really see this epidemic, but...
Can you think of a stand-up that would relate appropriately with this working title?
No, what do you got?
Jerry did it. I forget what episode, but he's like, what is this obsession with fur? We want women to pluck their eyebrows and shave their legs, and then we dress them up like a bear.
Oh, yeah. Very good. And, connected to the Manford is the 8-ball jacket. This also ties back to Spike's time in New York. He saw people wearing these. I guess these were popular at one point.
I do recall these growing up. I've seen guys wearing them.
Really? I never saw one until this episode.
I've actually had my eye out for this as a gift for you. If I can find this at like a thrift shop or somewhere on the cheap, I was gonna pull the trigger.
Oh, dude, I want this jacket so badly.
Would you wear it though? If I got it for you?
Absolutely.
I'm on the hunt.
Yeah.
Just imagine you walk around New York City in 2018 wearing an 8-ball jacket.
I've seen people post pictures of them, you know, if they encounter one in the wild, but none of them are the same color scheme as Buddy's.
That's the thing, you gotta match. I've seen like the red ones and the green ones gotta have the yellow.
Another story about Spike's time in New York, he lived in a bad neighborhood and he wanted to reverse his peephole. So when he got home, he could check to make sure he wasn't going to get jumped inside his apartment. But I guess he tried to do it and he couldn't really figure out how to remove the peephole. So the character Joe Mayo was named after a member of the Seinfeld crew. I think he worked in the sound department, some kind of stagehand, Joe Mayo. In fact, the real Joe Mayo is in this episode. Did you spot him?
I did. He's in the back, he's got a mustache, and he's drinking a cocktail.
And where does he put it?
Hey! Cocktail off this week. I always thought Joe Mayo was a name that Larry David came up with and just was, you know, in his notes or, you know, somewhere in the archives that they use, but it happens to be a stagehand, so I was wrong.
It is a Larry David name. Joe Mayo, you have to say the first and the last name.
Of course.
No, probably the most interesting bit of trivia to come out of this episode is the wallet storyline. Did you hear about how Spike felt about wallets? It's very bizarre.
I think it was, you know, like a writer's room discussion. It wasn't really a occurrence that happened to Spike, but he was trying to sell Jerry on you don't need a wallet anymore. You know, you just have the credit card and the billfold, and it's much better. And Jerry was so like vehemently opposed to this idea. He's like, you gotta have a wallet, right?
Mm-hmm. And when you listen to Spike on the commentary, it's crazy how passionate he gets. It's not like he just has this way of life where he doesn't carry a wallet, but everyone around him, he tries to convince them, stop using your wallet. It's unnecessary. He would make writers, Jerry too for that matter, take out their wallets, and Spike would unpack them and just say, like, do you really need this? Do you really need that? You know, why is this in your wallet? It was really important for him for people to feel the same way he did. And in fact, this wasn't even pitched as a story. It was just, you know, part of the, you know, relationship he had with other writers. And I guess they realized, oh, this is a great George storyline. In fact, speaking of George, Jason hurt his back from filming this episode. They might have even written it into the script because of that.
He suffers for his art.
Right. Jason explained on the commentary that, you know, you rehearse with this in your back pocket, you film with it in your back pocket, eventually it's going to, you know, mess up your back or like the nerves and the muscles back there.
They could have just CGI'd the wallet in there. We'd have to sit on.
What's your wallet preference? Do you carry around an overstuffed wallet? Have you always been a minimalist?
I do have a wallet, and it is a little on the thick side, and I'm not a fan of it. I don't know, maybe Spike is going to cause me to reevaluate things, but I would prefer to have a more minimal feel. But I just feel like I'm going to lose stuff if it's you know, floating in my pocket.
This isn't an ad, but what's in your wallet? Like, what's taking up most of the room?
Cash, credit card.
Okay.
Yeah. 5.
Yeah, all 5.
No, but I have my insurance card, ID, like my CPR card. Although now they're doing digital CPR cards. You don't need a physical card anymore.
We should do a little comparison photo. And I'll put it up on Facebook and Twitter. I'll take a picture of my wallet, you do yours. And
don't take anything out of it now. It's got to be honest.
Oh, no, hey, listen. I will have a wallet contest with you any day of the week, my friend.
Oh, yeah? Just have the picture up by sundown.
What are you, Gary Cooper?
Yeah. I think we'll all be comfortable within the confines of the honor system.
You know, I don't really carry cash, but I have the same thing. You know, credit cards, some insurance cards. But when I was younger in grade school, I had the George Costanza wallet. I don't know if it was like OCD or what it was, but I loved collecting business cards, and I would keep them all in my wallet. Yeah, this is like from, you know, middle school and junior high. And I think because it was kind of like a joke, you know, among my friends, but it eventually became like a compulsion. Yeah.
Did you keep your movie stubs in your wallet, or did you take them home right away and put them in a box?
So I have every movie stub since 1998. And I used to carry them in my wallet until it just got too big. I now keep them in a box.
Listen, I admire that you have kept your stubs all these years, because I've thrown them out, or I tried to save them at one point, and then I was just like,
Anyway.
Oh, you know what takes up room in my wallet is receipts. There gotta be receipts. Whenever you go out to a restaurant, you put the receipt in your wallet, and then I forget to take it out, and then they accumulate. And then when I take all the big clump of receipts out, I'm like, ooh, somebody's moving with you.
Yeah, it's like a colonic.
Yeah.
Is that too extreme?
No.
Anyways, first scene of the episode, we're at Monk's. The waitress drops off Elaine's food and warns her, hey, the plate is very hot. So what does Elaine do? She touches it, burns her hand.
I just wanted to know what your idea of hot is.
I do this. Do you do this?
I do. I do a little tap.
For the exact same reason, Elaine said.
That's Lauren Bowles, Elaine's sister, returning as waitress.
Buddy arrives to take Elaine ice skating, and he's wearing, I don't know how else to describe it, it's a fur coat. We've all seen him. But he looks ridiculous. I don't know if it's because Patrick is such a big guy.
It's definitely a feminine cut, because it has like shoulder accentuations, like shoulder pads or something. But it looks like it would be more fitting on a woman.
For sure. Elaine starts laughing at him, but he explains, no, this is my winter coat. Is there a problem?
A seemingly infinite supply.
So Buddy sits down, and Elaine warns him, hey, be careful, the plate is hot.
I love the judgmental look that she gives him over something she did like 20 seconds ago.
So a few things here. You mentioned Lauren Bowles as the waitress. I think she's been in a handful of episodes. She'll only be in one more episode of the bookstore later on.
Okay.
And I noticed something this episode for the first time. You can see her name tag. And I think it says Kelly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You might need to double check this on like high def, but
I will. We already had a Kelly at once.
Which got me wondering, did she just like take her name tag or
probably?
Also, we're in season 9. We're in the back half of episodes. Putty only has one more episode before the finale.
No way.
That would be the burning.
This is bogus, man. That sucks.
All right, next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. Elaine tells Jerry and George about Putty's man fur and how he was strutting around like Stein Eriksen, who I wasn't familiar with. He was a Norwegian skier. Are you familiar with skier Stein Eriksen?
No, I know Big Stein. That's the only Stein I know.
Only Stein you care about. Maybe Mr. Steinfeld. Doesn't leave it.
People will hook up with you.
Also, I'm glad that Jerry brings up this topic because I would have totally forgotten. Elaine, of course, finds fur morally reprehensible, doesn't she?
Anti-fur? I mean, who has the energy anymore? It's more about hanging off the arm of an idiot.
But let's look back at the more, I don't know, socially conscious Elaine. Do you recall any disagreements she's had with people over fur?
Is that real fur? Better be, or my ex-husband owes me an explanation.
Not worth it. From one of my least favorite episodes, The Stranded, right? And then remember, please make your acquaintance, I'm sure. Patty. Oh boy.
So that line, Anti-Fur, who has the energy anymore? I think that sums up perfectly the progression, or should I say regression, of the Elaine character.
Yes, absolutely. Also, in the next Buddy episode, The Burning, where he's like, you prefer dumb and lazy to religious. Dumb and lazy, I can understand. Anyhow, Elaine and Putty never dated in winter, which I like that little bit of trivia.
Yes.
So she didn't know about his winter coat. And, just to be safe, Jerry advises her, you might want to get a look at that bathing suit drawer. Yes. He could have a thong up his ass.
Richard Simmons?
Richard Simmons has a thong up his ass?
Did you see him do that shit?
How many people do you think got that?
50%.
50%? Oh, you're way off.
50%? They kiss 50% of my equity.
Let's shift gears to another storyline. The group needs to get their friend Joe Mayo an apartment warming gift. And George starts complaining about all these gifts, for moving, birthdays, Christmas. It's enough. Does this tie back to another episode?
I'm thinking of a little episode called The Handicap Spot, when they all went in together to buy a big screen TV for the Drake.
That's very similar, you're right. What about the idea of George complaining, though, about buying gifts? Did that happen in that episode?
Oh yeah, engagement presents. He's like, then they're gonna get married. You gotta get them a present for that. Then they're gonna have a kid. You gotta, it never ends.
Maybe a little bit of the dinner party too. Like,
gotta wine. Having to bring something to a party. Yeah, just him showing up was not good enough.
So Kramer recommended a massage chair from Bloomingdale's, but George says, no, I'll buy it somewhere else and you can all pay me back. We'll sniff out a deal. Looks like he's got a sixth sense.
Cheapness is not a sense. Did you notice how George was walking to the fridge, and when Jerry said cheapness, George kind of stopped in mid-stride because he knew he was getting insulted.
Now back to this, Joe Mayo. Elaine complains about his parties because apparently he puts guests to work. Can you keep an eye on the ice, make sure we have enough? What about Jerry? How does he feel about these tasks?
Oh, he had a great time at the last one. He was in charge of the music. He turned that mother out.
Do you remember the MC Hammer song?
No, I don't know that one. I know Too Legit to Quit.
We should do an MC Hammer podcast.
And also the song in Addams Family.
What was that one?
I don't know. It's when Cousin It arrives.
Oh man. Is there a gas leak in here? What's going on? All right, Kramer and Newman enter Jerry's apartment.
Hey, do I have any pliers? What, has Newman got another army man stuck in his ear? Hilarious.
Newman and I are reversing the peepholes on our door so you can see it.
To prevent an ambush.
Now I can peek in to see if anyone is waiting to jack me with a sock full of pennies.
But then anyone can just look in and see you.
Our policy is we're comfortable with our bodies. If somebody wants to help themselves to an eyeful, we say enjoy the show.
I'm sorry, I can't stay for the second act.
Hey, George, here's the model number on that chair, by the way.
Nice wallet.
What?
Nobody carries wallets anymore. They went out with collared wigs. So here's what you need, just a couple of cards and your bank book. Keep the big bills inside.
It's fun. This was something I always quoted in college.
I remember it. What else? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, this is just, I like this. I love seeing Kramer and Newman team up, and you can tell how great a concept this is when Kramer says, Newman and I are reversing the peepholes on our door so you can see in. The audience just goes crazy. It's a great setup for them.
Doesn't Newman seem a bit subdued in this scene? Like the initial insult by Jerry, and Newman goes, hilarious.
And something else I noticed, there's no hello Newman.
Oh, you're right.
I feel like they might have cut something from their entrance to the insult.
Good thinking.
It is such a crazy concept, as I brought up in trivia, to check to see if anyone's waiting for you, but isn't the door locked?
Right. I always contend that they're going to steal your stuff and then leave. Why would they want to hang around the scene of the crime?
Maybe they're in the process of stealing from you when you get home.
Sure.
It's always a sock full of pennies, right?
Speaking of which, can you think of a time when Kramer jacked a guy with a sock full of pennies?
He jacked a guy or he yacked a guy?
Oh! Good night, everybody!
Yeah, Todd Gack got a... Is it a pillowcase? So to get your money.
Yeah.
I love Kramer's policy too. We're comfortable with our bodies. If someone wants to help themselves to an eyeful, well, we say, enjoy the show. My wife does this, so why this isn't marriage counseling, but where we live, I'm very self-conscious about changing or undressing in front of the window at night, because it's pitch black outside. The room is lit up. You don't really have to look all that hard. You can see everything that's happening in that situation. And I always close the blinds. And I get like uncomfortable if Liz doesn't do the same. And she always says, "Oh, who's gonna look?"
I feel the same way. My lady's also very uninhibited with her body, and she'll just walk around, much like Melissa.
Pickle jars,
yeah. But and we live across the street from both condos and business offices. And anytime I have to change, I'll like go into a little nook where nobody can see me, and I won't be in my living room or my bedroom.
Don't look at me.
Yeah.
When do you remember my apartment in Harlem?
Yes.
We had this little alley, very narrow alleyway outside of like the living room area, and you could pretty much like reach the neighbor's window. That's how narrow it was. And the window across from the big window in the living room was the bathroom. And just like in your bathroom, the window was right there where someone would bathe, and it went almost all the way down to the floor. What was inside that? So it was fogged up, right? So they didn't know.
Fogged up, or was that frosted glass? Yeah.
We saw everything. You'd just be sitting there watching TV, and you turn to your left, and there's someone just, making a salad.
Right. It's funny because, you walk out of my apartment, you have to make a left and then another left to go to your car, the parking lot. But you could tell every place the bathroom is in the same spot. Like there's frosted glass, one on top of the other. And every time I walk, we take the dog for the walk, and I walk my girlfriend to her car in the morning. There's a guy always taking a shower at the same time, and he's just chilling, and you can see his silhouette. But it's just funny because I'm a little, maybe are we prudes? I think we're prudes.
I think we're just modest. Yeah,
that's what it is.
Maybe the reason we're like people are looking is because we're those people.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
He's a peeping Tom. No Back to the Future reference?
Wait, is it the first one?
Yeah, the first one.
I don't know the quotes from that one.
Okay.
I think he took his wallet. And that works.
So Kramer adds, nobody carries wallets anymore. They went out with powdered wigs. I guess powdered wigs did go out of fashion when the English government put a tax on hair powder. So we're looking at late 18th century.
Oh, really? Have a royal wedding?
I feel like this week, so we've covered how much Curb, Ace Ventura, Back to the Future, It's Always Sunny. Any other shows we're going to bring into the mix?
We did Wayne's World last week.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Next scene, we're in the hallway. Kramer is reversing his peephole while singing a little tune. What is it?
Mexican radio.
Mexican radio. Yes, the 1983 hit by Wall of Voodoo.
Stay tuned as you watch the closing credits of this episode because they play that song.
Oh yeah, during the Castle Rock logo.
Yeah.
I'll see if we can use that maybe for our outro music this week. It's either going to be that or turn this mother out. We'll see. So while Kramer is reversing his peephole, the super approaches. His name is Silvio. And he wonders what Kramer is doing at first, but eventually says, that's okay. That is until he hears that Newman has done it as well. I deal with him. That's the voice you're going with?
Nothing. It comes out like Russian when I do it.
What is Silvio? Where do you think he's from?
I lean Italian just because I've seen him do other stuff where he'll play an Italian, but I don't know.
He seems more Eastern European.
Yeah,
especially with that wife, Svetlana. Yeah, Ukrainian maybe. I don't know.
Perhaps. Silvio was played by John Polito, who did pass away in 2016. I believe we did talk about that when he did pass.
Yeah.
His last movie credit is actually from 2018, and it's appropriately titled The Maestro. But he was in The Crow, Miller's Crossing, Big Lebowski. He was in Oh, It's Always Sunny as Frank's brother.
Yes. Yeah, what a fantastic actor. And, yeah, you know, I've only actually seen a few of his appearances, but he's always really memorable. I love his character of Silvio this week. This, in fact, might be one of my favorite single shots of the season. We'll see. But I do love how the supers have always been memorable. Do you remember the others?
We got Harold and Manny, right, with the small sponges, and then Julio likes Jerry at first and then doesn't like it.
The Casolo, yeah. Yeah, Silvio is, I don't know if it was the actor who decided to go certain places with the character or if it was written that way, but he's got like this, like a coat of sweat at all times.
And so he's got the horseshoe pattern baldness, but I think they added these thick strands of hair that they comb over the top.
Yeah, the big sweep across. Next scene, we're at Monk's. George shows Jerry an ad for a massage chair that's $60 cheaper. The store's in Delaware, but George will just overnight it, so problem solved.
Maybe cheapness is a sense.
And Jerry takes out his wallet and agrees with Newman and Kramer. It is more comfortable not carrying it around. And this actually touches a nerve for George.
It's wrong. Important things go in a case. You got a skull for your brain, a plastic sleeve for your comb, and a wallet for your money.
So George reveals his wallet, and this thing is insane. The one I carried in junior high was not this bad, but as you can relate, bulges out. This thing barely closes. There's like little pieces of paper and receipts sticking out. It's even bigger, as Jerry points out, than the burger on his plate.
And that's a double burger, might I say.
You got more cow here than here. But George says, hey, I need everything that's in there. So Jerry looks at it, pulls out some Irish money.
I might go there.
What else is in there?
Show this card at any participating Orlando area Exxon station to get your free Save the Tiger poster.
So George is a bit of a hoarder, I guess.
Yeah, well, that Save the Tiger line always sticks out to me because the first time we played at one trivia, that was one of the, I guess, little gifts we got for finishing first. Was a printout of an Exxon Save the Tiger poster.
I don't remember that, really.
Oh yeah, it's in my little Seinfeld stash.
I'll take a picture of that.
Will do.
Apparently, Exxon did have a campaign to save the tiger in the 90s. Not to mention, I guess the tiger was a part of their ad campaign back in the 60s, maybe. So, there you go. I thought it was totally random, but yeah, this is based in truth, I guess. Anyways, before we leave the scene, George adds a few sweet and lows to his wallet. Can you think of another low-calorie sweetener mentioned on Seinfeld? Say, look at you.
That Monk's? Uh-oh.
Don't put your tongue on the floor.
Oh, Equal Packets.
Suck it down, Equal Packets.
Very good.
What does it say about your trivia when it's that obscure and stupid, right?
I'm embarrassed because I'm getting dumber as the seasons go on.
Well, think about it, man. You're out there, you're going on dates, making out on blankets. I'm just sitting here, Jersey, watching Seinfeld.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Next scene, we're in Kramer's apartment. Newman stops by, and before knocking, he looks through the peephole. And what does he see?
Oh, just a bare-chested Kramer scratching himself.
Kramer's, I think he's listening to opera, and you see
Pagliacci.
A back scratcher on his chest. One of my favorite shots, as Kramer wonders who it is. He's kind of scared at first when Newman knocks. And then he makes a face when he hears it's Newman. He's like,
Yeah, he's disappointed that Newman's the one on the other side of the door.
And Newman is in a panic. He's getting evicted over the people. And Sylvia adds that he's an agitator.
I'm homeless. I'm going to be out on the street corner, dancing for nickels. I'll be with the hobos in the train yard, eat out of a bucket.
And Newman and Kramer have a history, or at least we'll have some run-ins with the homeless.
Potato salad, the government.
That's in the bookstore when they strap the homeless to a rickshaw.
And then I want to know a horse named Rusty. No offense. If we trace back, Rusty was in the bookstore, right? But he was also in. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm confusing.
Well, you're kind of going a different route. Yeah, the character Rusty first appeared in The Beard when Kramer gave him the Tupperware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there we go. That's something.
But if you
try to go clack.
Remember the bobble deposit? There's a shot too of Newman he keeps a dime,
and you hear it very prominently in the audio.
And then he steals the guy's shopping cart of bottles.
Yeah,
okay. No, there's something about Newman. He just despises the homeless, and I guess he's really afraid of becoming homeless himself. Well, Kramer wants to stand up for Newman, and let's just go talk to Silvio, but Newman tells him, well, you might want to put on something first, since Kramer's just wearing a robe with some underwear. And Kramer goes back inside to change. Maybe right here, my favorite joke from the entire episode. It is just so bizarre. Kramer closes the door, and Newman is about to walk away, and decides to turn back and watch Kramer through the peephole.
Yeah, so I guess they're practicing what they preach, right? Like, we're comfortable with our bodies. If somebody wants to enjoy the show, right?
Yeah, it's so bizarre and perverse and odd. Even Spike Fierstein on the commentary cracked up because he thought they cut this. He thought it was too weird and they were going to wind up not using it in the episode, but
gets a laugh.
Why is Newman doing this? Is he attracted to Kramer? Is he just curious when he looks naked?
I don't really have a good answer. Nor will I wager one.
All right, well, let's get over to Joe Mayo's apartment. Jerry and George arrive for the party.
George, I am loving this no wallet thing.
A man carries a wallet.
You know, the very fact that you opposed this makes me think I'm onto something.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Joe Mayo, nice place.
Thanks. George, can you do me a favor and stay by the phone in case anybody calls and needs directions? I'll do. Thanks.
Jerry, music?
Actually, can you keep an eye on the aquarium and make sure nobody taps on the glass?
But I can do that and the music.
Oh, no, don't worry about the music. Just have fun.
I was ready to get jiggy with it.
Hey.
Hey, Lang.
Hey. I think you know Dr. Zayas.
So, Elaine, notice anything different about my...
So, George. Did you get the chair?
I don't have it yet.
So we're giving him nothing?
Well, I wrote a picture of the chair.
Did you at least get him a card?
I thought we'd all sign the picture.
Hey, Joe Mayo.
I need you to be in charge of coats.
Oh, fantastic.
Buddy, didn't you know what he puts a drink on my sound system?
Sure thing, Joe Mayo.
Hi, I'm Jerry. How do you like my pants?
Nice.
It's working. Don't tap on the glass.
Joe Mayo's about...
Hey! I tell him to speak.
We don't get as much putty this week as we did last week, but when he's there, man, he's belting out those classes.
Oh, for sure. Well, let's talk about the different roles people are given at the party. George has to stay by the phone in case anybody calls for directions.
Jerry has to make sure that nobody taps on the glass of his aquarium.
Mm-hmm. Elaine has to watch the coats. And Buddy is the
cocktail off the speaker guy. And we are introduced to Joe Mayo for the first time. We see him in the flesh. Pat Finn plays Joe Mayo. He was in the middle. It's complicated. And I didn't realize this. He is in a Curb episode. He's in the end. Was that season 5? He plays a car owner. So I guess he's the one who may have purchased Larry's car at the blue book value or something, and Jeff undercut him, something like that.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he tells him you got screwed over.
And actually, I know you're not a huge Friends guy, but Pat Finn plays in one of the more memorable Friends episodes when it's like an alternate timeline. What if Monica didn't get with Chandler? She gets with this guy, Dr. Roger, who is played by Pat Finn, and he's just like the most boring doctor who has this trivia that no one cares about. Like the Brazil nut is actually not from Brazil or something like that.
It's like this guy's going off on the peanut.
Exactly. I do like this Pat Finn, though. I like the way he delivers his lines with, "Can you make sure nobody touches glass?"
Yeah, Elaine kind of brought it up earlier. He always like points out with 2 fingers and just have fun.
We're getting some topical references in a Seinfeld episode, which we didn't have as much earlier on in the series, right?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the getting jiggy with it?
Na.
I was ready to get jiggy with it.
I can't get over how old that song is.
And there's kind of an older movie reference here where Elaine refers to Buddy as Dr. Zaius from Planet of the Apes. And, one little plot hole here that I don't know, kind of bugs me, but Joe Mayo is there when Buddy arrives in his fur coat. And it's kind of weird that he doesn't say, "Hey, I have a coat just like that."
Good point. It's a good call, Stan. Anyway, like I said, the joke will be have more punch if he says it, when Elaine's up a creek. Of course.
So, speaking of Elaine, before we leave, Elaine drops the pile of coats on Joe Mayo's bed and decides to get rid of the man fur once and for all. Pop the window, toss the coat. Taste.
Goodbye, Dr. Zaius.
Did you listen to the commentary for this episode?
Yes.
Did you hear what Jason said about Elaine throwing things out of the window?
Well, he mentioned how much she loved throwing his toupee out the window.
Yeah. It got me wondering, though, trivia-wise, like, what other stuff has been thrown out the window? Is this getting old? I'm sorry.
Candy bar?
Fell in the sewer.
An air conditioner? It was already out the window.
Yeah, that one's tricky. It has to exist in the apartment and someone uses their hand.
Well, excuse me, a 20?
I spent $20.
Anything else?
This was an accident of a Kramer's boot, but it has sand in it.
But okay. If you get Kramer's boot, I get air conditioner.
I'm sorry. Anything else? Memorable.
A giant ball of oil.
Excellent.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's all I can think of right now. We'll be here all day. Okay. Anyways, let's go over to Jerry's apartment.
Oh, we forgot to talk about Jeanette Robbins. I always do this.
Oh, yeah, Carrie. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We should mention Jerry meets a new girl who ends up dating. Her name's Carrie in the script, and she's played by Jeanette Robbins. She only 4 credits to her IMDb page, and they're pretty good. Larry Sanders Show, Seinfeld, Friends, and then something called Caller ID, which I don't know. So 3 out of 4, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Let's come over to Jerry's apartment. Kramer has gathered Newman, Silvio, and his wife, Svetlana, which, you kind of wonder, why are we in Jerry's place and not Kramer's? Kramer kind of considers it to be his conference room, his more formal atmosphere with the shelves and the furniture. And Silvio and Svetlana are on their way out, so Kramer sits down with Silvio to understand exactly why Newman is getting evicted.
I don't like Mr. Newman. He's an agitator.
And Kramer goes to bat for him. He's a model tenant. Yes, but smart as a whip, which apparently, I guess, is enough for Silvio to allow him to stay.
But I'm gonna keep my eye on him.
And behind Silvio's back, Newman is getting very close with Svetlana, touching her face. They definitely have something going on here.
Yeah, no bones about it.
And, you know, I don't understand how Michael does the cigar trick.
It's not a trick. He puts so he drops the cigar because he's shocked. It just falls out of his mouth. He's shocked that Newman is daring to come on to Svetlana, right when Sylvia's there. Cigar falls out of his mouth, and Kramer tries to put it back in his mouth, of course, and he puts the lit end in first, and then he kind of burns himself and fixes it. But I feel like Michael is so committed to the art of the joke, and that he's willing to injure himself or burn his tongue, and for that joke.
The whole idea, though, of Michael, hurting himself for a joke, that goes all the way back to an interview he did where he's like, when I was a kid, he's like, I would run into a tree and really hurt myself just to make people laugh.
Chris Farley had a quote that he said when it was sad, but also, again, on the similar lines, but he said, when Patty falls down, everyone goes home happy. And that he's always falling into tables or crashing through walls. These guys are just artists, and in love with the joke.
But there's some, you can tell they're very tortured.
Yes.
At the same time. Let's cut over to Joe Mayo's apartment. Elaine and Putty are the last to leave, and somehow Putty is wearing a fur coat despite Elaine throwing it out the window.
Hey, I got a coat just like this.
I guess there was some deleted material here. Elaine kind of touches her forehead and she's like, oh God. Putty would interpret that as Elaine had too much to drink. And Joe Mayo then says, hey, when you guys leave, there's a bag of trash in the hall. Could you run it down into the basement? And then Putty would be the one to say, she's on it, Joe Mayo.
Nice.
So, anyway, let's get over to Monks. Elaine tells Jerry and George what happened.
So Joe Mayo had the same coat.
And you threw it out the window? God, you're like a rock star.
So now Joe Mayo wants me to buy him a new coat.
Because you threw it out?
No, because I was in charge of the coats. It's insane.
But you did actually throw his coat out the window.
But he doesn't know that. As far as he knows, someone stole it. And that's the person who should be held responsible.
But that's you.
So I guess I'll have to buy him a new coat, even though I don't think I should be held responsible, which I am anyway.
Well, I'm satisfied. God, my back is killing me.
Of course, because of that wallet. You got filing cabinet under half of your ass.
This is an organizer, a secretary, and a friend.
Look at you. You're on a slant.
Pick up on that, please. Yeah, fine.
What was that?
I think I had some hard candy in there.
That's a funny sound that hard candy makes.
Yeah, it's like squish.
What's an example of hard candy? What could he have had in his like a certs?
Yeah, like a Lifesaver, Werther's original peppermint.
Werther's. Want to see a grandmother?
The best part about the scene is Elaine refusing to, take ownership. I know there was another episode where either Jerry or George had this same mindset where, I'm responsible for this, but the other person doesn't know I am, so why should I have to deal with it?
And you're saying there's another example of this?
Yeah, I know. I swear there is. It just feels familiar. But again, it's more of a George or a Jerry story. I'm out. But regardless, I love it so much, and it just works so well in Seinfeld. You could repeat this concept. Let's cut over to George's apartment. George accidentally had the chair delivered to his place, not Joe Mayo's. Being curious, he tries out the massage chair, and when he turns it on, every muscle just moves. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, let's get over to the street. Jerry meets up with Carrie, and can't believe they're going dancing. He doesn't do it that often.
No, because he's so stupid.
And
It's like it's not a good thing to say on a first date.
yeah, it seems like he's really pushing it. But before they leave, Carrie asks Jerry to carry a few things: compact lipstick, keys.
What are you, a medieval dungeon master?
And antenna Altoids. Elsewhere, Kramer and Newman are walking down the sidewalk.
Sleeping with Sylvia's wife?
No, there's very little sleeping going on.
Why didn't you tell me about this?
But frankly, I don't see how it's any of your business.
Well, it's my business now. Look, I stuck up for you. And if he catches you, we're both out.
Hey, what is that up that tree?
Yeah, that looks like a dead bear.
No, that's a fur coat. Hey, give me a boots.
Where did you learn to climb trees like that?
The Pacific Northwest.
Now there's a line that we all remember.
I like it when they approach the tree. Kramer's like, that looks like a dead bear.
Yes.
But yeah, Newman apparently very light on his feet. You know, he can run fast.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, he scampers, he sprints, but he can also climb. Anything else that surprises us about Newman? He uses a Nautilus, right?
Yes.
He swims too, all the other oxen free.
Very good.
We get an act break, next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. Now that Jerry's on this successful pocket diet, he wants to keep the weight off, not carry, his girlfriend's stuff. So Elaine suggests something at Peterman that would be perfect.
Not more of that crap from the Titanic.
This is the first Titanic reference. I always think of the later one when George says, "So that old lady, she was just a liar, right?"
And a tramp too.
So what Elaine is talking about is a small men's carry-all.
I'm not carrying a purse.
It's not a purse. It's European.
Oh.
So Jerry calls George to see if he's gotten the chair yet, and George is in the middle of using it, so he lies.
It's in transit.
And Elaine is out as gift giver since she has to buy Joe Mayo a new fur coat. So the guys are going to split the chair 3 ways.
All right.
So Kramer stops by and he drops off the pliers, which are now in 2 separate pieces. Weekend. And Elaine is about to head out to price fur coats when Kramer tells her that Newman found one in a tree on 88th Street.
That guy can climb like a ring-tailed lemur.
And Elaine puts it together. That's the coat she threw out the window. So she shoves Kramer with a get out, and we actually hear a pop sound. What was it?
Well, I had some hard candy in there. I really enjoy these like little tie-in jokes.
Yeah, for sure. And last week with the dealership, it wasn't different characters, but I loved how we got 2 scenes that ended with Mr. Kramer the Road. Yep. So Elaine knows what she has to do to get the fur coat back. The unthinkable, the unimaginable, inviting Newman over to her apartment.
So, to what do I owe this unusual invitation?
Come in.
This is very much as I imagined it to be. Aside from this rattan piece, which seems oddly out of place.
Please, sit down. Newman, I wanted to talk to you about something.
This isn't about my opening your mail.
What?
Because I don't, never have. Anything I read was already open.
No, Newman, I heard that you found a fur coat in a tree, and I believe that it belongs to a friend of mine, and I'd like to give it back to him.
Sorry, climbers keepers.
You know, Newbie, I know how you feel about me, and I have to tell you I'm quite flattered.
You are?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of all men that I know, you're the only one who's held down a steady job for 7 years.
It's interesting work. I don't mind it. Don't you have a boyfriend friend, burly, athletic type.
Oh, him? Oh, he's cool. Very cool. So what do you say? Can you do me this one little favor?
I've waited for this moment. But alas, my heart belongs to another man's wife, and I have given the coat to her.
All right, we're done here.
For I am in love with Svetlana, and I don't care if the whole world knows except Vasilka would throw me out of the apartment where I would be dancing on a step.
Thank you very much.
I gotta say, I like Elaine's little pet name for Newman. Newman. We call our little dog Craney. There you go. But yeah, this is a first. The first time Elaine is kind of, falsely giving herself to Newman, and he could not be enticed. Because he is in love with another man's wife.
All right, we're done here.
I like that.
It's bizarre to see Newman in Elaine's apartment, right?
Right, yeah, it's very out of place.
But apparently Newman still opens her mail. Because I don't. Never have. Anything I wrote was already open. But again, I'm sure he does that for a lot of people. Something that you quote a lot, even when you're describing David Putty, is early athletic type.
Oh yes, I do like that word.
But don't worry, he's good. All right, so unfortunately Newman can't give the coat back because Svetlana has it and he's in love with her. You know, it's so weird to see Newman in Elaine's apartment, considering for the past season and a half, or since season 8, we know that he's in love with her.
He got a vasectomy for her.
I mean, before that, you wonder, when did he fall in love with her, right? When did it happen? But we're final season here. We're finally getting the possibility of resolving some storylines or some relationships. And as luck would have it, he's in love with someone else, and she has the coat. Well, let's cut over to a newsstand. Jerry is with Carrie, and he's putting his carry-all to good use. It's already full, and he sets it down so he can find her lipstick.
I can never find anything here.
I use that line a lot. If I ever have a bag with me or something like that.
Nice.
So we find out something here. Carrie was given a job at Joe Mayo's party. It was to keep Jerry away from the music.
Should have been there last year. I got jiggy with it. You got me thinking. Jerry is now dating Carrie, and their names rhyme. Could you date somebody whose name rhymed with yours? I'm trying to think what would be Matt. Cat, maybe? Cat, yeah. Just because every time you go to a party or you introduce yourselves, or somebody introduces you, this is Matt Cat. Like Vinny and Minnie. I don't know. It'd be like, when I meet a girl and her name was Minnie, I'd be, oh man. I don't think we'd be a good couple because our names rhyme.
This is so weird because I haven't felt this way or thought about it since I was a teenager, but I had a big hang up. I couldn't even let myself be attracted to anyone that had the same name as one of my sisters.
Oh, okay, I get that.
That was very odd. I'm because I lived with them at the time, it was just too weird.
Yeah. But now you've let that go.
Well, I mean, I don't have anyone in my family named Liz, but it was a weird thing to obsess over as a kid.
Get it?
So next scene, we're at Kramer's apartment. Kramer is sitting on his couch reading when Silvio starts pounding on the door in a rage.
Kramer, it's Silvio. Open up, I need to talk to you. I can see Hey, Silvio. Look at this. Svetlana says she found it in the laundry. I think it's a gift. That postman agitated. Where is it? Relax. No, that's it. You're both out of the bill.
Oh, come on. Hey, Newman didn't even give her that. No, that's not even a woman's coat. It's a man's.
It's not even man with less.
Oh, what's What about Jerry?
Jerry, you're sure he's a celebrity?
Oh, yeah, they wear a lot of furs. They're desperate, insecure people.
Yes, you are.
right? It's all about me. Please look at me. I am so pretty. Love me, want me. Something like that.
How great is it how angry Kramer gets when he realizes Silvio can see him? He pounds on the couch on his love seat thing.
Doesn't he realize, like, Silvio can see that?
Of course. Yeah, right?
Silvio, how you doing?
Oh, the genius of Kramer.
A weird goof, but, you know, who cares? When you look through the peephole, you see, like, a full fisheye of the apartment, but as we know, when the door opens, there's a wall right there, so...
Yeah, it's kind of a continuity thing, but again, just like last week, I don't mind the plot holes in the dealership, but I don't mind this either. I think it's funnier that way. So exactly.
Plus, that's it. Great dialogue here, and John Polito just, I think, shines in the last couple of scenes here.
Especially the sweat gleaming off of his head.
Right. And I like the idea, too, of Kramer yet again throwing Jerry under the bus to solve his problems.
Yeah, that's right.
Why doesn't Kramer just say, yeah, I'd wear a fur coat?
Well, Kramer is trying to save a little face as well.
Yeah, he doesn't want to look like a dandy. Well, let's get over to Jerry's apartment later. This is when Kramer tells his friend about the plan.
You have to do what? All you have to do is wear the fur so Silvio thinks it's yours. I'm wearing the fur. Well, then Newman and I, we get thrown out of the building. Is that right? All right. Why don't you just take a good, hard look at what your life will be like if I'm not around? Oh, come on, man. Well, I'll tell you what, if you do this, I'll give you that Walkman you were always asking about. That's my Walkman. And you'll get it back. All right. Good. Thanks. I owe you. Hey. Well, hey, and by the way, that Walkman was broke when you gave it to me. George, you get that chair yet? That chair would get you. Would you stop bribing me? You know what? Just call up and cancel it. I'm out. Excuse me? Joe Mayer doesn't like my taste in music. He's not getting a gift from me. I can't believe you're dropping out too. So now Kramer and I have to pay for the entire gift. No, who's this Joe Mayo everyone's talking about? He's the guy we're buying the chair for, remember? It was your suggestion. I think the chair is a fantastic gift idea, but I never heard of this Joe Mayo. Frankly, it sounds made up. Oh, so now I have to buy the whole chair by myself? No, you don't have to buy anything. I already bought it. I've been lying to you for 3 days, and now you're all screwing me. I don't understand. Why didn't you tell us you had it? I needed it. My back is a little tweaked. Because of your giant wallet. Just get rid of it. Never. It is a part of me. I will just return the chair, and it will be easy because the receipt is in my good friend. Your good friend is morbidly obese. But at least I'm not carrying a purse. It's not a purse. It's European. All right. Silvio's down there. He's shoveling the walk. Now all you got to do is put this on. You go down to the corner, you pick up a paper, and you come right back. All right. How do I look?
What is it about Jerry, man? He's so good at this physical comedy. You know, either it's just a look or it's like his posture.
Yeah, I think it goes to the thin, single, neat kind of quality about him because he's kind of stiff. Yeah, right? Like he's not athletic. He doesn't seem like an athletic type of guy.
Yeah, he does not relax in the coat, right? Like he's
exactly. I'm a fancy boy. So yeah, so something about that, it comes out as funny.
And you know, earlier when Kramer's like, well, what about Jerry? You know, he's a celebrity. He likes these things like fur coats. It reminds me of the Gum, where he's like, you got to wear these glasses whenever Lloyd Braun is around.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Elaine's fault for lying about why they sat in the front row, but just, you know, Jerry having to wear something to appear a certain way.
Oh, you know what really stuck out to me? I guess it's a recurring theme in this episode, but this time, oh, hey, that Walkman was broke when you gave it to me. First it was the pliers, and now it's the Walkman. But Kramer trying to look not guilty.
So you can understand why earlier when he says, Jerry, if you don't help us out, Newman and I we're going to get thrown out of the building.
Really?
Is that right? Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, he brings his hands up to his lips because he's imagining how wonderful it is. It's great that Jerry for once is putting Kramer in the hot seat.
And I don't know if this is a twist really, but this whole time we assume that all four of them are on the same page about getting Joe Mayo a gift. But Kramer is like, whoa. This is Joe Mayo everyone's talking about.
That's the best reveal there. He's like, I think the chair's a perfect gift, but frankly, the name sounds amazing. Awesome.
And kind of similar to the the hard candy lines earlier, that running joke, we get another running joke here. It's not a purse, it's European. When I think that's how Elaine described it, right?
Yes.
Next scene, we're down on the street. George sees a flyer on a lamppost. Learn guitar, first lesson free. So he tears off one of the numbers. He puts it in his wallet. However, when he tries to close it, he really has to use a string. And as he's pushing, suddenly the wallet explodes and all the contents go flying. Love the sound effect. Mary Shades! Did you read about how they got the wallet to explode?
There's a prop guy who's right on the ground below George, and he shoots it out of a air gun. Pretty cool.
Apparently, according to Jason, there was a small explosive device too. I don't know if that helped create more of a bursting effect. I didn't notice one, did you?
I mean, you really do see that exploding of papers because you know how the shot changes and you see Jason's back.
Yeah.
To shield the camera guy, I guess, or the prop guy, but it is violently expelled those papers.
All right. Elsewhere, Silvio is shoveling the snow outside of Jerry's apartment when Jerry strolls up in his man fur.
Hey, Silvio, just out for a little stroll in my favorite fur coat. It sure is. Kramer says you'll need it because you're an entertainer and you're desperate for attention.
That's true. Jerry, you forgot your mercy. Oh, thanks. Hey, Sylvia, look at Jerry here, prancing around in his coat with his purse.
Yep, he's a dandy. He's a real fancy boy.
Maybe this isn't my coat.
Yeah, all right, you're not fancy. No, he's very fancy. Wants me, love me, shower me with kisses.
Jerry, where'd you get it? That's his coat.
No, it's not. Mine. I'm a fancy boy.
That's not your coat.
It's not his coat. Whose coat is it?
It's Joe Mayo's coat.
Who's Joe Mayo? He must be the man that's sleeping with your wife. Officer! Go! Someone took my European carry-on! What? It's a black leather thing with a strap. You mean a purse? Yes, a purse! I carry a purse!
This ending is insane. So much crammed into, I don't know how long that clip was, maybe a minute. It's so rushed, so much is happening, but this is actually one of my favorite endings, maybe in my top 10. I'd have to look at, the whole list of 180 episodes, but right off the gate, it's hilarious. Kramer says you need it because you're an entertainer and you're desperate for attention. That's true. Kind of reminds me of Kramer with Dr. Reston.
Oh, exactly.
This is an office.
I like that once Kramer joins in on the berating of Jerry, Jerry's like, "This is my coat." You know, he's been pushed a little too far. Kramer, you went back home.
Why does Kramer tease him so much?
Yeah, I think he just couldn't help himself.
Kind of with Jerry and Milos, you know.
I think
cut it out.
Jerry's willing to play ball, but if you play a little bit too rough, he can play some hard ball too. Hard. And you got me thinking. You said favorite ending of an episode. Things are kind of coming together at the same time. It just pops in my head of another character strolling down the street in a fur. Name that character.
Oh, you're right. Why does Kramer name? Oh, he buys the fur coat from Barney's.
He doesn't know. Close. You're in the right store. Wrong reason.
Someone lends him the coat.
Sort of, because somebody is stepping out watching movies at the Paragon, Willie. This is my mother's fur coat. It is. No, it's not. So Kramer wears it home in just his boxers.
Wow, we should have brought that up at the top.
We're dumb. Let's do a comparison of Jerry, Putty, and Kramer, and then we'll have a vote of who wore best.
Should we throw in Deva and Patty, or?
Of course.
Fantastic, man. Nice work. One last thing here that I love about this ending. Again, it might not be the most clever bit of dovetailing here, but it's just so quick and frantic when Elaine says, "It's Joe Mayo's coat." Who's Joe Mayo? That must be the man that's sleeping with you.
Whatever to save his hide.
So we'll find out over the credits here that while Elaine is on the phone with Jerry, Silvio actually ambushed Joe Mayo when he came home. He was waiting inside with a sock full of pennies.
Should have had a reverse people.
There is the possibility that Silvio murdered Joe Mayo, right?
Anything's possible.
Well, Putty arrives, and Elaine just hangs up on Jerry. I can't believe what she's seen. What is Putty wearing now?
Check it out. 8-ball. Got a question? US, the 8-ball.
He's going to wear this all the time?
All signs point to yes.
Crazy that we're getting this halfway through season 9, because Putty in the 8-ball jacket, I think, is so iconic.
Yeah, you can always see him doing that pose with the thumbs. Mm-hmm. With the thumbs. Hey, that's why him and Elaine are so good together. But yeah, that's part of the Putty aura.
So much iconic stuff this season. I love that line about why Putty ditched the fur. He's like, "I saw Jerry wearing his. He looked like a bit of a dandy."
Yeah. Oh, man.
Now, did you watch the deleted scene? It's sort of like an extended ending here.
I missed the deleted scenes, unfortunately.
Well, it's crazy. The episode doesn't end with the 8-ball jacket. There's a knock at the door, and it's Newman. And I guess I'll play the clip here, and I'll let it speak for itself.
Hello?
What is that?
It's my new coat.
You ditched the fur?
Yeah, I saw Jerry wearing his. He looked like a bit of a dandy. Check it out. Hey, Paul. You got a question? You asked the 8-ball.
You're gonna wear this all the time?
All signs point to yes.
Newman, what are you doing here?
The recent developments in Joe Mayo's facial condition have caused me to reconsider your offer. So if you and the big guy are still cool with it, I'm cool. Same for you.
Hang on just 1 second.
That wasn't very cool.
This is
So there's some physical gags in there that don't really work on the podcast, but like Elaine, picks both guys out. She takes the sangria, I just like this continuation of the Newman storyline. He's like, oh my God, Joe Mayo was almost beaten to death. I better drop this Svetlana and go with my backup plan.
And I like that joke. I like that putty joke. So I'm sad that didn't make it in.
The corner pocket.
Of course.
Yeah.
When I get you that code, I expect you to make that joke.
So, what do you think?
So now, would you shower this episode with kisses? Or would you jack it with a sock full of pennies?
Somewhere between the two. You know, this is never an episode that I'm like dying to watch. I think it's a lot of fun. It kind of reminds me of The Apology. You know, I don't find it very memorable, but I like a lot of like just little jokes, little scenes sprinkled throughout. Love the character of Silvio. I think he's hilarious. And that ending, man, to me, it's not about how clever it is or how everything comes together. It's just the dialogue and how the scene just escalates. I think even Spike made a joke in the commentary. He's like, all right, we got to get out. Like, yeah, let's wrap this up. But yeah, just, you know, the wallet storyline, never found it very memorable. Same thing with the carry-all. It's not a purse, it's European. It felt very sitcom-y to me. I remember watching this.
They do the same storyline in Friends.
Oh, do they? Oh, there you go. Still from the past. What do you think?
Yeah, this was it was enjoyable. Not a favorite of mine, but I did have fun with it. Like you said, Silvio was a great addition this week. Anytime Putty's in an episode, I'm happy. He didn't get as much to do as, you know, previous episode, but seeing him in that coat, both coats actually, both the fur coat and the 8-ball jacket were fantastic. And I enjoyed the wallet discussion, the back and forth between Jerry and George. Like the highlights of this episode, what would you say it is? What am I saying?
It's like the anything with Kramer and the reverse people is pretty iconic. I think Joe Mayo's party is pretty, you know, iconic. Everyone having a different task. I'm just amazed how in season 9, despite how wacky things get and people kind of behave out of character and, you know, some episodes just overall don't do it for us, just how much iconic imagery is in each episode. And that can't be said for a lot of the older episodes. Yeah. You know, this episode has the fur coat, the 8-ball jacket, the reverse people, I guess even the wallet is iconic in a sense. Like, yep, just a lot of fun props and iconic imagery in an episode that, you know, might not have been as satisfying as we wanted it to be.
So you're saying, in a sense, you're saying it's kind of not relying on these props, but those are what make this those are the strong points of this episode.
Yeah, in a weird way, it kind of feels more, like prop oriented than usual.
It's a little heck. All right, that's going to do it for us here on Signcast this week. Please send us an email at signcast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at Coco Bosco.
Vinny, what episode do we have next week?
We are discussing the 13th episode of Season 9, the cartoon, where the pig says, "My wife is a slut."
Now that's a complaint.
But for now, I'm Vinny.
I'm Matt.
Signing off.
Goodbye, Dr. Zayas.
I wish I was. I'd like to see that complaint get rectified.
See, smart people think this is funny. And you want to know why? Because I wrote it.
Shouldn't make fun of pigs.
Hello and welcome to Signcast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who can barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
How's it going?
How are you, Mr. Legs?
Good. Thanks for asking. I was hoping to do the whole intro silent, and you would have just been like, "Hey, my name is Matt."
Now, that really would have been something.
Can we do that in post, where you edit out all my interjections and it's just you? Do what you do of it.
So we haven't sat down to talk about Seinfeld for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah, we recorded the dealership and the reverse people like back to back. So we missed a little bit of news since we last spoke. I don't really know how important this news story is, especially now. But for a while, we were just getting tons of listeners sending us this link about Jerry on Ellen, saying that it's possible Seinfeld could come back for, a 10th season. And it's possible. I want to play the clip because when you see a headline like that, or you just see it trending everywhere, you're like, oh my god, that means it's coming back. But listen to this clip and tell me what you think.
So let's talk. So all these sitcoms are having a resurgence. So Roseanne's doing. I heard Murphy Brown. Is that really true? Murphy Brown's doing.
And Candace Bergen is coming back.
Yes. Yes.
I think I know where you're going with
that. I think you do.
Why don't you finish it?
Well, do you think, Jerry, there would be a possibility that Seinfeld would come back?
It's possible.
It's hilarious, and I had so much fun spending the day with you that day.
It's great.
It's called Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. It's available now on Netflix. Check it out.
That doesn't seem like much of an answer, right? Or a news story?
Not at all. I don't think he has any interest in doing a Seinfeld revival show at all. They had their chance, and they already did it with the Curb season. So that's what we get.
You had your chance, and you blew it.
Exactly.
Well, that is something that's come up a lot in the past couple of episodes of Seinfeld, talking about how Seinfeld wrapped up, and it kind of felt like showmanship, right? Go out on a high note. And there's this sentiment on the DVD commentaries from Jason and Julia that, man, we had so much fun making the show. I don't think the 10th season would have been the best season necessarily, but it would have just been so fun to keep working with each other.
Yeah.
So it seems like to me if they're coming back, it's not like it needs to happen, right? It's only for the principals to get to work together again, and for Jerry to make hundreds of millions of dollars.
Buttloads is the technical term. Right? Yeah, but if you think about it, like they were at a point in their lives, the actors where they had young kids, and by now all those kids have kind of moved out of the house. They're adults by now, right? So it seems like there's less stress on the family to make a Seinfeld, to put in all that effort, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't either, and like Jerry said, it is possible, right? Anything can happen. I was thinking of the level scene where he's like, of course it could be done, anything could be done.
Yeah, that's right. It's done. And then, so let's say it did come back and it was only Jerry who was the showrunner, I would be miffed, because if at all they wanted to come back, I would want it to be a Larry and Jerry collaborative effort. And I don't see Larry wanting to come back and do it either.
He's been following him for years.
Yeah, exactly. You're on fire today.
Again, anything could happen. I think our general sentiment, and probably most Seinfeld fans out there, is don't come back.
Go back! Go back! But so we could also respond with an Elaine comment, like, yeah, I got to admit, it would be nice, it would be nice. But since the characters have aged so much at this point, it'd be weird to see like Kramer up to his antics, having that mullet hair. Why not do like a Seinfeld animated series with all the voices? It's possible.
Anyways, we'll see. We'll keep tracking this story as it unfolds. Might be the last we ever hear about it. Who knows? But Vinny, on that note, what episode are we discussing this week?
We are discussing the 13th episode of season 9, The Cartoon, written by Bruce Eric Kaplan, directed by Andy Ackerman, and it originally aired January 29th, 1998.
Bruce Eric Kaplan, we brought him up during his first episode, The Merv Griffin Show. TV writer, author, cartoonist. He contributed cartoons to The New Yorker for decades now. You know, you can still see them in the magazine. He actually drew Elaine's cartoon in this episode.
Well, that's cool.
How do you like that? Have you ever seen the drawing that Elaine is holding?
Why, yes, I have.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because we never get a proper shot in the episode. There's a little Easter egg on the DVDs where I don't know if it's a screen grab or someone took a photo on set. It's the ripped page on Elaine's door that she points out to, you know, Dugan and Mr. Peterman. And it's great. It's a great little sketch. It even has the initials EMD on it.
Oh, that's great. Which is a lovely nod because Bruce Eric Kaplan initials all his drawings BEK. So.
Exactly. And I did more research than I usually do this week, and I read that in 2012, The New Yorker actually paid tribute to this episode. In the back of every New Yorker, there's a contest where they include a cartoon out a caption, and they put it to the readers to send in captions, and then they select a winner. And contest number 342 was a drawing of a pig at a complaint department. And this cartoon, I think, is very common online. Most people think that this is the version they used in the show, but it's not. This is the New Yorker version. And the winning caption was printed with the caption, "Stop sending me spam," which I thought was pretty good.
I'd like to see that complaint get rectified.
Yeah. And that's excellent. Yeah, "Stop sending me spam." Pretty good, right? And I thought it was really funny. There's actually another caption sent in by some movie critic in Chicago named Roger Ebert. And he wrote, "I'm sorry, there's nothing you can do about your wee-wee problem." That's also very good. So shout out to Roger Ebert. Very funny. Yeah, this is just a great little cartoon. This is something that would be kind of fun to frame. You know, if you're ever going to recreate some Seinfeld art or a prop.
Don't get me started. I've been told I have too much Seinfeld memorabilia on the walls already, so I have to curtail my habits.
Yeah, I'm getting married real soon.
Some of these things must go now.
You're wearing that shirt? We'll include some links in the show notes of the cartoon from the episode. But wanted to talk about the guest stars this week, Vinny. We've got Tracy Nelson playing Janet, the she-Jerry.
Judge.
This reminds me of, what was the episode where you brought up Buzz's girlfriend?
From Home Alone?
Yeah. Oh, it was the Two-Face, Gwen, in the story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what was the story about Buzz's girlfriend?
Oh, Chris Columbus, who directed Home Alone, you know, they needed a picture of an ugly young girl to be Buzz's girlfriend in that picture, and he felt it was too mean to, hey, we need to cast an ugly girl. Hey, you ugly girl. So they had I don't know if it was a boy, but I don't know if it was somebody's son, but they had him wear a wig and dress up as a girl and, you know, make that ugly face to be Buzz's girlfriend.
Well, I still think that Wayne Knight dressed up as Newman's mother in that picture.
Oh yeah, is that your contention?
We've never got confirmation on it.
It's not him.
But, you know, this is sort of the same camp. Finding a talented and attractive actress for the role of Janet was tough because she had to, you know, kind of look like Jerry.
To have a real horse face, if you will.
So they found it in Tracy Nelson, and I don't know how popular Tracy Nelson is. You probably know her family, though. Ozzie and Harriet Nelson were her grandparents from The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Her father, of course, is Ricky Nelson.
Now let me stop you right there. Ozzie Nelson's reference to the Seinfeld episode. Can you name it?
Yeah, let's see.
I'll give you the quote, but I'm going to cut out the first half. It's bad enough I got to sit next to Ozzie Nelson over here.
I'm done.
Pagliacci, the great tragic clown.
Who's Ozzie Nelson?
Oh, Kramer comes over. You know, Jerry's in his tux. Kramer comes over wearing his cardigan and his slacks. You know, chinos. And he's like, "Turn that crap off. What is this? It's Pagliacci." And he's like, "It's bad enough I gotta go to the opera. I gotta sit next to Ozzie Nelson over here." That's the granddaughter.
Also, anyone who watches NCIS, I don't know how they refer to the character, but Leroy Jethro Gibbs.
Oh, it's just Gibbs.
Is it Gibbs?
Yeah. I mean, that's his full name, but they call him Gibbs.
Yeah, I doubt they're walking around like, "Hey, Leroy,
yeah.
we got a dead body over here."
You know that bad Leroy Gibbs.
Mark Herman, her uncle, that's him. I don't know, I like it when, there's people in show business connected like this.
Yeah.
And the other guest star we have this week, a familiar face, Kathy Griffin as Sally Weaver, returning to Seinfeld after her first performance in The Doll. How do you feel about Kathy Griffin and her character Sally Weaver?
It's funny, as I was doing the notes for this episode, I'm like going through, Kathy Griffin was in Suddenly Susan and My Life as a B-list celebrity, whatever. I forgot that she was in The Doll, and I'm like, oh yeah, she's returning as Sally Weaver. Exactly. But I seem to recall it was quite polarizing, her character on the show, right?
Yeah, and I didn't know how many people, listeners of the show, hate the character of Sally and the comedian Kathy. It was pretty much down the line. People, they pretty much just said worst character on Seinfeld, and there's something I think about Kathy Griffin's comedy and personality that is pretty polarizing. She's a fast talker, loud, I guess you could say, and sort of like gossipy, right? Because, sure. But yeah, I loved her performance in The Doll, and I like her performance this week. I think she's just that great foil for Jerry, right?
Yeah.
There's some cool behind-the-scenes trivia to talk about before we get started discussing the cartoon. Basically about Kathy's experience filming The Doll and how it affected this episode, and in a sense bringing her back to the show. Back in season 7, we mentioned a story about Danny Hawk, who was like this New York performer being cast as Ramon the Pool Guy. And Danny quit the show during rehearsals because he found the character offensive, and he went on a couple of tours or live performances saying how Jerry and the Seinfeld crew were all racist. And we mentioned during the Pool Guy how that idea of someone bashing Jerry during the shows was sort of the inspiration for Sally Weaver in the cartoon. But it's not just that. After Kathy filmed The Doll, she had a HBO stand-up performance. She talked about her experience working on Seinfeld. And I'm so happy that we have the audio here. If you don't want to stick it out, just skip ahead 5 minutes. But I want to play it so you can see how much this episode is really lifted from real life. So here we go. Kathy Griffin, circa 1996.
Okay, so I'm going to start out with a celebrity gossip story. You up for it? Okay, so guess what? I got to be on Seinfeld this year, and I wanted to walk you through it. So this is what happened. So I get to be on Seinfeld, which is a big, giant honor because it's a wonderful show, and it's really exciting. So I go, and the first day you have a table reading, right? We all sit around a table with the famous people, and then you read the script. And it's weird because they're so famous, And when you first meet Jerry Seinfeld, it's like you're meeting someone doing an impression of him, And it's sort of jarring, He goes, "Hey, how you doing?" And you go, "Hey, hi, Jerry." Like you start talking in those, cadences and stuff. And so I read the part, and I have a funny part, and I was sitting next to Michael Richards, Kramer, and then we're reading it, and then they sort of laughed at the first thing I said, and then Michael Richards patted my back, and he goes, "Good job, Kathy." And I was like, "Oh, he's so sweet." And then he never knew where I was the rest of the week. And he's just like that. He's exactly like Kramer. And so anyway, then we did the table read, and here's the thing. It's all my scenes are with Jerry, which is really fun, and we started work on a Sunday. And it was the day of the Golden Globes. So I wanted to ask a favor of Jerry, which is I wanted to get an autograph from him because I was going to a Golden Globe party that my friend Dennis was having. And my friend Dennis is gay, and they have the best Golden Globe parties, and that's true. So anyway, sometimes I just have to have my gays around me. Okay, so anyway, then I thought, okay, but I've met a lot lot of celebrities, and I know that you should just immediately go up to them and go like, I'm your biggest fan. So they get all flinty and scared. So I thought, well, I'd like to see, get to know them a little bit and stuff. So we're rehearsing, and then I had the pen and the paper ready, like guns blazing, just ready, very easy on Jerry. So we're rehearsing for a scene, and then I took him up and I said, Jerry, I have a favor to ask. And he goes like this. So I was like, okay. And then he starts talking to the director, and I'm just standing there, and then he's talking, he's getting more and more agitated about the script. He's going on and on about he doesn't like it, he wants to make changes, he's getting more and more angry, and I'm standing there with the pen and paper like, bad timing. And but now it's too late because I'm there like a big weirdo with like a pen and paper. And like I'm gonna pass it on. Hey, I was just gonna write a note to say, hi, how are you? And so anyway, he turns to me and he goes, and you have a question like that. And I go, oh yes, Jerry. I'm a good show. And I go, my friend Dennis is having a book party tonight, and I thought it would be really great since you're nominated for the book. If you could write like a little note to the party, like, dear Dennis's party, vote for me, Jerry Seinfeld. And he goes, what? And I was dying. I was so with the red, like, thermometer, fever. And so I just said, oh, you like it? And then he's looking at me, he's like, what do you? And he goes, I'm going to the Golden Globes. I'll just see you at the party. And I go, no, Jerry, some of us watch from private homes. We don't all get to go. But, so anyway, then I explained to the guys, like little notes at the party. And then he looks at me like I have antenna, like I'm a crazy alien. And he just goes like this. That's about the last thing I have time for right now. You guys, I died. So anyway, I go, and I just was like, okay, push it in. Like, okay, it's your show. And then he walked away, and then the script girl goes, he's freaky. So then he says to the crew, he says, okay, look, I'm going to Golden Globes tonight, so I only want to work an hour. So everybody has to do their scenes after I'm done, and I'm only going to work for an hour, and then I'm going to leave. And there's big curtain work ethic. And then and then like the more, because like when you go in and you do like a little part on the show, it's it's kind of nerve-wracking and stuff. So the more I started thinking about Jerry Seinfeld like yelling at me and upside, the more I started getting really angry. And then I was walking around all day. Well, it was only an hour-long day, but I was like walking around. And then I was like walking around in my head, just like an insane person going, you know what? You, Jerry Seinfeld. Your fucking name, and I'm like, I'm really mad. I really do. So anyways, then Jerry and I are in a fight. Except he doesn't know it, and you're less. So, but I'm about having with this thing. So anyway, so then actually an hour later, he was saying goodbye to everyone. They're saying, good luck. And I was like, and then he turns to me and goes, and you wanted me to sign something? And then I was like, oh, yes. So then he signed it, and then, of course, it was the big hit of the movie.
So when I think of that video, the first things that come to mind, I cannot believe how much her performance in the cartoon mirrors her performance in her actual stand-up. You actually sent me the link to the YouTube video, and I can see her. She's doing the same gestures, the same. It sounds the same, but same kind of manner. She even does like a devil horn pose when she's saying that she was like an alien there at some point. But I couldn't get over it. It's quite the same performance.
Well, the story didn't end here, obviously. So I guess sometime after this special aired, it started going around like the gossip circuits, tabloid newspapers that Kathy and Jerry had like a bit of beef. And when Kathy appeared on Late Night with Conan O'Brien later that year to promote Settling Susan, she tells the story, but then announces, or reveals rather, that Jerry wrote her a letter.
I think this is a really funny, great letter from Jerry. It's got the Seinfeld letterhead, so it's official. Dear Miss Griffin, I was up until your recent monologue on some obscure cable channel, unaware that you had ever appeared on my #1 hit television series that is named after me. I nonetheless very much enjoyed your little skit. Although I obviously have no recollection of ever meeting you, I was particularly amused by the blank you Jerry Seinfeld moment. I assume the point of it being how could anyone's opinion of me, no matter how slanderous, have any effect on my great empire in any way. How true and what a life pretty funny. Anyway, I wish you much good luck in whatever it is you do. And I hope that you continue to enjoy my history-making television program Seinfeld, along with millions of other Americans and countless fans around the world. Enclosed, please find a box of Snackwells. Best regards to yourself.
Oh, what a... You can show that to your grandchildren someday.
I love Jerry's response. It's just perfect. And apparently he recruited some of the writers to help him come up with as many consulting roles as possible.
As she's reading that letter, I'm thinking, there's no way he wrote this. And then it dawned on me that, oh, this is a joke. This is humor. This is what they do.
Yeah, so apparently everything's okay, and Kathy got brought back for this episode of the cartoon, and it's just crazy, as you pointed out earlier, how much was lifted from that HBO special, from the pacing, the tone, the double horns, and she also drops the that's right. Anyways, some cool behind-the-scenes trivia. Let's get started. This week's episode, we're on the street. Kramer is out walking Jerry and explaining his theory that UNICEF is a scam, perfect cover for a money laundering operation, but the conversation ends when Jerry spots Sally Weaver down the block.
Sally Weaver. Yeah, your old college roommate. No, it's Susan Ross's old. She moved to New York a few years ago. She's trying to become an actress. Dramatic. Untalented. She was inviting me to see her in some bad plane, a tiny room without ventilation. It's really depressing. She just did.
Hey, there, Mr. Big on my show. I just came to tap on. Woo! How about a competition for that big Kramer?
You just give up. Kramer. Well, that's what Jerry says. Now face it, if it hasn't happened, it's not going to happen. Join us. So, Susan's dead.
My first comment here on the scene, you know, that opening remark regarding UNICEF, seems like that's like the shortest cold open ever. Is this one line about UNICEF and Kramer's kind of paranoia, and then it launches into this week's episode, where I think it's a record for the shortest cold open. Also, I miss these Kramerisms, him misremembering names or events. You know, that's part of his character, but I miss it.
Your old college roommate, huh?
Exactly. And we don't get enough of conspiracy Kramer as well. There's a couple moments, you know, this being the first, but there's a couple moments that harken back to the old days of Seinfeld, which made me appreciate this episode. So
I think Kramer loves his conspiracies. He loves saying, oh, it's a scam. It's a damn scam. And also, he pronounces it, as I never picked up, you did, though, the A's.
I love that. Did you get the return of Kathy Griffin as Sally Weaver?
She used to be an executive for FedEx, so kind of weird to see her do a 360 and an actress in New York.
That's 180 now. Maybe Vargas got promoted to her executive position.
Did you ever notice how she has nicknames for everyone? You know, hey there, Mr. Hairy Legs. Hey, Mr. Too Big to come to my show. Lay on Mr. Major. Anyways, let's cut over the months. Jerry and Kramer are out to use Elaine, and they have a little fight over what happened to Sally. You know, Kramer thinks it was good to be honest with her, whereas Jerry wants to know, why can't you just keep your big mouth shut?
I come in here to have a pleasant meal, and if we're not going to have one, we'll grab a bite to eat at your place. Yeah.
So Kramer leaves in a huff, and Elaine kind of sides on Kramer. You know, why not tell someone you know what she has? What does she want to be?
I don't remember. It certainly wasn't this.
Another bleak, hopelessly at the Elaine character this season.
Yes, bleak.
What's that?
I don't know. I think I'm channeling Nikki. Yes, the rage. Rage.
Elaine changes the subject. It's Jerry the New Yorker asking him to explain a joke in a cartoon, but he doesn't get it. George joins the group, kind of chuckles at it. It's cute. You get it? Never mind. Hard for two halves of an intelligent person. We can figure this out. There's a dog and cat in an office. The cat is saying, I'm enjoying reading your email.
It's got something to do with the 42 and a quarter. It's fictional. Well, can't crack this one. How do you like that? It's a fun little opening scene. That's not.
They're going to be like, hey, it's a slice of life.
Wolfstein, I like where Elaine's coming from here. She's like ribbing everybody, but I think we glossed over a line when Jerry didn't get the cartoon. She goes, and you're on the fringe of the humor business. Another good jab at her buddy.
Well, Elaine is stuck trying to figure out this cartoon, and George is waiting for his girlfriend, Janet. What's crazy about her, she's got such a nice face. Her eye, mouth, nose.
You know what a face consists of.
In this mystery, when Janet arrives and says hi to the group before she and George leave for a movie, and Elaine has this smirk on her face and tells Jerry, Janet looks exactly like her.
She doesn't.
You know, maybe she doesn't. What do I know?
I have a question for you. You know, after George says, I can't crack this one, and Elaine says, it's got to be a mistake. George says, try shaking it. Then there's followed by a pause when he kind of gives up. What is he asking her to shake? The cartoon?
Here's your math element for this week. I was thinking Etch-a-Sketch. I was thinking paintball. And I don't know what else you would shake.
None of the Europe. But I don't know, that can tell us like that. And there's some brilliant dialogue in which, you know, after Elaine asked Jerry if Janet reminds him of anyone, Jerry said, yeah, the woman who's about to get stuck paying for her own movie ticket. So another, you know, poking fun at George's cheapness.
As well as I skipped over it and grabbing a bunch of Nidermans.
Oh, yeah, that was great. Didn't have time to stop to get candy. Or you still stop to get candy? No, I usually will, you know, do it all right for myself. So I'll pay the $12 while I'm in line, get popcorn. Although, candy doesn't really do it for me when I'm at the movies. I really just want popcorn. I know when I go to like candy, so I'll get some candy. More of a candy guy. Or some Nestle little tiny bites. This episode was my first exposure to the New Yorker back in 1988. And I feel like this set a precedent for me that I'd never be able to understand any of the cartoons.
Oh, we will. Yeah, we get the New Yorker, and it's not as challenging as you know. No, apparently there was a deleted scene after the scene of Monks where Elaine would walk by Lugan's office at the beginning of the company, and cartoon was on the door, and she's like, what does this mean? You know, they read the punchline, I like reading the email, and Dugan goes, oh, my girlfriend and I are always emailing each other, and that's it. It's forgettable, but, you know, there's more effort on Elaine's part in this episode to try to understand the joke before she goes to the Anyways, let's go over to Jerry's apartment.
Hey, Kramer. Got some messages. George, Elaine, George again, Elaine, Newman. That was a great call. And that's from Sally on the phone. Says thanks a lot. She's running the business who ruined her life. What? You're the one who ruined her life. That's not how she ruins it. Well, I gotta talk her out of this. Thought you said she stinks. She does stink. And she should quit. But I don't want it to be because of me. It should be the traditional route. Years of rejection and failure until she spit out the bottom of the porn industry. Yeah, hey, George and Janet. George's girlfriend, Elaine, thinks she looks like me, but I think it's a suit, so. People look like lean on and you must exactly like you.
See this? You're like twins. This is Eric. What are you talking about? Janet doesn't look anything like Janet.
He doesn't look like Janet.
Oh, what do you know about what you look like? George, relax. Because they look alike, that doesn't mean you're secretly in love with Jerry. We're going now. Bye-bye. Well, it's getting dark. What are you doing? Don't tell a woman she looks like a man. And George doesn't want to hear his girlfriend looks like me. Frankly, neither do I. How should I approach the subject? You don't approach. You keep your mouth shut. Someone's having a bad day. Because of you. Then I think one of us should leave.
I think that was about 10 seconds of silence there. I saw a little curl in Gary's lip. I think it was a fun one for you. It's a challenge, right? Like having a staring contest with Michael staring down the barrel of Kramer's nose. It's a nice little focus in that lip, I think. I love as Kramer's relaying messages to Jerry, but now with Craig, he would find time during his busy schedule to Craig call Jerry. I also like how Kramer is just he's a pod person, right? He doesn't understand how awful this is, where he's like, yeah, some Sally Willen called. She said, thanks a lot, you ruined your life. Yeah, no tact or, doesn't break the Jerry gently. When Jerry's explaining to Janet is George's girlfriend, Elaine thinks she looks like me, but I think I should say Kramer has said cookie talk in a previous episode, right? And it's kind of, which I like because it's such a little bit of a gentle nod to the way Kramer talks. I thought that was kind of cool. Do you remember the reference though? I remember he says, that's cookie talk. I can tell you it's in the apology. He's like, how long are your showers? 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's cookie talk. Nice. Good work, Nancy Drew. And then I had to look up Lena Horne, and I see it. I don't see it at all. I don't know what Kramer's done. It's just the dark hair, the nose, the eyes, the mouth. Exactly. Kramer, or Michael rather, has, for an episode where he doesn't talk for half of it, there's so many killer deliveries. Mainly in I think it's the next George is over, but no, but I love the line here. Just because they look alike doesn't mean they're secretly in love with Jerry. The discomfort between George and Jerry starts to build. Yes. I figured we could save that discussion for the next scene. But for now, think of any other Kramer moments where he spoke some uncomfortable truth. You're as pretty as any of those other women, just need a new nose. One, or no job, excuse me. That might be the most classic one, but in the Hamptons, one of my favorite episodes. Oh man, what a weekend! Like beach, lobster. That's great. I saw Jane Topless. Back, yeah, there's another one. What? And kind of got written into the bottom of the episode in the Kiss Hello when Jerry and Lily said that we need her to change her hairstyle and get Kramer to say something about it. That's right. Let's get over to Monk's. Jerry meets with Sally and tries to give her a pep talk. She can't quit. Jerry's on stage. All he hears is that he stays. It's showbiz. Everyone stays. Yeah. I think it's the 80s. All right, I think we've covered my head. That was good. That was like a very cartoon Sally was trying. This pep talk works, and Sally regains her confidence and jumps back in. And let's go over to Jerry's apartment. As we heard from the deleted scene, Elaine asked everyone at work, and no one could explain the cartoon. No, I actually read the Gary Larson's Far Side collection recently, and I love them growing up. But I didn't realize how many of them I don't get even to this day. Until I went on some message boards, and it turns out there's a lot of Far Side comics that people to this day don't understand. Like everyone has different theories about what the joke is. Anyway, that's the point. So thanks to that deleted scene where Elaine asked everyone, and we're kind of get a continuation of that in this scene, right? Where Jerry would ask Peterman looked at the cartoon.
Yeah, Elaine explained that he was so hopped up on Egyptian food wine, he doesn't know what weekend is.
I believe it's a great line, Egyptian food wine. But anyways, we have a long clip to play here. This is when George entered.
Hey, George. Janet seems really nice. She's quite a handsome woman.
Yeah, what is that? What do you mean by that?
Hey, George.
Jack, no. Why would I? Neither one of us. So, I'm not. Kramer, get it out! Let's talk about that, don't we?
I know I've been kind of shit. First, that girl whose life you destroyed. And about George dating Jerry.
That's the decision.
I know you want me to keep my big mouth shut. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah, right. What do I need to talk to? What the blab to the neighbors about how George has a new femme, Jerry? Everybody in the coffee shop and George is all mixed up in a perverse sexual amalgam of some girl and his best friend.
Silence? Yes! You're never going to be able to completely stop talking, Jerry.
94% of communication is nonverbal. Watch.
Frank Still's reaction to hearing about George's man up approaching Jerry. There's no way you stick to this. Oh, you're going to start now? That's right.
Right.
Oh man, I love this guy. He's great.
This scene is insane. Let's, maybe we should start at the beginning with Elaine. I love her teasing George. It seems really nice, and she's quite a handsome woman.
Oh, not only George, but Jerry as well. I feel like she is the Woody Woodpecker of this episode.
Is she more of an instigator or a troublemaker?
So that is the first part of the scene. It's excellent. And then this is what I was talking about earlier of revisiting these classic Seinfeldisms, the kind of ping pong back and forth, these exchanges with. Oh, I know, because you don't think Janet. No, why would I?
Ludicrous.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's like old time so and we'll get more of that at the end too.
I know, that's what's great. And then the next thing I love is Kramer appears out of his door he's like so flattered, and he's just like, oh yeah, strut his stuff like a little Jerry would. Yeah. And he even like he does this thing, and he does it a lot where he tugs at his shirt, like he adjusts his clothing. But I just like that swagger as Kramer walks out of his apartment into Jerry's.
Oh, absolutely. Right, it leads to maybe some of the best dialogue this episode, where I've been shooting off of the mouth lately. First, that girl whose life he destroyed, and George dating Lady Jerry. So Lady Jerry, I love. And then what is it? George has a new femme Jerry friend. And then what is it later? Frank gonna spell cigarette into what?
George's man love toward a she Jerry. So far, we're not talking would be hilarious.
Yeah.
What are you, trading places?
And there's this great twist at the end where he's like, what do I need to talk for? You talk about this Jerry or sexual amalgam with some girl and his best friend. See, I've done all that. Yeah, he already did it. Oh, great stuff here. Love this scene so much. When you go back though, before Kramer entered, you get some sexual awkwardness, right, between George and Jerry. And I love that. It's mainly Jason's line. I'm not good.
Neither am I. Love that. He always has to defend his sexuality, it seems. We saw it back in season 2 and 3, and here again in season 9.
Yeah, I wondered how much this tracks since the earlier seasons, because it seemed to be a big part of George from not wanting to sit next to Jerry in a car with Elaine.
You're a little homophobic, aren't you?
It's that obvious.
Exactly.
Also,
his crush on Evander Holyfield.
And that ties into the note, right? With the mood. We'll forget the setup, but it's like just, knitting a man is attractive doesn't make you sexual. Doesn't help. Yeah. That's not how, and of course, the outing, right? I mean, an entire episode where Jerry and George are terrified that people would think they're gay. I don't know, just something that we don't really see explored on the show all that much in the later seasons.
Yeah.
But I love this here. It's fantastic. But we'll see how Kramer's vow of silence goes as we move on to the New Yorker. Elaine has conned her way to speak with an editor, saying that the interview catalog wants to start running cartoons like the one she's been trying to figure out. All this editor has to say is, this is a clever jab at inter-office politics. It's like gossip. One doesn't dissect gossip.
It's a slice of life.
No, it isn't. I don't think so.
Wallerstein?
That's not a word. Turns out this guy has no idea. He works for the New Yorker, has no idea what the cartoon is. Why do you print it? I like the kitchen. So this whole, scene ends with Elaine just yelling at the guy, like, you think you're doing comedy when you go to bear at a cocktail party talking about the stock market in your magazine.
And that's good. She's kind of lost her anger, and now she's kind of funny, couple things. Did you notice how they were passing the magazine back and forth? What is the point? Or the comment?
Great physical. I mean, for two people sitting at a desk, great physical comedy.
So Paul Benedict plays Mr. Eleanor as he's in the script, and this guy is only seen, and it's so memorable. The lines he gets, more from the magazine passing, but every sentence out of his mouth, I feel like is very memorable. In the script, his first name is Roger, so we actually get a full name, Roger Eleanor. But Paul Benedict, he passed away in 2008. He was in the Goodbye Girl, as well as Addams Family and the Jeffersons. And I always remember him as being the judge in the Addams Family, and he hated Gomez, and he's eating cereal, and then the golf ball comes through his window. Remember that?
Yeah, you gotta say the line.
Damn you, Addams! Sorry about doing that, kid. I love Ralph. I'm sorry we lost him so early. And another great scene in that movie when he has the golf balls that the judge has been saving the golf balls this whole time for to prosecute the Adams. He dumps them all over his desk.
believe it or not, I do remember him from The Jeffersons. That was like one of the few shows I watched on Nick at Night. And I remember every time he was the neighbor, he would arrive at the door, Weezy would always go, "Oh, Mr. Bentley." He would say that for some reason.
I saw 11 seasons of The Jeffersons ran for. That's crazy. I'm starting to kind of progress. I want to watch like some 90s sitcoms. Now I'm in the 80s. I'm watching Cheers, and that was 11 seasons. Maybe I'll do a couple 70s shows too.
Lots of spin-offs, right? Like Jeffersons came out of All in the Family, Frasier, Cheers. They're all
friends with Joey.
Happy Days. But yeah, love seeing this Paul Benedict as a New Yorker guy. It's too bad he wasn't like either a recurring character or just had more scenes. But let's cut over to the Samuel Beckett Theater. This is a real theater in New York. It's now just called the Beckett Theater, and it's part of Theater Row in Manhattan. Sally has gotten herself a one-woman show, and Jerry is in the audience, flattered to hear that he was the one who inspired her. And Kramer joins Jerry, not saying anything because of this code of silence.
How's that going?
So Sally comes out on the stage, and Jerry seems happy for her.
Hi, everybody. I think you're really gonna like this because it's about me. Well, all right, it's not just about me. It's about me and this guy, Jerry Seinfeld, who I like to call the devil. Okay, so I run into this Jerry on the street, and they says to me, "Hey, Stella, you stink. You should give a back pitch." Oh, I'm doing Jerry though, okay? So you have to imagine I have horns, a tail, and hooves instead of feet.
Shut up. So yeah, here we go. It's pretty much your special from 1996, right?
Yeah, you could have inserted that other clip we played earlier. Same thing.
Well, we get an act break, and next scene we're in Jared's apartment where Elaine is learning about Sally's show, and Jerry hears that she just got a job with the New Yorker.
About how you're the devil.
Good luck. It's sold out for the next 3 weeks.
Well, I bet I could get it once I mention I'm from
the New York.
Yes, the New York. I met with their cartoon editor, and I got them to admit that cartoon made no sense.
Wow, good work, Nancy Drew.
Lunch, and he had some great about James III.
Nothing on.
And he said I could submit something like those.
Wow, that's incredible. But you don't draw. What, your sad little horses? The house with the little girl with smoke? The sunflower with the smiling face? The transparent humor? Where did you see that?
Well, that's cool. Because it's not only is Jerry drawing naked people to her, it's like a glimpse into their past when they were dating. Because that's what she had to have found in pictures, right?
I never put that together.
Yeah, it's like a little glimpse back into a couple.
I think it's definitely in his late 30s or 40s. Naked pictures.
It's Jerry Seinfeld. But he's making fun of her, making her drawing, saddle of horses. That's little girl. Like he's got a whole repertoire.
The transparent.
And then one of the quotes I use all the time, I got divorced, is wow, good work, Nancy Drew.
You used it earlier, yeah. It's a good one. It's weird how they use throwaway lines and then crop up in real life. I wasn't aware of James Thurber, but he was a, he had like humor pieces and cartoons in the New Yorker from like the 40s and 50s, if anyone's interested. But this might be this is not the last mention of Lois Lane or another character, so can you think of the next maybe final reference to it? It's a pun.
Oh, Lois Lane.
There you go.
Thank you.
Next scene, we're at Monk's. Sally joins Jerry at a table there. He wants to kind of figure out why she's doing the show, how we can get her to stop.
Jerry, sorry I'm late. Gentleman is doing a piece on my show. Isn't that great?
No, I thought the show was terrific. I was just wondering if you could keep saying Jerry Seinfeld is different.
Well, that is the type of...
I know, but I thought maybe you could mention how I apologize, that encouraged you to stick with it.
You know, I workshopped that and snoozers. But I'll tell you what, I'll take her. It's on the journey.
Thanks. Get a little
Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, God, it is you. I've seen your show 6 times.
What a surprise.
Oh, great. That's great. It's so great to see a show that's about something.
Of course, Newman would like Sally, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what he's been waiting for.
I've seen your show 6 times.
There was a different, or an alternate ending, I guess, in which Newman told Sally, you know, I have a funny story about that we used on your show. Last night I took Jerry's laundry out of the machine and threw it on the floor. And Jerry responds, hilarious.
I think the final line is right here, just commenting on the show, right?
Oh, yeah. You can see Wayne Knight, Newman's head kind of shifts from Sally to Jerry.
This yours? Again, Kathy Griffin. I love her delivery of
Channel 9 is doing piece on the show. Isn't that great?
also, workshop that a bit.
Snoozers! She's like a cartoon. She's buckled. Actually, now that I think about it, she might be a good fit for a Kramer thing.
Yeah, I can see that. Kind of got like a little, I don't know, she could be like a cousin, Joey.
Yes.
Sally, what can I do? So next scene, we're in a cab, just briefly here. Kramer hops in, and when the driver asks where to, Kramer realizes, I can't say anything, and he just gets it out. Next scene, we're at Janet's apartment. Janet is putting on makeup in the mirror while George stands behind her watching, and we get some inner monologue. George trying to convince himself that she looks nothing like Jerry. And if she did, what does that mean?
That I'd have everything I have with Jerry, but because it's a woman, I can also have sex with him. And that somehow that'd be exactly what I always wanted.
Poor bastard. I love inner monologues, and I think this is one of the best because I think George hit the nail on the head, right? That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
It's too bad you can't just accept that, right?
Well, yeah, he has his best relationship is with Jerry, but he also has a level of good sex, so, you know.
Well, what about you, Benny? Could you date someone that looks just like me with longer hair?
Hard pass. But you get a bald woman? Okay, well, there you go.
Next scene, we're at Jerry's apartment, and another long clip here.
Okay, so I go to meet Jerry's at this coffee shop. He's like, hey, it's not doing your show. And I'm like, oh, that's great. So then he goes, okay, he starts calling, and my right, and he all, answers my
I didn't try and grab her.
This is what he looks like when he is
Get out of my house.
Well, boys, I did it. I had to stay all night when I finally came up late. Right. New York for Christmas.
I stayed up all night and fixed myself up a little before I go out. Mouthwash and hat, something. They good?
This is a gym. Kramer, look at it. What? This
It's funny.
It's a pig in a complaint department.
Yeah, and he's saying, I wish I was taller. See? That's right.
I get it.
Do you? Because that's not a normal complaint.
What about if it was something like, I can't find my receipt, my place is a sty?
I wish I was taller. That's nice.
Oh, I got a complaint. That toast stinks.
That's right. They're publishing it in their next issue. Oh, you know what? I just ran into Newman in the hall. He said you tried to wrote something deeper.
That's it. I'm going to put it in this. Now that's
that confidence in Kramer is very pleased with himself after Elaine puzzling. Elaine is puzzled as she reads.
Now, can you go back to the other Kramer joke that made the suggestion Jerry's apartment?
Yes, that was right.
This was Kramer, and
he doesn't value the sanctity of marriage, it seems. They're meant in prisons, so he just wants to break them up, I guess. My favorite part of this scene is when you see Elaine, she comes in, she's disheveled, hair's up in like a bun, there's like a pencil over together, she's in her night, and then she's got these boots on with a coat, and Jerry is just ribbing at her. Stay up all night, I fix myself up a little before I go out. Mouthwash, a hat, something. She even like talks where she extends herself and breathes into Jerry's face. But I just thought that's so funny how he's just, making fun of her. It's great.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the 90. It does remind me of Bustle, right? When she comes in with the head. Yeah, she couldn't think of the airport. She has a great monologue earlier before Elaine enters. Well, first of all, I love Sally's. This is what he looks like when he's eating.
Oh, yeah.
It's great. But I love Jerry saying, "Get out of my house." That's something I've said before.
Oh, yeah?
That is the whole idea of, why are you yelling at the TV? Let's talk about Elaine's punchline. I wish I was taller. You like rate that on a level of 1 to 10 in your department.
Doing the, I wish I could get with Jerry plugging his nose from above. Real stinker, that's what I would say. Well, I get what she's going for, because of course that complaint's not going to get rectified. Hence the humor, but I much prefer Jerry's way, or even Kramer's for that matter.
I don't get Kramer, just anyways, Jerry is really pissed off about Sally saying all these things about him, so he calls her up and leaves a message on her sheet, and since he's angry, his voice kind of reaches that high comedic pitch, and tells her to stop telling everyone how cool he is. And comes to one of Sally's performances, and she's playing the tape, the phone message tape, in front of her. Of course, Newman is in the front row. What does the tape recorder look like?
There's a picture of Jerry, black and white, with a nice big smile, devil horns, and a tail coming out of it. The only thing he's missing is the flutes.
Jerry and Kramer watch this spectacle from the back of the theater, and Jerry stomps away, saying, "I'm going up to the guns." And at another performance, Sally reveals that she received a cease and desist from Crybaby Jerry's employer.
Okay, well, I've got 2 words for you, Jerry Seinfeld. Recall another episode where Kramer used the name Sally?
It's like
not referring to Sally.
This is Sally. Hi,
I think she
Oh, measurements.
that's not the one I'm thinking of, but well done. But it's like,
I don't think so, Sally. But there's
you're getting more.
blonde Betty.
That ain't dancing, Sally. Oh,
That was his nickname for Elaine, right?
yes. They're not yours, Tully.
So that's right. I just ran Adam's family. Come on, man. Full circle. We were talking the other day about the top 5 like most quoted movies. I think they're all from the 90s. Yeah. Ace Ventura.
Well, Clue's 80s.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Clue, Wayne's World, Ace Ventura. I'd throw Adam's family.
That's probably close. Dumb and Dumber, maybe.
Dumb and Dumber. Well, there you go. But I don't know. We should. I'm saying we need to do a podcast.
Shut it.
But yeah, Adam's Family, I feel, is very underrated.
Oh man, Christopher Lloyd, love him. He's a treasure.
It's a fantastic cast. And the Seinfeld connection, right? Anyways.
Oh, wait, are there any Seinfeld actors who appear in, besides Paul and
you asked me about Sally earlier. I always think of, oh, Sally.
Mr. Gomez, please stop talking. I don't know where they.
We're off the rails.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a trivia question. And this is easy, I guess, because you know Sally is one of them. Can you tell me the 3 characters who have said fuck on Seinfeld?
Oh, wow. Matthew of the yogurt shop.
Oh, okay. 4, sorry.
Oh, okay.
You know where Matthew got it from.
Oh, Jerry says. I thought he said. He said that as well. And then the mom.
5, sorry.
Okay. What do you got? Let's start over.
Excluding the non-fat joke, what 3 characters have said on Seinfeld? There are 3 other episodes.
Did we already hear them?
Yes.
Sally Weaver's one of them. There's 2 more. It's so angry to say that word. Is it one of the main 4 that says it? It's not when like the door closes on a lane or something.
No, it's a blatant creep.
I'm at a loss.
Oh, and then in the subway.
Oh, Mother Elaine was just doing her. Wow.
I think Elaine says motherfucker.
Yeah, she does. Wow. My Seinfeld trivia has gone to shit since doing this podcast, so apologies.
But your Adam's Family trivia is going straight. So Jerry's watching all of this from home, and he starts whining, you know. How can she say that on TV? How come she gets a cable special? I never got a cable special. So, of course, real life Jerry has had 2 specials. Well, I guess 3 if you count before Seinfeld. I'm telling you for the last time, on HBO in 1988, everyone knows that. It's on Netflix. But he had one in 1987 called Jerry Seinfeld Stand Up Confidential. Have you ever seen this?
I visualized the cover, that's all I got. Apparently, they had skits.
Yeah,
we gotta get our hands on this special.
So Jerry's plan moving forward with Sally Weaver is just to cut off all communication. That way she won't have any new material. So we'll see how that plan goes. Before we move on to the next scene, there were a few deleted scenes that were going to either all go here or just be kind of spread throughout the episode involving Kramer, like his antics. around the city, not being able to speak. Did you watch any of these?
I did. They were fantastic, and I'm sorry they're not that tough to reproduce them on an audio medium, in an audio medium. But one of them is eating at the counter at Monk's, and the waitress says, she starts to pour him coffee. She's like, "Tell me when to stop." And Kramer's like banging on the counter trying to get her attention because she's looking elsewhere. So it overflows and he burns himself again. There's another scene which he is at a newsstand, and this beautiful woman comes up to him and says, I promised myself, I've seen you before, I promised myself if I saw you again, I was going to say hi. So I'm Rhonda. How are you? And, of course, Kramer's flattered by this, but he can't bring us up to say anything. So she's like, oh my God, you hate me. And she runs off. And then Kramer's kind of upset that this has just happened. You can also talk about the George part, too. Yeah. Except for later.
No, play it. I heard tell it, actually. I don't understand what's happening in this scene. George and Janet.
Well, I think George. Okay, so there's a deleted scene which it's more about George and Janet with their gum fetish. But she goes into the other room to get some, I think, big league chew. They do actually play
Secret Strike, I think they mentioned.
They discuss various types of gum and like how sexual each gum is or something. But like big league chew apparently is a big deal. So she goes to the room to get a pack. George quickly calls Kramer and he's like, "You're the only one I can talk to, Kramer," or something. But when Kramer picks up the phone, he can't say hello, so he goes, and it's really loud, it's the only way Michael can do. But it's just funny because George is confiding in him, bearing his soul, and Kramer is not giving him anything on the other end. So Kramer got to help the thing. So George is like, "Oh, why did I call you?" and things. But it was just a really nice montage of visual gags of Kramer not being able to talk. So check it out.
Yeah, I'll try to find the clips on YouTube. Sometimes people upload them.
You don't try, you do.
Well, next scene, let's go over to his office. Elaine has Kate Turkey or cartoon to her door and wants to know what Dugan thinks.
Check it out. We wish you could work her. It's funny. Look at it. The kid wants to be taller. What's this guy going to say, huh? Nothing.
Elaine, I'm afraid I haven't heard yet another.
He's head after lunch, sir.
I wish I was. I'd like to see that complaint get rectified.
Smart people. This one.
Bless you, my thing, Elaine. I just realized why I like this one. It's a Ziggy.
Ziggy?
Have you referenced that when I recognize it anywhere? Charlatan has stolen a Ziggy and passed it off as his own. Quick, Elaine. We are drinks.
That's another behind the sale.
Well, I admire you because you actually have archives. I don't have anything. Yeah,
you do like my hard drive.
Well, don't say that. You have archives.
Yeah. They don't take up that much room. Are you a fan of Ziggy? Do you know Ziggy?
I don't know. I feel like I missed out on my childhood because I don't know Ziggy. I don't know Farside. I don't know Lawrence Thurber. What's his name? James Thurber.
What did you do? What was your thing? What did you?
We didn't have cable. We got the newspaper on the weekend, so I had the crossword. The mini pages. I think what it was called.
Oh, what a childhood. What did you do with your time though? Did you read? Did you watch movies?
Definitely didn't read. I watched movies, played Nintendo, ate. That's about it.
Well, I'm not that familiar with Ziggy either, but you know of him, right? He's a little short, old white guy.
It's a little white guy, right? Ziggy, yeah, okay.
I suppose he's white.
I love that we find out that Elaine is helping, or actually, one, fix Peter's flat tires. She's like the go-to tire changer in the office. Great final line for Dugan. This is his last appearance on Seinfeld. You should make fun of pigs. Yeah. Anyways, Elaine ripped off the Ziggy, and we'll hear more about that later. But first, let's go over to this restaurant that's called O, and it's in the West Village. It closed a year ago, April 2017. Read a very sad article about it because it's just one of a few restaurants that have been in the West Village for that long. But we really get to see it on Seinfeld. George and Janet are out to eat, and I just want to say I love Janet's line delivery in this scene.
You know what's great about our relationship? It's not about looks.
It's not?
Yeah. For example, when we first met, a great conversation.
I remember you said I was please go to the party.
After that, we really talked, didn't we?
Told me how familiar I love you. You must have seen me somewhere before.
This relationship has got to be about something. And fast, or I am very serious. We're in trouble. What else?
You asked for a piece of gum because you thought your restaurant like hummus.
All right. Yes, gum. I like gum. I do too. You see, that's what we will. You made a fight with anyone, and we love gum.
Gum in my hair.
Why is she chewing gum at dinner? My question. Well, they must have gotten into this, as you said, Yes. That last line is sort of becoming George's catchphrase this season. Yeah, he is using it. I think he said it at the end of the apology. Rachel Hollis meeting, when everyone starts laughing. Wasn't it? He brought up a few other times. Lost it before, if you will. Janet does have a little bit of a Long Island or Jersey kind of thing in her voice, which is nice. Yeah, it's so sweet. I love the. You told me how familiar I looked, and you must have seen me somewhere before. The trees brought the party. Great. Love her delivery. It's so good. And that desperation, right, has nothing to do with Janet. It's all about his discomfort with his own sexuality. But what does it say about Janet, going for a guy who asked her for a piece of gum because his breath smelled like hummus? All right. Yes. Fantastic line too, which I guess we'll come up later. This relationship has got to be about something fast, or I'm in very serious and weird trouble. Weird wine trouble. Alright, let's go over to Monk's. Kramer is finishing up a milkshake in one of the booths when Sally spots him and sits down. She starts talking and doesn't take a breath, just leaving Kramer in the dust. I was not really sure what to do. And as she jumps from topic to topic, he eventually loses his temper and says, "You gotta shut up." Kramer apologizes and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't spoken in days." And Sally wants him to open up, lay it on, Mr. Queen. Question for you: is this part of her plan? Is she hoping to get dirt from Kramer? It doesn't seem so, but it tends to work out in her favor. She actually looks very genuine and very engaged in what Kramer has to say. I think just being like a sounding board for him, so he can kind of let it all out. But it ends up benefiting her and hurting our hero as a result. So I don't think there was ill will initially. Because she knows that he's Jerry's like neighborhood friend, right? Yeah. Alright, well, let's go over to Janet's apartment. Janet is in the bathroom getting the gum out of her hair before bed, while George is just left standing in the hallway panicking. When Janet actually comes out, what does she look like? well, the hair's a little shorter. You know, it's kind of got this little like 80s, 90s mullet. It's darker, and she happens to be wearing a blue button-down shirt.
Yeah, she has the spitting image of, I want to say more like season 7 Jerry. Looks just like him. And I'm surprised they didn't play like any horror music or anything like that.
Yeah,
it's very creepy.
Now, Janet doesn't have, you know, black pants and white sneakers on, right? She's just wearing the blue button-down shirt.
That'd be awesome if she came out in like the full outfit.
What's the deal with gum, George? Hey, Jerry actually does a bit about gum.
Yeah. It's not liquid. It's not solid. What is it? Anyway. All Janet has to ask is, when we get ready for bed, to send George running out the door. And I never noticed this, that he shouts something, right?
George is in weird trouble! I heard it today. I thought he meant, I remember he screamed George something, you know, in the past, but I noticed it today. Weird trouble.
And as he runs out the door, very creepy shot of Janet in the mirror.
Like, what if it's like The Ring or something else here?
I got like a 3 Men and a Baby vibe. Oh, remember that story about like the ghost? The ghost boy? Or, that's okay. You know what I'm talking about, you know, and
there was an alternate ending to the scene in which George ran out of the apartment and Janet said, "That's a shame." Much like the Jerry Seinfeld.
That would be great. That's better than the black pants and white shoes.
Yeah.
That's a food. Well, let's get over to Jerry's apartment. He hears about what happened with the Things cartoon.
That's a seat of my subconscious. What is secret conscience? You mean the comics?
I see he's back in the collecting department. The New Yorker stealing my ideas. That's funny.
Look at Sally's Cable Show.
Hey, Kramer, come on in. You're going to watch this. This will be funny. Now she's got nothing.
Master Jerry Seinfeld.
That's right, sister. Why don't you just give up?
Why are you yelling at the TV?
Okay, get this. I'm Murphy Mason's best friend, Dave Living, who look just like him. Oh, issues.
You've been talking to her.
Yeah, I'm just a man.
Oh, and speaking of issues, guess who got a no-college pedicure and begged his neighbor not to tell him?
I thought you stopped talking.
Right, starting now. I find Kramer very innocent and sweet in this episode for some reason.
Despite skirting Jerry over many times.
Yeah. I love that we get another mention of Putty. It seems to almost appear in every episode this season, in some capacity. But he has Ziggy bed sheets.
I need to go back to.
They're not there. I wish they were, but they're not.
For every episode he's not in, I wonder if he gets mentioned.
Oh, I see.
Probably not the betrayal.
Probably not.
Anyways,
yeah, that's right, because you're that straight Kramer.
Anyway, Ziggy bed sheets, very interesting. We know George has dinosaur bed sheets.
And New York Yankee. Yes. Nice cowboy boy.
I think that's about it. Maybe Joey Santino, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, what is that? What is Mickey sleeping on? Hey.
And that's funny, this thing that Sally talks about, you know, the whole George Janet thing. I love the way she frames it, the narrative, like, makes his best friend think women that look like hello, issues. And I guess Jerry likes to get no polished manicures.
Well, I can see that.
Have you ever had a manicure?
No, I have not. Kelly keeps telling me to go have one with her. I'd be open to it.
Is that like something you guys could do together, or is it because you're male or shoot on by weekends?
I think it's open to the former, not the latter. There have been times when she was at the manicurist and I was kind of driving by and she texted me, "Come on in." So I went and sat with her. But I was like, "No, I'm just here sitting. I'm not getting."
Always wanted to go.
I'll go. Take the recorder.
You guys downtown?
Yeah.
A Manny kind of okay. Credits here. We're at Monk's, and George tells Jerry about Janet and her orange shorts. He means like that. So she,
yes,
and you don't.
No.
So
exactly. We must never speak of this again. No. Gotta take a few days off.
I think that's for the best.
I gotta say, Matt, this turned out to be one hell of a show. So, Matt, how would you rate this episode? Would it be a slice of life? Fun? A more time?
Yeah, I really like this episode. I'll say as a whole, it's somewhere in the middle of season 9 episodes. I don't think it's like the upper third. That makes sense. I really love the George Janet storyline, even though there's not a whole lot there. There's a lot. I just love that idea. I actually think they could have done more with it. Kramer, Vote of Silence, I could just totally use. I don't care for that at all, but all the Kramer stuff leading up to that is just killer.
Yeah.
I don't think that the terms are very PC anymore, but you know, that Jerry and she Jerry.
Yeah,
I love that stuff.
I gotta say though, if they would have, I think it went further with the Kramer not talking, but have more physical gags and him not being able to, him not being able to talk, hurting himself, plus the stuff that was cut out, I think would have made it the nice addition to this episode.
Right, you can see why we listed 3 Kramer deleted scenes. Like, if you're going to cut anything, it's going to be this stuff. It's a little repetitive. How do you feel though revisiting Sally Weaver, especially knowing how this storyline was inspired by what happened after the doll?
Yeah, I learned a little bit in this episode, some behind the scenes beef, if you will, a little mini feud between Jerry and Kathy Griffin. But it seems like it was all in good fun. Eventually, they were able to kind of have a laugh and even poke fun at what transpired. So I kind of like that arc between them. I was those mixed up. This episode, for some reason, was very fun to discuss, and it had a lot of really fun quotes. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. This might be among the discussions I've enjoyed the most. I don't know if it's among my favorites. Yeah, this was fun for me. Maybe it's all the Addams Family quotes that I'm still writing.
I think so. Because it's real.
All right, that's going to do it for us here on Sidecast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at sidecast@gmail.com. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at
Any what episode you have next week?
We're discussing the 14th episode of season 9 of Strongbox. And I gotta say, Matt, you are the bear claw in the garbage bag that is my life. Oh, man. But now, okay. Signing off.
I shall meet you someday, maybe one day, even more.
Lunchtime? Hello, and welcome to Sidecast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who can barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
I feel like everyone's spoken to you.
Yeah, I don't think our listeners have heard from us in a while. I don't apologize. You're usually pretty good at giving me your schedule. I just had some ups in the past couple of weeks. And so for those of you who are listening to our show week by week, you're going to notice, hey, maybe they're not going to show up this week. It's my fault, my bad. Hopefully we're going to get some episodes out quickly just so we stay on track and we don't have all these big gaps between episodes. But I want to thank the listeners for the patience. I'm very sorry, but we're back today to discuss which episode.
We're discussing the 14th episode of Season 9 of Strongbox. Story by Dan O'Keefe and Billy Kimball. Teleplay by Dan O'Keefe. Directed by Andy Ackerman. And originally aired February 5th, 1998.
Dan O'Keefe, I know that name, previously wrote The Strike. That's this episode. It's probably.
Yeah, that's it.
But a new name. Story by Billy Kimball. Now, he was an editor on the Harvard Lampoon. He's written for SNL and Simpsons currently. He's a writer and producer on TV.
Oh, there you go.
I'm not sure if he was ever a staff writer on Seinfeld or just someone whose story they were using.
So is this his first foray into a Seinfeld?
I think so. It's first and only. And this happens on Seinfeld where you don't have to work on the show. You get a story by credit. I think the Farrelly brothers contributed something to The Virgin back in season 4. Well, another bit of trivia for this week. This episode was produced under the title The Buzzer. Not The Strongbox, The Buzzer.
You know what I think of when I hear Buzzer? I think of Elaine's roommate Tina. That point there. Buzzer.
Buzzer, though. What in this episode?
Kramer's key hiding place. Elaine and George have to wait outside. A lot of good back and forth between Jerry's window and the street.
It's a weird thing though, isn't it? It's really just like a standalone.
True, but look at me. We can look at other episodes where we talked about it before. That's the title of it.
Also ties in it with Bill. Not buzzing him in because he doesn't know. Apparently, the intercom that they used in the scene, where it was, you're getting here, you showed out my intercom. That was a special intercom buzzer that gets created for that scene. And since we're in the final 10 episodes of Seinfeld here, a lot of props started disappearing from the set, and that was something that just mysteriously disappeared. And it got me wondering, what would you take from the Seinfeld set if shows coming to this year?
I won't set my eye on that Superman statue.
I'm not really talking about this.
Okay, so let's let it go.
Well, I forget the Superman statue.
Yeah. What's that? He's looking at me with puppy dog eyes.
Who's he?
Kramer.
Who's Kramer?
You know Kramer.
What? I can some first time.
What would you take from the Seinfeld set?
What did he say? I'm not sure. I can go with this is ridiculous, but I want to take the boot so I could have that in my house, sort of have breakfast there.
You know what else I said before?
What's that?
Remember when I said that I wanted the entire Jerry's apartment in my basement? I had enough money. I said that. Yeah, let's just relive all the past moments from this show.
I think our listeners have a better memory than we do, based on what we've talked about, so apologize. But for first timers, this must be really interesting. Alright, first scene of the episode, we're in George's apartment, sitting with his girlfriend Maura on the couch. He has to bring some unpleasant they have to. But unexpected response from Maura, all she has to say is, no.
What's that?
We're not.
We're not. So was it a first for George? A no? Well, in this regard, he's trying to break up with a woman. You know, because usually it's easy for him to get out of there. You know, he just has to be himself and the woman will flee. But now we have someone who's devoted to him in some way. I don't see any connection, but she's there.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty interesting situation for George to be in, since he's either dreading the breakup or just staying in a relationship he hates because he's a terrible person.
Well, if we go back to older, young George, early George in Seinfeld, he would be afraid of facing that scene, like having, well, no, that's actually middle. Well, I feel like the early George would actually be concerned about a woman's feelings, whereas the middle to later George would be more concerned about, you see, like, what kind of scene that is? I don't want to face that scene of us, leaving somebody that I'm engaged to.
Yeah, it's pretty used to it. Like, I don't know how Jason plays it. It's just like, we have to break up. All right, see you later. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, he's like, he's going through the motions of trying to act sympathetic, but he's really just, probably thinking about what's too much.
Have you ever been in a situation like this where, like, either where you try to break up with someone or someone tries to break up with you and you're like,
no. Full disclosure, I've never broken up with someone. Oh, you're the break me. Yeah,
right here.
I never have been. Once I hinted at it and the girl started crying, and I quickly said, oh, no. So that was bad on my part. But, you remember the girl? Was that your wedding?
Oh, I leave it at that.
There was.
What is it for you? What relationship
birthday.
Oh, birthdays. I was thinking weddings.
What? You didn't say that.
It's never really happened, but a breakup never feels good. I've never had like a mutual breakup. There's usually some. He's the loser. Yeah, there's someone who doesn't want to they give in because I don't know what Laura's deal is. I don't know if she really likes George or if there's just.
It doesn't seem like it, does she? There's no connection.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. Like, what is she getting out of this relationship?
I guess in a 9th season episode of Seinfeld, they don't really have to explain the motives of the character. It's more just, oh, this is a funny premise. Go with it. Versus, yeah, sorry, Larry David would, I think, why is she here? What is she getting? What's real about this? Speaking of Laura, she's played by Alex Kapp, and I think everyone will recognize her face and her voice. It's actually from Adventures of Old. She was a cast regular in 3 episodes. She was also in It's Like You Know. So she is definitely part of the Seinfeld alumni.
Yeah, she's perfect. There's something. It's later on that she has this. I know that man stare.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say she has a line that is among the more memorable lines of my girlfriend, which we'll get to.
I did notice an interesting visual trivia here. Did you see the cups they were drinking out of?
Cups? I did not.
They are 100% cups from monks. So I think the prop department is like, we need some cups for this scene.
Oh, maybe
for monks.
Maybe somebody stole them from monks and they had to replace them.
They very possible. So you're saying George is like he's taking umbrellas, he's taking cups.
Yeah, they just get more at the cup shop. Are they mugs or cups? Is that handles?
Yeah, it's a mug with like a cup of sauce. So anyways, anyone interested in that for the trivia? Let's move on to monks. Jerry doesn't understand what happened. Parties don't have to consent to a breakup. It's not like you're launching missiles from a submarine and you don't have to turn your keys.
Love that. Excellent.
I don't use this as much, but it's up there with the Coke machine.
Well, when do you get set up for this opportunity to use it?
That's true. What were George's arguments for breaking up with Laura?
Well, I don't really like her.
That's good.
I don't find her attractive.
Solid.
I like to sit with a lot of other women.
Always popular. George adds that Laura also talks to food at restaurants. What's that?
Oh, Mr. Mashed Potatoes, you are so good. That's one of the lines that always gets me. I love George's expression and just love that about Maura.
Have you ever experienced this? Does Kelly talk to her food?
She does not.
Well, I ask only because Liz talks to something in her apartment about plants. In the morning,
I've done that. Oh, go ahead.
Well, Liz told me, and we're not crazy. Don't think that. Hey, I'm crazy. You don't have a dog. You don't have a kid. No. And Liz told me that some believe that plants actually respond positive energy when you talk to them, things like that. So usually Liz or myself will wish the plants good morning.
Do the plants? Did you assign them a gender or a surname?
Oh no, it's just a few different plants like aloe plant has it's like a basil plant, and just in the morning, like, oh, good morning, how are you? You're looking good. You water them.
You know what I like to do sometimes when I'm walking home, or in my apartment is there'll be a squirrel running across the window. I go, hey, Mr. Squirrel, or hey, Mrs. Squirrel, and then they run away. It's fun.
Well, I have a clip here. Jerry has some cufflinks that he wants to show George.
Hey, these are Jerry Lewis's old cufflinks that he actually wore in the movie Cinderella. I got him at an auction.
That's some cufflinks I could have.
No, Jerry Lewis is going to be at this Friars Club roast I'm going to next week. Now I have an indestructible conversation with him. You already have it in. You have the same first name. Jerry. Oh, that's sweet.
Well, it worked when I met George Papard last week.
George Papard has been dead for years.
Well, whoever it was, he knew a lot about the acting.
Now, I like this because these two subjects they're discussing, or at least Jerry Lewis as well as George Papard, have been referenced in previous Seinfeld episodes. Can you name them?
Jerry Lewis. Wasn't he mentioned?
Was? I don't remember that. But you just mentioned in the Soulmate, you left the tape recorder running in the briefcase. See how people get to the top? It's ideas like this. Brilliant.
The other two that I think are more obvious, Friars Club, of course, whole episode about the Friars Club.
The old Pat Sherman action.
Or
Pat Cooper.
Maybe Sherman. But the toughest one out of the group is George Papard.
Oh, see that one? Well, you know what? Maybe if you watch it in syndication, you might miss it. But if you have the DVDs, it's in the closing credits of The Couch.
Yes. So George Papard played Paul or Fred, in Breakfast at Tiffany's. And in the book, the character is gay. In the movie, love interest. And George obviously didn't know that when he was trying to have a discussion with Booker. What did you say?
Or George, that's gay. And they treat him on George's face.
But I think the most memorable line from this scene is you're the same person. Jerry.
Yeah.
Let's move on to a cafe. Elaine is out for a day with this guy Glenn, and they're discussing an interesting topic: last meals based on method of execution.
Fabulous subject.
What is Elaine?
Go for the chair, something hot and spicy, Thai, maybe Mexican. Lethal injection feels more like pasta. It's painless, don't want anything too heavy. Although pasta is heavy if you eat a lot of it, so I don't know. But anyway, I love this subject. It's fun to kind of discuss. I always ask people, when I first meet them, I'm like, you're on death row, what's your last meal? Because that kind of gives you a gauge of what's their favorite food, or do they go for a restaurant versus a homemade meal, something made by mom, kind of thing. But I already have mine. Mine, coincidentally, is at a restaurant.
Yes, because those chicken cutlets here, well.
You know what, that'd be the sentimental vote, but I'm not going to change that. I usually say this crab place called Jerry's. Jerry's. Home of the crab bar, but it's phenomenal. If you're ever in Maryland or Lanham, Maryland, even Annapolis, they have a location. It's family run, and then they kind of branched out, but get the crab bar. Television section.
I think I go with my mom's, like, she has the Santa Fe castle.
What's in that?
It's like tortellini, cheese, a bunch of veggies, and you put chia chips in it. But I'd have to take a breather, before walking to the galas. I'm going to hang out here. I gotta let this sit for a second.
Isn't there a joke or a bit somewhere where a guy who's on death row orders all you can eat something that he doesn't die, he just keeps eating? Is that something?
Could have a whole Link Tonight show.
Thanks.
So let's get together. But he doesn't want to give her his number, and he won't really tell her where he works exactly. Kind of this man of mystery, right?
Funny you say that, Matt, because the actor who plays Glenn, Nicholas Walker, was in Austin Powers, Spy Who Shagged Me, International Man of Mystery. Did you set me up for that?
No, I didn't.
No.
I thought you were going to be like, who's in this treatment?
No. He was in One Life to Live, as well as Battlestar Galactica, and hey, he's in a Jake and the Fat Man. Yeah.
Familiar, but I couldn't place it. Maybe it's just this episode. Let's get over to Jerry's apartment. Elaine tells Jerry about meeting this guy Glenn.
What about Cuddy? I haven't talked to him in like 3 weeks. I think it might be over.
So what's this guy about?
I don't know. Wouldn't tell me his phone number or
Or is a crime fighter safeguarding his secret identity? Elaine, you can take the Green Lantern. Green suit, Halloween. Happened again. So you bought a tool? It's a strong box to protect my irreplaceables. Some tax it's been with my family for generations. My Tony, my discharge. You were the one. I gotta find a good place to hide this key. Because if somebody finds this, they will have all my possessions. Literally. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Oh, come on, Jerry. This is a security issue. Why, you wouldn't last a day. How long did you last? That's impressive.
what if he's married? No, Green Lantern.
So you could date a married guy?
I don't know. I never married.
You peeped. This is your hiding place? It was under a spoon.
Is Kramer more than this now, or really Kramer under a spoon? Regardless, though, I love that there's another mention to Putty in this in the start of this clip, which is kind of cool. On again, off again with Lane. And I kind of got to thinking, Jerry's brings up his love of comics when he brings up Green Lantern, and like look at where comics were back then and comic book movies as opposed to now. That kind of makes Jerry a trailblazer.
I wasn't a huge comic book reader as a kid, but I think I learned Green Lantern from Seinfeld.
Oh yeah,
as sad as that may be. I mean, I love my Batman, but I wasn't like really big into the whole DC universe.
We get another glimpse into Kramer's past, which is kind of cool. What are some of his irreplaceables? We got taxidermy that's been in his family for generations. It's Tony, of course. Although, isn't Tony broken?
Yeah, but
and his military discharge.
You were in the Army.
That is, I think, like sums up Kramer's like line deliveries in season 9.
Now, did you know anything about Kramer surfing. I think we had some stories about him hopping the steamship and
Sweden, maybe having his strict childhood upbringing. I don't recall. There may have been a record. I'm trying to tell.
It was like the idea though of Kramer selling drugs in New York City like in the 70s, just like pot or something.
Yeah, it seems like he rebelled and went the opposite way to this free swinging lifestyle that he now leads. Michael Richards, on the other hand, did serve in, I don't remember what branch, but he was in the military for 2 years. Oh, really? Yeah, he got drafted. There's a great skit of him on the Tonight Show when he's playing with, like, tanks on this big mound of dirt. He was one of those, like, little skits they've had. You know what I'm talking about? There's a clip of it somewhere in Seinfeld DVD with him.
Right? Oh, maybe not. But yeah, I've seen that. It's kind of like a child, right?
Yes.
There's a moment at the end with that I just love when Jerry and Elaine go out the hallway and talk. And Elaine goes, "What are these wearing?"
The innocent and Jerry's voice is so sweet.
And to follow it up too, I love Kramer from inside the apartment. Okay.
Yeah. Here's one. Jerry asks Elaine, "So you would date a married guy? It's so hacky." And Elaine's response is, "I don't know. I may never marry. It might be the closest I get. She's been proposed to 3 times on the show already."
That's true.
What does she mean?
That whole idea though of infidelity, it doesn't come up on Seinfeld all that much, but can you think of any examples?
It's American.
Very good. That's when George and Robin have an affair.
God bless you.
I don't think this is marriage, but Jerry has a thing with Gina in the suicide.
Oh, she's dating Martin.
Yeah, when he was in a coma. And then,
here's one. Jerry is in a pretend marriage with Meryl Seinfeld, and he leaves her for that floozy who doesn't care if Fox are hanging.
Jerry also came close, but the comeback. Milo sends his wife packing.
That's true. Jerry and Elaine with Beth and David.
Oh yeah, they're waiting it out. So I guess really George is the only one who slept with a married. Let's get over to George's apartment. George finishes reading his prepared reasons for why they should break up. He's actually got like a little folder, with his notes in it. And as he opens the door for Maura to leave, she just sits there, shakes her head, nope. And she argues breaking up is like launching missiles from a submarine. You both have to come.
I'm gonna have to ask you, turn your key.
Sorry, George.
Turn your key, Mara. Turn your key. I do like how within the Seinfeld universe, characters unrelated to each other will use the same analogies. I think that's kind of cool. It kind of brings everything together. It's neat as an audience.
Sure. And I've heard from a few listeners suggest this is an homage to Crimson Tide, which I'm not familiar with, but I did check out some clips online, and there's sort of this internal struggle between a submarine captain and a lieutenant about whether or not they should launch missiles at an enemy. There's some struggle over key to be used, but I always felt this was more like 2001 with Hal saying, "I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that." Up to debate, let's cut down to the street. Elaine is walking with Glenn, trying to figure out if he's married or not. It's pretty smooth, kind of turning all of her questions back as compliments. He plucks a flower for her, and she seems so shy.
I don't like what happened with this. I do like Elaine's reasoning for the question Chuck's the flower.
Right, so Glenn spots a woman down the sidewalk walking in the direction of the campus. Elaine's kind of confused, like, who's that? And as she gets pulled into an alley, Glenn tells her, I found a shortcut. And Elaine's like, all right, checking the flower. He gets these very bizarre scenarios. I've never seen anyone quite react the way Glenn has. You see someone.
And it's an it's an interesting camera blocking too, because you see the shot down the street of the woman walking, and then the camera kind of follows them as they dash into the alley. And speaking of blocking and camera setups, let's go to Jerry's apartment.
Maybe the best scene in the episode. I love this. We should set this up. So we got Elaine on the sidewalk, and we also get a nice exterior shot of Jerry's window as he's looking down.
It's almost an Elaine POV of her looking. You see it from both views, where you see what Jerry's view is looking down on Elaine on the street, and then you see Elaine as she's looking up at Jerry.
Check it out the last second. Right. Hey, you know what's weird? I used to be able to have a huge wheel of right to sleep, but I can't anymore.
Well, that's right. He's in the dumpster. And he's too young to play with me. I'm hungry. Can you throw something down?
Anything I do.
So many great things in this clip here. First thing is when Jerry kind of sits on the ledge and has to keep Elaine company. He goes, you know what's weird? And he gets to that comedic pitch. He's not angry, but that his voice, there's something about it, it's just always funny. And then as Jerry throws the candy bar down to Elaine and walks away, you hear Elaine off camera yelling,
very good. You know, even though we've seen Jerry talk from his window before, like in Kramer with the Reality Bus, but also when George and McMoffat had the parking dispute. So we've seen it before, but I like that the writers are trying new stuff for the last season. Like, let's have an entire conversation from apartment to street. I just think that's great. And so let's keep track through the Kramer's hiding spots. So the key has been put in the drawer, the intercom, and I guess there's a few more coming.
And one other thing I absolutely adore is when Jerry coincidentally, I guess, he's not looking for Kramer's key, but he happens upon the key. Kramer gets angry. He's like, "You're so obsessed with me." And so keep that in mind. And as Jerry says, "I'm gonna go let Elaine in," Kramer is so eager to say, "Oh, what are you doing with her?" And it's that quality of Kramer that I just absolutely, I don't know how to even describe it, but it's so wonderful.
You just shift gears so easily. So Elaine managed to get in by flirting with the menu guy. She has a full stack of menus as Kramer allows them back to the apartment after he got behind the key for 30 minutes.
Alright, so let's see if you can get it in your head that this is not an Easter egg hunt for your childish amusement.
And down on the street, George isn't able to get in, so he tries to whistle. Kind of reminds me of Buzz from Home Alone 2.
Oh yeah! Alright everybody, hey everyone!
So anyways, Jerry shouts down to George, I'll head down to let you in. And when he puts on his jacket, he finds something in the pocket. Very much key.
I believe this belongs to you.
Question for you. What did Jerry put on his jacket just to let George in?
Oh, I've heard this gripe. But
Jerry had a cell phone, this would have been
a cell phone argument.
No, there was some deleted dialogue.
Yeah, Elaine was going to ask Jerry, hey, why didn't you come down to get me when I was waiting, on the street? You run down there for George. And Jerry says, George wouldn't last 10 seconds on the street. So, in actuality, it's a compliment to Elaine.
And I think you hear Jason, George off camera, down on the street saying, watch it, old man. Anyways, Jerry goes downstairs and he walks across the lobby and sees George waiting outside the door, eating the health bar he threw down to Elaine. Did you get that? What?
Thanks. I'm sorry. What? There's been some robberies in the building. I can't with you. Look, I live here. I forgot to buy some bird seed. I forgot my key. Sounds like a scam. Very sorry. So, I broke up the motor. Done. Out. Right? The long way of musical again. Feels right. You guys still there? We don't hear that.
I gotta say, as an apartment dweller now, I can so relate to this moment because I don't have the brass to do what Jerry just did. If someone is trailing behind me, I'm like, all right, this way, neighbor, even though I may not recognize their face. But I don't have the heart to just pull the door shut on somebody. I don't know. Yeah, it's can't do it. That look on Phil's face, mouth agape.
That's kind of scary. Yeah, I think this guy staring like
well, Jerry's gonna. This is the first of many slights that Jerry will sling at. I guess this is a good point to discuss Phil, who's played by Louis Mastillo. Phil, who's a series regular on Mike and Molly, who's on Young and Restless, and he was in a Curb episode, which I didn't realize. He was in the Ted and Mary episode. He's credited as Guy at Counter. So I'm not sure if he's the bowling alley clerk.
The shoe clerk.
Yeah, shoe. Exactly. But I found this was kind of interesting. He's in two movies that deal with money. One for the money, and then another movie called Two for the Money. Is that something?
Are they really?
No, not at all.
Really? It's not a secret.
No.
Shouldn't it be one for the money and two for the show?
That's the expression. That's not the.
I like this actor a lot, and the character of Phil. Yeah. But I didn't notice it before how similar George and Phil look. George, like stocky, bald. George, tells Jerry, sounds like a scam. Yeah, you're running out to buy some birdseed. I don't know, just like the cross-cutting. These guys are really similar. And it just made me wonder if, George just hates men that look like him. Whether it's Neil or fellow pretty short at Itzy's. Yeah. Well, let's cut over to George's apartment. George is sitting on his couch alone. He broke up with Maura. It's done. And he's just pondering something deep.
Look at the trail at the coffee shop and just cocoa spread mixed together.
And there's a knock at the door, and who is it? Maura. She just walks right in, calling George honey, and acting like they didn't break up twice.
Why does it seem like I'm the only one working at this breakup?
Laura calls his arguments rambling and flimsy, which is great. She's not convinced they should break up. Instead, she tells him, let's go to dinner. And George just heads to the bedroom to get ready.
You, Mr. Apple, you have a brown spot.
Is that the line?
That's the line. Didn't do it justice, but love that.
Yes. Anyways, let's cut over to Glenn's place. Actually, this is like a side place. It's not his
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's
It's just the place he keeps. And it's kind of dumpy.
Doesn't Peterman have the same thing? It's just a place to. Are we to presume that Peterman is like a little apartment is his home?
That's what I assumed, was that, he's this well put together head of company and idea man, but at home he's just a sweatpants wearing, on flipping, plant food not buying fellow.
But Glenn's side place here, kind of seems like something a man cheating on his wife might have. It's somewhere in the East Village. How would you describe the interior?
Bleak. Like, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look painted. No real furniture.
Yeah, there's like a couch, maybe like a table.
Yeah, there's nothing really.
Dirty too, And Glenn kind of seems uncomfortable, if she's standing there talking to him.
It's nothing special, just light a fire.
Sounds romantic.
I'm having no problem with the heat. I got some cardboard out here. Can you get that, please? Oh, sure.
I'm so sorry. I home right now. I thought he was a superhero. I swear. I'm not his wife. I'm his welfare case worker. Is he home? This is his home? Yes. So he's.
That line is so funny, the way he delivers it. I think this one, Bird.
It's the best line in the scene for sure.
Yeah.
And big twist here, right? Turns out Glenn isn't married. He's what?
The judgmental look at the woman at the door and gives to Elaine. We should go over the woman who is at the door. Her name in the script is Mrs. Smoth. It was named Smith, and they hit the O instead of the I key. But Mary Shear plays Miss Smoth, and I think, we've already talked about her once, so you guys should recognize her, but she played a character named Joan in Kiss Hello, and I seem to recall we double-dipped her either then or later. But yeah, she has been dipped, and I know you were saying people might recognize her. I would disagree. I don't think she looks, the characters don't look alike at all. And in Kiss Hello, she has like really short hair. She's the one in the you're right.
Cherry, like are you doing?
Yeah.
Good.
Not was good, great.
Yeah, not great. Okay, great.
I remember we really were swooning with her because we found out she did the voices, the female voices on MXC.
Yes, well, you're right.
In addition to being a cast member of the Mad TV series.
Yes. But yeah, very interesting turn of events as we find out Glenn is not married, he's not a superhero, he's a person. And let's get over to Jerry's apartment in the lobby when Jerry gets on the elevator, but before he pushes the button, Phil, the man he wouldn't let in, joins him.
So, you do live here?
Yeah. After the awkward and silent ride up to the 5th floor, Jerry gets off the elevator and so does Phil.
You live on this floor?
Yeah. And as Jerry is about to unlock his door, he sees Phil doing the same, just a door down from Green.
So you live right there?
Yeah.
notice how each time Jerry's trying to, I guess, not initiate conversation, but he's coming to this realization, he has like a smirk on his face as to try and be like a friendly neighbor to try and salvage whatever this is.
Did you notice Bill's apartment number?
I did not. 5. Wait a second. The Billy fellow that was 5 number?
Yeah, that's Newman's apartment number, which I guess is like the only other door they have on the set. Like, there's no 5C, there's no 5D.
Yeah. They didn't have a F in the top department from this.
Maybe the Fleets episode. It's in some random episode. Newman opens his door and it's 5F.
In trivia, have you ever asked, all the apartment numbers of people who live in?
I have mainly Jerry Kramer and Newman.
Have you ever thrown in Stephanie?
Oh,
yeah, not 2G, 2G.
I still think it's Stephanie. It's Stanley 2G's number. Get an act break, and we're in months. Elaine is telling Jerry that Glenn is not married.
He's not married.
Was he wretched and poor? Does he wear one of those barrels with straps?
He probably busted it up for their feet.
Even bucks go with his wife.
Money.
Well, let's think. Have you ever dealt with any other situation?
Yes, there was this homeless guy who used to urinate in our garbage.
Good. How did you handle that?
Well, we gave him $2, and now he goes in the alley across the street.
Same situation. Pay him off and you're clean.
I did not pay Glenn off to get out of this relationship. What am I supposed to do? Just walk into his hovel and hand him... Well, how much do you think it would be?
Hey, where have you been? Seeing more? Apparently, I was unable to break up beyond a reasonable doubt. Who's this Blue Arrow?
Green Lantern.
We found out his superpower was lack of money. He's invulnerable to predators. He's got no Green Lantern. Hey, Elaine, maybe his girlfriend is Lois Lone.
Well, crap.
Hey, I like to use that one. What happened is a favorite of mine. That's a good one. Lois Lone. Oh, so good. They actually had an alternate jab for George to give, which was he lives in the poorhouse of solitude. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Love that one. So, I do like the opening of this clip where they start off, like Jerry brings up the stereotypical poor person, which is the barrels, the straps. I'm surprised they didn't bring up the sticking vigil.
He also calls him Foxstar Willie.
That's funny.
I had to look up. That was like a persona, like a stage persona for. I wasn't entirely sure. We did some great jokes from Jerry at the end, right? Like, we found out his superpower was lack of money, he's invulnerable to predators, and got no Green Lantern. Before all that, a line that amused me, and I want to hear from listeners if they can help me out here. George sits down and he says, "Who is this, Blue Arrow?" And Elaine says, "Green Lantern." I've never heard of Blue Arrow. Yeah, I don't know, but the best I could do was just Google it, and I didn't really find a large entry about a character. There's, I guess some mention of a Blue Arrow, but it was in a video game well after this episode. Weird.
Wasn't there the show Arrow?
Well, Green Arrow is a DC superhero, the Archer, kind of like Robin Hood, but I don't know why George would say Blue Arrow. I don't get that joke unless he, I don't know, for someone who seems to be, aware of comic book characters and whatnot. Why would he mess up the name Green Arrow?
Is the joke that he's like half paying attention because he's thinking about his issues with Mara?
And to me, I think it'd be funnier if he's like, "This is Green Arrow," and she goes, "No, Green Lantern."
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, good on you. I feel like something's missing. So George plots another way to end things with Mora. He's going to cheat on her. In fact, there's a secretary at work that always had a crush on him. However, there's a reason George never pursued her before, right?
She's tan. No, she's like a carrot.
Love that description and just that idea. Yeah, I would tell people, right, who like to taste a thing.
What's that one actor who always, that's it, thank you. George Hamilton's first and sister.
There you go, right?
Nice. Speaking of, you mentioned George's gonna cheat. One other character we're gonna touch on who's a cheater is Newman. He's an agitator.
And we have one more joke when the line comes back here. What does Jerry say?
You can wipe out a checking account a single bounce. Keep them.
Good ones. I'm all over the place. Next scene,
there's that funny moment in the where they're sitting on the same side of the George and Jerry.
Oh, right.
And at one point, Jerry just gets a little uncomfortable and has to sit there. That's very like Seinfeld.
And again, we'll see this in another episode in season 3 where, I don't know, they just kind of play around with the seating arrangement at once. Just some jokes they never got to before. Well, next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment, and Jerry, rushes in as we hear some loud squawking from the hall. Kramer told Phil that he could keep his parrot out there so he can stretch its wings. I love this, man. This reminds me of Marvel, any kind of off-screen animal.
Yeah.
It's great. You have to use your imagination. Kramer helping Phil is just an attempt for him to, smooth things over since Jerry has been playing God with the front door. And while visiting Phil, Kramer was actually able to hide his strongbox key in his apartment without anyone. Smart. Yes.
I do like that Jerry is so fascinated with. Really? What's it like? Nice in the mind? Where does he have touch?
It makes you wonder, are any other partners like Jerry since what we've seen, Kramer and Newman have different layouts.
Yeah, that's a good point, because most apartment complexes tend to have similar layouts, or mirrored layouts, but I guess for the sake of a TV show, to make things look fresh, they go with a different plot.
Let's go over to George's apartment now. Love this scene too. George and the very tan co-worker of his, Loretta, enter after their date. And George is kind of confused. You've been in New York all winter?
I was in Maine for a couple of days.
Loretta is comically tan, right? It doesn't work at all. And she gets straight to the point. She's always fantasized about jumping into bed with George, but she wants to take things slow, actually build something, and she won't take no for an answer.
No?
No.
Hi. George just going along.
That's his catchphrase this week.
It's alright, and what's that? So Ileana Douglas plays Loretta. I think we know her face. She's been in so many different things, but Ghost World, Grace of My Heart, Cape Fear, Goodfellas. I actually like her in, she was in a indie movie with Adrian Brody called Dummy, and he's a ventriloquist. She played his sister, but I remember really liking her in that role.
Yeah, she's great. Maybe not one of the most popular guest stars, but I think one of the guest stars with the best body of work in film. It's been in some fantastic things. Yeah. And it's I'm glad that someone of her caliber got to make it on Seinfeld. I just wish there was more for her to do.
Season 10, we're back.
Let's get down to it. The street. Glenn and Elaine are standing in this filthy alley behind the bakery.
What are we doing in this alley?
Surprise.
How do you spell your last name? It's a mouthful.
How rare this is?
Thank you. How about $200? $250?
You're in the bear club and a garbage bag of money.
I gotta say, man, Glenn, this character, some of the lines he has this week are great, and the way he delivers them are even better. Like, they're awesome. It's a bear club. Good too. Originally at the top of the scene, Elaine was gonna say, "Oh, I really enjoyed that free concert in the subway, Glenn," and Glenn was gonna reply, "Oh, the acoustics at the 86th Street station are great." He just knows all the ways to date a woman.
That Glenn and George would have a lot in common.
Yeah, they're like long lost brothers.
They can debate like where the best bathrooms are in the city.
Oh, and something I kind of like picked up on was so Glenn and Elaine, he brings her there to wait on the trash bag that the bakery's gonna put out. But I wonder how Glenn would do if he waited outside an H&H Bagel, since Kramer says the homeless people won't even touch a baked thing. I assume Glenn does not. He just eats whatever.
Yeah, H&H is not even on his radar. It's like, that place is disgusting. It's found in the bagel. It's no good.
And then there was another deleted moment in which Elaine was going to ask for some milk to drink along with her bear claw hat. And Glenn was going to respond, "From the garbage?" So I guess my question to that was, I can't tell the tone of Glenn's reply there. Was that to kind of make fun of Elaine for wanting milk? Like, we're going to drink milk from the garbage? Or was it just, because that's how I took it.
And also that Glenn has never bought anything. He just scratches around for whatever he can. Also, did this alley look familiar by any chance?
It looks like,
well, it kind of looks like, yeah, we've been in an alley before. Is that what you're getting at?
No.
You wouldn't get that. What are you getting at? Well, I would say that this is actually the same alley from Sponge in Foundation when Kramer gets, beat up by the AIDS walkers and the little kids. He grabs the fire escape.
Oh, now we finish it? Yes. Okay.
Which apparently is an alley outside of the writers' buildings.
Oh,
in the studio lot. So, typically used for filming, but it is a real alley. The crazy thing is, too, and I forgot this, it's the same alley from the Fire episode.
Where, with the fire truck? Like, how do you look for yourself, mister?
Yeah, exactly. What is that like? What she said?
Yeah, something like that. Then John Favreau comes out of nowhere.
Yes.
George the Fish.
Anywho, let's cut over to Phil's apartment. Jerry knocks on his neighbor's door, and a woman wearing a bandana and yellow gloves answers the door. He asks for Phil and anxiously explains that his bird, Fredo, which is lovely, by the way, made a mess in his door. And he thought maybe you clean it up or your maid there. That's my wife. I'm ready to put that here. I love that delivery. That's my wife. That's my wife.
Well, that'd be a good one too.
let's get over to Jerry's apartment. It's the night of the Friars Club roast, and Jerry is
Relationship with a woman you don't like, and you're having an affair with a woman who won't have sex with you.
This isn't going well.
Behind my Jerry Lewis Clubhouse. Without him, I'd have no end. No need to compliments. You have the same name. Jerry. Where you going? How long?
Tonight, ice skating with one and the stage reading of Godspell.
Which is,
It doesn't matter.
you know, nice. I can't go until I find my cufflinks.
I know. That's why I took them out of your dresser drawer and put them in my strong box.
You're a lifesaver.
Stuff like this.
What's going on?
Fred, strange Portuguese man was next door eating some. No, my bird. Mrs. Phil. I'm so sorry. I bet you are. They told us it was poison. Something in his food. I didn't. Kramer, they think I killed Fredo. They both bury some bird.
Portuguese guy. What's in this? Just get the key. Let's get out of here. It's a funny thing about them. I hid the key in Phil's location. That's what
You killed Fredo.
Fredo's
I need those couplings. Now they're in the box. The keys in the bird. What are we going to do?
Just answer your own question.
Oh,
I'll get the show.
Oh man, Kramer, at it again.
how insane is this premise? It's so stupid. Even the writers put it in the dialogue with, I need those cufflinks. Now they're in the box, and the key is in the bird. What are we gonna do? It's just so stupid.
But it's so fun.
I guess this is the episode, or I'm sorry, this is the scene where we find out the bird's name is Fredo. Fredo is dead. That strange Portuguese guy that lives next to the incinerator?
And then Kramer comes back with, who buries a bird? Don't, you just give it to the Portuguese guy and throws it in the incinerator. But then again, Kramer kind of, sometimes Kramer's ahead of the curve, other times he's too slow and can't quite catch up. And this is one of those instances where, it's a funny thing about that bird dying. I hate the key. That's a weird coincidence. And again, we get, I lost probably the third or fourth Godfather reference. Yeah, you're right. Where Kramer says, Fredo was weak and stupid. Shouldn't have been that. I think the line in Godfather 2 is when Michael says, Fredo's got a good heart, but he's weak and stupid. The scene, like my whole feeling after this particular clip, but just the episode as a whole, it's just a fun episode. Like I'm having fun with where they're going. It may be maybe a little bit far-fetched, but I'm on board, and it's just I'm having fun with it.
Yeah, totally. I feel the same way. I love the idea of Jerry and Kramer getting shovels and going to the cemetery.
In Tux's mind bucket.
We also got a little bit with George saying that, since he was trying to cheat on Mora, but he has to, spend time with Loretta and he's ice skating with one and seeing the staged reading of Godspell with the other. And which is with who?
It doesn't matter.
We'll find out what happened at the dates when we cut over to the monks, as George is eating with Loretta after the date. Which one?
Actor played Jesus. It's a lot of choices.
What?
I mean, I had fun ice skating.
Laura. Oh my God, what are you doing here? I'm caught in my own web of lies.
Laura. Loretta, join us.
This is all blowing up in my face. My serious girlfriend and my torrid love affair have accidentally crossed paths. I have thrown 3 lives. Well, I understand you never want to see me again. So,
George will be in So,
So this is still my local. Yeah. You? George is really hamming it up with, oh my God!
It's great how Jason ends the scene, or, his monologue where he says,
I understand if you never want to see me again. So, as he picks up his coat, because he's trying to make a grand exit, So, it kind of got me thinking, George previously had a shot at a menage with Scott and, what's her name? Bonnie, yes. He almost could technically have a shot here at a menage with the Carrot and Maura. I wish Maura had a nickname. But,
let's cut over to Glenn's apartment. So Elaine took the charitable route and bought Glenn a TV, a leather chair, a stereo, also a quart of wood, and he's ecstatic. That is until the door opens and a woman walks in. It's Allison, his wife.
You're poor and married.
Who the hell are you?
I guess I'm Lois Lane. So Allison is played by Bonnie McNeil. I think the only thing I saw on her IMDb page, she played a young Tina Mulder in the X-Files. But she did appear as woman in the Bottle Deposit. So we have seen her before.
I like to think she's a double dipper. What the hell? Like, Mary something. Sheer. Her character in the Bottle Deposit doesn't look like Alice. Do you remember her role in that episode?
No, she had glasses.
No, she has her hair pulled back. She's in like a business suit. And she's the one that arrives at the crime scene.
Oh, yes, that's right. Total double dipper.
And just like Mary Shear, just don't recognize her at all. At least I didn't until we got to this episode.
Additionally, there was a line or joke in which Elaine would say at the end of the scene, I wonder what putty's up to. Yeah, never failed. She didn't expect putty. That would have been great. Of course. Or you can't have enough putty inside, so always inject inside with something.
Alright, man. Rub my hands together for this next scene. We're in a pet cemetery. Jerry and Kramer are walking through the tombstones, carrying shovels, trying to find Kratos' marker.
That's wrong. Jerry, I want something like that. Tombstone. Pick him up. And you're the one giving me. That's he's great. Go check it out.
Kramer, you've done great a lot. Let's cut him off it. Oh my God.
Best scene of the episode?
Yeah, it's up there. It's between this and the
street.
Yeah, the street that also.
First things first, we learned what Kramer wants on his tombstone, and how could you not? Man's best friend. I love Kramer's fascination with Lassie number 3. I'm gonna go check it out.
And did you see what Michael did? He walks away and he, of course, trips on one of the tombstones.
Princess's tombstone.
I'm glad you brought that up. Did you notice any other pet names?
No, I only noticed on Princess because it's the only tripped over. What would you find?
I saw Buster. He's the one that it's either Buster or Spike as the man is best friend.
Oh, nice.
But there's also Fluffy, Aretha, and Chin Chin.
Okay, yeah. So, there should have been like a Snowball, Heartful, Smuckers, and Buford, any other.
Sad that they call these dogs that don't know.
But Jerry being the one who digs, and the first strike and it hits the metal. That was easy.
Rather dig or the piano.
Absolutely. I'd make you get the piano. I like that Kramer's willing to offer, on the piano. He's kind of like giving Jerry the choice.
There's a wide shot of this Jerry, and they're lifting the casket out, and it's just such a comical shot. It's like kind of spooky, Jerry's there in his tux. This casket is what they get put on. It's like a shoebox, right? Yeah. What's funny too about Grado, I always thought it was like Marvel. You never see the dog. I'm sorry, you never see the bird. But when Jerry goes to the apartment and he refers to the wife as the maid,
that's right.
You do see Grado in the background.
I gotta take notice. I must have been seeing
we had Heron growing up.
We did. We had several. We had an Alexandrine parakeet. His name is Bozy. Loved him to death. He lived 22 years. We got him when I was 6. He passed away recently, 2 years ago. Then we had an umbrella cockatoo named Terry. They got her from the wild. She was missing toes when they got her. But and then we had a couple like the budgies, the real pretty tiny birds that just kind of tweet. We had a couple cockatoos as well. So we were big bird people. I do aspire to get another bird someday because I absolutely love them.
I'm really happy with those. So great. We had a tense relationship. You
and Liz were very skittish around him because we're like, he's gonna bite me, or birds like to be at the highest point. So if you put him on your finger, he's gonna naturally walk up to your shoulder, and that would just freak the two of you guys out.
When he squawked, it was so loud, it would almost hurt my ears. And there was one night where I was at the place by myself, we had something to do, and I got left behind with Bozy. Bozy would not stop squawking. It was like 2 hours. And I did everything. I covered the cage. I tried taking him out, and he kept nipping at me.
Give him anything to eat? He liked to eat.
Well, I should do that then. He changed the relationship. He was a very sweet bird. I love how you could make the noises with your mouth, and Bozy would get so close.
He was so fascinated when we make little clicks or pops, Kramer pops, and he would very slowly inch up to your nose or your mouth, and then just put his beak on your lips. It was really cute. I can talk about this girl all day.
Well, last scene of the episode, over credits in Jerry's apartment, the gang is all gathered. Elaine is single and miserable. Jerry is covered in dirt and exhausted. They're just counting cash into 2 piles. He's going to try to give Laura and Loretta $55 each.
Give me 40, you'll never see me again.
Now, what is Jerry planning to do in order to avoid Phil from now? Is he going to move?
I'll just take the fire escape to get out of the building. That discussion, though, with the money, with 55 each to Laura and Loretta, it kind of got me thinking. There have been other moments where they discussed money. One being how much George could get as a gigolo, how much Elaine would be willing to pay. How much? $1. And then you also had, going way back, the money that Jerry gave Elaine for her birthday.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
$182, which you gave me for my birthday one year. And then George giving $91. So there's been other exchanges of money, but I do like that, money exchanging between friends, and especially the Elaine George transaction.
And it really goes well with Glenn and Jack for $300, just trying to pay people off to get them out of your life. But George, depending on his cash, looks at Kramer's Dropbox counter. He actually thinks it's a cooler. He's like, oh, what's in this? And he just casually opens it and sees what's inside. Turns out Kramer forgot to lock it. So they desecrated a pet cemetery for
What's that, Jerry? Really wanted the books.
The Castle Rock play on your last one.
Oh, really wanted the books. So Matt, does this episode have a brown spot, or would you say it's like mashed potatoes? Oh, so good.
Oh man, I think on the fun category, it is so good. I love the Jerry filled scenes, and really that, trolling with the absurd premise of desecrating a pet cemetery. Love that so much. But other than that, I don't really care much for like the Elaine and Glenn storyline or the George or Loretta storyline. Great bits of dialogue in there, so we can pull it over during the discussion. But if it really comes to like my favorite storyline / scenes, they always involve Jerry.
Yeah, it got me thinking though. Kramer had kind of little to do this week. He didn't have to. He was kind of a facilitator between Phil and Jerry, but no real physical bits. He tripped over the princess's tombstone. But other than that, he had a couple of nice lines in there. I think there was one that we glossed over that he said something about like people who aren't inconsiderate of something. He turns around and points at Jerry. But he had little to do this week compared to previous episodes.
How do you feel about the Elaine and Glenn stuff and the George storylines?
I agree with you that the strong points of this episode are the Phil, Jerry, and Kramer stuff. Elaine and Glenn is okay. George with Mara and Loretta, it's nice. It's okay. But I guess overall, I'm just having fun. And I said earlier, I just had fun watching this episode with the moments that we got. So,
and unfortunately, I'm a little pressed for time today, but I'll just leave it at that. I don't think there's any reason to go on much longer than we need to. But I think one way to make the Jerry Kramer Fredo storyline more interesting is after they dug him up, they buried him in an old burial ground past the pet cemetery.
All right, that's going to do it for us here on Sidecast. Please feel free to send us an email at sidecast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at Coco Bosco.
Any what episode do you have next week?
We're discussing the 15th episode of Season 9, The Wizard.
It's not a wizard, it's a villain.
But
for now, I'm that.
It's a wizard organizer. This looks like too much money. The guy in the street is like 50 bucks. He gets hot. I know, boy. You got me a hot computer. That's right here.
retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who can barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
You know what I did there? But anyway, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Okay.
I'm a little bit for a second.
Hey, I got that in my notes for today. I'm a little under the weather, so I don't feel well, but I'm going to press on and have a happy podcast.
You've got two assaults when it comes to getting sick. Your pharmacist and your girlfriend is a teacher. So that's it.
Oh man, I got bacteria traps all over the place here. Also, so she's yelling at me too. She's like, if you get me sick, someone help me. That's the first thing. But Kramer walked by me the other day, and I didn't see him, and I let out a big sneeze. He walked right in my zone of speckles. So speckles flew all over my dog. But I felt so bad. I apologize profusely.
So you're going to start taking the same medicine?
Yeah, that's right. Let's be sure that's in the future.
I'm glad you're here, Vinny. Let's get into it. What episode are we discussing today?
We're discussing the 15th episode of Season 9, The Wizard, written by Steve Lookner, directed by Andy Ackerman, and it originally aired February 26, 1998. So, this Steve Lookner fella, is he any relation to Bad for Dave Lookner?
Definitely sounds like the inspiration for their own scene, right? Yeah. And it gives confirmation. It's L-O-O-K-N-E-R. I've seen some people spell it L-U-K-N-E-R.
Oh, get out of here.
But yes, Steve Lookner did not sound familiar. I did some deep research on his name, and I found his Twitter account. He was a comedy writer at the time, but I think now he's a journalist or something. He has some website or podcast that he works on. But yeah, kind of an interesting name to kind of crop up in the final 10 episodes. So let's talk about one of the bigger storylines this week, and that is the Elaine Darryl story. And apparently, the Seinfeld writers always wanted to do a slant to an episode dealing with race in the 9th season. One of the initial ideas was Elaine getting lost in Harlem. And I don't know how far the script got, but the idea was abandoned when the writers just did not get the thing right. It's definitely a very delicate issue. But do you think of any other episodes or storylines that dealt with race on Seinfeld?
I'm already thinking about Carl the Exterminator, because there's that great line with Jerry saying, outside of us, you don't have any white friends either.
But that ties into a bigger story,
which is, Sugar Ray, or Mr. Morgan looking like Sugar Ray. Really serious, that's and I must say, I think they do resemble each other. They have a likeness. Anyway.
Another episode that just came to me was the Cigar Store Indian.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if that really deals with race. It's more about unintentional.
I think, also, one might argue that Puerto Rican Day was very much.
Yeah, that would be an interesting discussion. Not really the episode per se, but what happened after the episode. Now, this episode, well, you could lump it in with the Diplomats Club or the Cigar Store Indian, all these white characters having difficulty interacting or discussing race with other people. I find a lot of similarities between the Wizard and the Outing. In this episode, the gang isn't comfortable talking about race and, what does someone look like. And in the Outing, they were struggling to talk about homosexuality, and afraid they might come off as bigoted. Sure. In that episode, not that there's anything wrong with that, it's been replaced, but should we be talking about this? Yeah, that's a good point. In fact, I found a great article online through NPR. It's called All Mixed Up. What do we call people with multiple backgrounds? George says mixed in this episode, and as many people that say that's an okay term, there's just as many people saying it's offensive. Sure. There's biracial, there's all these different terms you can use, but I highly recommend checking out this article. Regardless of your race or how you identify, we'll include a link in the show notes. Anyways, before we get started, this is the final appearance of Mr. and Mrs. Frost before the finale. We've got Warren Frost and Grace Zabriskie reprising their roles. First appeared in the Cheever Letters back in season 4, and they returned in season 7 with Ryan, and in season 8 with the Foundation. Can you say which is your favorite storyline from the season?
And you toss it between the Cheever Letters and the Rye, but I have to lean towards the Rye. just because of that, the combo of the Rosses and the Costanzas duking it out at the dinner table is what sells it. Cheaper Letters is among your top episodes, right?
Yeah, the whole, God, I forgot his name, John Cheever.
Eddie and John Cheever.
The affair with John Cheever. I love that uptight, sweet kind of vibe in the family, and there's this hidden secret. That's great. Also, Aunt Sarah, a very underrated single chef.
He doesn't look like me.
And while not their last regular appearance, I wanted to give a shout out to Barney Martin and Liz Sheridan.
Oh, hell yeah. It's been too long since we've seen them last, which would have been The Blood, I believe. But, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that's been lacking this season, not enough appearance. No Costanzas, no Seinfelds, or Rosses for that matter. So having these two families, it's a nice trip down memory lane, and it feels good.
For sure. And I would say this is one of the Seinfeld's best episodes.
Oh, yeah. The whole
Puppet Master.
Yeah. They got a whole Puppet Master regime storyline that I think is really good.
Fantastic. And I'm so glad we get to go down to Florida. I think this is a better Florida storyline than the Cadillac. Not quite as good as Old Hen.
That is mightier for you. I think I've never said this in the past, but I'd seen Seinfeld prior to my parents retiring and moving down to Florida. But now going back and revisiting this, I see a lot of similarities with, Jerry making these comments about, this is where they come to die, offending them, things like that. But I don't know, it's kind of nice to be in that world.
Have you ever cracked a joke from Seinfeld to your parents, living in Florida?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Alright, first thing in the episode, we're amongst Jerry is heading down to Florida for his dad's birthday, and shows George this wizard electronic organizer that he bought him for $200. But Jerry's going to tell him he got him for $50 on the street, maybe it's hot. That's apparently Morty's favorite thing.
Yeah. The trivia question, too.
What's that?
200 versus 50.
Yeah. The Wizard was a real product, released by the Sharp Corporation in 1989, one of the first electronic organizers to be sold.
I never knew that.
George got a message from Susan's parents after work. When was the last time they was filmed? Give or take. George has had this feeling deep down that Mr. and Mrs. Ross still blame him for Susan's death.
Why? Because he picked out the poison envelopes? That's silly. Is George the only one that needs to do it? As everybody else pretty much on the side that he's responsible for dealing with?
I think Jerry's got his back, but there's still that bit of doubt. But I don't think Jerry would be surprised if on some subconscious level
he picked those out with intent.
It's not to kill, maybe.
Or to maim.
As the guys talk, Elaine walks by with the new guy she's dating.
Daryl, these are people I know. Jerry, George.
Nice meeting you. I gotta run later. See you later.
Still no buddy?
I think his answer machine's broken, so I just gave him. What do you think?
What about you being a black guy? What's the big deal?
What black guy?
There. He's black, isn't he? Isn't he?
You think?
I thought he looked Irish.
What's his last name?
Nelson.
That's not Irish. I think he's black.
No,
No, it isn't. Why not? That would be okay if Daryl was here. If he's black. Does it matter?
of course not. I'd just like to know.
So you need to.
I need to know. I just think it would be nice if I knew. Should I take that? Oh, here it goes.
So that clip just ended with all, Jerry, Elaine, and George putting down whole bunch of money on the table because it got really awkward with the waitress that came up. It would have been funny, I think, if George had put some down and then pulled like $1 back, to also add his cheapness into the equation. But still funny nonetheless. And we are all on this race topic already.
Yeah. Real quick about that tipping. I know this episode best from audio that I okay. I'm putting that on, and I didn't realize that there was money already on the table. Oh, is the joke here that they're so uncomfortable from their discussion they're feeling a little guilt?
So that's what I figured.
More. Okay, yeah. It's just funny. I guess this isn't that moment, but I don't feel so bad because I never saw the visual. So I thought it was one of these awkward moments where Larry's done it, where you just like throw money on the table. You're like, I don't know, is this enough?
Oh, he's done that before,
right? But yeah, this race topic is fantastic. I love it. I love the back and forth, the short answers, the feelings of should we be talking about this?
Yeah, there it is. This is waitress number 1 that we're seeing at the table. Her name's Bonnie Turpin. She was known for Crossroads and Malcolm X, but she's gonna have a more prominent scene featured in the end of the episode.
Starting at the top real quick, I love Owen's first line, which is, Daryl, these are people I know, not my friends, just people I know. And yet another great joke about putty.
Exactly, we're at the 15th episode of the season, over halfway, and we're still getting these putty, Elaine, on again, off again jokes, which I really like. Nice touch for season 9.
What's the joke this week?
Is answering machines.
But the bulk of this scene is about talking about race, specifically Daryl, whether he's white or he's black or Irish. Yeah, we learned his last name's Nelson, right?
It's not Irish.
There's a trivia right there.
Oh, no way. I know that one. It's like easy. Yeah. It's funny how some trivia, like, cold, and then other trivia that might be more obvious. You'll be like, what? But Nelson is just so tattooed on my brain.
But I think this is a great storyline, and something I wonder, again, would this really have how would they handle a joke like this? Or a storyline like this? It'd be pretty outdated, how they approach this.
Some can probably argue that, yeah.
Like, we're way past it in terms of what we discuss on TV these days. But anyways, next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. He's making a bowl of cereal while George calls the Rosses back. Of course, I think they're both drinking, right? Mr. and Mrs. Ross.
Of course, very nice attention to detail that, well, she was the one who was known for being hitting the sauce pretty hard, but it looks like both of them now are,
what is Henry saying?
We're all out of lime juice. I told that woman to buy more.
Now, is that woman Rhodey?
If she's still employed with the Rosses, I would say yes.
Yes, it is. What are you complimenting her for? Rowena.
Very nice.
And I love how Mrs. Ross, who's on the phone with George, doesn't even know who he is. So he has to clarify.
It's a friend.
So remember, this is in Ross Foundation. There's an event this weekend, and the Rosses want George to be there. But George interrupts and makes up a story. Oh, I forgot a house that I just leased out in the Hamptons, and I have to get out there this weekend and sign the paper. So.
Well, he's been lying about his income for years. Maybe he can afford a fake house in the Hamptons.
Kramer enters the apartment smoking a cigar.
Grab the cigar, boys. It's time to celebrate. What are we celebrating? You remember my coffee table with the little legs? That's big Hollywood show option for
How are they going to make that book?
Remember that photo book on Troy Gray? Independence Day. How much do they pay? I should say that I don't know where you're working for a while. That's funny because I haven't seen you working for a while. A long while. You're not going to be I'm retired. What? From the grind. Who needs it? I've accomplished everything I've set out to do. What's that? Bought myself a retirement gift.
Who's Kramer whispering for? So, Kramer remarks that his coffee table book has been optioned, into a movie. When we were talking about all the books Kramer had come out with, I felt like we forgot about the coffee table. Is that something? Do I have legs there? Coffee table legs.
I'm sure we mentioned it. What other books were there?
We discussed like Astonishing Bear Attacks and Tales from the Sea. I forget the title, but the JP his life story. But I feel like when we were talking about it, for some reason, I feel like I overlooked the coffee table because it's been so long.
It sort of goes without saying,
I guess.
The most obvious thing. So this episode, man, is just filled with incredible Kramer dialogue. Right out the gate, I love the discussion about this movie when George says, "How are they going to make that into a movie?" And Kramer goes, "You remember that book about toy ray guns? Independence Day?" Nice. Love that.
Kramer, saying he's not got to work for a long while, and Jerry throwing it right back in his face.
Even Jerry's got that. What do we want to call this? The horse smile.
Well, that's
sure he appreciates it.
Yeah. It's very, that joke is almost identical to the I don't want to see you here, or here.
It's all about the hand mannerisms.
Yes.
He's got the cigar.
I find Kramer quite cute in this episode with it's not real gold, I think that's very sweet. And then there's moments when he's in Florida that I really appreciate.
So he's hanging it up. He's retiring, which much deserved for the caveman. Let's get over to Daryl's apartment. Elaine arrives at his place, and just from standing in the hall,
It's a little Seinfeld rap I made up.
Really good. I was like, she hears this loud rap music and sort of smiles to herself. Oh, I knew it. He's black. Yeah, but when she enters his place, Daryl apologizes. He says, "Oh, it's my neighbors. They blast that music all the time." Yo, turn it down.
That's I was like, yo, turn it down.
That's a quote that I wish I could use in real life, but the opportunity never presents itself. But Daryl's got this really nice place, and there's one thing Elaine comments on these tribal masks on the wall, and she casually asks, "Do these have any cultural significance?"
Yeah, they're African.
And kind of clarifies, well, actually South African. His family used to live there, but they got out for obvious reasons. You know how it is.
Maybe. I just like how, for one, how interested Elaine is going to become in this subject, as well as she's so satisfied when that's it. She hears the rap music, and now she's back to being confused again because he's throwing in these curveballs.
I love the mystery the characters find themselves in, and even George brings it up later. Why not just ask him? Exactly, it's okay. I mean, they don't ask point blank, I guess, but there's ways to find out.
So when you live there, what do you have? That's like what are you talking about? Take the. So Samuel Bliss Cooper plays Daryl Nelson. His first acting gig. He was also on Buffy and the Vampire. Buffy the Vampire. Oh boy, playing Buffy the Vampire episode.
Big fan.
But hey, for his IMDb page, it says he's of Russian and English descent. So there you go.
In this scene, I noticed how young he looks for a man.
You're right. He does have a baby face.
He looks, in his early 20s, maybe.
Now, this actor, Samuel Bliss Cooper, I wonder what went into casting for him, what was in the call sheet. because when you look at him, he's kind of racially ambiguous. I would say you can't really put your finger on like where he's from or what nationality he is, right? Do you agree with that?
Well, for sure. And I don't know if that term was in the character description, but yeah, he's
Russian and English is what his image says.
What was your question again?
Just kind of like, what were the producers actually looking for when casting somebody to be, to be ambiguous and kind of confuse the gang as to what race he actually was?
Yeah, you wonder how it was handled.
It's got to be delicate with something just like this.
So, racially ambiguous is, I think, a fair way of kind of like presenting what you're looking for. But yeah, what do you say to the actors that come in? And I don't know if they were always looking for someone who could be confused for being black or white. Yeah, interesting. That would be a question for Mark Hirschfeld, the casting director. Next scene, we're on the street. George is talking to a hot dog vendor. Not just any vendor.
Well, it's the return of Frank Delano Romanowski in the flesh.
He's looking different. I don't know if he like shaved or...
Yeah, I think he's a little more clean shaven. He looks very upset or just sad, downtrodden, if you will.
He's not happy. Listening to George. George is just standing there talking.
George seems to be having quite a lovely time discussing hot dogs.
Yeah, but hot dog.
You must hate hot dogs, huh? I don't really like them, and that's why you do this. I tell you, buy one of these things. I'd be eating hot dogs all the time.
You gonna buy a hot dog or not?
No.
Very Kramer-ish dialogue there, right?
Oh, no?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, please. Very nice. So we do have the return of Michael McShane as FDR. However, this time he's considered uncredited in this episode. Do you know why that would be?
I'm guessing it was just a random vendor. And maybe when they got closer to production, they're like, oh, we should have FDR back since we know he is a hot dog vendor. We just saw him, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, in the trail. But I thought if you have like a speaking line, I don't know how it works, but I thought if you have a speaking line on a television show, that's a credit. Like Cohen is in this episode, but she doesn't speak. She's uncredited as well.
I think the line of dialogue means you get a credit, and I think you get more money.
Okay,
don't quote me on that.
I couldn't because I have to credit you. So between dialogue here to start the scene, George was originally going to ask FDR where hot dog guys go to the bathroom. And he was going to say, the fountain's on 6th Avenue, right? Is there something built into the bottom of that thing? So George was kind of implying that there's like a little urinal on the cart itself. So he's losing all over the place on hot dogs. But I love that topic because I feel like that's a Larry David question. It's a good question. You're out on the street all day, you gotta watch your cart. Where are you gonna go to the bathroom? Unless you're like the tourist from Arkansas. Can you watch my cart for 5 seconds? Or the... What do you want, man? I'm tired. I'm still. What else? Oh, and then we should also point out that as George is discussing, hot dogs with FDR, in the background there's a liquor store. We see the Rosses come out of it.
Yeah, they're in their formal wear. It was a foundation event. But they don't say anything to George. They just look at him and they realize hot dogs. And they just sort of, walk away while George is talking to the guy.
One other note is there was a line to end the scene in which George was going to say to FDR, why don't you sell the cocktail size? I love those. Just a good question.
George likes the shirt, cocktail friends.
Oh, yeah. We're going to jump on the next match.
Anyway, let's cut down to Florida. Bill Boca Vista. Ellen and Morty are making a lot of noise in the kitchen, using a blender, loading the dishwasher, and Jerry comes out of the guest room half awake.
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's 5:30 in the morning. Relax, sleepy.
Is that right? Dad, that's your birthday present. Yeah. Happy birthday, Harry.
I should be buying you a present.
What is that?
Tell your father about his birthday.
It's all right, Dr. Detective.
I've never seen you go over 20 miles an hour. You're like the Grand Marshal of the Rose Bowl. It's a wizard organizer.
This looks like too much money.
From a guy in the streets like 50 bucks.
Think it's hot?
Jerry got me a hot computer. I'm right here. You can do everything. Email, fax, as a calculator, so I can use it in the restaurant to figure out the Yeah, I guess. But the really cool thing is the daily planner. I have it. Go to the restaurant to figure out the tips.
You're getting your father too excited.
Here, buddy. What are you doing here? I told you I was retiring.
Mr. Goldstein died, and it's a beautiful apartment.
Folks said it was for rent. So I jumped up. You can't live down here. This is where people come to die. Older people.
Don't eat cookies for breakfast. I'll fix you something.
That sounds great. You beat him, he'll never leave.
I don't have any feta. How much? Cottage cheese and eggs.
Guess.
We just move right into the montage. What's stopping us? We get a great montage of Del Boca's newest member. I don't know, I think it's just 3 scenes here. You want to break them down?
Sure, we got Kramer is playing ping pong against, I think Sid Luckman. We'll learn his name later, but he keeps smashing the ball right in this guy's face. The guy's just standing there taking it, and no, he's not even really flinching. He just closes his eyes. But then we have Kramer dancing with every eligible bachelorette, I think, in Del Boca Vista. And they're twirling him around. He's flinging one out of the circle, bringing another one in. And you see all the other old guys kind of standing around, a little bit jealous that Kramer's got this coworker and all these seniors.
One of them does that jacket tug.
And finally, it ends with an ambulance, and everybody kind of standing around looking a little bit glum because I assume somebody got injured dancing with Kramer.
I think someone died because they're crying. They have to shoot.
Oh, well, there you go. Also, keep in mind that shot of the, everybody kind of looking sad, the ambulance pulling away.
Yeah, we're going to get another montage this episode.
What's that from? Okay.
Back to the Seinfeld's condo, though. We get that great opening of Jerry waking up like, it's 5:30 in the morning. Did this happen in the pen? Like, did Jerry or Elaine get woken up early?
I think you're right.
I'm not sure. I'm not going to swear. I'm going to swear. that
sounds familiar.
It feels like a nice companion to the early bird special in Cadillac. 4:30 to 6.
Yeah. calling Jerry Sleepyhead, I think was adorable. And then there's a line where Jerry's like, well, I might as well give you a birthday present since I'm up. And there's a line that I feel like you always say, but I think whenever I give you a gift or you'll always say, oh, I should be buying you presents. I think you love saying that one. So it's a fun one when you get a gift. So
what does that mean?
Exactly.
It feels like real life Jerry. Say, yeah, what does that mean? But can I tell you my favorite line from the scene other than I should be buying you presents? After Jerry gives Morty the wizard, he goes, Helen, Jerry got me a hot wizard computer. I'm right here.
Love that. They are, what a great team they are, especially this episode. And there's a name that I never caught my attention. Where Kramer moved in next door, Mr. Kornstein died. There's another name, I think, in a previous episode of somebody who died. But I can't remember who it is, but I've never heard of Mr. Kornstein.
Well, old
people have died that we've never seen. This is Hugwalker. This is Hugwalker's apartment. He loves Jerry. What did I say? Love the bug. I was thinking later in the episode, Norman Bergerman.
That's another one. Some of these names are lost on me. And of course, Marvin Kessler. Oh, yeah, that's a little different episode, but still. Great line, though, about, you see Helen smack Kramer's hands as he's reaching in for a cookie for breakfast, and she offers to make him the feta cheese omelet, but ends up getting egg beaters instead, and Kramer sings, I guess.
There's something about Michael's acting here where Helen smacks his hand. His reaction is so dramatic, like it really hurt. And then he has this thing like where he rocks in his chair while chewing. That's nice.
I noticed what you're talking about there. It's a great like beach or cabana attire too. He's got the really high Bermuda shorts, but still his dress shoes.
I didn't notice them over there.
I think like the shorts are riding really high, and doesn't he have like the shoes that are like brown with the white on the top? I could be wrong.
But anyway, more to come. Let's get over to Monks, Elaine, and George. Always feels weird when these two get together. They're in a booth, and Elaine is wondering if he has any thoughts on the Daryl situation.
Just one. Why don't you just ask him?
Because if I ask him, then it's like, I don't really want to.
She makes the doy expression,
which this feels like a nice callback to the soulmate with the briefcase. Do you remember that with Elaine, George sitting in maybe the same booth, and Elaine asking, here's a thought, have you ever thought just asking them?
Oh, is it your good call? It's a good call, Matt.
George has one thought and looks around to see if anyone is near them. Maybe he's but really, is that the right word?
I really don't think we should be talking about this.
So they ended there, and George heads to the bathroom as Elaine puts on her coat to leave, and she runs into the Rosses. Not really sure why they would be in Monks. It seems a little, lower class, but regardless, they chat with Elaine briefly about seeing George in the city. What happened to his place in the Hamptons?
The Hamptons? George is handsome? I don't think so. I'm sorry, I can't replicate Elaine's laugh. It's the best laugh there is, but you know what it sounds like.
Well, Elaine leaves, still laughing, and the Rosses grab a booth as George walks by. And he's surprised to see them, kind of taken off guard, but apologizes.
Doesn't he just say, like, Rosses?
Rosses. And apologizes again for not making it to the foundation event, but it was just this beautiful weekend in the Hamptons. And, the Rosses don't really call him out for being a liar. They don't really say anything. And George gets kind of uncomfortable and starts rambling. I'm not moving out there. I'm in at home now. Don't think I won't, Jerry. And after a few moments of silence, he manages to slowly back away.
He's the real.
That, all things considered, that was good.
Thanks.
Heading back down to Florida, we're in the clubhouse. Jerry has finished eating with his parents.
It's got lots of other
Yay! Jerry got it out!
How does 12.4% sound? Well, your tip is $4.36.6666.
Round down. Jerry, it's so nice of you to come down on this birthday. It helped take his mind off the condo election.
Oh, right. You can't run for condo president because you were impeached at the other condo.
I was never impeached. I resigned. Even so, the press would bury you.
What press?
The condo newsletter, the Boca Breeze.
Pico Commie Rag.
He just got a date with that young exercise instructor. She's 50. I don't know what she's got. She's got charisma. Man.
I'll tell you what I'm looking at. The next Taco Board president of Del Boca Vista, Phase 3.
I think my favorite moment of the scene has to be Helen when Jerry opens the wizard calculator and Jerry got it open. That mother who just loves her son unconditionally and everything he does is gold.
Does that happen in your family? Like your mom a flawed or?
No. And then Morty rounding down when it's 36.6666 cents.
Yeah, that really ties into Morty's fascination or just his interest with calculations and how much someone's owed.
He's a frugal fellow.
Yeah, what was in the pen? Like, did you have a Coke or not? I did not have a Coke.
Also, Uncle Leo not giving him $50 to Helen. He's like, you know what that is? Compounded quarterly. You know the interest on that?
Or you put it into a T-bill.
Thinking of Jim Carrey in The Mask. When he's the stock guy, he has that thing he's pulling down.
They referenced the Cadillac storyline in this episode, how Morty got impeached from phase 2 of the Pines of Clark Gables. And I don't know if this is like a contradiction or if Morty's in denial, but he says, I was never impeached, I resigned.
I think it's trying to like save face, you know. But it's funny that it's a nice callback as well that they bring that in.
I don't know if Nixon ever said something like that, but the whole point of resigning was so you wouldn't be impeached, right?
Yeah.
Anything else from the clip?
We learn about the condo newsletter entitled The Boca Breeze, which we'll actually see some articles in print a little bit later.
And really, the best moment at the end of Morty is doing that thing where he just like stares right at Kramer and he taps him on the glasses.
Yeah. Great moment.
Do you want to talk about some of the old guys we see in the scene?
Yeah, there's a couple of old guys in the scene. The first one will be Edgar Small. He plays Sid Luckman. He's the one who has a really raspy voice. Hey, buddy. Exactly. We last saw him in The English Patient. And then there's the other gentleman. I think he might have a line later in the episode, but his name's Tom, and he's played by Vic Helford.
That's it. We see the
No, that's a different guy.
Oh. That's a different guy. There's a joke in this scene that, if you think about it, it's not all that weird when Sid says to the group, Kramer just got a date with that young aquasize instructor. Oh yeah, and Jerry goes, she's 50. But during the filming, Michael Richards was only 48, so that's not that much of a difference. Let's move on to Daryl's apartment. Elaine is hatching a little scheme here. She got Daryl a wizard, but she kind of tosses it aside so he can fill out the warranty information card. And she quickly moves through name, hobbies, just so she can get to race. But isn't that optional?
It certainly should be. It's nobody's damn business. They really would like to know.
And Daryl gets in and says, Asian, just to mess with him. So basically get the rap music where Elaine's like, oh, I know it. And when he says Asian, she almost looks like she's panicking. I didn't see that coming. And what's this? Average income? Over 100,000.
Really?
Does that matter?
No, but it's very nice to know. I didn't believe that for a minute because we have definitely seen Elaine be attracted to money in previous episodes.
And doctors, especially.
Yeah, Dr. Tom.
Among other resting.
Dr.
intern.
Oh, Ben Pfeffer?
Or Ben Galvin. No, but Ben Pfeffer, another doctor. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, wow.
Dr. Wally.
Dr. Van Nostrand.
Back down to Florida, Jerry's on the phone with Elaine, who is actually in his apartment. She's been getting his mail for him while he's away, and she hasn't made any progress with figuring out Daryl's ethnicity, so she just started taking him to Spanish restaurants, figured that would cover the midway.
You're a master of race relations.
What is the logic? Do you get it?
No, not really. I guess because it's race neutral. Well, because he's obviously not Spanish, so that's why. Right?
Sure. You could just take him to a diner, just keep going amongst
American maybe.
But Jerry tells her about Morty's plan to install Kramer in a puppet regime and then wield power from behind the scenes, preferably from the sauna of the house. Who are they running against?
Common sense and guy in a wheelchair.
And great little character moment here. George arrives at Jerry's, unaware that he's still in Florida, and starts panicking when he learns that Jerry asked Elaine to get his mail, not him. So Jerry gets on the phone and quickly diffuses the situation.
George, listen to me. I have a very important job for you. I want you to come by twice a day and flush the toilet so the gaskets don't dry out and leak.
What about the mail?
This is far more important. You must exercise the gaskets, George. Very innocent and just again, I don't know why I'm sweet on these moments, but Jerry, why is Elaine getting good mail?
George hangs up on Jerry, and George and Elaine talk about the Rosses.
Ran into the Rosses again.
Oh, right, at the coffee shop. Where did they get the idea that you would place in the Hamptons?
From me.
What did you say?
I told them I have a place in the Hamptons. What did you say?
I told them you didn't. And I laughed.
So they know? Those liars!
But you lied first.
Yeah, but they let me go on and on all about the Hamptons. They never said a thing. You know when somebody lie when you know they're lying? You call them a liar.
Like you're a liar.
Yes, thank you. Was that so hard?
No, this is over, not over. I'm betting it's not over.
Not by a long shot. I'm calling up the Rosses and inviting him out to my non-existent place in the Hamptons. Then we'll see who blinks first.
Haven't you done enough to these people?
This is not about them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to exercise Jerry's gaskets.
Terrible gasket.
Oh, nice.
A lot of connective tissue this week.
I like it.
The main reason I played this clip is because of Elaine's quote there. I told them I had a place in the Hamptons. What did you say? I told them you did it.
Yeah. And I laughed and I laughed. She does love being George's foil.
And, this isn't the same thing, but back in the reverse people with the fur coat, Elaine saying, Julia doesn't know that I threw it out. I should be responsible for it. It's a kind of, argument George makes here. They let me go on and on about the Hamptons. You don't let somebody lie when you know they're lying. You call them a liar.
Like you're a liar.
Yeah.
So, as we heard, George's ridiculous plan is to call up the Rosses and invite them up to his non-existent place in the Hamptons. And it's kind of like a game of chicken, right? Who's going to blink first? I love that to George, it's worse to be duped than to be called out as a liar. Like if the Rosses said you were lying, it would have been over. But it's just that embarrassment he had.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I like that. It was duped. We get a neck break and we're down in the clubhouse again. Jerry and his parents are eating while Kramer is introducing himself to residents and telling them to vote for him. He's even got a little pin on his coat. Did you see that?
Yeah, what'd you say? Vote Kramer?
Vote for Kramer, yeah. Vote for Kramer. And there's a little old lady having dinner, and Kramer tells her, remember, ma'am, a vote for me is a vote for Kramer.
And he does some sort of, like, little step and salute kind of thing.
Puts his heels together.
It's very cool. But, old lady, that's Jeanette. She plays the old lady. She was in Austin Powers, Four Christmases, and Moment. I guess we should do her line, right? Sure. Will you cut my meat?
What? This is actually more, what is it?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Spinning newspapers.
Right. So let's do the montage and then talk about the newspapers. You got Kramer feeding the old woman, and then you see on the campaign trail, there's like a line of women. One is pushing a stroller, and he, makes cute faces to the baby. Then an old man is pushed up in a wheelchair. He does the same.
Oh, yeah, the old man's reaction is very cute.
And then the last one, very similar to the dance sequence. The ambulance is about to drive away, but first Kramer puts a bumper sticker on it that says "No Kramer,"
and he like pounds it with his fist, and then the ambulance takes off.
Yep. But instead of people crying in the background, they're all like cheering. Like, yeah. It's good. Now let's talk about getting the coolest Easter egg to come out of this episode.
So we mentioned you saw spinning newspapers lumped in with this montage, and it's a spinning book of reeds. You'll see the first headline, it says Kramer ahead in the polls, and has a picture of Kramer feeding the old lady her meat. Next one, the headline reads, Kramer, I will increase Social Security, and you see him hobnobbing with the old man in the wheelchair. And the final headline says, vacancy in building 4.
After the ambulance drove over.
Exactly. Very nice. With each article, it has a sub-story, but if you look in the lower right corner, it's the first one says Larry David gets hole in one, followed by the next one says Larry David hurts elbow, and then the final article says Larry David never to play golf again. I think that was always kind of like an Easter egg people knew about, but it was hardly ever discussed or referenced. But when you see the freeze frame, it's really satisfying to see them pay tribute to the show's co-creator and head showrunner.
And it feels like an inside joke for the crew,
especially back then when people didn't know Larry David, right?
Right, yeah. It's fantastic because he is an avid golfer, right?
Yeah.
Larry David, golfer. So in this world, either Larry David or someone named Larry David lives in Delbo.
Oh yeah, maybe that's why he left. No, that's too.
Moving on. Next scene, we're at Monk's. Elaine is looking at a menu when she's caught up in this dialogue between Daryl and the waitress about coffee. She asks, "Are you black?" He says, "Not black. I'll bring some cream." Elaine censors, her on high alert for any discussion about race. And the whole mood is ruined when an older couple walk by, mumbling about Elaine and Daryl being an interracial couple. And Daryl can't believe that kind of bigotry still exists. And Elaine is sort of confused at first, but gets it. Oh, he isn't white. We're an interracial couple. And Daryl is just so upset about the whole thing, kind of tosses the menu away and doesn't feel like eating.
Me neither. Well, maybe this turkey club. She's relieved.
Yeah.
Waitress number 2 is played by Constance Zimmer, and she was in House of Cards. She did some voice work on BoJack Horseman. She was in Agents of the Shield. 2 episodes of New Adventures of Old Christine.
I did not recognize her in this episode, but I remember she was on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. a couple of seasons ago. She was like a love interest.
She looks more modern now, of course. She doesn't have that 90s hairdo, but definitely modernized.
This must have been one of her first roles. Since the shows you mentioned,
Oh, yeah. She's in more. Exactly.
Let's cut over to the street. George meets the Rosses by his car to drive them out to his place in the Hamptons. And the whole joke here being, who's prepared to go the farthest with this lie.
All right, you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
channeling your Michael Keaton there.
I was gonna say, is that a reference to the original Batman?
It seems like it. There might have been something before or between Batman and this, but I always think of Michael Keaton with that fire poker.
I was at a sleepover, like in 5th grade or something, 6th grade, and somebody, all the guys were sleeping on the basement and the floor, but there was a fireplace and there was a poker. I pulled that poker out and I did that scene. The place went nuts. I felt so proud of myself because it was like the perfect use of that quote. So my friends and I will still, the ones that I'm still friends with to this day, we still bring that moment up. So proud day for this character.
That's it to me, isn't it?
Exactly.
So next scene, we're back at Seinfeld's condo. Jerry is playing around with the wizard while his dad is busy working on the campaign in the other room.
Hey, Dad, you've been programming this thing to beep every time you need to take a vitamin. Dad, you look so different.
We're campaigning, Jerry. The rule that people want is one. This is the home stretch of our election. Polls close after 3 o'clock. But then when we win, the celebration goes all night until the break of day. Now you can put that whole schedule right to your daily planner. Tell you what? Sure did. Man, Clubhouse, right? Don't you realize this is against the rules? These people working with their whole lives to move down here, sit and eat, pretend it's not hot, and enforce these rules. Who wants hot chocolate? This is a huge scandal. We need damage control. All right, look, people seem to like those kid campaigns. Wizards. Well, how about if we give one out to every member on the group? There are 20 people on the group. Thank God you did that deal. Hey, now. Wiretap, slush funds. First, I need the match. I'll get your electric I can't get that many wizards. What about your deal? I have a deal. They're $200 off. What do I do? Down here,
Oh my God, Bob's like a little spot there. This is huge. I didn't know that. Did you watch the deleted scene?
I did. It was very odd. I like watching a scene from Breaking Bad or something.
So I don't have the audio here, but do you want to break it down?
Yeah, so apparently Jerry goes to visit Bob Sacramento Sr. is it like a long-term care facility or something? Because he has a nurse. And Jerry's asking, I want to get these wizards, but I don't want to pay more than $50 in each 20 of them. And apparently Bob Sacramento can't speak, or at least he speaks through his nurse, so he'll whisper in his nurse's ear, and then his nurse will speak to Jerry. But they end up kind of laughing at Jerry's expense, right? Is that kind of how it goes?
Yeah, he's kind of a jerk. It's a good comparison to Hector Salamanca.
Yeah, from Breaking Bad. That's what I was thinking of.
Right. He's just kind of a jerk, and he's giving Jerry a hard time for like the price Jerry wants, but he winds up, I think, in the end, Jerry thinks there's something wrong with him because he's not reacting, or he starts like shaking, and Jerry's like, what's wrong? And the nurse says, oh, he's laughing. But then at the end, he starts like twitching again.
It happens a second time.
And Jerry says, what's funny about that? And the nurse goes, oh no, now he's convulsing.
I like that. Wow, it's cool that we see a Sacramento, not the original, but the senior. But then I think for that character and that family of Sacramento's, it's better to not see their face, just like cousin Jeffrey, But kind of neat if you can access the.
Regarding the scene with Kramer and Morty in the condo, I love the dialogue, and this kind of goes back to the early bird special. The polls close after dinner, 3 o'clock. Oh yeah. Then when we win, the celebration goes all night until the break of 8 p.m.
And there's one additional headline that they read in the book of Breeze. They don't show it on screen, but Kramer reads it aloud. Candidate Cosmo Kramer caught barefoot in clubhouse. So technically, there's 4 headlines that are uttered in this episode.
I'd love to see that photo too. It's just like Kramer getting something to eat. Yeah. I love how the conversation turns to, in terms of damage control. We need to go to payoffs, and Kramer's going down a darker path, wiretaps, slush funds. But just with all this drama, the only thing on Morty's mind is, I need a nap.
Oh, I'll get your electric blanket. Which is kind of nice because it ties back to the pen, because I think Elaine remarked it, God, it's so hot here, and Jared makes a joke about people moving down to Florida and enforcing all these rules and then pretending it's not hot when it really is. This is Seinfeld, please turn on the air conditioner.
And I think in a couple of weeks, Elaine is going to be complaining about the heat. Do you think they got rid of the sofa bed with the bar?
Probably not, because the mom loves that. They got it from they got it. Where they get it from? Not Schnitzer's. Oh, you got it from Fetterman's or Peterman's. Cinnamon.
I think the end of the pen, though, Morty throws it back at, right?
That ball.
Maybe they left it in the plastic market.
Oh, there you go.
Next scene, let's cut to George's car. George is driving out to the Hamptons to see his big house, which he is describing in very specific detail for some reason.
And that leads into the master bedroom.
Tell us more.
Want to hear more? The master bedroom opens into the solarium. Now the solarium? Yes, the solarium. Wonderful. And I have horses too. Snoopy and Prickly Pete. Should I keep driving?
Oh, look, an antique stand. Oh, we'll buy you a house for
We're taking it up a notch.
There was a alternate ending to this clip in which George's final line was going to be, "Okay, let's roll up the house. Let's heat it up." But the ending they went with is so much better with taking it up a notch.
Is that like a callback to Dizzy Mandelbaum?
Oh, better believe it. So I think most people will probably remember, what they take out of this clip is George's horses' names. Snoopy and Prickly Pete.
I've been doing trivia for 6 years or so, and off and on. I've only been writing trivia for 6 years, but off and on, and I can't tell you, that is one of the most beloved trivia questions. People, every time I ask it or read the answers, people always crack up.
It's fun. It's fun to say. And what's interesting is there's a Prickly Pete and then there's a Slippery Pete.
Yes. I think it was back at was that the Soup Nuts? I think I did Schmoopy and Slippery Pete and Snoopy.
Okay. You lost me. Hello.
Before that, though, another great line is the master bedroom opens into the solarium. Another solarium. Yes, two solariums.
There was even deleted dialogue in which George said, the barn doubles as a guest house. That's where you'll be staying. I guess to try and get them to, want to change their mind once again.
We kind of brought this up earlier, Finney, but what do you think George wants here exactly? Is it about like the Rosses kind of giving up and just saying maybe Elaine got it wrong, George does have a place, or do you think he just wants them to call him a liar and that's it?
Oh, I think it's definitely the latter. It's like getting under his skin that they know he's a liar, but they won't tell him to his face that they know. So I think he desperately wants them to say you're a liar, and then they can end this whole thing and get on with their lives. But I think they're being so smart about it that this is the ultimate revenge for them, is to the slow burn, to slowly get under George's skin. So they're I think doing it right.
It's more complex than I thought, because the Rosses don't know that George knows they know. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. They don't know that Elaine told George what happened. Anyways, let's cut over to Monks, the waitress from the first scene, who's black, hands Elaine a menu.
Long day. Yeah, just worked a triple shift. I hear you, sister. Sister. Yeah. So, my boyfriend's black. Here he is. Highlight. He's black? Yeah. I'm black. Aren't you? I'll give you a couple minutes to decide. What are you talking about? You're black. You said we were an interracial couple. We are. Because you're Hispanic. I am? Aren't you? No. Why would you think that?
Your name's Bennett. Your hair. You kept taking me to those Spanish restaurants.
That's because I thought you were black.
Why would you take me to a Spanish restaurant because I'm black? So what are you?
White.
So we're just a couple of white people?
Yes. Yeah. So do you want to go to the Gap?
Sure. Great scene and a great way to wrap up. Like I did not know when I'm watching this, like how are they gonna wrap this up and do it in a satisfying way? And I think they found a way to do it. But the line that where Daryl goes, once he's found out that Elaine's white, and he already knows he's white. There's just a couple of white people. That line. So just a couple of white people. And of course, what is a better white person like joke than to you want to go to the Gap? Okay,
The most bland.
that's the white person stereotype, I think.
At the top of this clip here, it is so cringeworthy. When Elaine is like, I don't know, she's like so comfortable that she knows now that she knows her boyfriend is black, and she goes, "I hear your sister." Even the waitress is like, "Sister." Yeah, like, what the hell? But the waitress has that killer follow-up line when they're like, "I'm black. I'll give you a couple of minutes." Yeah, that's good. Do you think Daryl makes a good case for why he assumes she's Hispanic?
Oh, absolutely. Venice, yes, that's got origin, like Spanish or Hispanic origin. And then the fact that like that joke from earlier of Elaine taking them to Spanish restaurants plays so well, and her hair, I guess.
She really should have taken them to what, like Chinese restaurants or
Skyburger.
Yeah, I love that. It's great. What's the hair comment though? Is it because Elaine has dark hair?
Yeah, dark, curly.
Okay.
You got me thinking though, the Chinese Woman is another episode that tackles race relations.
Very good.
Not a chance.
Last scene of the episode, last big scene. We're in the clubhouse once again. Jerry is at a table with his parents when Kramer joins them.
Handed out all the receipts. Those bills went out. I think we got this baby also. Congratulations, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Mr.
What's wrong with these tipping?
What are you talking about?
It's all the tipping. I just left $5 for a BLT.
I see that. This is no lizard, it's a wallet. Sacramento Senior School. I don't have a seven. Approved. Jerry, why didn't you get the wizards? The real wizard's $200. Have a deal? No deal.
Everyone vote for the guy in the wheelchair.
Well, that's it for me. I'll head back to New York.
No, I'm sorry. You should be. How could you spend $200 on a tip calculator? It does other things.
So, it's a nice ending to the show, but that final line doesn't do it for me for some reason.
I remember watching this live and thinking, wow, that's a really weird ending. We haven't really been tracking it, but you've heard it in the audio clips how Morty keeps calling it a tip calculator. Jerry's like, no, there's other stuff you can do with this, but for such a funny episode, it doesn't really stick the landing.
Yeah. So that's my one gripe. So stay tuned for the review section. It's gonna be one gripe.
Docket 1/10 of a star.
So we learned about Norman Bergerman, as you mentioned earlier. He's not leaving any tips for easy. And then the back and forth between Mr. President and Mr. Puppet Master. We get Sid Luckman returning, who over-tipped $5 for a BLT. And the gentleman you mentioned earlier, who's that's Ruben. Okay. He is played by an actor, Murray Rubin, actually. And he actually passed away in 2015. He was in Ghostbusters, and he was in a Curb episode, The Surrogate. He is the guy in the elevator who's muttering to himself about having a colostomy bag or something. I don't remember that. The guy's like, oh, I had to come in and then change this bag again, and Larry's like, I think he's on the elevator. It's fun.
Surrogate, that's the episode that kind of deals with race and the proper terms to use.
You're actually right. Full circle.
It's funny how this scene, like the most memorable bits of dialogue are from the side characters. Mine doesn't have a 7.
Yeah, it's great.
But my favorite is the Sacramento Senior Scrutiny.
That's good too. No deal. Not hot.
And then was it Sid, the guy with the raspy voice? It's sort of like he's leading the crowd. He's like, everybody vote for the guy in the wheelchair. Oh, you know what? It's probably that guy. Kramer was...
See, I thought about that too, but why would Kramer be coddling another candidate? That doesn't seem right. But that thought crossed my mind as well.
All right, I think that's it for the big ending there. Let's cut to the credits here. It's nighttime. George has pulled the car over and stares out at the beach. I think that in the dialogue of the clip here, they say this is the end of Long Island. So, Montauk? That's like, I don't know the geography very well, but I've always heard that's the farthest point.
That's where Donna Chang is from.
Where are we, George? Almost there. Yeah, this is the end of Long Island. Where's your house? We go on foot from here. All right. There's no house. It's a lie. There's no Solarium. There's no prickly peas. There's no other Solarium. Why did you make me drive all the way out here? Why did you say something? What did you say? Why? We always blame you for what happens. That's good night.
So if it is Montauk, it's 120 miles from Jerry's apartment.
So that was a long time in the car to spend with potential in-laws in which their daughter died as a result of your actions.
And I like to think that they left during rush hour, so it's not even worse. It's like 4 hours. 4 hours.
And that boiling point in which George can't contain anymore. There's no house! There's no prickly peas. It's great. There's no Solarium.
There's no other Solarium.
But yeah, this is a nice ending and a great way to. I mean, this is like over the credits, but still under the.
I think this might be one of my favorite credit sequences because of the. I don't know, just like the brutal truth directed at George. I don't like you, George. We always blamed you for what happened to Susan.
And even though George hears this for the first time, I think he's relieved that it's all over with. You know, I think no, he's fine.
They won't let it go, right? Because this still tracks into the finale.
Yeah, you're right. So, Matt, would you vote for this episode or vote for the guy in the wheelchair?
Not hot, no. I really love this episode. Gotta be my top 5 for the season. I don't think it's gonna crack my top 24 right now, unfortunately, but if I were creating like best hits of season 9, this would be in there. It's interesting too how the Murph Griffin show I love, and not so much the dealership, but the Murph Griffin show is also a big Kramer episode. It really just goes to show when Kramer is the A story and in charge, it's the best.
And we did discuss already that the season 9 was like Kramer's year, you know.
But everyone, still carries their own weight. Like, everyone's got the same amount of screen time, dialogue. I think Jerry probably has the least interesting story this week.
But that's okay, I think, because he's teamed up with his parents yet again. So always happy to have the Seinfeld back.
Of course, and love seeing the Rosses, and we get a bit of closure to George and Susan and her parents.
And the nice thing is that, I mean, I when I was watching this, I'm like, man, what a nice trip down memory lane with seeing these groups of parents. And I mean, the Susan storyline has been there since season 4, right? So all the way to season 9 now. It's 5 years that George and Susan have been an item or acquaintances and engaged, blah, blah, blah. But kind of cool that we're still getting these callbacks from stories that have occurred way in the past.
Yeah, it's interesting. It sort of reacts to Susan when they date, when they're engaged, and
but she's dead, yeah. And not to mention the whole backstory of the Ross family, what George and his cronies have done to their family. You got outing the father as a closeted homosexual, burning down the father's cabin with Kramer's cigars, getting Susan fired from her high-paying network job. What else? When Susan became a lesbian, Kramer stole Susan's girlfriend. What else did he do to her? He vomited on her.
That's probably. I want to talk about the Elaine storyline with Daryl A. In this day and age, it doesn't feel groundbreaking or anything like that, but I do like that it was at least brought up and shown on Seinfeld. I just like the discussions between the group and that uncomfortable feeling they get whenever they talk about someone's race, I guess.
Yeah.
What else do we get this week? It's really all about the Florida Kramer stuff for me.
Yeah.
It's just that good.
We talked about the callbacks to the pen, and
I don't know if I was just trying to lift you up because I know you're under the weather, but there's a ton of references this week, or at least reaches you can make.
There's a fair share, which makes it very enjoyable, especially if you're a fan of the old or the earlier Seinfeld eps.
For sure.
Yeah, my big gripe is that dollar bill. They should have took it back.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I believe it. Was that my gripe, or was there something else?
It was the last line.
Oh yeah, that too. I didn't like that. Fun episode. It was fun to discuss, fun to watch, and yeah, season 9's got some solid hits. All right, that's going to do it for us here on Signcast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at signcast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at Coco.
And what episode do we have next week?
We're discussing the 16th episode of season 9 of The Burning.
You gave me gonorrhea. You didn't even tell me.
Well, I'm sorry. I gave you gonorrhea because I thought you'd have fun with it.
But for now, I'm Matt. I'm Vinny. Signing off.
Let's get nuts!
You're trying to save me!
Don't boss me. This is why you're going to hell.
I am not. And if you think I'm going to hell, you should care that I'm going to hell. No, I'm not.
You stole my Jesus fish.
Hello, welcome to Signcast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who can barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
How's it going?
It's going. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Fighting this cold. I think it's fluish, but yeah, I think I'm towards the end of it now. So.
This is only for the audience, Vinny, but I wish we were recording the Frogger episode so we could all say,
get well soon. That would be very appropriate.
But this episode actually is appropriate for this week because you probably have a fever right now.
I actually do. We are discussing the 16th episode of Season 9 of The Birding, written by Jennifer Crittenden, directed by Andy Ackerman, and it originally aired March 19, 1998.
Some fun trivia here. This episode, The Burning, right? Jason Alexander made his film debut in 1981 in a slasher flick called The Burning.
Oh, how do you like that?
That is one of my favorite horror film genres. The slasher movies. Great setting, camp, kind of like his Friday the 13th, their Sleepaway Camp vibe to it, but it's nuts, man. You know, Jason Alexander's there, full head of hair. You can still see George in there. Yeah, you know, he's like this tough guy.
Do you know what kind of role he plays in this film?
I just saw some clips on YouTube. He kind of seems like the cocky macho guy.
That's a big change from the George character.
Yeah, but the movie is on full on YouTube. If anyone wants to check it out, I'll include a link in the show notes. Not much trivia to discuss this week outside of The Burning, but you should note that Lloyd Bridges passed away around the time this episode aired, and you'll actually see a little dedication at the end. Also, since we're in the final episodes here, we're going to see the final appearance of certain characters. That is, not counting the finale, since everyone shows up in that. This week, it is the final appearance of Danny Woodburn as Mickey Abbott. He appeared in 6 episodes of Seinfeld, The Stand-In, The Race, The Wait Out, Yada Yada, The Burning, and the finale. I like asking this question, Vinny. Do you have a favorite Mickey arc or favorite episode?
I kind of like the intro to Mickey's character, The Stand-In, with the lifts and Johnny Veggiati. Bastard. Exactly. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with The Stand-In on this one.
I like that.
What do you got?
I'll go with The Stand-In or The Race. I love the image of Santa himself just walking down the street.
Now, I was going to ask you this later, but we're on the subject now. It seems, Danny Woodburn's character, Mickey Abbott, tends to team up with Kramer in almost every episode. And it happens in this episode we're going to discuss, The Burning. It seems like him and Kramer have an altercation where it ends with Mickey tackling Kramer in almost every appearance. Would you?
You're right. So
corroborate that for me.
So yeah, The Stand-In.
He tackles him when Kramer's sitting on that box after Tammy, Stanford's going to go out with Johnny instead of him, right?
Which is the best one because you got Danny go.
And Kramer's leg shoots straight up in the air, as do Mickey's.
And then the race, that one's kind of up in the air because I don't think there's any real fight. There's yelling, arguing.
What describe it to me because I'm drawing a blank on the race.
Well, you got like Coleman's department store where it's like Santa is not a commie. He kind of shoves him. Maybe I don't think there's any tackling. And then they're on the street yelling at each other. Like, I didn't realize communism was a sensitive issue.
Yeah. Now, what does he say? Like, who are you calling a big hairy ape? And they start grappling in Jerry's apartment, and that's the.
I want to say that's the Yada Yada.
Okay, and that's when they're dating when they about to pick up the 2 girls at the Gap, right?
Yeah. It's around that time of what's that supposed to be? You've been married 3 times.
That's the wait out, I believe, right? All right, it's go time.
Yeah, okay.
And then today in The Burning, we're going to see Mickey tackle Kramer once again for stealing his disease. Yes. Oh, I'm also thinking of when he did the monologue for Flesh Wounds in Ithaca. Once again, O'Reilly, sit down! Sit down, you big hairy!
Really sad that we only got 6 episodes of that, but, as most Seinfeld fans will agree, every Mickey appearance is classic.
And despite Michael, I guess he stated that more in the past, but for some reason it sticks out with him not wanting to work with other people as a team. He didn't like that. He didn't like originally when Newman came on, and I wonder how he felt with Danny Woodward coming on, but he works so well in tandem with other funny individuals. So it's perfect. Another match made in heaven here with these two.
For sure. We also have the final appearance of Patrick Warburton as David Putty in The Burning. Patrick was in 10 episodes of Seinfeld. We've got the Fusilli Jerry, the face painter, the butter shave, the voice, the junk mail, the apology, the dealership, the reverse people, The Burning, and the finale. Insane how many episodes Patrick was in, considering how most of them, nearly all of them, are all in season 9.
Yeah, he's definitely, I think, synonymous in season 9. And even when he's not appearing, his name is uttered. You know, I think we referenced last episode how I think his machine was broken, which is why Elaine decided to move on and start dating Daryl. So, good stuff.
Any favorite episode or episodes of Putty's?
I think it's got to be the face painter.
That's a classic. I'll put the dealership up there as well, but I don't know. There's something funnier about the face painting or the fur coat, you know, the reverse people.
Sure.
I just like how much he features in the dealership.
But his character definitely evolves or devolves depending on how you look at it. Like he does get dumber, but he gets like that voice. I think is more developed. And we're gonna see it here as well today.
Yeah, the great thing about The Burning is you get some great send-offs for Mickey and Putty. I mean, this is a solid episode for supporting characters. There was some commentary on the Seinfeld DVD that I wanted to bring up here because I don't think we ever really confirmed how Patrick was brought back on the show as Putty, because he did 2 episodes at the end of season 6, and apparently he confirmed this. He was asked to return for season 7 and season 8, but he couldn't because of his availability, and it became this thing where he kind of worried. He's like, oh, I guess they're just not going to call me back. And he crossed paths with Jerry because they were doing those American Express commercials together.
Yeah, the voice of Superman.
Right, and Jerry asked him, you know, to his face, like, hey, we really want you back. And that's sort of how we got going. But it makes you wonder, could Putty have been this JT type character where he's there for the final 3 seasons? Or
he's that good, I think, that he could have. He would have been a steady boyfriend for Elaine, which kind of was part of the essence of Seinfeld, that they're 4 singles in New York dating and whining about their dates, but again, George had a fiance for an entire season, and it was one of the best seasons. So maybe if Elaine had a whole season arc with a single boyfriend, that would have been great.
Yeah, way to mix up the show.
What could have been?
All right, Vinny, let's talk about the first scene here. We're on the street. Elaine is borrowing Putty's car, and he's, leaning through the window, giving her all of these rules.
Careful, babe. Don't move the seat. You got it right where I like it. Through a tight, babe. Don't pull out.
Yeah, of course, Elaine peels out, and during the drive, she turns on the radio and hears some Christian rock music. It goes like, Jesus is one. And she's a little disturbed, so she hits the other presets and gets all of these different religious channels. And I think the last one, it's this great voice, the guy going, Jesus!
That is none other than Randy Carter, the first assistant director, who said, Jesus! So Elaine is a bit perplexed that all these presets are of religious affiliation.
It reminds me of that shot in Grumpy Old Men when all the movers are bringing in Aunt Margaret stuff. And Jack Lemmon says to Walter Matthau, they're watching this huge event. And Jack goes, Jesus. And you look, it's like a painting of Jesus.
Love that movie.
It's kind of weird that Putty would trust Elaine with his car, right?
Does he know of her bad driving?
No, maybe that's why he's so bossy here.
Oh, he's bossy now? Yeah, a couple things here. I like that there's still that layer of Elaine's bad driving that we see as she peels out. She doesn't listen. And then we get a new wrinkle to the Putty character. We learn that he is devout.
Yeah, very bizarre. We haven't really seen a religious side of Putty. you know, if anything, he would enjoy going to hell because he loves the devil so much. But yeah. There's a funny blooper here too, or you know, like an error when Putty is on set talking to Elaine through the car, and when Elaine pulls out, it cuts to the blue screen, and Putty is nowhere on the sidewalk. Right, where'd he go? Yeah, it's very bizarre. It's like that. I don't know if you remember this. I think it's the scofflaw when that Newman and Kramer are driving, and if you look at the background, you just see a car materialize like out of nothing.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. That was amazing.
It's a ghost car. All right, next scene, we're at Kruger Industrial Smoothing. George is at a conference meeting with Mr. Kruger and some of the staff. Apparently, the company has fallen on some difficult times and is heading into the red. Or the black. Whatever the bad one is.
I'm always confused between those two.
Do you know which is the bad one now?
Red.
Yes.
You know how I remember it is AC/DC, Back in Black. So when you're Back in Black, it's good.
Okay. It's interesting. Fine. Mr. Kruger looks for some suggestions. You know, how to fix this, how to help the company. What is George's idea?
Well, I know when I'm a little strapped, I sometimes drop off my rent check after having forgot to sign it. I could buy some time.
Works for me. Good thinking.
Or we don't even send the check, and then when they call, we pretend we're the cleaning service. Hello, I'm sorry, no here, Kruger.
Are you done? I feel like that's something we say to each other a lot. Are you done? Are you done? Or maybe I just hear it. George's funny idea didn't really stick the landing. You know, even his coworkers call him out on him. Yeah. Do you ever have this problem in real life where, you know, either a joke doesn't land or you maybe go too far?
Yeah, I get it sometimes with Kelly. She doesn't. Sometimes my jokes are lost on her.
Okay, sure.
But that's okay. I appreciate that.
But I guess specifically, you know, this whole idea of, you know, showmanship. You got to leave when you hit that peak. Sometimes I get so excited by a positive reaction. Like, say they love me. Keep going. Yeah. And then he just loses them. Happens at trivia all the time. Oh. But anyways, let's go over to Monks. George is telling Jerry what happened at work.
I had him, Jerry. I loved him. And then I lost him. I can usually come up with one good comment during a meeting, but by the end it's buried under a pile of gaffes and bad puns.
Showmanship, George. When you hit that high note, say goodnight and walk off.
You can't just leave.
That's the way they do it in Vegas.
We never played Vegas.
I hear things.
Here's one. I borrowed Putty's car and the present for his radio were Christian rock stations.
I like Christian rock. It's very positive. It's not like those real musicians who think they're so cool. Hip.
So, you think that Putty actually believes in something?
It's a used car. He probably never changed the presets.
Yeah, he's lazy.
Plus, he probably doesn't even know how to program the buttons.
Yeah, he is dumb.
So you prefer dumb and lazy to religious?
Dumb and lazy, I understand.
Tell you how you can check. Reprogram all the buttons, see if he changes them back. You know? The old switcheroo.
No, the old switcheroo is you poison your drink and then you switch it with the other person.
No, it's doing the same thing to someone that they did to you.
And Elaine's going to do the same thing to Buddy's radio that the radio did to her.
Well, that's the gist of it. Why? So, where is this Sophie?
She's picking me up in a few minutes.
How long have you two been together?
No. Oh, here she is. You want to move?
By the way, how did Putty get back in the picture?
I needed to.
So, question: is a bureau the same thing as an armoire? Could that have been the Soup Nazi's armoire that Patty's helping her move.
I like that.
And that line that Jerry says, showmanship, George, when you hit that high note, say goodnight and walk off. That right there, I feel like, perfectly describes the way Jerry felt when he decided to end the show after season 9. And he also said that he owed it to the show to like send it off in a positive way, versus like milking it for as long as it's worth and then having it inevitably decline. So we've said this before, but I just appreciate that he respected the show and the audience to do that.
And he's kind of like explaining maybe to the audience or the people who just don't understand. They're so used to things just either always being there, or, running out of steam.
And that might be why, well, in addition to it being a funny show, why it's held in such high regard is because he left us wanting just do one more, please. He left us wanting more. So we have such a positive taste in our mouth. Versus, I don't know what show you could think of that like has been on for so long that people don't even care about it anymore. Or
Simpsons is the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah, that's a great example.
I love The Simpsons, but yeah, it's not what it was.
Do you still watch now that they're in season whatever 32?
Almost 30.
No. But there you go.
It's kind of weird too how, we're in like this new era where I don't know if there will ever be nostalgia anymore, since everything being produced is always going to be there. Back in the 90s, like the only way to get the show was to tape it off of TV before you write and whatnot. But nowadays, like everything's streaming, everything's online, it will never technically go away.
Oh, so you're never going to not have access to it.
Right.
Like you can always watch The Office if you want to watch The Office.
I don't know, there's just something about, 1998, a show like this going away. You feel it. There's some great lines in the scene that I use in real life. I love Elaine entering and saying, "Here's one."
Yeah, very good one.
Yeah. And also, I love the question. So you prefer dumb and lazy to religious?
Oh yeah,
dumb and lazy, I understand.
That is really good.
I do have a question for you though. What's going on with George in this scene and throughout the episode? He's talking about like these real musicians who think they're so cool and hip.
I don't know. Did he meet that guy? What was the one musician Elaine met? Clyde. Oh yeah. Did he meet him or something and not like him, or
maybe that rock band that lived above Jerry growing up?
Yeah. Oh, I love the one they do after this. Yeah, I don't know, but he's got a thing against musicians for some reason.
Very bizarre. To me, it just feels like, wow, what a random thing for George to say. Therefore, it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other lines you like in the scene?
I do really like when you see Sophie walking in the background, Jerry's latest girlfriend. And then Jerry says, "Oh no, it's the last one." And again, I feel like that they're making a joke, and Jerry, the character Jerry, is dating life all the show.
And there's a great line after that. You want to meet her? No. Yeah, the writers are just like, let's not do this anymore. Come on, who cares? If you're curious, Jerry's saying, since the last one, that would have been Carrie, who we met in the Reverse People.
Don't tap on the gun.
But a great joke here that always makes me think of you is George saying the old switcheroo. And Jerry's like, no, the old switcheroo is when you poison your drink and you switch it with the other person. Always makes me think of Princess Bride.
Okay, is that why you think of me?
I was thinking of you.
That's what I think of. Well,
and Jerry is such an empty character. He's like, yeah, Elaine's going to do the same thing to Buddy's radio that the radio did to her.
There's a scene coming up where Jerry's like mean to George. He says something under his breath. It might even be an ADR, but when I heard it, I'm like, oh, that was unnecessary.
Are you talking about the answering machine?
Yes.
Yeah, what's that all about?
I never heard that before. I think it was added. Why can you believe that? We all hated it.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll talk about that when we get to it. But yeah, I feel the same way. Next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. Kramer and Nikki stop by looking for some pepper to snort. They're trying to work on their sneezes. Kramer, sniffs some pepper and has this over-the-top, like, what about Nikki? No, a little wetter. I didn't believe it. I love that. I don't know what Danny was going for there, but it's pretty funny. So, what the hell are these two doing? Apparently, Mount Sinai Hospital has hired actors to act out symptoms of diseases to help students practice diagnosing. And they've worked on sneezing. What's next here? Retching. Right. And each retch is like timed perfectly with the phone ringing until Jerry picks them out and picks up the phone. It's Sophie. But kind of weird. All she says is, "Hey, it's me."
Elaine?
No, it's me. Have you ever gotten this before? You know, before caller ID and whatnot?
Well, if it's somebody I don't know, I will introduce myself. You know, hey, it's Vinny. But no.
When I was a kid, like before puberty, I guess I had a really high-pitched voice, and hey, it's me. I picked up the phone, and I don't know what the person on the other line was doing, but they assumed it was my mom. And she's like, "Oh, hi, Andrea. It's, you know, whatever." And she starts talking, and I'm not kidding, dude. Swear to God, I just pretended I was my mom because I felt so awkward.
Like, rather than and make the stranger on the phone feel uncomfortable, you decided to act as your mother.
Yes. So it's pretty much like, I don't know, like 10 years old. I had no idea what she was talking about. But it's sort of similar to Jerry later in this episode.
We were talking about this before the mics went hot, about John Mulaney. In one of his specials, he does a bit about him calling a Blockbuster Video and asking if they had and the guy mistook him for a woman. "Hey, lady, I'll tell you when we have that up." I also wanted to point out that this thing that Kramer and Mickey are doing at the hospital, we did something similar to this in pharmacy school for counseling, patient counseling. I think it's for our finals one year. We had to, you know, don our white coats and then, you know, stand outside of a room, and you'd be given like 30 seconds to look at a synopsis. And you say, "Oh, this patient is a 40-year-old male, blah, 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 blah," you know, and then you go into the room, and there's an actor in there who you're going to have to ask questions to. So it's quite similar to this. You know, I didn't have anybody with gonorrhea or anything, but I kind of related to this when I saw it this time around.
Well, before the scene ends, Kramer bursts in needing some Ipecac because Mickey took 12 aspirin. Did he overdose?
No, just too much.
I forgot to mention, too, when Kramer and Mickey leave, they work on another condition. It's DTs, right?
Yeah, Kramer starts shaking, and Mickey's, like, twitching. He's got a great, like, face as he's closing the door. And then there's some deleted dialogue in which Mickey said, "I hope I get consumption or active converter blindness." That's got some moments. Like Kramer replies, "Nah, too flashy. I want something chronic with quiet dignity." Which they've used that quiet dignity before.
Quiet dignity, right? Or like understated dignity.
No, of course. That's it was related to The Wiz.
As opposed to say this. All right, next scene, we're back at Kruger. Another blunder. The Kruger team working on the statue in Lafayette Square accidentally oversmoothed it and ground the head down to about the size of a softball.
All right, why don't we smooth the head down to nothing, stick a pumpkin under its arm, and change the nameplate to Ichabod Crane?
And the whole room like bursts out laughing when George says that. And he quickly realizes, "Oh, this is my moment." So he like, sticks his arms up in the air and leaves the room. "All right, that's it for me. Get on, everybody." I love this sort of moment for the George character because you never feel like he gets a high note like this.
Yeah, I feel the exact same. He's got a smile on his face. Everybody around him's laughing. It's something he said. It's really nice.
There was a deleted scene. I don't know if you got a chance to watch it.
I did. It was quite similar to this, but I did enjoy it just as much. George is entering the conference room. Everybody's already seated, and he trips over like the threshold entering the conference room, and he says, "Oh, somebody ought to smooth that." And the whole room goes nuts again, and he's like, "All right, good, be good, everybody." And then he leaves.
Yeah, he never got to sit down. All right, I love this storyline with Kramer and Mickey. We have our first clip here. We're at the hospital, supposed to be Mount Sinai. About a dozen actors are crammed into an examination room. while a doctor hands out different disease assignments.
In your package, you will find the disease you have been assigned and the symptoms you will need to report.
Bacterial meningitis. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. This is the Hamlet of diseases. Severe pain, nausea, convulsions. It's got everything.
Aren't you going to try? Sure. The surgeon left a sponge inside me.
Good luck with that.
A little variation of good luck with all that.
Very good, yeah.
So a couple of interesting things from this clip. One, I had no idea, but I'm really pleased to have learned. The doctor in this clip, in the script, is named Dr. Wexler. He's played by an Ursula Bryant. So I'm thinking, is there any relation to Dr. Victor Rader Wexler? You know, the toxic invitations. Apparently, that actor, Victor Rader Wexler, was they wrote this part for him, but he was unavailable, so they had to cast a different actor. The name is still Wexler, so I kind of like that they might be related in some way.
Maybe, yeah, by marriage or something. Or maybe it's his wife.
It could be.
I don't know. So that would have been cool. You have the doctor from Junior Mint, the Invitations, the Summer of George.
Yeah. We learn of what each actor has been dealt. So Mickey with bacterial meningitis, Kramer with gonorrhea, and it says man in the script, but on IMDb it says Artie. He gets the surgeon of the sponge inside me. That's comedian Brian Posehn. I think a lot of people recognize him as well as his voice from Run Ronnie Run, the Sarah Silverman program. He's currently on Big Bang Theory for a couple episodes.
How weird is this? A couple of years ago, my wife and I were in Bloomington, Indiana. That's Indiana University, right? And I think it was at a meeting or something. I was just walking around the downtown. All of a sudden, Brian Hussein just walks out of a store, and I'm like walking behind him, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, what are the chances? Oh, apparently he was in town, for a set. But yeah, I love the scene so much, especially Mickey going, bacterial meningitis. Jackpot!
Did he smack Kramer with his paper?
Yeah, Kramer with the confusion. Gonorrhea. Anyways, I want to mention another deleted scene. We actually have a clip of it. This would have played later at some point, but it features Brian Hussein as Artie, where he gets to act out his symptoms, as a guy who has a sponge inside of him. And I don't know how well this plays, but take a listen and we'll talk about it after.
I first noticed some discomfort a few days after my routine gallbladder operation.
And what kind of discomfort?
I felt full all the time. Plus, I could drink like 2 gallons of water, no problem.
Okay.
My surgeon seemed disorganized. He was always losing stuff.
Anything else?
I float easier now. I love cake. What's the kind that's yellow and squidgy? Got pound cake, blank cake, layer cake. Oh, go to hell.
It's a slow scene, really drawn out, but I like it.
It's fun. It's nice that it's kind of documented. We have it, on video here, but it mirrors the Kramer scene, that we haven't gotten to yet. But it's kind of odd that he's a guest star, if you will, but he gets his own scene, without any other Seinfeld people, just him and the doctor.
Yeah, you're right. That is weird.
But I like how since the doctor's not getting it, he has to be more.
I love cake. What's the kind that's yellow and squidgy? Not pound cake.
But then he gets so fed up that he's just like,
yeah. I'm sure the scene would have played later, like after, Putty mentions hell the first time.
Oh yes, because the piggybacking of lines to close out a scene.
Next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. Here's a weird image. Jerry and George eating Cheese Whiz. Oh, nothing against the waves. It's a fine product, but it just doesn't seem like something TV Jerry would eat.
Yeah, I thought he was on a health kick of late, and he's going to be drinking a milkshake later on in this episode. What's he doing?
Anyways, George tells him about his high note at work and getting to leave early. He actually went to see Titanic and came to this conclusion: that old woman, she's just a liar, right?
And a bit of a tramp, if you ask me. I still haven't seen Titanic to this day.
Wow, really? Do you feel like you're missing out? I mean, that's one of the biggest films of all time.
I'm not opposed. I used to oppose seeing it. Like, I'm never going to see Titanic. But now I'm like, I can see it, but it just, there hasn't been a time for it. There's another big movie. Oh, I haven't seen The Notebook. I've been told I need to see The Notebook.
Yeah, not as big as Titanic, but definitely in that, romantic.
Those are the two movies that come up when I tell people I haven't seen them. They're like, what?
Where are we now? So Elaine stops by to say she did the radio switcheroo, and the Christian rock is resurrected. But she also pried something off of Buddy's bumper, right?
Jesus fish!
I think she would have noticed the Jesus fish before the radio station.
Well, not necessarily. If the car's parked in the street and she's approaching it from the front, that's true.
Elaine feels misled. She thought Buddy was just a one-dimensional guy, not the spiritual person.
I think it's neat. I don't hear that much about God anymore.
I hear that.
I don't know why that's funny, but it is.
Yeah, and again, where's George's head this episode? From that comment to this rant.
A lot of non sequiturs, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it did come up, but he's got a a commentary that doesn't relate. Kind of it's a non sequitur related to the subject, I guess.
Yeah, these hit musicians and their complicated shoes. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big laugh. I just never found it all that funny. Anyways, the conversation is interrupted when Kramer stops by.
I got gun.
That seems about right.
That's what they gave. Government? No. He's pretending he's got gonorrhea so med students can diagnose it. Supposed to my accountants. He's just learning. If you got bacterial meningitis. I guess there are no small diseases, only small animals. All right, that's it for me. Showmanship. George is trying to get out on a high note. Showmanship. Maybe that's what my gonorrhea is missing. Yes, step into that spot, Bob. Belt that gonorrhea out in the back row. Yes, I will. I'm going to make people feel my gonorrhea and feel the gonorrhea themselves.
That's one of those classic moments where Kramer walks in, nobody says anything, and, I got gonorrhea.
Very similar to the, I'm out.
Exactly.
I'll try that.
I do like, that's what they gave me. George is very, how would you describe it? The government? Conspiracy theory.
But also based in fact, right?
Yeah, you're right.
That actually connects with, I think, the bookstore, the next episode with the rickshaw. That homeless guy goes, the government.
Oh, yeah. You're right. The government.
Well, let's cut over to the hospital and see how Kramer applies that showmanship to his performance.
Then are you experiencing any discomfort? Just a little burning through your nation. Okay. Any other good? The haunting memories I lost. Maybe. Lights. I've lost the crowded store. I am customary. She
Gonorrhea.
Way to go, student number one. Love that. I know that little. Oh, that best word or best phrase there is a coquettish haberdasher.
Has coquettish been used before on the show?
I feel like you would remember that.
It feels like something from a Billy Mumphrey story or something.
Yes. His monologue there actually went a little bit longer, in which Kramer would reveal more about his lost love. Then, in the afterglow, I tried on a boulder, 7 5/8, not my size. I remember the pain constricting my forehead, also not dissimilar to the urination burning, which we discussed.
7 5/8. I'm sitting at someone's hat size on the curve. That always comes up. Like,
yeah, that means Jerry and Kramer are the same head size.
I don't want to take away your IMDb credits, but I'm very happy to see a particular actor.
Oh, go for it.
Daniel Day Kim as the student who guesses gonorrhea.
Yeah.
I was a huge fan, still am, of Lost, and he was one of the main cast members on that show. Yep. Yeah, I know, it's just kind of cool to see an actor, early in his career. I think he's now on Hawaii 5-0.
He is, yeah. He's also in that movie Insurgent. But yeah, I haven't seen Lost, but I recognized his face kind of from popping up on IMDb.
Something cool about this scene is if you go on Getty Images and type in, I don't know, Seinfeld, the burning, or, Seinfeld behind the scenes, you can see a ton of photos from this shoot in the hospital. I don't know why there are so many photos from it. I guess it's just the way it happened. But it's kind of cool. You can see Andy Ackerman on set directing everyone.
How'd you come across those? Are you on Getty Images a lot?
I used to be, but not so much anymore. Just something that cropped up back when we were, I think it's season 4 or 5. There's a lot of season 9 photos on Getty Images.
That makes sense though, since by now everybody knows the show's ending, so they probably want to document as much as they can. Hence why we got that great, well, that's on the finale itself, that great book with all the black and white photos of the Seinfeld send-off. Would you give it to me? Thank you, by the way. Once I get a coffee table, that book's going to go on it.
All right, next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. George stops by. Oh, let's actually talk about this first. We get a little ADR when we have the exterior of Jerry's apartment. And Jerry says, one message, hope it's not from you. Is that the line?
That's the line, yeah. I said this earlier. But he's saying this to George. I hope it's not you who called. But why? What's the point of saying that?
And again, they come up with these lines, I think, in the edit bay. It's not like that was in the script, Sometimes you just have to come up with something that kind of works. Well, why not just say, oh, I got a message?
Yeah. Or like, oh, if it's from you, why couldn't you just wait to tell me when you came over or something? You don't have to be mean about it, jerk. Is that a jerk? Jim.
One message. It's not from you.
Hey Jerry, it's me. Call me back.
So, she's still doing that?
You call her back and give her the itch. Hey, well, they'll switch around.
I think that's what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
What the hell is a gander?
The goose has had the old switcheroo pulled on. Hi, Sophie. It's me.
Hey Ray.
She thinks it's someone named Ray. So what's going on?
I really like him, but, well, I still haven't told him a tractor story. Are you sick, Ray? You sound kind of funny.
I sound funny? Abort! You're not going to get to a doctor. That was close. It drives me to take chances like that. It's very good. She said there's some tractor story that she hasn't told me about. Back it up. Beep, beep, beep. Tractor.
Yeah, I don't get this whole beep 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 business.
You're joking, right?
Glad Jerry. Oh, I get it. I don't think anybody really does beep 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 in real life. I think Jason was just trying something, but I'm glad Jerry calls him out on it.
I feel like we got a little bit of real life Jerry here, where it's just like
awkward ends. But man, we get a little bit of Jerry's acting chops in this scene, huh?
Love it. This is one of the best scenes of the episode. It's all on Jerry, but I love when Sophie goes, "Hey, Rafe." Rafe.
Well, that's cool. It's fun. It's a fun voice to do. But even Jerry seems to have that smirk, that he's enjoying what he's doing in this scene.
Can you think of another Rafe mentioned on Seinfeld?
A second Rafe? They call him Rafe?
They mentioned someone named Rafe.
Should I know this?
That Rafe Fiennes. I would give up my firstborn.
Oh, that doesn't. No, that's Ray.
No, it's Rafe.
I don't.
Yeah, his name is spelled Ralph, but it's pronounced Rafe.
Oh, so I always thought I knew the Ralph part. I always thought it was Ray Fiennes. So I guess that would. If that is right,
That's better claim that as a video.
Sounds like you made it up.
Going back to that beep beep, actually, sorry, the way Jerry reacts to it reminds me of earlier seasons, like with can we cut to the chase? Cut to the chase.
I'd lose that.
Yeah, or like, what happened? What are you calling me an idiot for? But anyways, let's talk about the actress who plays Sophie, right?
Yeah, Sydney Imbuhu. Plays Sophie. She was in Jag, Meet Wally Sparks, and Phantasm 3, which I think is kind of cool.
We should note before we move on that this tractor story is a bit of a mystery, and I do wonder. We'll find out what the tractor story is. I wonder if they had other vehicles or devices.
Oh, in addition, like were they tossing around tractor versus
motorcycle,
scooter?
I love that it's a tractor.
Yeah,
so good. Let's cut over to Elaine's apartment. Elaine and Buddy are about to head out to dinner. Where does Buddy want to eat?
It was like an Arby's night.
Yes. Arby's, beef, cheese. You believe in God. And, Buddy doesn't really have much to say to her question, right? He believes in God. He's religious. It's actually fine that Elaine doesn't feel the same way he does. Why is that?
I'm not the one going to hell. Did Patrick Warburton ever become a spokesperson for Arby's? Because that would have been a wonderful match.
I don't know. You think he would have?
Like, you got Jason with the Rolls Gold, and I don't know who else had any spots, but Seinfeld could have done like Snapple commercials. They really wanted to monetize, but God, I would love to see Patrick Warburton slinging some Arby's.
My favorite Arby's campaign or advertisements were on The Daily Show. I don't know if you ever saw them with Jon Stewart. Every once in a while, he'd turn to the camera and he'd be like, "Brought to you by Arby's," and there'd be like some insult about how you always get diarrhea. All right, we get an act break, and next scene we're in Monks. Jerry and George are trying to figure out what the tractor story is.
You know what I think? I bet she stole the tractor.
No one's stealing a tractor. It's a 5-mile-an-hour getaway. We're dancing around the obvious. It's got to be the speaking.
She walk around holding a pen. She never seems to need it.
No, she looks completely normal.
Okay. There it is. I got it. She lost her thumbs in a tractor accident, and they grafted her big toes on. They do it every day.
You think she's got toes and thumbs?
How's her head shaking? A little firm, isn't it? Maybe a little too firm?
I don't know.
That's a little smelly.
Why do I seek your counsel?
Well, I'm going to help.
Seems about right.
Heidi.
Hey, have you heard the one about the guy in hell with coffee and donuts?
I'm not in the mood.
Some coffee and a donut.
relationship problem at the final destination of the soul.
Well, relationships are very important to me.
Maybe you can strike them up into darkness as you burn for all eternity.
And a slice of devil's food cake.
Oh man, these jokes here at the end of this clip here with the. Did you hear about the joke with the guy in hell, coffee and donut, and then George immediately requests coffee and donut? I think that's brilliant.
I think I have a piece of cake or a piece of pie.
And a slice of devil's food cake to add on top of that. It's a lovely, I don't know, it's very well crafted into that clip. Dig that. Now there's this discussion of the tractor, and then George has these weird theories that she may have had her thumbs or her toes grafted to her thumbs. There's a Bob Dole reference in there.
Yes. I feel like it was around this time too. I saw a segment on like 2020. Are you asking me because you watched 2020 last night? Or 60 Minutes about that. I remember watching a segment where a guy had toes for thumbs. I wonder if that was a new procedure.
Oh,
around this time.
Intra-abdominal retractor. And some deleted material. George had a theory that Sophie tied a rope to some prison bars and used the tractor to bust her brother or pa out of jail. Okay. She doesn't look like a country girl though. Now that you bring up her look,
they should have brought the actress who played Susie to Model Deposit.
Goodbye, Norman. But then that would have been another girl that Newman and Jerry would have dated, and that would have flowed with tears. So,
I want to mention something back in the clip when Kramer enters the apartment. Like, I got gonorrhea. Elaine goes, that seems about right. And then in this scene, Elaine enters saying, well, I'm going to hell. And Jerry goes, that seems about right. Nice. No, Vinny, got a question for you. Can you think of like religion brought up on the show before? Like, does it track? Are there storylines about it?
Think of Fred, the religious guy in the was it the pick?
Yeah, with the nipple part.
Pretty good. You got George converting to Latvian Orthodox. You got Watley. I tell you what, I'm a Jew.
Pretty good.
His conversion.
I don't know if this counts, but you've got characters like the Rabbi, Moyle.
Oh, yeah. Sister Roberta.
Yeah, and we're going to get Father Curtis again in this episode.
Those two Latvian priests
with the hats. No, on the topic of religion, we know Jerry is Jewish, Elaine is Catholic, and George probably raised both, perhaps, but I don't think anyone considers themselves religious out of the game.
It doesn't seem so.
Especially as Jerry makes that joke, which I love. Maybe you can strike one up with the Prince of Darkness that says he burned for all eternity.
Great delivery on that line as he's bringing the straw up to his lips.
Yeah, it's one of those classic tongue twisters that only Jerry can say.
I feel like there's no blooper to confirm it, but I feel like Julia had to laugh after that line. It was so good.
Let's cut over to Kruger Industrial Smoothing. George enters the conference room, really prepared to drop some one-liners, but he's surprised to find it empty, except for Mr. Kruger sitting at the long table. Turns out his boss kicked everyone off the project for being boring. From now on, he just wants George, his main man, because he's just seemed so on lately. He always leaves Kruger wanting to. And before they get started on this big project, what does Kruger do?
Check it out. As he spins in his chair 3 times. No peep.
Oh.
He's great, man. Daniel Bargain. I kind of forgot that George, because we hadn't heard from Kruger in a while, but that George was working for Industrial Smoothing still.
Right? And when I was taking notes, I thought this was the last Kruger episode, but we will get him once more in the May. Sweet. Coke.
Oh, gimme.
All right, next scene, we're at the hospital. The actors are given new diseases, and Kramer gets a special notice, a shout out about his excellent performance. What disease does Mickey get?
Cirrhosis of the liver with jaundice. All right, I get to wear makeup.
And what did Kramer get?
Gonorrhea.
Kramer thinks there's been a mistake, but the doctor says no, they just enjoyed what he did with it so much that he gets to do it again. I'm curious from a writing standpoint, were other diseases thrown around for Kramer to get? Is it the word gonorrhea that's funny? Is it the disease itself that,
I think the word as well as the implication of it being a genital disease. Kramer having gonorrhea, I think, is a very funny premise.
All right, let's cut over to Jerry's apartment. Here's an odd image: Jerry and Sophie playing chess, which I was happy to see because we used to do trivia like what board games do we see played in Jerry's apartment. We only counted chess because his penis and his brain are playing it in a season 3 episode. Yeah, but I didn't think that really counted, because they're not real people.
There's another time that two people played chess. Can you recall?
Yeah, when George's girlfriend says, checkmate, yeah, and George says, we need to break up. He's such a man. He's like, oh, the queen, no, she has to stay at home, take care of her husband or whatever. But in this scene, they're playing chess, and the whole time, Jerry is reaching, trying to get her to talk about this tractor story. The knight should be updated. Nobody rides horses anymore. It should really be a tractor. Also, he lost control of his car yesterday. He almost bought the farm.
Tractor! That'd be very tactful.
Sophie gets uncomfortable, understandably, and grabs her purse to leave, but drops something. And when she kneels down to pick it up, Jerry sees something on her leg.
And he does this, it's a cornball, cheesy shot of Jerry nodding as if to say, oh, okay, that confirms it.
It would make an excellent gift.
It would. There was an alternate exchange for the beginning of this scene in which Jerry would say, I can tell you some embarrassing stories. There's the doorknob story. That'll make you never want to stay in a Spanish-style hotel again. Or perhaps you have a story of your own. Sophie asks if Jerry is drunk, to which he replies, there's another story. So this all makes Sophie so uncomfortable that she needs to leave. This is an odd side, an ugly side, right?
Yeah, I was going to save this for the ratings and reviews, but I did not care for the Sophie character.
Oh, really?
There's something about, this is me, I guess, there's something about her look, it just doesn't match with Jerry, it doesn't feel right with the show. Do you feel that way?
No, not necessarily. I find it odd that she's offended when Jerry doesn't recognize her voice when they've only just started dating. It's me. But no, I mean, there's a lot of women in the city. He dates a lot of them. But yeah,
this doesn't seem like Jerry's type, or like she fits in with the rest of the characters on the show. There's something about her look.
That's funny. I don't know what to say about that.
Next scene, we're at Monk's. Jerry tells George about this long scar on Sophie's leg, which she probably got from riding a tractor. And George is still stuck on his toe thumb theory for some reason. Oh, the cool thing about this is Jerry and George are at the counter.
That's right.
See. There's a reason why they put them at the counter. George is talking about his time at work, basically being responsible while Mr. Kruger just disappears for hours at a time, giving fake excuses. And George assumes that his boss is at the office finally getting some work done, but he turns around and he sees Mr. Kruger at a booth eating this giant piece of cake. He's really going for it.
He's inhaling that thing.
And George gets up really fed up and has to, dress him down and say, we're going back to the office.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No. Next scene, we're in Elaine's apartment. This is the following morning. Buddy and Elaine are getting out of bed.
I forgot to deliver your pay for the day. Don't you just got that?
That belongs to Mr. Potato Guy. That's his.
Well, I got it.
Well, if you want it, you get it.
Sorry, I shall not steal.
Oh, but it's okay for me.
Oh, are you kidding? You know where you're going?
All right, then it's it. I can't live like this.
No.
Come on.
All right, what did I do?
David, I'm going to hell. The worst place in the world. The devils and those caves and the ragged clothing. And the heat. My God, the heat. What do you think about all that? She's trying to save me.
Boss, this is why you're going to hell.
I am not going to hell. And if you think I'm going to hell, you should care that I'm going to hell, even though I am not.
You stole my Jesus fish.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a great little scene here. I love the fact that they're both in their jammies. Elaine referring to her neighbor as Mr. Potato Guy. But Honey Man steals the show this one. Whoa, get it? That is a great delivery, man. And then he's so pious with his sorry, shut nuts.
God, that pisses me off so much. It sets her up for it.
Of course. Oh, speaking of which, you mentioned other religious references in Seinfeld. Rachel is kosher. That he's shellfish. And then when they're having their argument, like she's like, David, comes to him, and Buddy is already, he knows something's up. He's like, what I do? I do that as a joke with my girlfriend, but it doesn't. I know I should probably not say that because she doesn't know what I'm referencing. And I think we touched on this.
No, but I say it's worth it. It's worth destroying your relationship.
And Elaine. How does she describe hell? Worst place in the world, devils, caves, ragged clothing, and the heat. My God, the heat!
That's a good trivia question.
Very tough. It's gonna be rough.
I love the language. Something you should be trying to save me.
Oh, and then don't boss me. You just recreated the entire clip.
Pretty much, yeah. That's how we should summarize Signcats on. We basically play clips and then quit putting it. Also, right now, this is next to the hospital scenes. This is definitely my favorite. Let's cut over to the hospital. Nicky is rehearsing his cirrhosis of the liver and has painted his face yellow to really sell the jaundice. And this is happening as Kramer enters the room with the same yellow makeup.
Why did I drink for all those years? Mr. Kramer, you're up.
Wait, you're with gonorrhea, aren't you? So, what seems to be bothering you today, Mr. Kramer?
Well, I guess it started about 20 years ago when I got back from Vietnam. And this was the only friend I had left.
Hey, that's my cirrhosis. You're stealing my cirrhosis. You want to be sick?
Cirrhosis of the liver and BCG addiction?
I just asked that question at trivia the other day. The student diagnoses Kramer with cirrhosis of the liver. What does he diagnose Nicky with?
It's a good question.
Always makes me think of Frank Oz and Trading Places.
Yeah. You ever see what this stuff does to kids? So Alex Craigman plays student number 2. He was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas as well as Bowfinger. I didn't realize Danny Warburton was doing like a Shatner impression when he was performing his cirrhosis routine.
If you watch just a few episodes of the original series, hell, you don't even need to watch
I know it's a Shatner bit, but I just never picked up on that. Well, I don't drink all the tea. I know it from Ace Ventura and all the other parodies people have done of Shatner.
Speaking of Shatner, Jason Alexander is a huge William Shatner fan. I think the two of them might be friends, but Jason was the roast master at Shatner's roast. There's even a very bizarre photo online of Jason Alexander holding framed 8x10 of William Shatner. It's like signed.
He's a fan.
Yeah. Wonder if Kramer had personal experience serving in Vietnam. This is a theory we brought up a ways back that maybe Kramer served in Vietnam. Right? We brought that up before with the military discharge.
Exactly. But it's classified. I'm starting to think, though, I feel like Kramer was only in the military for like a day or two. But it's still, a discharge, and it's his strong box. But you can also go the other way and say, he was in Vietnam and has some turmoil that he's carrying around.
Now that would have been an interesting spin-off, like a prequel series, Young Kramer in Vietnam.
Kramer? Oh man.
It could have been like a, what is it? I don't know if it's Gomer Pyle or, I don't know, Hogan's Heroes. You can make comedies about wartime.
MASH.
Maybe he just pulled some inspiration from Frank. Remember when Frank talks about the Korean War?
Yep.
He's got Frank Hennigans there.
Exactly, yep.
But let's move on to the next scene. Elaine and Putty stop by a church to talk about their problems with the priest.
Please, if I understand this, you're concerned that he isn't concerned that you're going to hell, and you feel that she's too bossy.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, oftentimes in cases of interfaith marriages, couples have difficulty.
Whoa. No one's getting married here.
You are? No. Oh.
We're just, having a good time.
Oh. Well, then it's simple. You're both going to have this is bad.
Well, thank you, but...
Did you hear the one about the new guy in hell who's talking to the devil about coffee machine? Really not
like that. It'll only feel like an eternity.
I love how it's totally flipped now, where Elaine is very, she's okay with her station now that she knows her and Putty are going to go to the same place.
Right.
She always having a ball with Father Curtis, both doing the devil horns. But again, Patrick Warburton, man, those Putty lines, no way, man.
And right before that, Elaine summing up their relationship as, we're just, having a good time. That should be a status on Facebook, right? No more, it's complicated, just having a good time.
Sure.
We should talk about Father Curtis here making a return.
His return, yeah. We saw Henry Warnitz, or Father Curtis, last in the Yada Yada.
He really likes his religious jokes, doesn't he?
He does.
Remember, the Pope and Raquel Welch, right? In the lifeboat?
Oh, that's right. Father, just a second.
And here it's, what is it, the new guy in hell who's talking to the devil by the coffee machine?
Yeah.
This is also the same church exterior from the Yada Yada when Mickey got married.
Oh.
So there's some continuity.
Yeah. Father Curtis, is he the old... There's another priest in the face painter, right? There's a reference to Father Chelios with when Elaine sends out the nipple card.
I don't know if he's a priest, but the guy from the is it the Jew? Where did I get the death certificate?
Oh yeah, you're right. I think so.
About to have myself a snack. We should also mention in this scene, Putty is wearing the 8-ball jacket.
Yes, the return of the 8-ball.
It's funny, we heard from several listeners saying, I didn't realize the 8-ball is barely in the reverse people, right? It's just during the credits.
Right, exactly.
But we see it there, here, and we'll see it one more time in the finale.
Oh, he does have it in the finale?
Mm-hmm. When the montage of, all these Seinfeld characters packing their bags to go to Massachusetts, you see, Putty walk down the sidewalk in his 8-ball jacket.
Because I thought, I remember him in the court, he's got a suit on. But I gotta remember this. I watched that finale forever. Oh, man.
Should be an interesting discussion.
Not looking forward to that.
Next scene, we are in Jerry's apartment. Sophie finally sits down with Jerry to talk about the tractor story, but she's kind of struggling and she just can't get into it. So Jerry comforts her and says, hey, I know all about it, I'm fine with it, but how can you know? Shush, that's so rude. Did you pick up on Jerry's response here? He says, what's important is I'm not going to let a little thing like that ruin what can be a very long-term and meaningful relationship. There's a callback there.
Enlighten me.
So in the pothole, once he's made up with
Jenna,
right?
Toothbrush in the toilet bowl.
They're eating, in their living room. and she goes to check in the toilet that's about to explode, and he says, "I'm never going to let some silly hygienic mishap get in the way of what could be a meaningful, long-lasting relationship." Nice. So not exactly the same, but pretty much the same joke.
It's the gist.
And he says this as Kramer and Mickey enter in the middle of an argument.
You gave me gonorrhea, you didn't even tell me.
Well, I'm sorry. I gave you gonorrhea because I thought you'd have fun with it. And Sophie breaks up the fight and says, "Hey, gonorrhea is a tough thing to live with, but it's important to have a supportive partner." Unfortunately, she didn't have a partner when she contracted gonorrhea. Her boyfriend said she got it from riding a tractor in a bathing suit.
All right, that's it for me. You've been great. Good night, everybody.
I kind of rushed through that, but basically, I guess Sophie isn't very intelligent, right? And she believed her boyfriend didn't give her gonorrhea; she got it from a tractor. There's something about this ending. I remember the first time I saw it. I've always hated it. It feels very rushed, not funny or clever. How do you feel about this? How it all wraps up?
It never bothered me, the ending. I do kind of see where you're coming from, what you're saying. It does kind of seem a convenient or lazy way to connect Kramer's gonorrhea story with Jerry's story.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about this ending that never did it for me. I'm wondering if anyone feels the same. I know. I prefer the toe thumb theory, I guess. Anyways, let's cut over to Kruger Industrial Smoothing. George is all alone with his boss in the conference room, surrounded by paperwork, while his boss is bouncing a ball.
No! This is your company! It's your name on the outside of the building! Speaking of which, the arm fell off, and all it says now is K. Uger. K. Uger, that sounds like one of those old name platforms. K. Uger! Oh, you had too much, Mr. Kruger! Too much! Thank you, George. You've been great. That's it for me. No, you're not going out on a high note with me, Mr. Kruger. K. Uger!
Man, everybody's leaving on these high notes today.
Yeah. I know, so we'll just eventually run out of steam.
Daniel Mark Morgan, I think, was excellent in the brief, the few scenes he did have, but the K-Uger. But that was great. You are too much, Mr. But yeah, I think a nice little button on this episode right now. So now, would you give this episode 2 toe thumbs up, or would you say it's going to hell?
Oh, man. I like the concept of 2 toe thumbs up, but I would probably send this episode to hell if I had to choose. I don't hate it by any means, but it's one of my least favorite episodes from season 9. There's just something about, again, the whole Sophie character and the mystery of the tractor and how it resolves that, to me, completely falls flat. And also George's storyline doesn't really go anywhere. It just, again, feels like the same joke over and over. Sure, this gets brought up in a later episode. Some of the writers say that, I think it was probably Dave Mendel, that with a lot of these later episodes in season 9, the writers were so exhausted and they had used up so many ideas. A lot of the episodes just really turned into half of a story, kind of stretched over 22 minutes.
And again, more joke heavy versus
your complicated shoes bits, stuff like that. So, having said that, though, love the Kramer Mickey stuff, love the Elaine Putty stuff.
So, yeah, I agree. Those are the 2 highlights, those 2 storylines, Elaine and Putty and Kramer Mickey. I didn't have as much of a problem with the Sophie Tractor story as much as you. And I liked that we got to visit with Kruger again. So, yeah. I don't have anything terrible to say on this episode, but it was good.
The supporting cast definitely elevates this episode. Yeah. Kruger, Putty, and Mickey. Yeah.
Not so. think that's going to do it for us here on Sidecast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at sidecast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at ROTHSCHILD.
And just to give everyone a heads up, we will not be releasing an episode next week. Very sorry, but we will be back soon. With what episode, Vinny?
The 17th episode of Season 9, The Bookstore.
Swarm! But for now, I'm Matt.
I'm Vinny.
Signing off.
Good night, everybody!
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? I'm all set. Did you take that book with you into the bathroom? What do you want to hear?
Hello, and welcome to Sidecast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who could barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
The government. Anderson. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Feels like it's been a while since I've gotten a chance to talk to you, whether it be about life or Seinfeld.
Yeah, we were both on our own spring breaks for a
week apart.
We're both married to teachers, or I'm sorry, you're not married.
What? Excuse me?
Our partners.
Easy, big fella.
They're both teachers, so we kind of get spring breaks.
Our vacations are dictated by their vacation, which I'm okay with. I always get jealous of her because I'm like, man, you got that built-in 3 months off, and she's like, yeah, but I don't get paid for 3 months. I'm like, still. But it's so nice to have a 3-month block. You know it's coming. You're gonna get a break. I don't know, but yeah.
Where'd you go for spring break?
We went. She has a friend who lives in San Jose. We know the way. Made that joke as soon as I got there. And we stayed with her, and we visited the Redwoods. We went to Monterey, I think. We went to an aquarium. We went to Napa Valley, to 3 different wineries. One of them being a castle. And then we went to Lake Tahoe, which was the highlight of the trip. We saw the snow-capped mountains. And then we went to Santa Clara. Yeah. But we had a wonderful trip. It was really nice to see your friend. And yeah, now we are here.
I was very jealous because I've been to Northern California, and it's like one of the most beautiful places.
Oh, it is. It was very beautiful. Lake Tahoe was the highlight, I have to say. But I forgot we also went to San Francisco and went to like the Wharf and Union Square. We tried to go to Alcatraz, but we heard something like they're closing down the tours or something's changing, so all the tours were booked, so we couldn't even make it to Alcatraz.
They're booked.
It's over for Alcatraz. But yeah, we had a wonderful trip, a lot of fun, and okay, you go.
Can I just tell you? We went down to Savannah, Georgia, and then we went to St. Petersburg, Florida. That's actually where my wife is from. She grew up there, and she hadn't been back in over 20 years. So it was kind of like an emotional trip to see the house she grew up in. That's really nice. We met up with one of her childhood friends and just enjoyed the weather, enjoyed the beaches there. Very cool town. Apparently, it's very different from when she was there in the early 90s. We stayed in this neighborhood that's really up and coming, and great food, art scene, what have you.
I know she's a beach gal. She wants to end up by the beach, wherever it is. Any chance of it being a Florida beach, or is it going to be more of a California beach?
Oh, you mean like if we were to move or when we move?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Florida's very affordable compared to California, but I love the fact that California is just so far away than what I'm used to. That really feels to me, but
I gotta say, those California people were super nice. It was like everybody was friendly. Hey neighbor, you know. So I asked Kelly, I'm like, "Did you move out here?" She goes, "Yeah," but we heard it was really expensive as well.